Chapter 1. I really don't want to time travel. I am so hungry. I am so cold. The biting chill and gnawing hunger roused Chen Dao from his slumber, and as his eyes fluttered open, they were met with the anxious faces of two women, one young, one older. "Brother, you're awake," the younger girl exclaimed, her voice filled with delight upon noticing Chen Dao's opened eyes. Beside her, the older woman, her face etched with worry yet alight with joy, spoke through tears. "Dower, you have finally awakened." Gazing at the unfamiliar faces before him, Chen Dao attempted to speak. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, a wave of memories crashed over him, and he froze in realization. Chen Dao was originally an ordinary individual from the Huaguo region of Earth, diligently working after completing his university education, dutifully playing his part as a cog in the societal machine, tirelessly laboring for meager wages. Though he would occasionally lament his existence and ponder the prospect of change, he had never envisioned such a drastic transformation. Indeed, in that instant of recollection, Chen Dao understood that he had traversed time and space, much like the protagonists of the novels he had read. The body he now inhabited also bore the name Chen Dao, an ordinary villager from Qinjiazhuang in Taiping County, Qingzhou of the Xia Kingdom, who had lost his father at a young age. The household consisted solely of three members: his mother Li Ping, his younger sister Chen Fei, and himself. As he absorbed the memories of his predecessor, Chen Dao cast a glance at Li Ping and Chen Fei, silently lamenting his fate. "I truly do not wish to time travel." A bitter pang surged within Chen Dao's heart. According to the memories he had received, the Xia Kingdom resembled an ancient society akin to China's past, characterized by exceedingly low productivity. The material wealth was far from the abundance of later eras, and calamities struck with relentless frequency. For the common folk, being able to fill their bellies was a luxury in itself. "Dower, it is such a relief that you have awakened." Li Ping grasped Chen Dao's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It is all my fault. I should not have allowed you to go into the mountains with them." Chen Dao remained silent, fully aware of what Li Ping was referring to, thanks to the memories he had assimilated. Since the passing of his father, Chen Dao had become one of the family's laborers, needing to toil alongside Li Ping in the fields. Though they managed to scrape by through farming, recent years had brought incessant natural disasters, and the government continued to impose higher taxes, rendering their meager land insufficient for sustenance. Thus, Chen Dao had contemplated joining the village hunters on their expeditions into the mountains. Of course, while it was termed hunting, Chen Dao's role was merely to assist in transporting the hunted game back, receiving a portion of the spoils without directly confronting the prey. Initially, Li Ping had opposed Chen Dao's involvement in such endeavors, for the vast wilderness was fraught with dangers, and she was loath to risk her only son. However, with their household on the brink of starvation and Chen Dao resolute in his decision, Li Ping reluctantly acquiesced. Little did they know that this seemingly innocuous pursuit would lead to Chen Dao suffering grave injuries. On the way back down, he had stumbled, striking his head against a rock, and subsequently fell into a deep unconsciousness for several days. During this time, Li Ping and Chen Fei had kept vigil by Chen Dao's side, their hearts filled with fervent prayers for his swift recovery. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake those who are earnest in their endeavors. Perhaps the prayers of the girls bore fruit, as Chen Dao, who had lain in a coma for several days, finally awakened. However, Li Ping and Chen Fei were unaware that the soul within the awakened Chen Dao was no longer the original Chen Dao, but rather a spirit that had traversed from Earth. "Brother, could you promise not to go to the mountains anymore?" Chen Fei said with hopeful eyes. Though she was young, she understood the significance of having a male figure in the family. After days filled with fear and anxiety, she wished never to endure such distress again. Seeing the eager expression on Chen Fei's face, Chen Dao instinctively nodded. "All right. Wonderful." A look of joy illuminated Chen Fei's small face. Chen Dao observed the diminutive figure of Chen Fei, whose height barely reached 1 meter, and a pang of sorrow welled within him. Despite her clean visage, he noted the patches on her clothing, her hair a shade of dull yellow, and her thin face starkly contrasting with that of children back on Earth. It was evident to Chen Dao that this was a manifestation of malnutrition at the age of 10. Chen Fei, due to prolonged hunger, had not even reached a meter in height. Turning his gaze to Li Ping, age 35, her darkened complexion and deeply etched features made her appear akin to a woman of 50. Gurgle. At that moment, Chen Dao's stomach rumbled, overwhelmed by a wave of hunger. "Dower, are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you." Li Ping immediately rose and proceeded to the kitchen, just a wall away, to cook for Chen Dao. Chen Fei climbed to the bedside, her small hands enveloping Chen Dao's right hand, seemingly attempting to offer him warmth. "Brother, is it warm?" "Warm. Even though a slight chill lingered, Chen Dao provided the little girl with an affirmative response. His gaze roamed the room, and sorrow filled his heart. The walls, crafted from wooden planks, allowed the cold wind to seep through the crevices. Even the blanket draped over him could not fend off the biting cold, let alone the tattered clothing he wore. Chen Dao could even feel Chen Fei shivering as she held his hand, clearly unable to withstand the chill due to her inadequate attire. Xiao Fei, come under the blanket. Chen Dao lifted a corner of the blanket, inviting Chen Fei to seek warmth within. After a moment of hesitation, she nestled into the blanket, her small frame curling up in Chen Dao's embrace, immediately feeling a marked improvement in warmth. Brother's blanket is so warm. Chen Fei giggled in Chen Dao's arms. Did I it? Chen Dao gently stroked her hair, his gaze drifting into the distance. If given a choice, Chen Dao would have preferred not to arrive in this realm. In his previous life, though he was a mere cog in the corporate machine, he at least had sufficient food and warmth, devoid of the pangs of hunger and cold. How could he willingly endure such suffering here? Yet, having arrived, and with no hope of returning, he resolved to adapt to this world as best as he could. I wonder if the knowledge from my past life will enable me to navigate this world more favorably? Chen Dao mused, his thoughts wandering. He had read numerous tales of transmigration, where protagonists often leverage their modern knowledge to thrive in ancient worlds. He pondered whether he could replicate their successes. Chen Dao cast a glance at his bare and desolate home, momentarily relinquishing his previous thoughts. Setting aside the possibility of recalling knowledge from his past life, even if he were to remember, it would likely serve little purpose for the time being. Alas, let us take it one step at a time. Chen Dao sighed softly. Food is here. Before long, Li Ping approached with a bowl of sustenance, saying to Chen Dao, Dower, eat first. You must nourish yourself to recover. Chen Dao glanced at the bowl she carried, which contained a few floating legumes and some glutinous-looking substance, instantly extinguishing any appetite. Yet, he understood well that this was, in fact, a considerable improvement. Given that he was unwell, it was likely that Li Ping would have been reluctant to offer such food otherwise. Typically, their household subsisted primarily on husks, the outer shells of grains like rice and wheat, which not only scraped the throat and proved difficult to swallow, but also placed a burden on the digestive system, far inferior to the legumes and glutinous mixture before him. What troubles you, Dower? Li Ping inquired, noticing Chen Dao's expression. Nothing. Chen Dao shook his head, accepting the bowl from Li Ping's hands, and forced himself to swallow its contents. After finishing, he smacked his lips. It was not particularly unpalatable, yet it could hardly be described as delightful. The concoction of boiled paste and beans, seasoned minimally with salt, was hardly a culinary marvel. Yet in his current state of hunger, it was manageable otherwise. As someone accustomed to flavorful dishes in his past life, he would have struggled to consume such fare. With the bowl of paste now in his stomach, Chen Dao felt a modicum of strength returning to him, just as he was about to return the bowl to Li Ping when a knock echoed from the door. Sister-in-law, are you home? Sister-in-law, we have come to see Chen Dao. Sister-in-law, please open the door. Recognizing the familiar voices from outside, Li Ping hurried to open the door. Sister-in-law, as the door swung open, a gust of cold air swept into the room, ushering in three men who awkwardly addressed Li Ping. We are sorry we could not take better care of Xiao Dao. The visitors were none other than the three hunters who had previously taken Chen Dao into the mountains. The leader, a middle-aged man named Chen Dao, was flanked by Chen Si and Chen Jiang. In the Chen family village, the presence of the character Chen revealed a community primarily composed of individuals sharing the same surname, fostering a close-knit and unified atmosphere due to their familial ties. Understanding that Chen Dao's household had lost its male figure and was enduring hardships, the three had taken it upon themselves to care for him by bringing him into the mountains, thus allowing them to legitimately share some of their catch with his family to alleviate their plight. However, an unforeseen accident had led to Chen Dao's injury and subsequent unconsciousness for several days. While Li Ping held some resentment regarding Chen Dao's unconsciousness, she recognized the good intentions of Chen Dao and his companions, and thus refrained from blaming them, simply stating, "This is not your fault, it was Dower's carelessness. Ultimately, we failed to look after Xiao Dao properly." With a gentle demeanor, Chen Dao handed a piece of meat to Li Ping, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is the meat we agreed to share with Xiao Dao. Please take it to nourish him." Li Ping glanced at it, feeling a stir of emotion. Times were hard in the village. Many families struggled to have enough to eat, let alone meat. Accepting this piece would indeed help Chen Dao and Chen Fei regain their strength. Well, before Li Ping could finish her sentence, Chen Dao insisted, pressing the meat into her hands. "Sister-in-law, take it. It is meant for Xiao Dao." "Then I shall accept it." Feeling a bit shy, Li Ping accepted the meat. Please, come inside and sit for a moment while I get you some water. No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law. We just came to check on Xiao Dao, replied Chen Dao as he led Chen Si and Chen Jiang into the house. Chapter 2. Advancement. In Chen Dao's home, there was no such thing as a living room upon entering. One would find Chen Dao's Li Ping, and Chen Fei's bedroom was separated by a wooden partition on the other side. Indeed, the moment Chen Dao and the others stepped through the door, they spotted the already awake Chen Dao, which is why he mentioned the meat was for both Chen Dao and Chen Fei, rather than inquiring if Chen Dao had awakened. Once inside, Chen Dao promptly brought over a chair and sat beside Chen Dao's bed, expressing his guilt. Xiao Dao, I am truly sorry. It is my failure to take proper care of you. Chen Si, sitting beside Chen Dao, inquired with concern, Xiao Dao, are you feeling better? Much better. Chen Dao replied with a smile. Uncle Chen, you need not blame yourself. It was my own carelessness that caused my injury, and it has nothing to do with you. Having inherited the memories of his original self, Chen Dao was acutely aware that his fall and subsequent fainting had no connection to Chen Dao and the others. In fact, during the hunting trip, they had shown him great care. It was merely his own clumsiness that led to his accident on the way back. Ultimately, it is my responsibility for not watching over you. Chen Dao sighed. Thank goodness you are well, otherwise I would have no idea how to face your late father. Chen Dao had shared a close bond with Chen Dao's father, Chen Ping. Otherwise, he would not have been so willing to assist Chen Dao by providing him with such a fortunate job of handling meat in these times, when everyone struggled for food, let alone meat. If Chen Dao had announced his willingness to help transport the game, countless individuals would have stepped forward, and it certainly would not have fallen to a mere boy like Chen Dao. It's all right, uncle. Chen Dao responded, I'm already very grateful for the job you have given me. Chen Dao and the others did not linger for long after a brief chat with Chen Dao. They took their leave. Brother. Once Chen Dao and the others had departed, Chen Fei's little head peeked out from under the blanket, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Does this mean we will have meat for dinner tonight? That seems likely, Chen Dao said, affectionately ruffling Chen Fei's hair. Just then, Li Ping approached, casting a playful glare at Chen Fei. You little rascal, always thinking about meat. Hee. Chen Fei brushed it off, eagerly anticipating the evening's meal. Chen Dao sighed inwardly, reflecting on the hardships of this world compared to his previous life. The mere sight of a palm-sized piece of meat made Chen Fei's mouth water, underscoring its rarity. From the memories of his former self, Chen Dao was acutely aware that neither Li Ping, Chen Fei, nor himself had tasted meat in nearly 6 months. I must devise a plan to change this. Going without meat is utterly unbearable. Chen Dao mused about ways to improve their living conditions, and before he knew it, dusk had settled. At that moment, Chen Dao, Chen Fei, and Li Ping were gathered around a humble dining table. Chen Fei gazed longingly at the small piece of meat on the table, swallowing hard. Chen Dao's reaction was hardly better. The boiled, pallid chunk of meat looked unappetizing, and despite his previous life as a corporate drone, he had never been deprived of such sustenance. Yet his body surged with an overwhelming yearning, a clear indication of this physique's craving for richness. They'll divide the meat for you, Li Ping said, noticing the children's eager expressions. She retrieved a knife and split the meat into 2 portions, placing the smaller piece in Chen Fei's bowl and the larger one in Chen Dao's. Time to eat. Chen Fei, still young and innocent, harbored no thoughts of unfairness regarding her mother's distribution. She eagerly picked up the meat with her chopsticks and began to chew, joy illuminating her small face. For a child who had gone half a year without meat, even this boiled morsel, lightly seasoned with salt, was a rare delicacy. Chen Fei savored every bite, reluctant to swallow, her little mouth making delightful sounds as she relished the taste. Chen Dao, observing the meat in his bowl, urged Li Ping, Mother, you should have some too. He understood well that meat was also a precious commodity for her, yet Li Ping had chosen to allocate all of it to her children, wanting them to enjoy a better meal. No, it's all right, Li Ping replied, shaking her head. You too eat. I can manage with just rice. You are at the age of growth and need the nourishment. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao glanced at the meager portion of rice in Li Ping's bowl, his expression turning complex. In the eyes of the people from his former life in Huagua, rice typically referred to steamed rice, but in this household, it was a mushy mass that, if Chen Dao's guess was correct, it was likely a mixture of bran flour made from the husks of rice and wheat barely filling but lacking in nutritional value. Yet, even this meager fare was the staple of impoverished families in this era. Many could not even afford bran flour and resorted to eating the husks directly. The thin paste in Li Ping's bowl was scant, nearly transparent against the bottom, while Chen Dao and Chen Fei's bowls, though containing the same boiled mixture, were much thicker, Clearly, Li Ping consumed little herself, unwilling to let her children go hungry, and selflessly distributed the majority of the meager provisions to them. Chen Dao let out a gentle sigh. Disregarding whether Li Ping would approve or not, he took the knife from the kitchen and sliced the meat in his bowl in half, placing one portion into Li Ping's bowl. "Mother, please eat. A half is sufficient for me." Chen Dao resumed his seat and began to savor the meat chunks along with the porridge. Li Ping gazed at the meat in her bowl, her heart swelling with gratitude. After all, Daoer had grown to be quite considerate. 3 days passed, and, at last, Chen Dao's health was fully restored. However, despite his physical recovery, he remained at a loss regarding how to amass wealth and improve his family's living conditions. Even a time traveler finds it challenging to create a feast without ingredients. As he lay in bed, Chen Dao sighed softly. He had once entertained the idea of following in the footsteps of other time travelers by producing glass or soap to attain prosperity, but he soon relinquished that thought. Setting aside whether he possessed the skills to create such items, there was the stark reality that no one in the village could afford them. The villagers struggled to put food on the table. Could one truly expect them to purchase glass or soap? As for going to the county town, that is utterly absurd. In this year of calamity, many desperate citizens have transformed into road bandits and marauders, specifically targeting travelers on the official paths heading towards the county. To venture forth alone may very well mean not even reaching the county town, but instead meeting one's demise at the hands of these outlaws and brigands. I find myself a disgrace among time travelers, a dignified traveler unable to even satiate my hunger. After lying idle for too long, Chen Dao inevitably felt a restless urge to stir. He threw off the covers and was instantly seized by shivers. It is unbearably cold. With immense determination, Chen Dao rose from his bed and opened the door against the biting cold wind. The brisk air struck him, instantly awakening his senses. As he looked out, he beheld a quaint little courtyard. Chen Dao sat on the threshold, his gaze vacant as he pondered over schemes for wealth. Just then, a chicken scuttled past him, clucking merrily. As Chen Dao focused intently, words suddenly materialized before his eyes. Gray-feathered chickens, characterized by their prolonged growth period and infrequent egg-laying. Advancement Route 1 for gray-feathered chickens. When a female gray-feathered chicken mates with a male crimson-hearted chicken, there is a 50% chance of hatching a red-feathered chicken. Red-feathered chickens are notable for their prolific egg production and relatively extended growth period. Advancement Route 2 for gray-feathered chickens. By consuming chicken heartgrass daily for 3 consecutive days, there is an 80% probability of evolving into a white-feathered chicken. White-feathered chickens are distinguished by their short growth period and substantial meat yield. What is this? Has my transcendent ability been activated? Chen Dao was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. He had been pondering how to amass wealth, and suddenly, a golden opportunity presented itself. However, this golden opportunity seemed rather unimpressive. Chen Dao could not help but lament how the abilities of other time travelers were so grandiose, yet his own were so grounded. "Daoer, what are you doing? Why have you opened the door?" At that moment, Li Ping approached from behind Chen Dao, accompanied by Chen Fei, and remarked, "You have just recovered. You must not expose yourself to the cold wind." "Brother." Chen Fei hastily approached Chen Dao and urged, "Please close the door quickly. It is exceedingly cold." The house of Chen Dao was already poorly insulated against the wind, and now, with the door wide open, the interior grew even chillier. It was precisely due to this sudden drop in temperature that Li Ping and Chen Fei found themselves at the threshold. There is no need for haste. Chen Dao held Chen Fei in his arms and turned to Li Ping, saying, "Mother, are you familiar with the crimson heart chicken and the chicken heart herb?" In a fleeting moment, Chen Dao had come to a realization. Although his unique ability was rather down to earth, possessing it was certainly better than lacking it. Regardless of the circumstances, he must find a way to utilize this golden opportunity. Crimson heart chicken? Chicken heart herb? Li Ping furrowed her brow and pondered before responding. "I have not heard of them." Upon hearing this, Chen Dao felt a twinge of disappointment. He could perceive the advancement path for chickens through his ability, yet he lacked the means to facilitate their progression directly. If he could not locate the crimson heart chicken and the chicken heart herb along that path, it seemed unlikely that he could enable the gray feather chicken to advance. "Why do you ask about this, Daoer?" "Oh, it's nothing." Chen Dao shook his head, uncertain of how to elucidate the existence of the golden finger to Li Ping. "I have heard of the chicken heartgrass." At that moment, Chen Fei, who was embraced by Chen Dao, interjected, "You have heard of it." Chen Dao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, "Xiao Fei, where did you hear that?" Chen Fei furrowed her slender brows, pondering for quite some time before stating, I believe I heard something about that while playing at Chen Tian's house. Chen Taidan. Chen Dao was well aware of who Chen Taidan was. He was none other than the son of Hunter Chen Dao, and also one of Chen Fei's companions. Mother, I am going to visit Uncle Chen, he said, and without waiting for Li Ping's response, he rose and strode toward the door. Be careful, Dower. It's quite cold outside. Come back early. Li Ping offered this reminder without any intent to prevent him from leaving. Chapter 3. Changes stepping outside. Braving the biting wind along the desolate village path, Chen Dao felt an unmistakable chill in the air. Although there was no snowfall, the frigid weather compelled most villagers to remain indoors, venturing out only for essential matters. It was indeed an unusually eerie climate. As Chen Dao walked, he furrowed his brow. It was August, and from the memories of his previous self, he recalled that August in Qingzhou was typically not this frigid. On the contrary, it was usually quite warm. However, in recent years, the weather had become exceedingly strange, often plunging into winter as early as July, with biting cold winds. The prolonged harshness of winter over several years had led to poor harvests throughout the Qingzhou region, compounded by the oppressive taxation imposed by the authorities, resulting in the dire plight of the people. The cause of such unusual weather remained a mystery. Chen Dao shook his head. The distance to Chen's residence was not far. Within a mere 2 minutes, I arrived at the threshold of his home. Chen's family could be considered among the most fortunate in the village. Their residence not only boasts a larger area, but is also exquisitely constructed, far superior to the dilapidated wooden house of Chen Dao. Standing before the entrance of Chen's home, Chen Dao knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a youthful voice from within. Chen Dao responded, I am Chen Dao, here to see Uncle Chen. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a youthful visage, none other than Chen Dao's 11-year-old son, Chen Taidan. Upon seeing Chen Dao, Taidan greeted him with a smile. Hello, brother Chen Dao. Hello, Taidan. Chen Dao nodded in response and then inquired, is Uncle Chen at home? Yes, he is. Brother Chen Dao, please follow me. Chen Taidan led Chen Dao way across the front yard and into the house. Upon seeing Chen Dao enter, Chen Da, who was seated inside, immediately smiled and said, Xiao Dao, what brings you to visit your Uncle Chen today? Are you feeling better? Much improved, replied Chen Dao Wei. Chen Dao responded, Uncle Chen, I have a question I would like to ask you. What question? Have you ever heard of the plant known as chicken heart grass? Chicken heart grass? Chen paused for a moment and exclaimed, Of course, I have heard of it. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Uncle Chen, where can I obtain chicken heart grass? I have some here. Chen stood up and approached the nearby cabinet, retrieving a plant that resembled a wild herb. He remarked, This is the chicken heart herb, known for its hemostatic properties. We often utilize this during our hunting expeditions to staunch bleeding. Chen Dao gazed at the chicken heart grass in Chen Dao's hand, noticing that it bore a striking resemblance to the wild grasses of his former world, with the sole distinction being a slight variation in the shape of the leaves. Uncle Chen, is this chicken heart grass expensive? Chen Dao inquired cautiously. For although the chicken heart grass could facilitate the advancement of the gray-feathered chicken, he was acutely aware that if it were prohibitively priced, it would be beyond his means. This item holds little monetary value. Chen Da directly placed the chicken heart grass into Chen Dao's hands, inquiring with concern, This herb is abundant on the Kangmang mountain. My dear Dao, what do you need it for? Is someone at home injured? No one is injured. Chen Dao inquired, I desire this item to be useful. Uncle Chen, do you still have some at home? If so, could you possibly give me a few more plants? Naturally, there are indeed some available. Chen Da, without further contemplation, directly seized several stalks of the chicken heart grass from the cabinet and thrust them into Chen Dao's hands. Upon receiving the chicken heart grass, Chen Dao felt a wave of gratitude. Despite Chen Dao's flippant dismissal of its worth, he understood that this herb undoubtedly possessed some value. The chicken heart grass, known for its hemostatic properties, is indeed a type of medicinal herb. While it may hold little monetary value in the hands of a hunter like Chen Da, who frequently ventures into the mountains, it is not without significance for others. After all, the vast Kangmang mountain, often referred to simply as a mountain, is a sprawling range that extends for thousands of miles, fraught with innumerable dangers. Few dare to tread upon its slopes, let alone descend with chicken heart grass in hand. Thank you, Uncle Chen, Chen Dao expressed sincerely. A mere token of appreciation, Chen Da replied dismissively. Chen Da waved his hand and said, It's merely a few stalks of chicken heart grass. If you still desire some, I can certainly bring you more on my next trip into the mountains. No need for that. For now, these will suffice. Chen Dao, not one to be greedy, intended to depart with the chicken heart grass in hand. At that moment, however, Chen Dao spoke up. Xiao Dao, since you are here, why not stay and share a meal with your uncle before you leave? No, uncle. I have matters to attend to. Chen Dao hastily declined, for in these trying times, no family finds it easy. How could he bring himself to take food and resources from the Chen household? Soon after, Chen Dao departed from the residence of Chen Da. After his departure, Chen Dao's wife, Heetsuelian, approached him and inquired, "Did Xiao Dao come by just now?" "Indeed," Chen Da replied. "Why did you not invite him to stay for dinner?" Heetsuelian shot a disapproving glance at her husband. In the days when Chen Dao's father, Chen Ping, was still alive, the two families maintained a close and amicable relationship, and Heetsuelian held great affection for both Chen Dao and Chen Fei. Yet, Chen Dao was most reluctant to accept. Chen Da shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that the child was far too sensible, unwilling to take advantage of their kindness. Alas, Heetsuelian sighed softly, remarking that in these times, no one has it easy. Even in Chen Dao's household, although they were not on the brink of starvation, relying solely on Chen Dao's hunting skills barely sustained them. As for enjoying good food, that was simply out of the question. This was still under the premise that Chen Da possessed a talent for hunting. Otherwise, with only the meager yield from their fields, they might have long since faced dire hunger. Upon returning home, Mother Li Ping and Chen Fei had already settled back onto their beds to rest. Chen Dao gazed at the chicken heart herb in his hand, his heart ablaze with fervor. If this herb could indeed elevate the status of the gray-feathered chickens at home, it might truly transform the circumstances of his household. He fervently hoped for success. Chen Dao arrived at the front yard, extending a sprig of purslane towards the sole gray-feathered hen in his household. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen appeared to be exceedingly fond of the purslane, hastening toward Chen Dao with eager steps, her sharp beak pecking at the verdant offering. A promising sign. Chen Dao's eyes sparkled as he tossed the chicken heart grass onto the ground, allowing the gray-feathered hen to peck at it. In no time, the hen devoured the entire plant. After consuming the chicken heart grass, the gray hen appeared unsatisfied, gazing intently at Chen Dao as if to say, "More, please." Chen Dao naturally refrained from feeding it any longer, instead sitting on the threshold, observing the transformations of the gray-feathered hen. Noticing that Chen Dao had ceased to offer the chicken heart grass, the hen, after gazing at him for a while, lost interest and began to wander around the yard, occasionally pecking at the ground in search of hidden insects to satiate its hunger. Gurgling sounds emerged from Chen Dao's stomach as he continued to watch the hen. Unaware of its changes, feeling the pangs of hunger in his abdomen, he couldn't help but smile wryly. At merely 15 years of age, his body was at the prime of its appetite and digestion. However, his meals consisted solely of coarse flour and similar fare, devoid of any richness, leaving him perpetually famished. He could only hope that the gray-feathered hen would succeed in its advancement. Chen Dao let out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed intently on the gray-feathered chicken, yearning to witness even the slightest change. Yet, in the end, disappointment enveloped him. Having watched from noon until nightfall, he saw no transformation in the gray-feathered creature. "Xiao Dao, it's time for dinner." The voice of Li Ping echoed from within the house. Chen Dao rose from the threshold and made his way into the kitchen. The dining table was already set, the staple being coarse flour, with the solitary dish consisting of a single egg. Chen Fei sat at the edge of the dining table, gazing longingly at the delectable egg before her. However, she remained poised and refrained from reaching for it. She was acutely aware that the eggs produced by their family hen were meant for her brother's nourishment, and thus, she could not partake. "Xiao Dao, this egg is meant for you," Li Ping remarked as she placed the egg into Chen Dao's bowl, signaling him to consume it. Chen Dao hesitated for a moment before placing the egg into Chen Fei's bowl, smiling as he said, "Little Fei, please enjoy it. Your brother does not particularly fancy eggs." Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. Being still quite young, she did not ponder the implications deeply and eagerly reached for the egg to peel its shell. However, Li Ping swiftly struck Chen Fei's hand, admonishing, "The egg is meant to nourish your brother. You must not partake, little Fei." Stung by the reprimand, Chen Fei felt a tinge of grievance. Chen Dao said, "It's all right, mother, let Xiao Fei have it. I can manage with my meal." "No." Li Ping shook her head vehemently, not out of a preference for sons over daughters, but because there was only one egg in the household, and naturally, it must be reserved for the family's labor force. Chen Dao is the only male in the family and one of the laborers. It is essential to provide him with eggs to restore his health. That shall suffice. Chen Dao cracked the egg, dividing it into two halves, one half placed in Chen Fei's bowl and the other in his own. We shall share equally, with you and I each taking a half. Thank you, brother. Chen Fei's small eyes sparkled as she eagerly seized an egg to consume. Li Ping, on the other hand, gazed at the two children with a heavy heart. As a mother, she naturally wished to provide the very best for her offspring. However, the harsh realities of life rendered this aspiration nearly impossible. Raising the two children had already exhausted all her strength, leaving her unable to afford them a better existence. If only the breadwinner were still alive. Li Ping sighed inwardly, contemplating that had the head of the family lived on, their circumstances might have been more favorable, and the children would not have to split a single egg between them. The following day, Chen Dao awoke early and promptly rushed to the front yard to assess the condition of the gray-feathered chickens. There was a change. Chen Dao meticulously observed the gray-feathered hen, and his eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. He noticed that the hen's originally dull gray plumage had begun to exhibit hints of white. This transformation instantly brought a joyous expression to Chen Dao's face. Any change is indeed a positive sign. The alteration indicates that his golden finger is genuine and that the chicken heart grass can truly facilitate the gray-feathered hen's evolution into a white-feathered one. Although Chen Dao was unfamiliar with the appearance of a white-feathered chicken, the mere fact that it grows meat quickly was enough to send him into a state of ecstatic delight. Chapter 4. The possibility of advancement if it truly can evolve into a white-feathered chicken. Chen Dao's gaze burned with fervor as he recalled the clear advantages of the white-feathered chicken, as previously elucidated by the golden pointer: rapid growth and a short maturation period. In essence, given the same rearing time, the white-feathered chicken could yield a greater quantity of meat than its gray-feathered counterpart. It is worth noting that in this day and age, meat is far more precious than grain. If he could master a reliable method to transform gray-feathered chickens into white-feathered ones, might he not find himself on the path to prosperity through the sale of chicken meat? With this thought in mind, Chen Dao hurried back indoors, retrieved a sprig of chicken heart herb, and tossed it onto the ground for the gray-feathered hens to peck at. After witnessing the hens consume the chicken heart herb, he entered the kitchen to join Li Ping and Chen Fei for breakfast. Breakfast remained unchanged, consisting solely of a monotonous porridge devoid of even an egg. Chen Dao, with great difficulty, managed to finish a bowl of porridge and then turned to his mother, Li Ping, inquiring, "Mother, how much money do we have left?" Li Ping paused momentarily, then, without hesitation, replied to Chen Dao, "We still have 183 won." Chen Dao fell into silence. He was aware of his family's financial struggles, yet he had not comprehended the extent of their poverty until now. He vaguely recalled that the current price of rice in the county was 15 won per jin. With a shur of rice costing 1,500 won, a shur equates to 100 jin, which amounts to 5 taels of silver. In contrast, his family's total assets amounted to a mere 183 won, which could scarcely procure 12 jin of rice. Chen Dao finally grasped the reason why his family could only subsist on bran powder. With a meager sum of 183 won, it was evident that if they were to consume rice, the three of them would scarcely manage to endure even 3 days. This realization intensified Chen Dao's desire to raise chickens. Given the current cold weather, the land was unfit for cultivation. Without contemplating alternative measures, their household would soon face a dire shortage of food. "Mother, could you possibly entrust me with the family's money?" Chen Dao tentatively inquired. Li Ping regarded him steadily for a moment before asking, "What do you need the money for?" "I intend to engage in some business ventures," he replied. Chen Dao replied, "Mother, you are well aware that our food supplies are nearly depleted. Without alternative sources, we will soon find ourselves in dire straits. Only by earning more money can we hope to survive." Li Ping furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with concern. She was fully cognizant of the dwindling provisions, yet she could not conceive of any means to alter their predicament. Now, Chen Dao spoke of venturing into business. Although Li Ping was utterly unacquainted with the world of commerce, she was willing to place her trust in her son. Rising from her seat, she retrieved a package from beneath her bed and counted out all the copper coins it contained. Turning to Chen Dao, she said, "Little Dao, I am uncertain of your intentions, but I trust that this money will be of use to you. Here lies all that we possess. I entrust it to you." Chen Dao solemnly accepted the total of 183 copper coins, feeling deeply moved. Li Ping, an ordinary rural woman with little education, bestowed upon him a profound trust that touched his heart immensely. "Mother, rest assured, I shall not squander this money." Chen Dao carefully tucked away 183 copper coins, feeling a weighty burden in his heart. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had slipped by. This morning, before Chen Dao had even awakened. He was roused by Li Ping's startled exclamation outside his door. Upon hearing her cry, Chen Dao sprang from his bed and rushed outside, only to find Li Ping standing in the front yard, clutching a handful of chaff, gazing in bewilderment at the gray-feathered hen that seemed lost in thought. No. At this moment, the gray-feathered hen could no longer be deemed as such. It should be referred to as a white-feathered hen. The once gray-feathered fowl had transformed into a creature of pure white. Not only had its plumage turned snowy, but its size had significantly increased as well. The original gray hen was quite diminutive, weighing approximately 3 pounds at best. However, the white hen before him now appeared considerably larger. Chen Dao estimated that this white bird weighed at least 6 pounds. It was a success. Chen Dao was overwhelmed with joy. After 3 consecutive days of feeding with chicken heart grass, the gray-feathered hen had finally ascended to a white-feathered one, and its size and weight had doubled. Xiao Dao, come quickly and take a look. Noticing Chen Dao's arrival, Li Ping waved her hand, her face filled with apprehension. Is this chicken really ours? Li Ping's astonishment was entirely warranted. The transformation of the chicken was remarkable. As the caretaker of the family's gray-feathered hen, she was intimately familiar with the previous bird. The white-feathered hen before her bore no resemblance to the gray-feathered one she knew so well. Li Ping even entertained the notion that perhaps a neighbor's chicken had wandered into their home. However, the front gate had been securely closed, and the fence was quite high, making it improbable for another chicken to enter. Furthermore, if this chicken was not theirs, then where had their own chicken gone? Do not worry, mother. This chicken is indeed ours. With a smile playing upon his lips, Chen Dao, the pioneer of the ascension of the gray-feathered hen, was acutely aware that this hen was indeed the one from his own household. It had merely transformed into its current form after consuming the chicken heart herb, thus achieving its remarkable metamorphosis. Ah! Exclaimed Chen Fei, who had rushed to the front yard, her surprise evident as she dashed towards the white-feathered chicken, exclaiming, "What a large chicken!" Li Ping, however, paid no heed to Chen Fei's exclamation and instead fixed her gaze upon Chen Dao, inquiring, "Xiao Dao, did you do this?" "Yes," he replied. Chen Dao nodded without hesitation. "Mother, rest assured, I have employed a unique method to transform our hen into this remarkable state. This is indeed our family's hen." Upon hearing this, Li Ping felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her mind began to race. "Xiao Dao, were you seeking money from me previously for the purpose of this endeavor?" Li Ping inquired. "Indeed," he replied. Chen Dao nodded, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. "I intend to acquire more gray-feathered chickens to cultivate an abundance of white-feathered ones. Just 3 stalks of chicken heart grass have doubled the weight of a 3-pound gray-feathered chicken. If I can procure more gray-feathered chickens and feed them with chicken heart grass, achieving wealth will be but a matter of moments." "Xiao Dao, you must never speak of this." Li Ping, however, expressed her concerns. Despite her lack of formal education, she understood the adage that a man without guilt can suffer for possessing wealth. Her son had discovered the secret to enlarging chickens. Should this knowledge fall into the wrong hands, their family could be in peril. "Rest assured, mother, I will keep this matter strictly confidential," Chen Dao hastily assured her. He was acutely aware of the significance of his discovery and would never divulge it to others until he was capable of self-protection. Understanding the gravity of the situation is paramount, Li Ping nodded. "I shall go prepare your meal. Please tend to the chickens." As she returned to the house, Chen Dao turned his attention to the successfully evolved white-feathered chickens, words materializing before his eyes. White-feathered chicken, characteristics, short growth period, high meat yield. Evolution Path 1. Mating a female white-feathered chicken with a male black-footed chicken has a 60% chance of hatching a jade-feathered chicken. Jade-feathered chicken. Characteristics. Short growth period. Formidable combat strength. Evolution Path 2. Mashing chicken heart grass and sapanwood flowers into juice and feeding it continuously for 3 days has a 90% chance of evolving the white-feathered chicken into a yellow-feathered chicken. Yellow-feathered chicken. Characteristics. Short growth period, high meat yield, and short egg-laying cycle. Can the white-feathered chicken still evolve? A glimmer of joy surfaced on Chen Dao's face. Previously, he had regarded his special ability as somewhat mediocre, but now he harbored a different sentiment. If his unique talent could continually offer pathways for advancement, did it not imply that he could perpetually elevate the chicken, perhaps even to a level comparable to that of a warrior? From the memories of his former self, Chen Dao learned that this world is inhabited by martial artists, renowned for their unparalleled courage that can withstand the might of 1,000 men. In addition to these warriors, the realm is also home to fearsome beasts, said to dwell within the vast, perilous mountains that stretch for thousands of miles. Even the most formidable martial artists dare not venture too deeply into these treacherous territories. Given the existence of such beasts, could it not be reasonable to cultivate a fowl that rivals them in prowess? After all, one of the two advancement paths for the white feather chicken leads to the jade feather chicken, which is noted for its formidable combat abilities. Might it be possible that the jade feather chicken is akin to a martial artist, a warrior among chickens? Chen Dao could not help but fall into deep contemplation, only to furrow his brow shortly thereafter. Although he was already aware of the advancement path for the white feather chicken, he had no inkling about the black-footed chicken required for the progression. It seemed that elevating the white-feathered chicken would not be an easy endeavor. He decided to cast such thoughts aside. Chen Dao shook his head. At present, his most pressing concern was to alter the impoverished circumstances of his household. As for the advancement of the white-feathered chicken, that was a matter for the future. Xiaofei, it is time to dine. Chen Dao, having pulled Chen Fei, who was playing with Bai Ji, returned indoors for a breakfast. Afterward, he stepped out of the house, heading straight to the Chen family residence. Little Dao, what brings you here? Inquired the Chen family, who were in the midst of their meal upon seeing Chen Dao's arrival. Since you are here, why not join us for breakfast? Chen Dao glanced at the meal prepared for the Chen family, feeling a pang of envy. The living conditions of the Chen household were undoubtedly far superior to his own. The dining table was adorned not only with a modest portion of meat, but also with an assortment of wild vegetables, truly befitting one of the most prosperous families in Qinjia village. Uncle, I have already eaten. Chen Dao politely declined Chen Dao's invitation and directly inquired, Uncle, do you have any plans to visit the county town recently? Chen Dao is a hunter, and due to the frequent necessity of selling the furs of his catch, he occasionally journeys to the county town. On this occasion, Chen Dao intends to accompany Chen Da to the county town. There is no alternative. Venturing alone to the county town is exceedingly perilous, and only in the company of Chen Da and others can safety be assured. The county town? Chen Dai was taken aback and said, I intended to visit the county town today. Are you also going? Chen Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly replied, Uncle, I shall accompany you. No problem, came the response. Chen Da readily agreed, saying, prepare yourself for our departure shortly. All right, Uncle. Chapter 5. Entering the city upon returning home. Chen Dao immediately set to work. He first captured the white-feathered chicken, binding its legs together with a piece of rope. Next, he placed the chicken into a bamboo-woven coop and subsequently gathered all his copper coins, making his way to the village entrance to meet with Chen Da and the others. At the entrance of Qinjia village, Chen Da, Chen Si, and Chen Jiang each carried a bow and arrows, standing beside the village's only donkey cart. Surrounding them were numerous villagers. Whenever Chen Da ventured to the county town, it was a significant event for the villagers, who would entrust him with the task of procuring various essential supplies, excluding grain, such as salt, and other necessities of life. An elderly man solemnly placed a string of copper coins into Chen Da's hand and said, My family requires half a pound of salt and 50 pounds of sorghum flour. You must ensure to bring them back for me. General Chen received the copper coins, nodding earnestly as he assured, Rest assured, I shall procure the items for you. Chen Da, my family also requires some purchases. We need 50 pounds of sorghum flour. Chen Da, my family needs 20 pounds of sorghum flour. The villagers lined up, each handing their meticulously counted copper coins to Chen Da. Meanwhile, the village head, Chen He, presented a pre-written list of supplies to Chen Da, stating, Chen Da, I have already entrusted Li Zheng with calculating the total amount of goods the villagers require. You need only follow this list when you make the purchases. Li Zheng, one of the few outsiders in Qinjia village, is the only literate scholar in the village. Having fled due to conflict in previous years, he settled in Qinjia village and became the village's teacher. Each time Chen Da visited the county town, the village head would ask Li Zheng to assist in calculating the supplies the villagers needed in advance. I understand, village head. General Chen received the note detailing the quantity of supplies and tucked it away in the inner pocket of his clothing. He then assured the villagers with a resonant voice, Rest assured, I shall certainly procure the items for you. With this promise from General Chen, the villagers departed one by one. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen turned to the waiting Chen Dao at his side and smiled, Little Dao, have you arrived? Come, let us board the vehicle. Chen Si and Chen Jiang also nodded in acknowledgement to Chen Dao. Subsequently, the group boarded the donkey cart, with Chen Si taking the reins. The cart commenced its slow journey toward the county town. Before long, they had exited the village and were traveling along the official road. Chen Jiang gazed at the refugees occasionally emerging along the official road, sighing, life is becoming increasingly arduous. Having frequently accompanied Chen Dao to the county town, Chen Jiang was acutely aware that in previous years, the official road seldom bore witness to the presence of refugees. The current sight of so many displaced individuals signifies that countless citizens can no longer sustain themselves, forced into a life of wandering. This weather is utterly bizarre. Chen Si, the driver, could not help but curse. The heavens are truly intent on making life unbearable for us common folk. Although Qingzhou is not particularly affluent, the harvest could typically yield 2 crops a year. In years of tranquility, the populace could still manage to fill their bellies. Yet, in recent years, the drastic changes in weather have left many families unable to even cook a meal. Not only are the yields from their fields insufficient for sustenance, but they also face the burden of heavy taxes imposed by the authorities. Consequently, numerous citizens find themselves compelled to become refugees, merely seeking a glimmer of hope in the county town. Chen Dao gazed intently at the destitute wanderers shuffling along the official road, their movements reminiscent of the living dead. This was the first time he had so vividly perceived the brutal reality of ancient society. These refugees appeared emaciated, their bodies gaunt and akin to withered husks. With sunken cheeks and hollow eye sockets, their expressions devoid of vitality, resembling zombies traversing the path. Only upon catching sight of Chen Dao and his companion's donkey cart did a flicker of life momentarily illuminate their eyes, revealing a glimmer of yearning, as if hoping that the travelers would bestow upon them a morsel of sustenance. Alas, Chen let out a sigh, suppressing the urge to gaze upon the refugees, and said, "Let us go. Do not look at them." Chen Dao, though filled with sympathy for these refugees, understood that he could not afford to offer them food. Should they swarm him, he and his companions might find themselves in grave danger. Thus, he urged Chen Si to hasten their departure. The donkey cart swiftly maneuvered past the throng of refugees, but soon, a myriad of new faces emerged in their line of sight. The interminable official road teeming with the silhouettes of the destitute. This scene stirred a profound melancholy within Chen Dao. He witnessed a mother, clutching her child, collapse onto the ground, and the eyes of the other refugees gleamed with avarice. Living on Earth. This was Chen Dao's first direct encounter with the brutal realities of human nature. When one is driven to the extremes of hunger, even kin can become a meal. The accounts of cannibalism chronicled in history books now vividly manifested before Chen Dao, striking his heart with an overwhelming force. Chen Dao yearned to assist the fallen mother. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. In times of adversity, one tends to focus solely on personal integrity. When fortune smiles upon one, the ambition to benefit the world arises. Presently, Chen Dao is unable to care for his own modest household, let alone extend a hand to others. Xiao Dao, do your utmost to avert your gaze from that scene. Chen gently patted Chen Dao on the shoulder. Although his heart was heavy, he shifted the conversation and asked, "By the way, what are your plans for going to the county town?" Chen Dao forcibly diverted his gaze from the mother and child, responding, "I intend to sell the hen from my home." Upon hearing this, Chen Dao directed his attention towards the chicken coop beside Chen Dao, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this hen from your household?" Familiar with the items within Chen Dao's home due to his frequent visits, Chen Dao recognized the gray-feathered hen that had been kept by Li Ping to provide nourishment for her 2 children. However, the hen in the coop bore no resemblance to the gray-feathered hen he had encountered before. The gray-feathered hen that Chen Dao had once encountered was drab and diminutive. However, the hen before him now boasted feathers of purest white and an impressive stature, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the previously encountered gray hen. One could say there was not even a shred of connection. Indeed, Chen Dao nodded and remarked, "I am equally perplexed as to how this chicken has transformed into such a remarkable creature. Not only has its plumage become significantly more resplendent, but it has also grown considerably in size. This chicken is truly extraordinary." Chen Jiang gazed in astonishment at the large white-feathered chicken, remarking, "It is quite rare to encounter a fowl of such substantial size. In this world, most chickens raised are of the gray-feathered variety, which are not only diminutive in stature but also yield scant meat. A chicken of this impressive size is indeed a rarity. Surely, this bird could command a handsome price." Chen chuckled and remarked, "White chickens are quite rare. They may perhaps possess some bloodline of mystical beasts. The nobleman in the city would surely have a fondness for such fowl. Let us hope that is the case." Chen Dao replied with a smile, believing that this chicken could fetch a handsome price, thereby enabling him to acquire more gray-feathered chickens for his advancement. The village of Qinjia is situated a considerable distance of 15 kilometers from the county town. Due to the assistance of a donkey cart, Chen Dao and his companions were able to traverse the road with relative speed, reaching the towering walls of the county town in less than an hour. As they approached the town, Chen Da and his companions let out a sigh of relief. Throughout their journey, they had remained in a state of acute tension, constantly wary of the destitute wandering the roads and the bandits that could emerge from the shadows of the roadside. Fortunately, they encountered no unforeseen incidents and arrived safely at the county town. However, the number of destitute individuals had increased significantly. Seated in the donkey cart, Chen Dao observed the throngs of refugees outside the city walls. These individuals, clad in tattered garments, yearned to enter the town but were met with the harsh rebuff of the guards, who were evidently unwilling to admit them. Consequently, many were left to construct makeshift shelters outside the city, settling there in a dismal existence. Additionally, Chen Dao witnessed numerous corpses lying in the vicinity, the remains of those who had succumbed to starvation just beyond the town's gates, their bodies left unattended to decay in the open. It is likely that some of these unfortunate souls had even been consumed by other desperate refugees. Enough of this, let us enter the city. Chen gently patted Chen Dao's shoulder. After the donkey cart successfully passed through the scrutiny of the city guards, it entered the county town. A starkly contrasting scene unfolded before Chen Dao's eyes. If the area outside the county town resembled a hellish landscape, then the interior could be described as a serene haven of tranquility. The cobblestone streets bustled with pedestrians, while the shopkeepers vociferously beckoned customers from their stalls on either side. Numerous street vendors peddled delectable treats, and the occasional waft of enticing aromas made Chen Dao acutely aware of his hunger. What do you think? Isn't the county town vibrant? Chen Si inquired with a cheerful smile beside him. Indeed, it was thriving. Chen Dao nodded. Naturally, the county town could not compare to the cities of his previous life. But in contrast to Qinjia village, it could certainly be deemed prosperous. Moreover, the residents here lived with far greater dignity than the villagers of Qinjia, not to mention the destitute wanderers outside the town. I must tell you, there are so many delightful experiences to be had in the county town. Chen Si proudly introduced Chen Dao. Not only are there brothels, but also tea houses for storytelling, along with numerous entertaining places. You should visit more often in the future. Chen Da interrupted Chen Si's lengthy discourse, urging, let us attend to the matter at hand. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Da turned to Chen Dao and remarked, we shall first sell the furs, and then procure supplies for the villagers. Xiao Dao, if you wish to sell the chickens, you may proceed to the eastern market and return to the city gate before the hour of Shun to join us, as we return to the village. Understood, uncle. Thus, the four parted ways, with Chen Da and his companions driving the donkey cart into the city to sell the furs. Chen Dao's, carrying a chicken cage, made his way eastward, inquiring with passers-by until he arrived at the eastern market of the county town. This appeared to be a place where live animals could be sold. Standing at the edge of the street, Chen Dao glanced at the vendors lining both sides and surmised that this was indeed a marketplace for chickens, as most of the stalls were occupied by merchants dealing in chickens, ducks, geese, and other live poultry. Chickens for sale. Gray-feathered roosters, 1 for 100 won. Ducks for sale. Red-clawed ducks, 1 for 150 won. Geese for sale. Slaughtered geese, 40 won per pound. Esteemed customers, come and take a look at these fine gray-feathered roosters. Chapter 6. The expensive grain prices amidst the cries of vendors echoing through the street. Chen Dao placed his chicken cage in a corner and settled down behind it, patiently awaiting the arrival of customers. Young brother. Chen Dao had scarcely taken his seat when the vendor beside him approached with a friendly demeanor, exclaiming, your chicken is quite exceptional. Where did it come from? Chen Dao turned to glance at the stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a broad face and dark skin, clearly a person accustomed to hard labor. It was a serendipitous encounter. Chen Dao would naturally not speak the truth. While responding to the middle-aged man, he discreetly surveyed the man's stall. This man happened to sell chickens as well, but in far greater numbers than Chen Dao. In front of the stall, there were 5 chicken cages, each housing 3 gray-feathered chickens, totaling 15. Young brother, you are indeed fortunate, the man exclaimed, giving Chen Dao a thumbs up, his eyes glimmering with envy. It was evident that Chen Dao's chickens were exceptionally appealing, not only boasting snow-white feathers, but also impressively large in size. One could easily surmise that their value far exceeded that of the gray-feathered chickens he sold. Fortunately, Chen Dao smiled shyly and asked, what is your name, my friend? You can call me Wu Han. And you, young brother? I am Chen Dao. Greetings, young Chen. Wu Han, seemingly quite loquacious, took a seat beside Chen Dao and began to converse. Where do you hail from, young brother? I come from Qinjia village, just outside the city. Are you a city dweller? Indeed. As he spoke of his identity as a city resident, Wuhan's face radiated with pride, yet he lamented. Everything is splendid in the city, save for the exorbitant prices of grain. In years of bountiful harvests, it was manageable, but now it has become quite arduous. A pound of rice is selling for 15 coins. Those grain merchants truly lack compassion. Chen Dao fell silent. It was evident from Wuhan's words that, although he faced hardships, he could still afford to eat rice, while Chen Dao's family had to subsist on rice bran. Life in the county, though challenging, was ultimately far superior to that in Chen's village. Young brother Chen, how fares your village? Is there still enough grain to sustain you? Wuhan inquired once more. Chen Dao shook his head. In prosperous years, the grain of Qinjia village would suffice, and many villagers would even sell their surplus grain for money. However, in the present circumstances, in the outskirts of Qinjiakan, the village finds itself in a precarious situation, with grain supplies proving insufficient compared to the county town. After all, the county town benefits from disaster relief grain dispatched by the authorities, whereas the village's reserves, once depleted, remain irrevocably lost. It is precisely for this reason that the villagers of Qinjiakan have entrusted Chen Dao with the task of procuring grain. It appears that life beyond the city walls is fraught with hardship. Wuhan sighed softly, his thoughts drifting to the multitude of refugees from the outskirts. If life were indeed better outside, there would not be such an influx of displaced individuals into the county town. As the two engaged in conversation, a woman paused before Chen Dao's chicken coop, her finger pointed inquisitively at the white-feathered chicken within. May I take a closer look at this chicken? She inquired. At her words, Chen Dao lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The woman standing before his stall possessed an impressive stature, approximately 1.75 meters tall. Her strikingly beautiful face bore an air of spirited determination, and she was clad in well-fitted attire that exuded an aura of professionalism. Of course, he replied. Chen Dao opened the chicken coop and carefully extracted the white-feathered chicken, its legs bound, presenting it to the woman for her inspection. Unfazed by the dirt, she seized the bird in her hands, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. I have never encountered a chicken with such exquisite plumage. Could it possibly possess the bloodline of a mythical beast? She mused, bewildered. Chen Dao shook his head, for he had no knowledge of whether the Bayou chicken possessed any trace of beastly bloodline. He was even unaware of the appearance of such mystical creatures. Nevertheless, the woman did not pursue the matter further and inquired directly, how much for this chicken? Chen Dao's mind raced as he observed the street vendors selling a 3-pound gray rooster for 101. His own white-feathered hen weighed at least 6 pounds and was far more visually appealing, not to mention it was a female with the potential to lay eggs. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao tentatively proposed a price of 500 yuan. No problem. The woman readily agreed, reaching into a cloth bag to count out the money for him. To his dismay, he felt he had undervalued himself. The woman's swift acceptance indicated her wealth. She was clearly a lady of means who wouldn't haggle over a mere 501 for a chicken. Had he known this, he would have quoted a price of 1 or 2 silver pieces. Chen Dao silently regretted his decision. The woman then pulled out a silver piece, inquiring, Can you make change for this? Chen Dao was momentarily taken aback. A single tael of silver was worth 1,000 copper coins, and he naturally could not provide such an amount. He turned to his companion, Wu Han, for assistance. Brother Wu, could you lend me a hand? Of course. Wu Han replied, ever eager to help. He promptly produced 10 strings of copper coins, each string containing 100 coins, handing 5 strings to the woman and keeping the remaining 5 for Chen Dao. He then weighed the tael of silver, ensuring it was indeed 2 before pocketing it. Thank you, Brother Wu. Chen Dao, with a sense of satisfaction, tucked 5 strings of copper coins into his pocket and promptly handed the white-feathered chicken to the woman. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly turned and said, If you have more chickens like this in the future, you may sell them to me. I reside at the Fuhu Boxing Academy, and my name is Li Ying. With that, she turned and walked away. Wu Han, watching her retreating figure, murmured to himself, This girl is clearly a martial artist. A martial artist? Chen Dao's gaze flickered. Warriors were an exceedingly rare presence in this world. According to the memories of his former self, each warrior held a position of great esteem. He never anticipated that during his visit to the county town, he would encounter a warrior. Indeed, Wu Han nodded and remarked, The girl's hands are thickly calloused. She is certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, She mentioned that one could find her at the Fuhu Boxing Gym, which is one of the largest martial arts academies in the town. Those who emerge from there, even if not warriors, are typically scions of affluent families. Chen Dao nodded thoughtfully. Mastering martial arts in this world is far from a simple endeavor. It demands not only a robust physique nourished by ample meat, but also a variety of precious medicinal herbs to cultivate one's vital energy. The common folk struggle to fill their bellies, let alone pursue martial arts. How wonderful it would be if I could become a warrior. In Chen Dao's heart, he mused that the status of warriors in this world is indeed exalted beyond measure. Even the county magistrate must show them a degree of respect. If one could become a warrior, transforming the impoverished circumstances of their family would be a matter of relative ease. However, Chen Dao was acutely aware that, given his family's condition, not only was becoming a warrior a distant dream, but even securing a full meal was a challenge. Thus, he suppressed his aspirations of becoming a warrior and turned to the man beside him, Wu Han, and inquired, "Brother Wu, how much for your gray-feathered rooster?" Wu Han paused in surprise and asked, "Young brother, are you interested in purchasing my chicken?" "Indeed," Chen Dao said, "I intend to purchase a few more." "Brother Wu, could you possibly offer a discount?" "That is certainly not an issue," Wu Han replied generously, "since we are quite familiar with one another. I can give you a better price. How does 80 won each sound?" 80 won each. Chen Dao quietly contemplated his finances. He originally possessed 183 won, and with the 500 won earned from selling the white-feathered chickens, his total amounted to 683 won. If each chicken were priced at 80 won, he could purchase a total of 8. However, Chen Dao did not intend to spend all his money. He also needed to acquire some grain and feed for the chickens. Previously, with only one chicken, it was feasible to let it forage for food. But now, as he planned to raise chickens on a larger scale, such a method would no longer suffice. After some consideration, Chen Dao inquired, "Is it possible for me to buy 5 at 80 won each?" "Certainly." Wu Han swiftly placed 5 gray-feathered roosters into Chen Dao's cage and then handed it over to him. Chen Dao accepted the cage, a hint of joy appearing on his face. If all 5 gray-feathered chickens could advance to white-feathered ones, they would be worth 3 taels of silver. 3 taels of silver. Chen Dao's heart burned with fervor, sensing that wealth was within his grasp. He swiftly handed 400 copper coins to Wu Han and inquired, "Brother Wu, may I ask if there are any shops nearby that sell grain?" "Indeed," Wu Han replied, clearly well acquainted with the area. He directed Chen Dao, "Proceed straight ahead, and once you exit this street, you will find a grain shop." "Understood. Thank you, Brother Wu." Chen Dao, lifting the chicken cage, stood up and bid farewell to Wu Han before heading straight to the grain store at the corner of the street. "Uncle Chen, what brings you here?" Upon entering the grain store, Chen Dao was somewhat surprised to see the figures of Chen Da and the others. Turning to Chen Dao, Chen Da couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course, we are here to purchase grain." After speaking, Chen Da glanced at the chicken cage in Chen Dao's hand and inquired with astonishment, "How come your chicken has changed again? The previous one has already been sold." Chen Dao explained, "This is the gray-feathered chicken I recently acquired." Chen Si, perplexed, remarked, "This rooster cannot lay eggs. Keeping it merely wastes grain. It is only fit to be slaughtered for meat. What purpose does it serve for you to purchase such a creature?" "Indeed," Chen Jiang also remarked, "Xiao Dao, surely you have not been deceived? In these times, purchasing chickens is hardly a wise investment. As we approach the festive season, every household is forced to stretch their finances, wishing to allocate every coin for necessities. For the villagers of Qinjia village, indulging in meat remains a luxury too extravagant to fathom. Furthermore, the Chen family is not affluent. Their grain supply is barely sufficient. After a few meals of chicken, what will they have left for the days to come?" "Rest assured, my brothers," Xiao Dao replied, "I am fully aware of my situation." Chen Dao did not intend to provide an explanation. Thus, he could only respond in this manner. Chen Da gazed thoughtfully at the 5 gray-feathered chickens within the coop. "First, let us procure some grain." Chen Da said little and gestured for several individuals to purchase grain first. Thus, Chen Dao began to observe within the granary. The interior of this establishment was quite spacious, with shelves arranged on the ground, each laden with a variety of grain products, their prices marked on wooden signs. Rice, 15 won per jean. Millet, 13 won per jean. White flour, 12 won per jean. Sorghum flour, 8 won per jean. Sorghum, 7 won per jean. Bran powder, 3 won per jean. Rice bran, 2 won per jean. The price of rice is indeed rather steep. Chen Dao let out a faint sigh. 15 won for a pound of rice is far beyond mere expense. In many county towns, the working populace earns merely 30 to 40 copper coins a day, which implies that an ordinary laborer can procure only a little over 2 pounds of rice for a day's toil. A grown man, without consuming any other sustenance, requires at least 2 to 3 pounds of grain daily. This stark reality indicates that an ordinary individual's daily earnings are insufficient even to satiate his own hunger, let alone provide for a family. Naturally, common folk do not indulge in the luxury of purchasing rice. They often opt for coarser fare such as sorghum flour. However, even sorghum flour commands a price of 8 won per pound, allowing for a maximum daily purchase of only 4 to 5 pounds. For a family of 3, this may just suffice, but should the household exceed this number, particularly with both young and elderly members, they would likely face starvation. With prices as they are, it is no wonder that families can only afford to consume bran and flour. Chen Dao tugged at the corner of his mouth, beginning to calculate in his mind. He currently possessed a total of 283 copper coins, which would allow him to purchase approximately 35 pounds of sorghum flour if he were to spend it all. However, Chen Dao did not intend to expend all his funds on sorghum flour. Instead, he planned to acquire around 20 pounds, reserving the remainder for sorghum and rice bran to feed his chickens. Ultimately, Chen Dao summoned the shop assistant and opted to buy 20 pounds of sorghum flour, 10 pounds of sorghum, and 20 pounds of rice bran, thereby nearly depleting his copper coins, leaving him with only 13. Could you kindly assist me in transferring this to the donkey cart outside? Certainly. The diligent shop assistant promptly helped Chen Dao move a total of 40 pounds of grain to the awaiting donkey cart outside. Meanwhile, Chen Dao and his companions were finalizing their negotiations with the grain shopkeeper concerning the total quantity of grain to purchase. With the shop assistants assisting in loading the grain onto the donkey cart, the price of grain is rising ever higher. Observing the bustling shop assistants transporting grain back and forth, Chen Si could not help but mutter under his breath, "These cursed grain merchants. Keep your voice down." Chen cast a sharp glance at Chen Si, for those engaged in the grain trade are invariably individuals of considerable influence, far beyond the reach of the humble villagers of Qinjia village. Soon, the donkey cart was laden with grain, and a worker addressed Chen Dao, saying, "Esteemed guest, all of your grain has been loaded onto the cart. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Dao expressed his gratitude and then addressed Chen Dao and the others, saying, "Let us return to the village." Once all 4 had boarded the donkey cart, Chen Si urged the donkey forward, steering the cart out of the city. Upon exiting the city gates, the donkey cart undeniably captured the attention of numerous refugees outside. It was evident that the cart was laden with grain. How wonderful it would be if I could receive a share of that bounty. Should we seize their grains? Are you out of your mind? Did you not notice they are armed with bows and arrows? The eyes of the refugees glimmered with greed, yearning to snatch away the provisions from the cart to alleviate their own hunger. Fortunately, some remnants of rationality lingered among them, as they recognized the weapons that Chen Dao and his companions bore, and thus refrained from rushing to plunder the grain. Consequently, amidst the avaricious gazes of the refugees, the donkey cart gradually distanced itself from the county town, eventually vanishing from their sight. Phew! It was only after the figures of the refugees disappeared that Chen Jiang exhaled deeply, having been in a state of tension throughout the encounter. Now, having escaped the perilous vicinity, he could finally relax. That was terrifying. I thought those refugees were going to charge at us. Chen Dao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For the gazes of the refugees outside the city were akin to those of ravenous beasts, seemingly ready to pounce. His nerves had been taut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the refugees ultimately recoiled in fear from the arrows wielded by Chen and his companions, refraining from committing acts of theft against the grain supplies. Steeling himself, he reminded himself that this was no time for relaxation. Chen Durui's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. The dangers beyond the city were not limited to the wandering refugees. There were also bandits and highwaymen who might emerge from the roadside at any moment. It was far too early to let their guard down. Hearing Chen Dao's warning, Chen Jiang promptly steeled himself, remaining vigilant as he joined Chen Dao in surveying the area. At the entrance of Chenjiakan, a multitude of villagers gathered, their faces alight with anticipation. It's so late. Could something have happened to Chen Dao and the others? An elderly villager expressed, his countenance etched with concern. The roads are perilous these days, fraught with danger at every turn. The fact that Chen Dao and his companions have yet to return raises the specter of misfortune. Old Chen, cease your nonsensical ramblings. retorted a robust woman, her voice sharp. How could anything possibly befall Chen Dao? Absolutely not. Chen Dao is an exceptional archer. Who would dare to confront him? With Chen Si and Chen Jiang by his side, calamity is inconceivable. Old Chen, kindly keep your mouth shut. The crowd glared at the elder in unison. Faced with their ire, old Chen hastily defended himself. I was merely expressing my concern for Chen Dao and the others. Just then, a jubilant voice broke through the tension. They are coming back. Chen Dao and the others have returned. As the villagers turned their gazes towards the road, they beheld a donkey cart slowly approaching, the sole cart of the village, piloted by Chen Dao and his companions. Wonderful! Chen Dao and the others are safely back, they exclaimed. The cart is laden. Chen Dao must have procured grain. Now I can rest easy. With grain secured, at least our households will not face hunger. The villagers joyfully advanced towards the donkey cart, as if welcoming returning heroes. Chen Dao leaped down from the donkey cart, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Villagers, I have returned with the grain. Well done, Chen Dao. The crowd cheered in unison. The village head, Chun He, approached Chen Dao, patting him on the shoulder. You have worked hard, Chen Dao. And to you as well, Chen Si, Chen Jiang, and Chen Dao. What hardship is there in this? Chen Dao waved his hand dismissively and said, Village chief, aside from the grain that Chen Dao purchased himself, all the remaining provisions are here. You may distribute them among the villagers according to the shares outlined by Mr. Li. I shall not interfere. The village chief then turned to the villagers and declared in a loud voice, Bring the donkey cart to my house. We shall distribute the grain at our leisure. With a spirit of unity, the villagers worked together to steer the donkey cart toward the village chief's home for the distribution of the grain. Chen Dao gazed at the 40 pounds of grain and the chicken coop he had placed on the ground and said to Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen, could you assist me in moving the grain? Chen Dao glanced at Chen Dao, instinctively aware that Chen Dao had something to discuss with him, and thus nodded in agreement. Consequently, the two of them proceeded to carry the grain towards Chen Dao's home. As they approached the entrance, Chen Dao spotted Li Ping and Chen Fei waiting outside. Chen Fei hurriedly scampered towards Chen Dao, wrapping her little arms around his right leg, exclaiming, Brother, what is the matter, Xiao Fei? Chen Dao responded with a smile. Chen Fei nuzzled her cheek against Chen Dao's thigh, whispering, Both my mother and I are quite worried about you. As they conversed, Li Ping approached, greeting Chen Dao with a friendly nod. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, addressing her as sister-in-law. After exchanging greetings, Li Ping assisted the two in transferring the grain and chicken coop into the front yard. Subsequently, she poured them a couple of glasses of water and then guided Chen Fei into the bedroom, allowing the two to converse in private. Chen Dao held a cup of hot water to warm his hands. After a moment of hesitation, he finally inquired, Uncle Chen, do you still have any chicken heart grass? Chen Dao gazed deeply at Chen Dao and remarked, that chicken you sold in the city previously must have been nurtured with chicken heart grass, wouldn't he? Chen Dao is not foolish. He had a vague sense of unease when he first laid eyes on Chen Dao's white-feathered chicken. Now, upon hearing Chen Dao mention the chicken heart herb, it is impossible for him to remain oblivious to the connection between Chen Dao's white-feathered chicken and the herb. Chen Dao had long since prepared to confide in Chen Dao. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately invited him to return home together. To be honest, Uncle Chen, the white-feathered chicken you saw earlier was indeed cultivated by me using chicken heart grass and gray-feathered chickens. Gray-feathered chickens? Chen Dao was taken aback. Indeed. Chen Daozhong nodded thoughtfully. The method of cultivation is quite simple. One merely needs to feed the gray-feathered chicken with chicken heart grass for 3 consecutive days, and it will transform into a white-feathered chicken. Indeed. Chen was taken aback and then remarked, Such a priceless secret, and you divulge it so easily to me? Are you not concerned that I might turn it against you once I possess this knowledge? I trust Uncle Chen. Chen Dao remarked, when my father was alive. He once said that you were not his biological brother, yet you are akin to one. Though there may be individuals in our village who would wish harm upon my family, you would never do so. Upon hearing these words, Chen Dao was deeply moved. Chen Dao's father, Chen Ping, was undoubtedly his closest companion, without exception. From their childhood days spent playing together, to their adult lives, one becoming a hunter and the other an ordinary farmer, their bond only grew stronger with time. It is precisely for this reason that after Chen Ping's passing, Chen Dao devoted himself entirely to assisting Chen Dao's family, asking for nothing in return. Your father was also my dearest brother. Chen Dao, this middle-aged man in his 30s, could not help but feel tears welling in his fierce eyes as he reminisced about the countless moments shared with Chen Ping. In their childhood, Chen Ping always took on the role of an elder brother, generously sharing food from his family with him. As they grew older, Chen Ping continued to show unwavering concern, always tending to him after he sustained injuries while hunting. Chen Dao still vividly remembers the period following Chen Ping's passing, during which he was utterly despondent, mired in sorrow for an extended duration. It took him a considerable amount of time to emerge from his grief. As he gazed upon Chen Dao, silently shedding tears, Chen Dao felt a profound sense of empathy. The memories of his former self indeed revealed the deep bond between Chen Ping and Chen Dao. Yet he was unaware that their relationship was so profound that merely mentioning Chen Ping could reduce this seemingly steadfast man to tears. In truth, the reason Chen Dao was willing to divulge the secret of the gray-feathered chicken's advancement was not solely due to the affection shared between Chen Ping and Chen Dao. Rather, it stemmed from his need to acquire chicken heartgrass from Chen Dao. Additionally, the properties of chicken heartgrass were already known to Chen Dao, making it impossible to conceal the secret of the gray-feathered chicken's progression. Thus, Chen Dao felt compelled to speak so freely. Chapter 8. An astonishing price. After a considerable time, Chen Dao finally subdued his sorrow and solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, Xiao Dao, even if it costs me my life, I will never disclose the secret." "There is no need for such extreme measures, uncle." Chen Dao shook his head and replied, "The reason I am willing to share this secret formula with you is that I hope you will put it to use. I understand, Uncle Chen, that although you possess remarkable hunting skills, the pursuit of game is inherently perilous, is it not?" Despite Chen Dao's prominence in the village, frequently returning from the mountains with bountiful catches and enjoying a comfortable standard of living, Chen Dao is acutely aware that Chen Dao's hunting endeavors are fraught with danger. In the vast and treacherous mountains, countless hazards lurk. A moment's misfortune could lead to an encounter with formidable beasts, and Chen Dao could easily find himself meeting a tragic fate, becoming a mere morsel for the wild creatures of the forest. Chen Dao gazed steadily at Chen Dao and inquired, "Do you intend for me to utilize this secret recipe?" "Indeed." Chen Dao nodded and remarked, "Uncle Chen, you may not be aware that I sold my white-feathered chicken for 500 won. If you were to calculate carefully, you would find that the most inexpensive gray-feathered chicken costs around 100 won, while a white-feathered chicken can fetch 500 won. Just consider the profit margin, 500 won, indeed." Chen Dao was momentarily stunned. He understood that Chen Dao's white-feathered chicken was certainly not inexpensive, given its size and appearance. However, he was taken aback to discover that the price of the white-feathered chicken was astonishingly high, 4 times that of the gray-feathered chicken. Not only Chen Dao, even Li Ping, who was listening from the other side of the wall, displayed an expression of disbelief. What does 500 signify? It is no exaggeration to say that even in a year of prosperity, a household in Qinjia village might not be able to save 500 won throughout the entire year, while Chen Dao had sold 1 chicken for that very amount. This figure profoundly shook Li Ping's heart. Could it truly be 500 won? Chen Dao still found it somewhat hard to believe. It was not that he mistrusted Chen Dao, but rather that the figure of 500 won was astonishing. One must consider that even he, a skilled hunter who braved the dangers of the mountains, might not earn such a sum in a single venture. And there was even the possibility of returning empty-handed. Indeed, it was true. Chen Dao nodded, affirming the truth of the matter, and gestured towards the grains and chicken coops situated in the front yard, stating, "Otherwise, from where would I acquire the funds to purchase such a multitude of gray-feathered chickens and grains?" Hiss! Chen Dao inhaled sharply, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. If the white-feathered chicken truly held the value that Chen Dao claimed, then the family of Chen Dao, possessing the secrets to its cultivation, would undoubtedly find wealth within their grasp in no time. Such a precious secret, and yet Chen Dao was willing to share it with him. Chen Dao, filled with emotion, sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Xiao Dao, on behalf of your aunt and younger brother, I thank you." With the cultivation secret of the white-feathered chickens bestowed by Chen Dao, Chen Dao no longer needed to venture into the mountains to hunt, nor did he have to constantly worry about what would happen to his wife and children should he perish in the wilderness. "This is the least I could do," Chen Dao said. "Uncle, you have always taken care of my family, so it is only natural that I should reciprocate. I am a child who understands gratitude and values repaying kindness." Chen Dao cast a reassuring glance at Chen Dao and cautioned, "Xiao Dao, this secret technique must not be disclosed to anyone, not even to the villagers." Chen Shu reassured him, "Rest assured, I understand the importance of discretion." Chen Dao nodded earnestly. Although the relationships among the families in Qinjia village were generally harmonious due to the shared surname, The allure of wealth could stir discontent. Once the secret method of raising the Bayou chicken was divulged, no one could assure that others in the village would not act against their own interests. After all, human nature is unpredictable, and in the face of substantial gain, Chen Dao could not guarantee that others would resist temptation. Thus, I feel reassured. General Chen returned to the initial topic. If you need chicken heart grass, I still have some at home. I shall bring it all to you shortly. All of it for me. Chen Dao expressed his astonishment. Uncle, do you not intend to raise chickens? Of course, raising chickens is indeed necessary, came the reply. Chen chuckled. Uncle is not a fool. Such substantial profits are clearly visible. How could one possibly remain indifferent? However, raising chickens is not a simple endeavor. I must first procure some gray-feathered chickens. Until then, feel free to utilize the chicken heart grass from Uncle's home. As for the chicken heart grass required for my own poultry, Chen paused momentarily and said, in the vast mountains, this plant flourishes abundantly. As long as you venture into the mountains, you can easily gather a copious amount of chicken heart grass. Is there any danger? Chen Dao asked, slightly concerned. No. There won't be. Chen shook his head, entering the vast and desolate mountains. For others, this venture was fraught with peril. However, for him, a hunter intimately acquainted with the trails of these mountains, it posed no significant challenge. Moreover, the task of gathering chicken heart grass did not necessitate venturing deep into the wilderness like hunting, thus the risk was minimal. Thank you, Uncle Chen, he expressed. No need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. Shortly, I will have Tai Dan deliver the chicken heart grass to you. All right. After Chen Dagong departed, Li Ping from the adjacent room immediately approached, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Dao. Xiao Dao, did that white chicken truly sell for 501? Previously, when Chen Dao had returned with the grains and the chicken coop, Li Ping had been perplexed. She distinctly remembered that she had given Chen Dao a total of 183 copper coins, and with her understanding of grain prices, 183 one could scarcely procure such an abundance of food. Thus, Li Ping speculated whether the grain prices in the county town had plummeted. It was only upon listening to the conversation between Chen Dao and Chen Da that she finally grasped the truth. It was not the grain prices that had decreased in the county town, but rather the exquisite white-feathered chicken cultivated by Chen Dao that had fetched a handsome price. Indeed, Chen Dao nodded and said, Mother, in the future, please prepare more food. There is no need to be as frugal with our grain as before. In the past, when Li Ping cooked, she would often prepare only a meager amount of food to minimize grain consumption, barely enough to satisfy the hunger of their family of 3. Being truly full was an unattainable luxury. However, now there is no need for such austerity, as the secret formula for raising the Bayou chicken alleviates their need to pinch pennies. Li Ping understood. She looked at Chen Dao with a sense of pride, feeling that her son had matured not only in character, but also in his discovery of a lucrative poultry-raising secret, which might just transform their family's impoverished circumstances. Before long, Chen Dao's son, Chen Taidan, brought over some chicken heart grass. As Chen Dao received the chicken heart grass and counted its quantity, he turned to Chen Taidan and asked, Would you like to play at my house for a while? No, it's too cold. Chen Taidan shook his head and hurried back to his home. In this weather, even adults feel the chill, let alone children. When Chen Taidan departed, Chen Dao meticulously counted the number of chicken heart herbs he had delivered. In total, there were 16 plants of chicken heart herb, precisely sufficient to elevate this batch of gray-feathered chickens to white-feathered ones. Chen Dao selected 5 stalks of chicken heart grass and fed them to the 5 gray-feathered roosters in the cage. Afterward, he retrieved some sorghum and rice bran from his house, mixed them together, and scattered a handful around the cage, allowing the gray-feathered chickens to peck at their meal. He wondered if, with a better diet, they would grow larger when they eventually transformed into white-feathered chickens. This was the reason behind his purchase of sorghum and rice bran. According to his limited knowledge, the more livestock consumed, the more they would grow. Therefore, Chen Dao intended to provide ample nourishment to these gray-feathered chickens, hoping to foster their growth. Simultaneously, he contemplated other matters. Sorghum has the characteristic of low yield and a preference for warm climates. The first advancement route for sorghum involves soaking the seeds in the juice of cold stone grass, which offers an 80% chance of transforming the seeds into cold-resistant varieties. These cold-resistant sorghum seeds are known for their resilience to severe cold, but also yield less. The second advancement route entails stimulating the sorghum seeds with the pollen of fishy flower, providing a 90% chance of mutation, transforming them into high-yield sorghum seeds. High-yield sorghum is characterized by a shorter growth cycle and a higher yield, with a maximum output of 600 caddies per mill. This information had surfaced in Chen Dao's mind the moment he purchased the sorghum. After several days of exploration, he had come to understand the rules governing his unique ability. He could only perceive the advancement paths for items that belonged to him or his household. Thus, it was only when he bought the sorghum at the grain store that the advancement information manifested before him. Cold-resistant sorghum and high-yield sorghum are both valuable assets, yet alas. Chen Dao shook his head. Given the current circumstances at home, it was indeed an unsuitable time for farming. Not to mention that he was unfamiliar with the cold stone grass and fishy flower. Even if he were to recognize them, cultivation was out of the question. The reason was quite simple. The weather throughout the entire Qingzhou region was exceedingly frigid, making it impossible to grow any crops. During such a time, it would be inconceivable for Chen Dao's family to yield any harvest from their few acres of land. Should this fact come to the attention of others, Chen Dao would likely find himself in peril. This was not the enlightened earth Huagua, but a feudal society. If Chen Dao were to produce high-yield, cold-resistant sorghum, he would undoubtedly risk being seized by the authorities and subjected to severe torture in order to extract the secrets of his sorghum seeds. He remained utterly incapable of ensuring his own safety. Chen Dao let out a light sigh. At present, not only is high-yield sorghum a distant dream for him, but he must also tread carefully even in selling white-feathered chickens, fearful that others might discover his secret for cultivating them. In this moment, Chen Dao yearns intensely to become a martial artist, or to breed combat chickens that could rival true warriors, thus granting him the ability to protect himself. Xiao Dao, it's time for dinner, came Li Ping's voice from within the house. Chen Dao hurriedly responded, coming, thanks to the substantial amount of grain he had purchased. Tonight's dinner was plentiful. Both Chen Dao and Chen Fei's bowls brimmed with a thick porridge made from water-boiled sorghum. And even Li Ping's bowl was no longer as watery as it had been before. Chen Dao inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from the sorghum porridge and said, Mother, do not be frugal with the grain any longer. Indulge yourself a bit more. Chen Dao noticed that the sorghum porridge in Li Ping's bowl was considerably thinner than that in his own. Clearly, even with an ample supply of food, Li Ping adhered to the principle of frugality, reluctant to indulge herself. Chapter 9. Good news Mother knew. Li Ping replied verbally, but her true thoughts remained a mystery. Meanwhile, in Chen Dao's household, the family of three gathered around the dining table. Chui Lian, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Da hesitated for a moment before revealing to Chui Lian the matter he had spoken about with Chen Dao that afternoon. Such a precious secret recipe. And Xiao Dao is willing to share it with you? Chui Lian exclaimed in astonishment. It was evident that the method of transforming gray-feathered chickens into white-feathered ones was exceedingly valuable. I never anticipated that Xiao Dao would be so sincere. Chen Da remarked. Pingu has truly raised an extraordinary son. Indeed, Xiao Dao is remarkably perceptive. Chui Lian said, Chen Da, let me tell you. Xiao Dao's family has finally found a way to earn some money. You must not disclose this method. I understand, came the reply. Chen Da nodded solemnly and then remarked. Xiao Dao means that he hopes our family can also profit from this recipe. What do you think? That's wonderful. Chui Lian's eyes brightened as she replied. If we could make money this way, you wouldn't have to risk your life hunting in the mountains. The villagers envied the prosperous life of the Chen family. Yet only Chui Lian understood that their situation was far from as glamorous as it appeared. Indeed, their lives were somewhat better, lacking for nothing in terms of food. However, every time Chen Da ventured into the mountains to hunt, Chui Lian was filled with anxiety, fearing that he might not return, leaving her and Tai Dan to face the world as orphans. Fortunately, Chen Da had always been lucky in the past, returning safely from his hunts and often bringing back some bounty to barely sustain their household. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution, and Chui Lian did not wish for her husband to continue risking his life in the mountains. Thus, upon hearing Chen Da mention the possibility of earning money from Xiao Dao's secret formula, her eyes gleamed with hope. If we could profit from this method, you wouldn't have to go into the mountains anymore, leaving me in constant dread. I think the same. Chen Da, with his simple demeanor, nodded. However, I can't shake the feeling that I owe Xiao Dao something. He worked hard to discover a way to earn money, and here I am, taking his secret. Isn't that somewhat ungrateful? What does it matter? Chui Lian replied. Xiao Dao willingly shared his secret with you. What's the harm in using it? If we earn money, we can always share some with his family. That's true. Chen Da pondered for a moment and said, tomorrow. Inquire among the families in the village that raise chickens to see if you can purchase their gray-feathered chickens with money, or perhaps exchange them for grain. Certainly. I shall ask tomorrow, Hitsuilian replied. Although acquiring chickens from other villagers with money might pose a challenge, exchanging them for grain would undoubtedly be feasible, considering that every household in the village is currently in need of grain. As long as one is willing to offer a bit more grain, there will surely be someone willing to trade. Very well, I shall venture into the mountains tomorrow to gather chicken heart grass. Do remember to exercise caution. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Dao first fed the 5 chickens at home with chicken heart grass and feed, then stepped outside, intending to seek counsel from the village's sole scholar, Li Zheng. Just as he exited his home, he unexpectedly encountered 3 young men. The tallest among them, a slender fellow, mockingly remarked, "Ah, is that not Chen Dao?" Chen Dao cast a glance at the 3 individuals, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. The memories of the original owner of this body held a vague impression of them. The tall, slender youth who spoke was named Chen Jin, flanked by his 2 brothers, Chen Yin and Chen Tong. These 3 siblings, having lost their parents at a tender age, were raised on the charity of the village. Yet they harbored no gratitude towards the villagers who had extended their kindness. Instead, they developed a penchant for idleness and a disdain for labor. Following the demise of their parents, they were bequeathed several acres of land. Under the guidance of the village chief, Chun He, the villagers refrained from seizing their inheritance, opting instead to leave it intact for the brothers. However, the trio exhibited no intention of cultivating the land. They sold it off instead, using the proceeds to indulge in a life of revelry in the county town. Within a year, they squandered the entirety of their inheritance and returned to the village to continue their reliance on the goodwill of others. As 3 able-bodied men who contributed nothing to society, they spent their days mooching off the meals of others, displaying an almost unparalleled audacity. In better times, the villagers tolerated their freeloading out of a sense of nostalgia. But as living standards plummeted, the villagers' disdain for the trio grew increasingly palpable, rendering Chen Jin and his brothers' lives ever more difficult and their ability to mooch meals increasingly precarious. Chen Jin seemed completely oblivious to the look of disdain on Chen Dao's face. He placed his hand on Chen Dao's shoulder and remarked, "I heard your family purchased 5 chickens. Shouldn't you share one with us 3 brothers?" When Chen Dao returned to the village yesterday, many had noticed the chicken coop he carried and the considerable amount of grain he had bought. However, they were too preoccupied with distributing the grain at the time to pay it much mind. Yet, once the distribution was complete and the villagers had a moment to reflect, they immediately realized something was amiss. How could Chen Dao's family, evidently in a far more disadvantaged position than ours, afford to purchase such an abundance of chickens and grain? The villagers, sensing something amiss, promptly began to engage in fervent discussions. Within half a day, the news of Chen Dao's family acquiring 5 chickens had spread throughout the entire village. For most villagers, this event merely elicited envy, serving as a topic of idle conversation during their leisure time. However, for Chen Jin and his companions, this was indeed a matter of great significance. The Chen family has begun to enjoy a prosperous life. How could they possibly deny assistance to the 3 of us? It is worth noting that when Chen Dao's father, Chen Ping, was still alive, he graciously provided us with sustenance. Thus, early in the morning, Chen Jin and his 2 companions arrived at the doorstep of Chen Dao, intending to seek a favor. Chen Dao pushed away the hand that Chen Jin had placed on his shoulder, a look of disdain crossing his face as he remarked, "Why should I share with you?" A normal person, upon hearing Chen Dao's words, would likely have covered their face in embarrassment long ago. Chen Jin, however, remained unfazed and instead reproached Chen Dao, saying, "Chen Dao, what you say is quite unfounded. Your family possesses 5 chickens. What harm is there in dividing one among the 3 of us brothers?" Indeed, another chimed in, "Doesn't the village chief frequently remind us that we, as members of Chen family village, ought to assist one another?" "Absolutely," they echoed. "Your family is already living comfortably. Can't you extend a helping hand to the 3 of us brothers?" Chen Yin and Chen Tong echoed Chen Jin's sentiments, believing that it was only natural for the villagers to offer their assistance. Chen Dao, however, had no intention of acknowledging the 3 brothers. He simply circumvented them and proceeded forward. "Hold on." Chen Jin extended his hand to obstruct Chen Dao's path, speaking in a menacing tone. "Chen Dao, should you refuse to share even a single chicken with us brothers, do not blame us 3 for showing you no respect." Chen Dao halted his steps, a tempest of anger swirling within him, yet his countenance remained as tranquil as water. I am heading to Uncle Chen's house, so step aside." Upon hearing the name Uncle Chen, a flicker of trepidation crossed Chen Jin's face. He was acutely aware of the individual to whom Chen Dao referred, none other than the formidable Chen Dao, the pinnacle of martial prowess in Qinjia village. Indeed, it was precisely because of Chen Dao's presence that Chen Jin refrained from brazenly bullying Chen Dao. Were it not for this, given the circumstances at Chen Dao's home, he would not have sought a discussion with Chen Dao, but would have simply barged in to seize what he desired. After all, in Chen Dao's household, there was merely the young Chen Dao and 2 women, unable to withstand the advance of 3 robust men. Humph! Chen Dao let out a cold snort, circumventing Chen Jin and striding away with purpose. To hell with it. Chen Yin spat at Chen Dao's retreating figure, filled with indignation and anger. This brat lacks appreciation. Brother, should we teach him a lesson? Teach him a lesson? Chen Jinyong gazed at Chen Yin with an expression of disdain, remarking, "It would indeed be easy to deal with him. But who shall confront Chen Dao? Do not be deceived by Chen Dao's seemingly honest demeanor. It is merely a fade he adopts in the presence of the Chen Dao family. In truth, there is not a soul in the village who does not harbor a deep-seated fear of Chen Dao, particularly the trio of Chen Jin, who hold an acute apprehension towards him, for Chen Dao is genuinely capable of resorting to violence against them. In their youth, the 3 had previously suffered at his hands for bullying Chen Dao. This fellow is truly despicable." Chen Tong could not restrain himself from cursing. "There are 5 chickens at home, yet they refuse to share even one with us brothers. It is a pity that this scoundrel did not meet his demise." Chen Jin sighed deeply, a look of regret etched upon his face. They were already aware of Chen Dao's injury, and had even set their sights on his family, intending to indulge in the Chen family's resources once the only male heir, Chen Dao, had passed away. They even contemplated selling Chen Fei to the county town. However, fate had other plans, against all odds. Chen Dao had defied expectations and managed to survive, thwarting their carefully laid schemes. It was evident that this young man came from a family of considerable wealth. Chen Yin's gaze was sharp as he said, "Elder brother, should we devise a plan to acquire some of the funds from his household? Let me ponder this." Chen Jin was lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Dao, walking along the dirt road of the village, wore a sullen expression. The recent actions of Chen Jin and his companions came perilously close to outright robbery, which undoubtedly filled Chen Dao with immense anger. Yet he found himself powerless against these 3 individuals. Chen Dao's physique is merely that of a young lad, perpetually hungry and lacking in strength, rendering him incapable of contending with the robust men in their 20s like Chen Jin and his companions. Moreover, it is futile to consider the fact that Chen Jin's group consists of 3 individuals. It appears that the cultivation of fighting cocks must be expedited. Chen Dao pondered as he arrived before a spacious residence, raising his hand to knock on the door. "Who is it?" A gentle voice emanated from within. Chen Dao promptly replied, "I am Chen Dao from the Chen family, seeking to consult Mr. Li. Come in." The door swung open, revealing the refined visage of Li Zheng. A decade prior, Li Zheng had fled to Qinjiakan, and in this era, knowledge was held in high esteem. Upon learning of Li Zheng's scholarly status, the village chief, Chen He, promptly mobilized the entire village to construct this abode for him, enabling Li Zheng to settle comfortably in the village. Chapter 10. The first fighting rooster village chief, Chen He was a man of considerable foresight. Initially, his intention in erecting this dwelling for Li Zheng was to also establish a school for the village's children. Thus this residence encompassed ample space, serving not only as Li Zheng's home, but also housing a portion designated for the village school. Alas, the outcome was less than ideal. Chen He's intentions are commendable. However, the pursuit of education is far from a simple endeavor. It requires not only a teacher, but also essential tools such as paper, pens, and books, items which are akin to luxury goods for the villagers of Qinjia village. In more prosperous years, a few villagers would entertain the thought of sending their children to school, hoping they might learn to recognize some characters. Yet now, with the harsh weather conditions diminishing their harvests, no one is willing to send their children to Li Zheng for education. The rationale is quite straightforward. When villagers struggle to put food on the table, how can they afford to pay the tuition? And from where would they procure paper and writing instruments? "Please, come in," Li Zheng gestured, leading Chen Dao into his study. The room was modest, and the collection of books scarce, for Li Zheng was merely a rural schoolteacher, and books in this era were prohibitively expensive. It was unlikely he could acquire many. Chen Dao even speculated that the few volumes occupying the shelves might have been those Li Zheng carried with him, when he sought refuge in Qinjia village. Do you recognize characters? Li Zheng inquired, noticing Chen Dao's gaze fixed upon the bookshelf. I can recognize some, came the reply. Chen Dao nodded, noting that the written characters of this world bore a striking resemblance to the traditional Chinese characters from the ancient times of his previous life. Through a blend of intuition and conjecture, he managed to decipher them with some difficulty. It was your father who taught you, wasn't it? Sighed Li Zheng. In my view, your father was the most industrious and visionary individual in the entirety of Qinjia village. During the busy farming season, he toiled diligently in the fields, and in the off-season, he would come to my door seeking to learn literacy. Alas, alas, Chen Ping's humble origins were a heavy burden. If only his background had been more favorable, born into a prestigious family, or even into a wealthy household in the county, his future would likely not have been so bleak. Yet, he was born in Qinjia village. Such an origin renders all efforts futile. For regardless of how well Chen Ping might have studied, his achievements would remain limited, at best securing a position as a mere accountant in the county. However, dwelling on such matters now serves no purpose. Chen Ping has passed away, and to ponder these thoughts is merely to invite one's own distress. Li Zheng turned his gaze toward Chen Dao and inquired, "What brings you to seek me out?" "Mr. Li, I wish to inquire about certain matters." Chen Dao directly inquired, "You are quite knowledgeable. May I ask if you have heard of the black-footed chicken and the sumu flower?" "The black-footed chicken? The sumu flower?" Li Zheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment of deep thought, he finally responded, "I am unfamiliar with the black-footed chicken, but I do possess some knowledge regarding the sumu flower." Chen Dao's eyes sparkled with interest, and he hurriedly said, "I beseech you, sir, to enlighten me." "Sumu hua is a type of medicinal herb," Li Zheng replied, gently stroking his flowing beard. "Once dried and processed, it can dispel heat and alleviate fire, making it one of the more commonly used medicinal materials." Medicinal herb? Chen Dao felt a spark of inspiration. If these were indeed common medicinal herbs, could it not imply that they were readily available at the local pharmacy? If he could procure the sumu flower from a drugstore, would that not signify a breakthrough in the advancement of the Bayou chicken? With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Chen Dao maintained a composed demeanor as he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your enlightening words." Li Zheng stroked his beard, contentedly accepting Chen Dao's appreciation. For a teacher, there is no greater joy than to dispel the doubts of a student. Although Chen Dao was not strictly his pupil, aiding him in his quest for knowledge nonetheless brought Li Zheng a sense of delight. "Mr. Li, I shall not impose further. Shall we share a meal before I take my leave?" "No need." Chen Dao declined Li Zheng's invitation. Now, with no students attending the school, Li Zheng's days were equally challenging. How could he shamelessly linger here for a meal? As he stepped out of Li Zheng's home, Chen Dao glanced back at Li Zheng's silhouette and couldn't help but sigh. Even someone like Li Zheng, respected by the villagers as a scholar, was struggling in these times. Earlier, while in the study, Chen Dao clearly observed Li Zheng's frail arms and the hollowness of his cheeks and eye sockets, revealing that his living conditions were quite poor, perhaps even insufficient to fill his belly. Moreover, Chen Dao noticed that Li Zheng lived alone in his home, having settled in Qinjia village for a decade. It appeared that Li Zheng had no intention of marrying, maintaining a solitary existence. In fact, in the past, many young women in Qinjia village were willing to marry Li Zheng, including the village chief, Chen He, who had attempted to play matchmaker for him multiple times. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Zheng seemed entirely disinterested in establishing a family, resulting in his current state of isolation. Upon returning home, Chen Dao gazed at the 5 gray-feathered chickens confined in their cage, his eyes glinting with determination. He had already identified the materials needed to advance the white-feathered chickens to the next stage. The most pressing task now was to elevate these 5 gray-feathered chickens to white-feathered ones, and then sell them in the county town to generate sufficient capital. Subsequently, he intended to procure sorghum flowers from the local pharmacy to commence preparations for advancing to yellow-feathered chickens. If this batch of gray-feathered chickens could all evolve into white-feathered ones, it would yield 3 tails of silver, undoubtedly transforming the family's circumstances significantly. Chen Dao's heart was filled with a fervent desire to improve his family's circumstances. For at this moment, he yearned profoundly for the taste of meat and white rice. 2 mornings later, Chen Dao and Li Ping stood before the chicken coop, gazing at the 5 chickens within, their expressions filled with delight. As anticipated, all 5 of the gray-feathered chickens had transformed into white-feathered ones. No, not all of them were white-feathered. Chen Dao's gaze fell upon the chicken coop, where he noticed one particular chicken that stood out remarkably. While the other chickens were adorned with feathers as white as snow, their claws and beaks of vibrant yellow, this chicken boasted feathers of purest white. Yet its legs were as black as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, while its beak gleamed golden. Its size was notably larger than the other white-feathered chickens, radiating an extraordinary aura. The black-footed chicken emerged as a result of an unpredictable mutation during the evolution of gray-feathered chickens into white-feathered ones, rendering it incapable of further evolution. The characteristics of the black-footed chicken include agility in movement and formidable combat prowess, comparable to that of a ninth-grade martial artist. A mutation indeed. The emergence of this word filled Chen Dao with euphoric delight. While the term mutation might be somewhat unfamiliar to the common folk of Xia country, for Chen Dao, a traveler from Earth, it was exceedingly familiar. Mutations often symbolize the unpredictable. However, this particular mutation bore positive outcomes. Having traversed into this world, Chen Dao's most profound realizations were the pervasive poverty and hunger, followed closely by a profound sense of insecurity. Chapter 11. The Mighty Combat Chicken. Whether it was the starving vagrants he witnessed along the official roads or the threats posed by the Chunjin brothers, all contributed to a sensation of acute vulnerability within Chen Dao. It is crucial to understand that this world is not like the Earth he once knew, where laws are well established and surveillance cameras abound. Here, murder, theft, and home invasion are not mere tales confined to news reports. They are realities that could unfold at any moment. Throughout the days following his arrival in this realm, Chen Dao concealed his turmoil from his family, but internally, he grappled with an overwhelming sense of unease, perpetually in a state of apprehension. Fortunately, at this very moment, the black-footed chicken made its appearance. The introduction provided by the golden finger regarding the black-footed chicken was exceedingly detailed, agile in movement, possessing formidable combat strength, and rivaling a ninth-grade martial artist. What does a ninth-grade martial artist signify? In this world, such martial artists are akin to beings of superior existence. A ninth-grade martial artist, even in a county town, is regarded as a person of high status, someone whom countless commoners look up to. And here he was, possessing a combat chicken that was no less formidable than a ninth-grade martial artist. The corners of Chen Dao's mouth curled into a smile, filling his heart with a profound sense of tranquility. With this black-footed chicken by his side, his life and fortune felt secure at last. Xiao Dao, what makes this chicken so extraordinary? Li Ping also noticed the uniquely striking black-footed chicken, a look of intrigue crossing her face. The appearance of the black-footed chicken was in stark contrast to that of the white-feathered variety. It was not only considerably larger in size, but its claws shimmered with a luster akin to polished metal, immediately evoking a sense of distinction. Chen Dao offered no explanation to Li Ping. Instead, he endeavored to lift the lid of the chicken coop, extracting the black-footed chicken and placing it upon the ground. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The black-footed chicken, upon landing, emitted a jubilant call. Its substantial size made confinement within the coop somewhat restrictive, yet now, freed upon the earth, it exuberantly dashed about the courtyard. It was only at this moment that Chen Dao truly grasped the impressive stature of the black-footed chicken, as it stood proudly on the ground. Its head reached a height that surpassed Chen Dao's knee. When he had lifted the bird moments ago, he nearly stumbled under its weight. Conservatively estimating, this magnificent bird must weigh at least 15 pounds. A 15-pound fighting chicken, truly remarkable. Chen Dao's eyes sparkled. After a joyful frolic in the courtyard, the black-footed chicken trotted over to Chen Dao, affectionately rubbing its feathered head against his pant leg. It was evident that this clever chicken possessed a keen intelligence, recognizing who its true master was. Truly remarkable. Chen Dao gently caressed the sleek feathers of the black-footed chicken and declared, "From now on, you shall be named Xiao He. You are entrusted with the protection of our family." The black-footed chicken responded with a joyful cluck, nuzzling against Chen Dao's pant leg for a moment before scurrying over to Li Ping, where it continued to cluck animatedly. "This chicken is truly clever," Li Ping remarked, bending down to stroke the chicken's head feathers affectionately, while simultaneously addressing Chen Dao. "Xiao Dao, do you intend to sell this chicken?" "Absolutely not." Chen Dao shook his head without a moment's hesitation. The black-footed chicken was a combat bird comparable to a ninth-grade martial artist. Only someone deranged would part with such a creature. "Mother, this chicken possesses strength akin to that of a ninth-grade warrior." "What?" Li Ping gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Xiao Dao, you cannot be jesting. How could a mere chicken possibly equate to a ninth-grade martial artist? Although Li Ping had never encountered a martial artist herself, she had heard tales of their esteemed existence. Martial artists were revered figures, akin to noble officials. The chicken before her, while imposing and large in stature, could hardly be compared to such dignitaries. Xiaohei, show my mother your prowess. Chen Dao did not offer any explanation. He simply issued a command to the black-footed chicken. In the next instant, the black-footed chicken sprang into action. With a powerful flap of its wings, it darted past the fence in the yard with astonishing speed. How swift! Li Ping's pupils constricted. The velocity of the little black chicken was so remarkable that she barely had time to react. It won't run away, will it? Just as Li Ping's words faded, the figure of the little black chicken reappeared in her line of sight. It leapt back into the courtyard and pecked at a piece of fence wood, leaving an instantaneous transparent hole in the wood. Li Ping was utterly astounded. The little black chicken's performance completely shattered her preconceived notions about chickens. In the minds of most, chickens are perceived as relatively weak creatures, yet this one was anything but. Although the courtyard walls were not particularly tall, standing at about 1:5 meters, the little black chicken effortlessly cleared them. Its beak was remarkably sharp. A mere gentle peck had created a hollow in the wood. If it were to peck a person, would it not inflict an instant injury? Mother, do you believe it now? Chen Dao smiled as he inquired, though he too was profoundly astonished. The performance of the black-footed chicken was indeed remarkable, a testament to its origins as a mutated fighting fowl. I believe it. Li Ping nodded repeatedly, her eyes still reflecting a sense of shock. Xiao Dao, how did you manage to cultivate such a chicken? I have no idea how it came to be, he replied. Chen Dao found himself at a loss for words and could only offer a vague response. In any case, this chicken is quite extraordinary. It will surely ensure the safety of our home. Li Ping nodded vigorously, convinced that such a remarkable chicken could indeed protect her household. However, a question began to stir in her mind. Xiao Dao, with such impressive prowess, what does this chicken eat? Chen Dao furrowed his brow. Although he could glean information about Little Black through his unique ability, it did not provide guidance on how to nurture a black-footed chicken. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao entered the house and scattered a handful of sorghum and grain bran before Little Black. The chicken chirped joyfully, eagerly pecking at the sorghum and grain on the ground. Fortunately, Little Black was still consuming the ordinary fare suitable for chickens. Chen Daosong let out a sigh of relief. If Xiaohei did not consume regular food but required some special nourishment, he would truly be at a loss for what to do. Mother, brother. A tender voice called from behind. Just awakened, Chun Fei scampered over on her short legs, wrapping her little arms around Chen Dao's thigh, timidly gazing at Xiaohei. Brother, this chicken is so beautiful. Chen Dao gently ruffled Chen Fei's hair and chuckled. Its name is Xiaohei. Would you like to play with it? I do. Chen Fei blurted out. Then you can play at home with Xiaohei. Chen Dao turned to Li Ping and said, Mother, I am going to visit Uncle Chen. Li Ping understood that Chen Dao intended to discuss the matter of selling chickens in the city with the Chen family, so she said nothing more and simply nodded. Chapter 12. A sight unbearable to behold. Uncle Chen. Is little Dao here? Chen Dao opened the door and, without preamble, addressed Chen Dao's family. I wish to request your uncle to accompany me to the county town. Have your chickens matured? Chen Dao inquired. During the past 3 days, he had ventured into the mountains multiple times, amassing a considerable quantity of chicken heart grass. Additionally, he had exchanged grain with other villagers for 10 gray-feathered chickens. Having already fed this batch of chickens once with the chicken heart grass, in just 2 days, he would be able to cultivate white-feathered chickens. Indeed, Chen Dao nodded. I intend to venture into the city to sell this batch of white-feathered chickens and, additionally, procure some gray-feathered ones. I kindly request Uncle Chen to accompany me on this journey. Traveling alone to the county town is undeniably perilous. Thus, it is imperative for Chen Dao to have a companion. The most suitable choice, naturally, is Chen Dao, who possesses the highest martial prowess and exceptional archery skills in the village. While Chen Dao could also take Xiaohei along, he prefers to keep Xiaohei's extraordinary abilities concealed from others for the time being. No problem, Chen Dao readily agreed, stating that he was just planning to venture into the city to purchase some gray-feathered chickens and feed for them. Let us set off at once, he proclaimed. Turning to He Tilian, he instructed, My dear wife, please take care of Tai Dan at home. I shall endeavor to return before nightfall. Go ahead. I will manage things here, she replied. In no time, Chen Dao borrowed a donkey cart from the village chief, while Chen Dao returned home to fetch the 4 white feathered chickens from their cage. Soon, the two gathered at the village entrance. "Uncle, don't you think we are a bit short-handed?" Chen Dao inquired with concern, glancing at Chen Da standing by the donkey cart. In the past, whenever they journeyed to the county town, it was customary for groups of young and strong villagers to go together. At the very least, it would be the trio of Chen Da, Chen Si, and Chen Jiang, all robust hunters. Now, however, it was just the two of them, which inevitably felt somewhat precarious. There was no other choice. Chen lowered his voice and said, "Our endeavor in raising the white feather chickens is not something we should disclose to others. It must remain between the two of us." "Indeed." Chen Dao nodded, yet could not help but feel a twinge of concern. "Is it not somewhat perilous for just the two of us to engage in conversation?" "Fear not, little Dao. Are you not aware of your uncle's remarkable archery skills?" Chen gently patted the bow and arrow slung over his back, reassuringly saying, "The highwaymen and mountain bandits we encounter on our journey are not foolish. When they see me carrying this bow and arrow, they typically do not perceive us as targets for their plunder. After all, if I were to fight for my life, it would not bode well for them either. Furthermore, the possessions we carry are hardly worth their desperate attempts to seize." Chen Dao contemplated this reasoning and consequently chose to remain silent, boarding the donkey cart driven by Chen Da as they set off towards the county town. Upon once again traversing the official road, the number of refugees appeared to have increased, their expressions vacant and their tattered garments indicative of their plight. These emaciated wanderers trudged along the thoroughfare, seemingly fixated on a singular aspiration to reach the county town. Many refugees took note of the donkey cart bearing Chen Dao and his companion, yet the imposing presence of the bow and arrows slung across Chen Dao's back was sufficient to deter any thoughts of robbery. Alas, these refugees were merely ordinary farmers. Observing the gaunt and haggard faces of these wanderers, Chen Da could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, akin to the lament of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. In truth, these refugees were not unlike the villagers of Chen family village. They were simply common farmers. Yet, the calamities wrought by nature, coupled with man-made disasters, had forcibly transformed them into refugees, leaving them in a state that seemed neither fully human nor ghostly. Chen Dao did not respond to Chen Da, yet his heart was inevitably besieged by a myriad of complex emotions. In truth, if it were merely a natural disaster, the common folk could still endure their lives. The most dreadful aspect lies in the oppressive levies and exorbitant taxes imposed by the government. Agricultural taxes, head taxes, alongside a myriad of other burdensome levies and corvée labor, relentlessly drive countless impoverished farmers to the brink of bankruptcy, forcing them to become displaced wanderers. To be a wanderer, at least, spares one from the crushing weight of heavy taxes and forced labor. Continuing to cultivate the land only leads to a dead end. It is a scene reminiscent of a nation in ruin. Chen Dao sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he occasionally perused historical texts and was well aware that the twilight of a dynasty is invariably accompanied by both natural disasters and man-made calamities. Indeed, while natural disasters alone may not suffice to bring an empire to its knees, the addition of human misdeeds inevitably hastens its demise. When the countless impoverished citizens find themselves unable to subsist, it signals the impending collapse of that dynasty. When the populace fears nothing, not even death, would they still harbor trepidation towards rebellion and execution? This truth is not lost on the lofty officials. Yet human nature is inherently selfish. Who among them would willingly sacrifice their own interests for the sake of the nation? They may express concern for the country and its people, but the notion of relinquishing personal gain is utterly unacceptable. As the donkey cart approached the county town, it became evident that the throng of displaced individuals outside the city had swelled. The last time Chen Dao visited the county town, he estimated there were merely a few hundred refugees. Yet now, as he gazed upon the scene, it was apparent that the multitude had swelled to no fewer than 1,000 souls. Chen Dao also observed that there seemed to be officials outside the city distributing gruel. However, the gruel was of such poor quality that it paled in comparison to the thick porridge consumed in his home. It was so diluted that one could easily see the bottom of the bowl, rather than gruel. It would be more accurate to describe it as water with a hint of flour. Additionally, Chen Dao noticed a group of well-dressed individuals, likely from wealthy families, engaged in conversation with the destitute. These individuals were there to purchase servants. Sensing Chen Dao's gaze, Chen Dao explained, "Whenever refugees enter the city, Affluent families send their servants outside to acquire maids and laborers from them. For a mere morsel of food, those destitute families are often willing to sell their own children. By doing so, they at least secure a chance for survival for themselves and their offspring. Otherwise, they face starvation outside the city. Chen Dao opened his mouth, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. In his previous life, he harbored a profound disdain for the trafficking of human beings, feeling an intense loathing for those who engaged in such vile practices. Little did he anticipate that upon entering this world, he would witness the abhorrent trade of human lives firsthand, particularly with the complicity of parents. Beyond the servants of affluent households, there existed the brothels and the madams of pleasure quarters. Chen Dao pointed to a heavily made-up woman not far from the two of them and said, "They tend to select young girls with promising backgrounds, nurture them for a few years, and then allow these girls to enter the world of pleasure, thereby earning wealth for the brothel." Chen Dao remained silent, feeling a profound heaviness in his heart. He witnessed a destitute woman, clad in tattered garments and resembling a withered figure, handing her young daughter over to the madam of a brothel in exchange for a small pouch of grain. The little girl, reluctant to part from her mother, wept inconsolably, while the woman, her eyes brimming with tears, could only muster the strength to turn away and not gaze upon her daughter. The brothel's patrons, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, continued their indifferent selection of the more promising young girls. What a wretched world this is! Chen Dao silently cursed, feeling a profound sense of discomfort in his heart. The scene unfolding outside the city was undoubtedly a violation of humanity, and as someone educated in Huagua, he found it unbearable to witness the events transpiring before him. He even contemplated rushing forward to rescue those young girls. Yet reason compelled him to refrain from such impulsive action, for it would bring catastrophic consequences upon himself and his family. Chapter 13. Shattered dreams. Let us go, Uncle Chen. Chen Daoqiang suppressed the urge to avert his gaze and gestured for Chen Da to enter the city. Upon halting, the city guards extended their hands to intercept the two who wished to enter. After meticulously examining the travel permit presented by Chen Da, they denied entry, stating, "To enter the city, a fee of 10 won is required." What? Chen Dao wore a bewildered expression, as he had never before encountered the concept of an entry fee. In the present day, as numerous refugees gathered outside the city, the collection of such a fee served to prevent their mingling with the inhabitants within. The soldier who had halted the two reiterated this information, his demeanor grave and devoid of any hint of jest. Chen Da had no choice but to retrieve 10 copper coins from the lining of his garments to hand over to the city guards, allowing the two of them to enter the city. The gathering of refugees outside the city seemed to have no impact on the tranquility within. Life continued to flow smoothly, and prosperity remained apparent. As Chen Da drove his donkey cart along the broad stone-paved road, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, to enter a city requires 10 copper coins. The officials and these soldiers have gone mad with their greed." After venting his grievances, Chen Da turned to Chen Dao and inquired, "Xiao Dao, do you intend to sell these chickens at the Easter market?" Chen Dao pondered for a moment and replied, "I have already contacted the buyer. Uncle Chen, you can head directly to the Fuhu boxing gym." All right. Chen Dazarin was unaware of the whereabouts of the Tiger Fist gym, so he had no choice but to inquire with passers-by as he advanced. Shortly thereafter, the donkey cart came to a halt in front of a martial arts school. What an extraordinary place this is. After bringing the cart to a stop, Chen Da surveyed his surroundings, expressing his admiration. The area where the Tiger Fist gym is situated is clearly distinct from an ordinary county residential district. The houses here are constructed with remarkable grandeur, and the environment is serene, far more conducive to comfortable living than the bustling vicinity of the city gates. Chen Dao was also surveying his surroundings. Compared to the hell outside the county town, this place could undoubtedly be described as a paradise. The passers-by along the roadside were all elegantly attired, their features full and vibrant, in stark contrast to the emaciated and ragged vagrants outside the city, not to mention those beggars. Even Chen Dao and his companion appeared no different from the destitute when compared to the residents of this area. The locals, at the very least, donned clean and tidy garments, while Chen Dao and his companion, Chen Da, was relatively better off, while Chen Dao was clad in tattered garments, his attire riddled with patches and caked in dust, unmistakably marking him as an outsider in this locale. Many passers-by cast disdainful glances at Chen Dao, their thoughts seemingly echoing, "Where did this beggar come from?" Unperturbed by their scornful gazes, Chen Dao approached the entrance of the Tiger Fist martial arts school. He pointed to the chicken cage positioned at Chen Dao's feet and addressed the guard stationed at the door, saying, "This is the chicken that Miss Li Ying has requested to purchase. May I trouble you to notify her?" The tall guard scrutinized Chen Dao from head to toe, nodded, and then proceeded into the martial arts school. Chen Dao expressed his surprise, inquiring, "How did you come to know someone from the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall?" Previously, when Chen Dao mentioned visiting the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall, Chen Dao felt a sense of familiarity with the name. But only now did he recall that he was indeed aware of its existence. The Fuhu Martial Arts Hall is one of the largest training centers in the entire county, renowned for its master, Li Hu, who enjoys a remarkable reputation and is a figure capable of engaging in equal dialogue with the county magistrate. Naturally, Chen Dao, who frequently visited the county, had heard of the illustrious Fuhu Martial Arts Hall during his earlier days selling chickens. Chen Dao recounted his previous experience of selling chickens. A look of realization swiftly appeared on Chen's face. No wonder your chickens fetch such high prices. The individuals from the Tiger Fist Dojo are indeed not lacking in wealth. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the guards entering the martial arts hall returned with Li Ying. "Master sister, it is this child who is seeking you," one of the guards remarked, indicating Chen Dao. Li Ying's memory was evidently sharp, as she promptly recalled Chen Dao. "Are you the child who sold chickens before?" "Indeed. That is I." Chen Dao nodded and replied, "This time I have procured 4 identical chickens, intending to sell them to you." Upon hearing this, Li Ying's gaze fell upon the chicken coop at Chen Dao's feet, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She had previously tasted the white feathered chickens purchased from Chen Dao and found them to be exceptionally flavorful, far surpassing the commonly seen gray feathered variety. Even her father, Li Hu, had praised them highly. Thus, encountering the white feathered chickens once more lifted Li Ying's spirits, and she readily exclaimed, "I will take all these chickens. Shall we agree on the previous price of 500 won each?" Once these words were spoken, both Chen Da and Chen Dao felt a surge of joy in their hearts and promptly agreed, "No problem. Very well. I shall go inside to fetch the silver for you." As Li Ying turned to enter the hall to retrieve the money, Chen Dao peered through the open door into the martial arts hall, where a vast expanse lay before him. Numerous disciples were diligently practicing their punches, sweat glistening on their brows. Is this what it means to train in martial arts? Chen Dao observed that the martial arts disciples exhibited a strikingly methodical fighting technique. The way they wielded their fists conveyed an overwhelming sense of power. A trace of envy welled up in Chen Dao's heart. He too yearned to practice martial arts. However, the circumstances of his family rendered such aspirations impossible. "Oh, you too wish to pursue martial arts?" Li Ying, returning, noticed Chen Dao's gaze and inquired. "Indeed, I do," he replied. Chen Dao candidly expressed that in this world, the status of a martial artist is akin to that of officials in the former earth. How could he not desire to practice martial arts? Li Ying scrutinized Chen Dao from head to toe before shaking her head and remarking, "You are far too frail to engage in martial training. Mastering martial arts is no trivial endeavor. It requires not only a robust physique but also substantial wealth to procure medicinal materials for the cultivation of vital energy." Given Chen Dao's delicate frame and his current role as a chicken vendor, he simply lacks the financial means to pursue martial arts. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Chen Dao's face, for Li Ying's words had undoubtedly shattered his dreams of martial arts. "Your elder indeed has potential," she remarked, casting a glance at Chen Dao. "He possesses a robust physique, making him an excellent candidate for martial training. Alas, he is too advanced in years. And even if he were to commence training now, significant achievements may elude him." After delivering her assessment, Li Ying handed 2 taels of silver to Chen Dao, subsequently preparing to return to the martial arts school with her chicken cage in tow. At that moment, however, Chen Dao inquired, "Miss Li, will you require such chickens in the future?" "Indeed," Li Ying replied without hesitation. "As long as you can procure them, I will take as many as you can find." "Very well." With that, Li Ying's figure vanished within the confines of the martial arts school. Chen Dao cast a lingering glance at the familiar surroundings before departing alongside Chen Da in their donkey cart. Though the martial arts school held its allure, it ultimately was not the right fit for him. "Xiao Dao?" Chen Da asked while guiding the donkey cart. "What do you intend to do next?" Chen Dao pondered for a moment and said, "Could you please take me to the pharmacy, Uncle Chen?" "Certainly." Moments later, the donkey cart came to a halt in front of a pharmacy named by Kaitang. Upon disembarking, Chen Dao entered the establishment directly. Inside the pharmacy, an elderly man with graying hair was attending to a patient's pulse. Noticing Chen Dao's arrival, He remarked, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest." Chapter 14. The advanced materials are acquired. Chen Dao nodded and began to browse the shop. This apothecary bore a striking resemblance to the traditional Chinese herbal medicine shops of his past life, with a rich aroma of herbal remedies permeating the air. Behind the elderly proprietor stood a large cabinet, meticulously divided into numerous small compartments, each adorned with labels detailing the various herbs within. Perhaps due to the modest size of the establishment, the elderly man had not employed any assistants. He alone was responsible for both treating patients and selling medicines. After seeing off the previous customer, the elder turned to Chen Dao and inquired, "Young man, are you here to seek treatment or to purchase medicine?" "To purchase medicine," Chen Dao replied. Chen Dao said, "I wish to purchase some sapanwood flowers. I wonder if the shopkeeper has any for sale?" "Indeed, we do," replied the shopkeeper, rising to retrieve a well-dried sapanwood flower from a small cabinet behind him. "This is the sapanwood flower, priced at 3 coins each." Chen Dao gazed thoughtfully at the sumac flowers displayed on the counter and inquired, "Might I ask if the proprietor has any fresh sumac flowers for sale?" Chen Dao vividly recalled that to transform a white-feathered chicken into a yellow-feathered one, it was essential to crush the guaiacum flower and chicken heart grass into a juice for feeding. However, the guaiacum flower before him was already dried, making it impossible to extract any juice. Fresh guaiacum flowers. The old man paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Young man, your timing is impeccable. Today, our shop has just received a batch of fresh herbs." With that, he turned towards the inner chamber and called out, "Xiao Shi, come out for a moment." "Coming." A melodious voice responded from within, followed by a lovely young girl of around 16, gracefully parting the beaded curtain as she emerged. This was the old man's granddaughter, Su Xiao Shi. The elder introduced Chen Dao briefly, then addressed the young woman, "Xiao Shi, this esteemed guest wishes to purchase fresh guaiacum flowers. Please check if we have any among the recent deliveries. Please hold for a moment." Su Xiao Shi turned and entered the inner chamber, returning shortly with a cloth bag in hand. She placed the bag on the counter and opened it, saying, "Grandfather, here are all the guaiacum flowers delivered today." "Ah." The elder nodded gently at Su Xiao Shi, then turned to Chen Dao, saying, "Young man, these are all the fresh guaiacum flowers we have. How many would you like to purchase?" Chen Dao gazed upon the fresh redwood blossoms displayed upon the counter, his heart swelling with delight, though he maintained an impassive demeanor as he addressed the shopkeeper. "Esteemed proprietor, I intend to purchase all these redwood blossoms. May I inquire about the price?" "All of them." The quantity of redwood blossoms on the counter was considerable, numbering at least 30. A flicker of joy crossed the old man's face as he pondered briefly before responding. "Let us say they are priced at 2 won each. In total, that amounts to 61 for the 30 blossoms." "Very well." Chen Dao nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving a couple of silver coins to hand to the shopkeeper. Once the shopkeeper had provided the change, he took up the cloth bag containing the medicinal herbs and exited the apothecary. Outside the shop, Chen Dao, who was watching over the donkey cart, inquired of the emerging Chen Dao, "Young Dao, have you completed your task?" "Indeed." Chen Dao nodded and said, "Next, we can proceed to purchase the gray-feathered chicken." "Excellent." Chen Dao joyfully drove his donkey cart towards the eastern market. A quarter of an hour later, the cart halted in front of the street where Chen Dao sold white-feathered chickens. Upon disembarking from the cart, Chen Dao unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "Brother Wu, what brings you here?" Chen Dao looked at the stall owner before him with a hint of surprise. The individual was none other than Wu Han, who had previously sold chickens alongside Chen Dao. However, today, Wu Han was not peddling chickens, but rather ducks. "Ah, it's you, little brother Chen." Upon seeing Chen Dao, Wu Han's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Where else would I be if not selling goods?" "Indeed." Chen Dao nodded and then inquired, "How did your goods transform from chickens to ducks?" "Ah." Wu Han waved his hand dismissively, replying, "As merchants, we naturally sell whatever we have." Afterward, Wu Han turned his gaze towards Chen Dao's companion, Chen Da, and asked, "And who might this be?" "This is my uncle, Chen Da." "Oh, so you are indeed brother Chen," Wu Han praised. "Your physique is impressive. It is evident that you are a man of great stature." Due to his years of archery practice and frequent hunting excursions into the mountains, Chen Da possesses an exceptionally robust physique, markedly distinguishing him from the average farmer. This is also the reason why Li Ying previously remarked that Chen Da is well suited for martial arts. "I appreciate your kind words, brother Wu." Chen Da responded with a hint of embarrassment. Chen Dao then said, Old brother Wu, we intend to purchase some gray feathered chickens here. I wonder if you have any for sale? None left. Wuhan shook his head. I have sold out of my gray feathered chickens. After a moment, Wuhan added, however, I can assist you in getting in touch with other poultry vendors. With my influence, you should be able to secure a considerably lower price. Naturally, Chen Dao would not refuse such a generous offer, and quickly replied, that would be much appreciated, old brother Wu. It's a trivial matter. Please keep an eye on my stall, Wuhan said as he stood up and walked a short distance to converse with a nearby chicken vendor. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the vendor in tow. This was the chicken seller, Old Man Li. Wuhan pointed to the vendor and introduced him to Chen Dao and his companion, saying, he currently has 20 gray feathered chickens, evenly divided between males and females. I have already negotiated with him. Regardless of how many you wish to purchase, the price will be set at 101 for hens and 91 for roosters. Chen Dao scrutinized the Old Man Li, whose complexion was dark and physique lean, resembling more of a farmer than a peddler. In truth, the majority of men Chen Dao encountered in this world bore a similar appearance to that of Old Man Li. Emaciated and perpetually hungry, this was the standard visage of the underprivileged. In contrast, individuals like Chen Dao, who possessed robust physiques, were considered rather unusual. As for obesity, it was not a source of concern for the people in this realm, but rather a mark of prosperity. The impoverished could scarcely afford enough sustenance, let alone the luxury of excess weight. Fat individuals were a rarity, primarily found within affluent households. Rest assured, young brother Chen, Wuhan continued, Old Man Li is a man of integrity. The chickens he sells are certainly not afflicted by disease. Indeed, came the reply. Chen Dao nodded gently, contemplating before addressing the Old Man Li. I intend to purchase all your chickens. Might it be possible to negotiate a better price? The old man's eyes sparkled instantaneously. Unable to restrain his curiosity as he inquired, all of them? Even Wuhan, who stood nearby, was taken aback. 20 chickens amounted to approximately 2 taels of silver. How could the young brother Chen Dao, with whom he had only a casual acquaintance, possess such wealth? Indeed, all of them. Chen Dao nodded solemnly. Upon witnessing this, the Old Man Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly proclaimed, if you wish for all, I can offer them to you at 90 won each, regardless of gender. This meant that even hens were counted at the same price of 90 won each, thus saving a total of 100 won. Chen Dao promptly agreed, saying, very well. Consequently, the two commenced their transaction. Chen Dao handed over 1 tael of silver along with 800 copper coins to the Old Man Li, and subsequently loaded all 4 chicken cages onto the donkey cart. Chapter 15. The Edible Little Black. Once the transaction was concluded, the Old Man Li departed. Wuhan could not help but express his envy, saying, Brother Chen, you have struck gold, buying so many chickens at once. Wuhan was genuinely envious. Although his stall was perpetually filled with unsold chickens and ducks, these were merely acquisitions from others, and he earned only a modest profit from their sale. In contrast, Chen Dao had boldly produced 2 taels of silver to purchase chickens, a display of extravagance that took Wuhan by surprise. Do I appear to be someone who has struck it rich? Chen Dao retorted. Wuhan scrutinized Chen Dao and fell silent. No matter how one looked at it, Chen Dao certainly did not appear to be a man of wealth. His frail physique and the patched, coarse garments he wore painted the portrait of a child from a destitute family, entirely devoid of any association with affluence. Alas, it seems that everyone is struggling these days. Wuhan sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. In this era of soaring grain prices, even he, a resident of the county town, was acutely aware of the hardships of life. At times, he could not help but ponder whether he too might someday resemble the homeless wanderers beyond the city walls. After all, the burden of taxation has become increasingly oppressive, and many citizens of the county town are finding it difficult to secure enough food. Brother Wu, we shall take our leave now. May fate allow us to meet again. Chen Dao bid farewell to Wuhan and, accompanied by Chen Dao, set off in a vehicle from the county town. Once they had left the confines of the county, the previously silent Chen Dao could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Xiao Dao, what is the purpose of purchasing so many hens? The acquisition of a total of 20 gray-feathered chickens had been a matter that Chen Dao and Chen Dao had discussed previously. Yet Chen Dao found himself somewhat perplexed by it. Why does Chen Dao wish to purchase hens? The price of hens is somewhat higher than that of roosters. If he were to buy only roosters, perhaps he could negotiate with Old Man Li to lower the price to around 80 won each. In response to Chen Dao's confusion, Chen Dao countered, Uncle Chen, Did you not notice that there are fewer stalls selling goods in the East Market? Upon hearing this, Chen Dao furrowed his brows in contemplation and realized that, indeed, the East Market of the county bore little resemblance to his previous memories. Once bustling with activity, the East Market was filled with vendors and eager customers, whereas today it appeared strikingly desolate, with only a handful of stalls and even fewer patrons purchasing goods. As grain prices continue to soar, the availability of goods is bound to diminish. Chen Dao explained that particularly with regard to domesticated animals such as chickens, ducks, and geese, it is highly probable that in the future, they may become entirely unavailable for purchase. The rearing of livestock necessitates grain, and as the prices of grains escalate, individuals may struggle to secure sufficient sustenance, leading to a diminishing number of those capable of raising chickens, potentially resulting in a complete cessation. Chen Dao's decision to purchase hens was predicated upon this very consideration. He aspired to cultivate a greater number of chickens at home, rather than perpetually venturing into the city for purchases, not to mention the uncertainty of availability. Even if he were to find them, the soaring grain prices would invariably escalate the cost of live poultry. How enlightening! Chen Dao nodded in agreement, as Chen Dao had remarked, with the rising prices of grain. The number of individuals raising chickens would undoubtedly dwindle, leading to a scarcity of live chickens in the market, and perhaps even resulting in a situation where chickens became exceedingly hard to procure. For the sake of long-term planning, it would indeed be prudent to consider breeding more chickens at home. With this thought, Chen Dao cast a glance at Chen Dao, feeling a sense of admiration. Ever since that unfortunate injury, Chen Dao seemed to have grown considerably wiser. Not only had he discovered a method for cultivating white-feathered chickens, but he had also contemplated such far-reaching matters. Surely, Ping Gu, in the realm beyond, would feel a sense of comfort upon witnessing this progress. Returning to Qinjia village, Chen Dao was the first to leap from the donkey cart, unloading 4 chicken cages from the vehicle. He handed one of the cages to Chen Dao, saying, "Uncle Chen, here are the 5 chickens we agreed upon." Prior to purchasing the chickens, the two had conferred. Chen Dao required a total of 5 chickens, while Chen Dao would acquire as many as his funds would allow. At that moment, having procured a total of 20 chickens, it was only natural for him to hand over the agreed 5 to Chen Dao. General Chen took the chicken coop, reaching into his pocket to retrieve 450 copper coins, which he handed to Chen Dao, saying, "Xiao Dao, this is the money for purchasing the chickens." After receiving the money, Chen Dao parted ways with the other individual. Chen Dao went to the village chief's house to return the donkey cart, while Chen Dao made his way directly home. Upon his arrival, he found his mother, Li Ping, squatting in the front yard with a furrowed brow, embodying a visage of worry. Beside her was the petite Chen Fei, who mimicked Li Ping's posture, squatting beside her and earnestly striving to replicate her mother's expression of distress, creating a rather amusing scene. Chen Dao entered the courtyard, puzzled, and inquired, "What brings you to this state? Has Xiao Dao returned?" Upon seeing Chen Dao, Li Ping initially breathed a sigh of relief and pointed towards the little black dog, lamenting, "Xiao He has an insatiable appetite. It devoured 2 pounds of food within a single day." Chen Dao couldn't help but glance at the little black bird, who was pecking joyfully at the scattered grain and sorghum on the ground, chirping merrily with a delightful clucking sound. 2 pounds of food a day. Such an appetite. Chen Dao was taken aback. After all, the daily food consumption of a sturdy laborer amounts to less than 2 pounds. If Xiao He devours 2 pounds of grain in a single day, does that not imply that Xiao He's consumption surpasses that of an adult laborer? Indeed, it does. Li Ping expressed her disdain, stating, "After you fed it in the morning, it incessantly clucked around me. Initially, I was puzzled by its behavior, but eventually, I realized it was hungry. I had no choice but to offer it more grain, and once it started, it could not stop, consuming from morning until afternoon, totaling 2 pounds of grain. It is no wonder Li Ping felt this way. Xiao He's appetite was simply too excessive. Even Li Ping herself does not consume anywhere near 2 pounds of food in a day, yet this single chicken requires that amount. This suggests that Xiao He is akin to a 9th-tier martial artist. Otherwise, Li Ping would have resorted to slaughtering it for meat. Considering the unsustainable burden such consumption places on the household, it seems that raising a battle chicken is far more demanding than anticipated. It consumes more than I do." Chen Dao pondered silently, yet he reassured Li Ping with a gentle smile. "It's merely 2 pounds of grain, no need to fret." As he spoke, he placed the chicken cage before her, exclaiming, "Mother, look what I've brought back. So many chickens." Before Li Ping could respond, Chen Fei dashed over, standing eagerly by the cage, saliva pooling as she exclaimed, "With all these chickens, brother, are we having chicken for dinner tonight? You only think about meat." Li Ping rose, playfully swatting Chen Fei, her expression one of astonishment as she turned to Chen Dao. "Xiao Dao, how many chickens are there?" "There are a total of 15. 15? Li Ping trembled, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 16. A Thief at Midnight. Is it truly 15? Li Ping's eyes widened as she scrutinized each cage. And only when she confirmed the astonishing number did she exclaim in disbelief, "Xiao Dao, how did you manage this?" Li Ping found it utterly incomprehensible that Chen Dao could procure so many chickens, given that she had only entrusted him with a mere 183 won, a sum insufficient to purchase even 2 chickens at the current market prices. Yet, he returned with 15, and furthermore, he had previously brought back 40 pounds of grain. The thought of how Chen Dao could have acquired such an abundance with just 183 when left her bewildered. Naturally, it was through the sale of chickens that he had achieved this. Chen Dao smiled as he explained. This time, the 4 white-feathered chickens fetched the same price as before, each selling for 500 won, totaling 2 taels of silver. 2 taels of silver. The astonishment on Li Ping's face deepened, even during the lifetime of Chen Ping. She had never witnessed such a substantial sum. "It is indeed 2 taels, but I have nearly exhausted this silver." Chen Dao spent 60 when at the pharmacy to purchase 15 saplings of the sumu flower. He then expended 1350 when on chickens, and now, out of the 2 taels of silver, only 590 won remains, coupled with the previous 13 won, totaling 603 won. This money must be wisely spent. After the initial shock, Li Ping swiftly regained her composure. She had come to recognize the lucrative potential of raising white-feathered chickens, and thus would not hesitate to invest that 2 taels of silver. "Xiao Dao, it is imperative that we take good care of these chickens. They are the key to our family's sustenance." "Understood, mother." After placing the chicken coop neatly along the wall and scattering some feed around it, Li Ping prepared dinner. The 3 of them gathered in the dimly lit kitchen to share their meal. Chen Dao gazed at the bowl of sorghum rice devoid of any meat and pondered before saying, "Mother, how about we slaughter a chicken in a few days for a feast?" The moment these words escaped his lips, Chen Fei, seated beside him, lit up with excitement. Her youthful heart yearned intensely for the taste of meat. "No," Li Ping replied, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle. "We still need those chickens to earn money. How can we possibly kill them for a meal?" In Li Ping's eyes, simply having enough to eat was the greatest happiness, and meat was not a necessity. Rather than sacrificing a chicken for a meal, it would be wiser to sell it in the county for 500 won to purchase grains. "Mother, please listen to me," Chen Dao remarked. "With the secret to raising chickens, our family is no longer in want of grain, and we ought to indulge in better nourishment. As Xiao Fei and I are at a critical stage of growth, it is imperative that we consume some meat." Upon hearing this, Li Ping cast a glance at the frail Chen Dao and Chen Fei, her demeanor softening somewhat. She understood that meat is essential for growth, yet she hesitated to part with 500 won for a single chicken. "Mother, trust me, our family will assuredly not lack for money or food in the future. There's no need to be reluctant over 1 chicken." "Very well, we shall proceed as you say." After dinner, as night fell, the entire Chen family village succumbed to darkness. In the low-productivity realm of Xia, candles, a source of illumination, remained relatively costly for the common folk. Hence, as night enveloped the village, each household was plunged into obscurity. Those with spouses engaged in the intimacy of the night, while those without could only lie in bed, surrendering to slumber. Chen Dao, lacking a partner, could only recline on his bed, contemplating the developments that lay ahead. 15 chickens had each consumed a sprig of chicken heart grass, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would yield 15 white-feathered chickens in 3 days. Valued at 500 won apiece, this would amount to a substantial sum of 7.5 taels of silver. With this fortune, the family's impoverished condition would see a significant uplift, and the prospect of enjoying white rice accompanied by meat would no longer remain a mere dream. However, Chen Dao harbored no intentions of selling all the white-feathered chickens. He planned to retain around half for continued breeding. Furthermore, he was eager to experiment with cultivating yellow-feathered chickens. If white-feathered chickens commanded a price of 500 taels, might not the yellow-feathered ones fetch an even higher price? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Dao found himself troubled once again. Raising chickens necessitated ample space, though the current number was manageable enough for cage rearing. The inevitable increase in their population would soon render the confines of his modest courtyard insufficient. A solution must be sought to expand the yard or perhaps construct a new dwelling altogether. Chen Dao gazed at the windswept walls, realizing that his home had fallen into a state of disrepair, rendering it nearly ineffective against the chill of winter. Even beneath the covers, he felt the cold seep into his bones. The construction of a new house had become an imperative necessity. There remained an overwhelming multitude of tasks to be accomplished. As Chen Dao pondered over these thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, 3 shadowy figures emerged outside the front yard of Chen Dao's home. Peering through the gaps in the fence, Chen Jin, hiding with his 2 brothers, caught a glimpse of the empty courtyard and exclaimed with excitement, "There's no one in the yard. Shall we make our move now?" Chen Yin, brimming with eagerness, replied, "Damn that Chen Dao. He has so many chickens at home, yet refuses to share even a few with us brothers. Since he won't give, we shall take matters into our own hands. His home is simply overflowing with chickens." Chen Tong drooled as he and his 2 brothers had been secretly observing Chen Dao for several days. They were well aware that Chen Dao had just returned today with a dozen chickens. After all, Chen family village was a rather small place, and it was impossible for Chen Dao's arrival with the chickens to escape the notice of all the villagers. "Wait here, I will sneak in and steal the chickens," he said. Chen Jin cautioned the 2 individuals and then stepped onto Chen Yin's back, preparing to vault over the fence into the courtyard. Just at that moment, the crowing of a rooster startled Chen Jin, and before he could react, a shadow lunged at him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. "Ah!" The piercing scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere of Chenjia village. Chen Dao, lying in bed, immediately opened his eyes, rolled out of bed, and approached the door, peering through the crack in the wooden door to view the front yard. On the other side of the wall, Li Ping was also awakened. She instinctively covered Chen Fei's mouth to stifle any sound, then lowered her voice to inquire, "Xiao Dao, what is happening?" "Someone is attempting to climb over the wall into our yard." With the dim light of the moon outside, Chen Dao could barely discern the scene beyond the door, where he saw a figure about to topple over the fence, struck down by the small black creature, entirely white in color. The small black, which had pecked a bloody hole in Chen Jin's arm, showed no signs of ceasing its assault. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly flew over the fence, its sharp beak aiming for Chen Jin's calf. "Ah!" The intense pain caused cold sweat to bead on Chen Jin's forehead, and he hurriedly shouted to his 2 brothers, "What are you standing there for? Come help. We're coming, we're coming." The 2 brothers, Chen Tong and Chen Yin, swiftly reacted, seizing the wooden sticks they carried and brandishing them towards the little black creature. Chapter 17. The Chicken Demon? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Faced with the flapping wings, it deftly dodged the attacks of the wooden sticks, effortlessly evading their strikes. Goodness, has this chicken transformed into a spirit? Breathless, Chen Yin exclaimed that the chicken before him was exceedingly nimble. No matter how fervently he swung the wooden stick, he could not land a single blow upon it. Alas! Another anguished cry echoed as a bloodied hole, the size of a pinky finger, appeared on Chen Jin's body, a result of the sharp beak of the agile hen, which had evaded the wooden assault. The pain elicited a series of desperate cries from Chen Jin, who urgently shouted at Chen Yin and Chen Tong, "Quickly, drive this chicken away." "Understood, elder brother." Chen Tong brandished a wooden stick, charging towards the little black creature in a frenzied manner, attempting to drive it away. However, the little black creature remained unfazed by his onslaught, moving with an almost ethereal grace that rendered Chen Tong's strikes futile. Not only did it evade his attacks effortlessly, but it also seized the opportunity to retaliate against Chen Jin, inflicting minor wounds that soon dotted his body with crimson spots, each puncture resembling the size of a small finger. Blood dripped steadily to the ground, and he could sense his strength waning with every passing moment. Curse it all. This creature is truly uncanny. Chen Tong said breathlessly, "Brother, let us flee. We cannot contend with this chicken. Support me as we run, quickly." Chen Jin dared not linger any longer, quickly prompting Chen Yin and Chen Tong to assist him in a hasty retreat. However, the assailant, Xiao He, had no intention of allowing their escape. With a renewed burst of speed, Xiao He closed the distance, inflicting additional wounds upon the fleeing trio. In less than 10 meters, Chen Yin and Chen Tong succumbed to their injuries, collapsing helplessly to the ground, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds. Cackling ominously, Xiao He focused intently on the throats of the 3, preparing to deliver a fatal blow when suddenly, a flame flickered in the distance. Villager leader Chen He, brandishing a torch, approached, accompanied by a group of able-bodied men. casting a glance at the fallen Chen Jin and his companions. Isn't that the Chen brothers? One man frowned, questioning their presence at such an hour. What could they possibly be up to? More than likely, something nefarious. Chen Dao, standing alongside Chen He, scoffed. His disdain for the trio was palpable, stemming not only from their past bullying of Chen Dao, but also from their indolent lifestyle, devoid of any productive labor. Damn it! Why couldn't they have perished in the county? Why return to the village to be a nuisance? He muttered. Why are they covered in blood? But who cared? Their demise would be a blessing, sparing the village from their incessant begging. The mere presence of the Chun brothers at such an ungodly hour left little doubt about their intentions. The villagers held no fondness for the trio, who had neglected agricultural work since reaching adulthood, earning the ire of nearly everyone in the community. I shall inquire about this matter, Chen He declared, casting a wary glance at the menacing Xiao He. Perhaps deterred by the numbers on Chen He's side, Xiao He refrained from attacking but remained vigilant. Fixated on the Chen brothers, poised to strike at any moment. Chen He crouched before Chen Jin, holding a torch, his expression stern as he inquired. What brings you three to this place at such an unholy hour? Help us, village chief, Chen Jin cried, clutching Chen He's calf, his body drenched in blood. This chicken, I cannot fathom its madness, attacked us relentlessly. Just look at my wounds, it pecked me mercilessly. Indeed, village chief, this chicken is nothing short of sinister. Chen Yin also echoed, stating that upon encountering them, the chicken launched an attack, displaying an unyielding demeanor, leaving them utterly perplexed. For Chen Jin and his companions, deceit was as commonplace as breathing. They refrained from admitting their intentions to stealthily infiltrate the Chun family home to pilfer a chicken, instead claiming that the creature had inexplicably assailed them. How ludicrous! Upon hearing their explanation, Chen Dao let out a derisive laugh, remarking, attacked for no reason? Why has it not targeted us? Indeed, these two brothers were undoubtedly weaving a web of falsehoods, uttering not a single truth. They must have harbored ulterior motives for which they were met with the chicken's wrath. The other young men were clearly skeptical of the brothers' account, unanimously concluding that they were up to no good. The reasoning was painfully simple. In the dead of night, when everyone else was resting at home, Chen Jin and his companions appeared here, which was decidedly illogical. To be frank, Chen He shot a glare at Chen Jin and reprimanded, I speak nothing but the truth. Chen Jin could not contain his anguished cries. I suspect this is a chicken demon, moving with an alarming swiftness, its beak and claws exceptionally sharp. Village chief, you must swiftly organize a group to slay it, otherwise our village will be in grave danger. Upon hearing these words, a look of seriousness flickered across Chen He's face. If Chen Jin's assertion held any truth, and this creature was indeed a demon, then he would have no choice but to eradicate it. For such beings pose a significant threat to the village. Years ago, a tiger demon, bearing the bloodline of a beast, had emerged from the vast mountains and devoured nearly all the villagers in a place called Tangjiang. It was only through the concerted efforts of the county's martial artists that the tiger demon was ultimately vanquished. Had this not occurred, the ramifications would have been catastrophic. This is not a chicken demon. At that moment, a somewhat youthful voice interjected. Seeing that the situation had calmed, Chen Dao emerged from his front yard and addressed Chen He and the others. This is my family's chicken. The reason it attacked Chen Jin and the others is that they attempted to intrude upon my home. As these words were spoken, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Dao's face was etched with fury as he swiftly approached Chen Jin, delivering a forceful kick toward him. Ah, Chen Jin laments. Chen Dao coldly remarked, damn it, how many times have I told you? Do not bully Xiao Dao. Have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind? Upon witnessing the honest Chen Dao's fury, the young men of the village felt a chill in their hearts. Those familiar with Chen Dao understood that he seldom lost his temper, but when he did, few in the village could restrain him. Oh no, Chen Dao is truly enraged. Is he about to harm these three brothers? It was indeed a possibility. Just previously, Chen Dao had inflicted such punishment upon the Chen Jin brothers for bullying Chen Dao that they could not rise from their beds for an entire month. These three brothers deserved it. How dare they attempt to break into someone's home in the dead of night, surely with intentions to steal? Chen Dao's actions were justified. The young men witnessing Chen Jin's beating felt no sympathy whatsoever. Rather, many secretly applauded the justice served. Chen Jin vehemently defended himself, proclaiming, we, the three brothers, merely passed by the Chen family's door, and then their chickens launched an assault upon us. We truly did not steal anything. How dare you still argue? Chen Dao struck Chen Jin across the face, causing him to see stars. Yet, even after this, he felt unsatisfied and was intent on continuing the assault. However, the village head, Chen He, intervened, placing a hand to halt Chen Dao, urging, Chen Dao, do not act impulsively. After restraining Chen Dao, Chen He turned his gaze towards Chen Dao and inquired, Xiao Dao, are you certain they intended to invade your home? Chen Dao nodded without hesitation. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Very well. Chen He nodded and addressed the strong young men behind him, instructing them to escort the Chen Jin San brothers to his residence. Shortly thereafter, they brought Chen Jin San and his companions into the parlor of the village chief's home. The village chief gazed at the encircled Chen Jin San brothers and inquired, Now speak. What prompted you to intrude upon Chen Dao's household? We did not trespass into his home, they replied. Chen Jin, mustering his courage, declared, We were merely passing by. Is there still no acknowledgement? Chen Dahua glared fiercely, causing Chen Jin to shrink his neck, too intimidated to speak further, yet unwilling to admit their intention of sneaking into Chen Dao's home to steal. These three brothers were utterly unrepentant, embodying the essence of a fool who fears not the boiling water. Surely, their nocturnal presence near Chen Dao's residence could not be attributed to any benign purpose. Curse it, these three are the pariahs of the village. Ultimately, the able-bodied villagers rallied behind Chen Dao, for the Chen Jin trio bore a notorious reputation, leading the community to place their trust in Chen Dao. Their refusal to confess mattered little. Chen He, feeling no inclination to elaborate further, directly addressed the villager beside him. Lao Air, take these three individuals away. Administer 10 strokes to each of them, and then escort them back to their homes. Chenjiakan, though referred to as a village, is essentially a clan comprised of individuals bearing the Chen surname. The village chief, Chen He, wielded the authority to enforce family laws in times when the government had little jurisdiction here. The villagers acknowledged Chen He's power, as he was generally regarded as fair in his dealings, earning the trust and respect of the community. Upon realizing this, a villager known as Air nodded in agreement and, accompanied by several able-bodied men, dragged Chen Jin and his companions out. Soon, the anguished cries of Chen Jin and his associates echoed from beyond the living room. Chen He appeared to be quite accustomed to the sound of such anguished cries, his expression betraying not the slightest hint of change. He merely turned to Chen Dao and inquired, Xiao Dao, are you satisfied with the manner in which I have handled this situation? Are you content? Chen Dao was undoubtedly discontented. The three intruders who invaded his home filled him with profound dissatisfaction, to the extent that he wished to eliminate them all. However, Chen Dao understood that this was the utmost capability of village chief Chen He. After all, Chen He was merely a village chief and not an official, thus unable to execute these three men. In my opinion, it would have been better for those three brothers to be dealt with immediately. Chen Dao remained silent. Yet Chen Da spoke up. These three brothers are nothing but a waste of food. It would be more prudent to end their lives and save some provisions. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The villagers had long grown weary of Chen Jin and his brothers, who shamelessly begged for meals from every household on a daily basis. A fleeting smile of bitterness crossed Chen He's face. He harbored no fondness for Chen Jin and his companions. However, he was merely a village chief. While he could wield his authority to discipline unruly villagers, the act of executing another was utterly beyond his courage. After all, taking a life is no trivial matter, and the authorities would surely hold him accountable. Given that Chen Jin and his associates had sustained such grievous injuries and endured a beating, they would be bedridden for at least a month or two. Thus, this matter should conclude here. Chen He calmed the crowd with a voice of reassurance, then turned his gaze towards the small black chicken at Chen Dao's feet. Little Dao, from whence did this remarkable fowl come? In truth, Chen He had noticed the chicken long before. It was simply too extraordinary to ignore. Its bright, penetrating eyes shone with vitality, and its feathers gleamed like fresh snow. The beak and claws radiated a metallic luster, rendering it quite extraordinary. What a splendid creature! Its size suggests it would yield a considerable amount of meat if slaughtered. This chicken appears remarkably plump. The other villagers also cast envious glances at Chen Dao's chicken. In these lean times when food is scarce, such a sumptuous bird would undoubtedly entice their hearts. Even more astonishing was the chicken's prowess, as it had sent Chen Jin and his two companions fleeing in terror, inflicting injuries upon them with its fierce pecking. However, the crowd's envy remained benign, as fellow clansmen. They were not consumed by greed like Chen Jin and his companions, who might have contemplated stealing Chen Dao's prized chicken. This is a chicken raised in my home. Chen Dao naturally would not disclose the truth to everyone. He simply remarked, this chicken might have consumed something unusual, hence its larger size. So that was it. Chen He nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. He cast a lingering glance at Chen Dao before averting his gaze. All right, the night has grown late. Let us all return to our rest. Soon, the crowd dispersed in small groups, braving the cold wind as they made their way home. Exiting the village chief's residence, Chen Dao walked alongside Chen Dao, conversing as they strolled. Little Dao, are you unhurt? No. Chen Dao shook his head. The Chen brothers, Jin San and his siblings, were unable to even step into their front yard before being assaulted by Xiao He, making it utterly impossible for them to inflict any harm upon Chen Dao. That's a relief. Chen Dasong let out a sigh and continued. In the future, when faced with such situations, raise your voice immediately. I shall arrive at the earliest opportunity. Chen Dao's heart warmed as he nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, uncle. There is no need for gratitude. Come, let us return home and rest. Upon returning home, Chen Daofang was immediately greeted by Li Ping, who, illuminated by the moonlight, scrutinized him closely. Xiao Dao, are you all right? She inquired. I am fine. He reassured her. That is a relief. Li Ping sighed, her heart still racing. Thankfully we have Xiao He. Otherwise, our home might not have been safe tonight. Although Chen Jin and his two companions merely intended to commit theft, none could assure that their nefarious intentions would not escalate into violence. Fortunately, Xiao He successfully repelled them. Otherwise, with only 2 women and a half-grown boy, Chen Dao, at home, they would have stood little chance against the formidable Chen Jin trio. In that moment, Li Ping no longer viewed Xiao He's consumption of food as wasteful, but rather felt grateful for his presence, which had spared her family from disaster. Chen Dao remained silent. Yet a sense of regret lingered within him. How he wished the village head and his companions had arrived a tad later. From his concealed position behind the door, Chen Dao understood that had they delayed their arrival, Chen Jin and his 2 companions would undoubtedly have met a tragic end at the beak of the Black Hen. However, it is not necessarily a blessing to eliminate Chen Jin and his comrades, for murder is a grave offense. Although the authorities exercise minimal control over the villages beyond the county, primarily focusing on tax collection, they do take matters of homicide quite seriously. Should Chen Jin and his companions perish, it would be nearly impossible for Chen Dao to evade the scrutiny of the officials. Chapter 19. The insufficiency of power ultimately. It is the lack of power that weighs heavily. Chen Dao sighed helplessly. If he possessed sufficient power, he would no longer need to be concerned about various apprehensions. Were he to have 1,000 battlecocks akin to the little black one, he could easily disregard the authorities and the village chief, eliminating Chen Jin and his companions on the spot. Mother, let us rest for now. Chen Dao exchanged a few words with Li Ping before reclining on his bed, his gaze drifting into the depths of contemplation. Time slipped by, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On that morning, He Tzulian stood in her front yard, observing the 15 white-feathered chickens scuttling about, her expression brimming with excitement. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing the transformation, she would scarcely believe that mere chicken heart grass, scarcely more valuable than wild weeds, could induce such a remarkable change in the gray-feathered chickens. To be candid, when she first embarked on the cultivation of the white-feathered chickens, He Tzulian harbored a twinge of apprehension. After all, the notion of gray-feathered chickens evolving into white-feathered ones seemed rather implausible. Fortunately, having now witnessed the birth of the white-feathered chickens with her own eyes, her trepidation vanished in an instant, leaving only joy in its wake. According to Chen Dao, a single white-feathered chicken could fetch 501, which meant that her 15 birds amounted to a substantial sum of 7.5 taels of silver. What does 7.5 taels of silver signify? In times of peace, such a sum would suffice to sustain a family of 3 comfortably for 2 to 3 years. Even in this year of calamity, it could procure at least 500 jin of rice. The costs incurred by her family were merely around 1,500 won for the purchase of the gray-feathered chickens, some chicken heart grass, and a modest amount of coarse grain for their upbringing. Indeed, Xiao Dao has not deceived us. He Tzulian exclaimed with radiant delight. Chicken heart grass truly can cultivate white-feathered chickens. My dear, we are destined for prosperity this time. With this batch of white-feathered chickens, you will no longer need to risk your life hunting in the mountains. Beside her, Chen Dao also wore a countenance of joy, remarking, let us go to Xiao Dao's house and express our gratitude. Wait, He Tzulian, being more thoughtful as a woman, suggested, I shall fetch some items from the house. Before long, Heatsulian and Chen Dao arrived at Chen Dao's residence, carrying a piece of smoked meat. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Chen Dao inquired as he fed the chicken heart grass to his flock. Today marked the third feeding for this batch of chickens, and most of their plumage had already turned predominantly white. Presumably, tomorrow they would be able to harvest 15 white-feathered chickens. "Xiao Dao, are you feeding the chickens?" Heatsulian replied cheerfully. "Thanks to you, we have successfully cultivated white-feathered chickens, 15 in total." "Then congratulations to you and Annie," Chen Dao responded warmly. Chen Dao was not particularly surprised by Chen Daijia's success in raising white-feathered chickens, yet he still offered his heartfelt congratulations. With this batch of white-feathered chickens, life for the Chen family would undoubtedly improve significantly. "Is Chen Daijia here?" Hearing the commotion, Li Ping emerged from the house, smiling as she addressed Heatsulian, "Sister, what has brought you such joy today?" Heatsulian stepped forward, grasping Li Ping's hand, her face aglow with delight as she replied, "Sisterly, I have brought you some smoked meat." There was no need for gifts when visiting, Li Ping playfully chided, casting a mock glare at Heatsulian. Her words were not mere formalities. She genuinely preferred that Heatsulian refrain from bringing presents. Their families were so closely intertwined that bringing a gift felt rather distant. "Isn't this a token of gratitude for Xiao Dao?" Heatsulian insisted, thrusting the smoked meat into Li Ping's hands and then guiding her into the house for a conversation. Chen Dao finished feeding the chickens swiftly and, after washing his hands, inquired of Chen Dao, "Uncle, what are your plans for these 15 white-feathered chickens?" Chen Dao pondered for a moment and replied, "Uncle wishes to hear your thoughts." By now, Chen Dao no longer regarded Chen Dao as a mere child. Instead, he perceived him as quite astute, which made him eager to consider Chen Dao's perspective. "My opinion?" Chen Dao pondered for a moment and then said, "If it were up to me, I would advise you not to sell all the chickens." "Why, you ask?" "I have previously mentioned that the resources in the county will only become increasingly scarce. We should prepare in advance, continuing to breed more chickens at home rather than having to purchase gray-feathered chickens from the county each time." "Are you suggesting that we should acquire more grain?" "Precisely." Chen Dao nodded. "This time, I intend to sell half of the chickens, keeping the remainder at home for continued breeding. The proceeds from the sale of the chickens will be entirely devoted to purchasing grain. Then I shall sell half as well." Chen Dao promptly made a decision, fully aware that he was not an exceptionally clever individual. In his eyes, Chen Dao appeared to possess a greater intellect. Thus, he believed that emulating Chen Dao's actions would surely lead him in the right direction. Having reached this conclusion, Chen Dao continued, "Uncle plans to head to the city tomorrow to sell chickens. Would you like to accompany me?" "Of course." Chen Dao nodded without hesitation. The chickens he raised could only be sold in the county town, so he naturally had to accompany Chen Dao to the city. Moreover, the food supplies at Chen Dao's home had nearly been depleted, necessitating a trip to the county town for replenishment. Given the considerable amount of goods we have this time, it is likely that we will need to enlist some assistance. Chen Dao remarked that this time, the two of them were heading to the county town not only to sell chickens but also to procure a substantial quantity of grain. Such a considerable load of goods could easily attract the covetous eyes of mountain bandits and road thugs, necessitating sufficient able-bodied protection. "Uncle, can you find someone to assist?" "Indeed. However, it may require a portion of the grain as payment." Chen Dao remarked, "However, there is no need for your family to provide this grain. I shall take care of it." Thus, it was decided. We shall set off for the county town tomorrow. Ha ha ha. The following day, Chen Dao was awakened by the exuberant crowing of the rooster. After rinsing his mouth with a slender willow branch, he made his way to the front yard and gazed at the chicken coop. The white-feathered chicken, characterized by its short growth period and substantial meat yield, presented two advancement paths. The first pathway involved the mating of a white-feathered hen with a black-footed rooster, which bore a 60 probability of hatching a jade-feathered chicken. The jade-feathered chicken is noted for its brief growth period and formidable combat prowess. The second pathway required the mashing of chicken heartgrass and logwood flowers into a juice, which, when administered continuously for 3 days, offered a 90 chance of evolving the white-feathered chicken into a yellow-feathered variant. The yellow-feathered chicken is distinguished by its short growth period, high meat production, and reduced egg-laying cycle. As Chen Dao's gaze swept over all the chickens in the coop, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Among the 14 chickens that had advanced to white-feathered status, one, although its plumage had transformed to predominantly white and its size had increased slightly, still appeared as a gray-feathered chicken in Chen Dao's discerning eyes. Clearly, this particular chicken had failed in its advancement. Chen Dao suddenly recalled that the probability of the gray-feathered chicken advancing to a white-feathered chicken, when fed with chicken heartgrass, was 80, not a guarantee of success. Chapter 20. Returning to the city. Of course, what disappointed Chen Dao the most was not the failure of this gray-feathered chicken's advancement, but rather the absence of a battle chicken like Little Black among this batch of advancing gray-feathered chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Speaking of Little Black, it scurried to Chen Dao's feet, patrolling the small courtyard like a tyrant among chickens, nuzzling its head against Chen Dao's pant leg. You must be hungry, aren't you? Chen Dao immediately discerned Xiao Hei's thoughts and returned indoors to fetch some grain to feed Xiao Hei and the white-feathered chicken confined in the cage. Xiao Dao, it is time to set off. Just after finishing feeding the chickens, Chen Dao's voice resounded from outside the door. Chen Dao opened the door for Chen Dao and said, "Uncle, please wait a moment." After speaking, Chen Dao approached the chicken coop and placed all 7 roosters he intended to sell into a single cage. He then picked up the cage and, together with Chen Dao, made their way toward the village entrance. At the village entrance, a group of young men, who had come to assist, were engaged in casual conversation. Life is indeed good for Chen Dao's family, one young man remarked. His gaze filled with envy as he looked at the chicken cage on the donkey cart. Inside the cage were 7 roosters, each adorned with pristine white feathers, robust in stature and appearing quite plump. Chen Cheng, you wouldn't be contemplating stealing Chen Dao's chickens, would you? Chen Jiang chuckled and teased, fully aware that Chen Cheng would never resort to stealing chickens from Chen Dao. After all, the individuals Chen Dao recruited were all upstanding young men from the village. Although they came from humble backgrounds, they were not the sort to engage in petty theft. Chen Jiang, you seem to underestimate me, Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng retorted, I am not like the 3 Chenjin brothers. How could I possibly engage in such actions? After saying this, he sighed, I must admit, I do envy the prosperous life of the Chen family. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Not just Chen Cheng, but the entire Qinzhou village harbored admiration for the Chen family's lifestyle. Nowadays, every household in the village subsisted on a meager diet of gruel, while the Chen family occasionally indulged in meat and even raised numerous chickens, living a life of abundance. One young man named Chen Sanshui couldn't help but inquire, what is the secret behind raising such extraordinary chickens? They're sizable and look splendid. They must be worth far more than the gray-feathered variety. Chen Si, who had accompanied Chen Dao to the county town, added, did we not witness the events on the night the Chen Jin brothers resorted to theft? Chen Dao's family also possesses such remarkable chickens. Indeed, I saw it too. Another chimed in. The chicken from Chen Dao's household is truly impressive. It chased the Chen Jin brothers away. When I visited the Chen family, I saw that the brothers had deep wounds, exposing bone. It was quite terrifying. Isn't Chen Dao's family on the brink of destitution? How could they afford to raise chickens? Who knows? Perhaps they have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. The young men pondered this, for the transformations in the households of Chen Da and Chen Dao were not lost on the villagers. After all, the sounds of chickens crowing could be frequently heard from their yard, audible even to those not deaf. Though the villagers remained unaware of how Chen Da and Chen Dao managed to sustain such a flock, it did not diminish their envy of the 2 families' wealth. The ability to raise so many chickens indicated that both families certainly did not lack in grain. What are you all discussing? At that moment, Chen Da and Chen Dao strolled over side by side. The villagers turned their gaze toward the chicken cage that Chen Dao held, their expressions reflecting an even deeper envy. In Chen Dao's cage, there are precisely 7 chickens, each adorned with vibrant feathers and boasting impressive stature, indistinguishable from the chickens that Chen Da has placed in his cart. Speaking of which, how are the chickens at Uncle Chen's home? Chen Jiang replied with a jest to Chen Da, then turned his gaze towards Chen Dao and remarked in a teasing tone, Dao, it seems your family has become quite prosperous, able to afford so many chickens now. Chen Dao nodded towards Chen Jiang and swiftly shifted the topic, saying, I truly appreciate everyone's assistance. Upon our return to the village, I shall reward each of you with 5 pounds of sorghum flour. As soon as these words left his lips, joy illuminated the faces of those present. Dao Gear was indeed generous. I told you, assisting Chen Da with his tasks would not lead to disappointment. 5 pounds of sorghum flour. Dao Gear's generosity is truly remarkable. With the promise of 10 pounds of sorghum flour, the affection for Chen Dao surged exponentially among the crowd. In these trying times, when every household struggles, 5 pounds of sorghum flour, though insufficient for an extended duration, could still provide a modest addition to one's food reserves. Little Dao, allow me to carry the chicken coop for you. Chen Sheng diligently assisted Chen Dao in taking over the chicken cage, carefully placing it upon the cart. With a large family to feed, he was greatly eager for the 5 pounds of sorghum flour. Although others were not as attentive as Chen Sheng, they nonetheless treated Chen Dao with profound respect, subtly regarding him as their leader. Very well, let us be on our way. Once everyone had gathered around Chen Dao and boarded the donkey cart, Chen Da made a grand gesture, and with Chen Si driving, they set off towards the county town. Outside the county town, the number of displaced individuals had increased significantly, forming makeshift settlements. The gathering masses were collecting wood outside the city to construct rudimentary shelters, seeking refuge from the elements. However, these shelters could only provide minimal protection against the cold, and the vast majority of these individuals were still suffering from hunger. While seated in the donkey cart, Chen Dao observed disfigured corpses and witnessed government officials distributing thin gruel. The destitute lined up, holding cracked bowls as they received the meager sustenance. Each recipient consumed the watery porridge ravenously, as if they were starving specters, before collapsing onto the ground or returning to their makeshift homes to conserve energy. "Stop," commanded a soldier at the city gate, halting the approaching donkey cart. After a thorough inspection, he declared, "Entering the city requires a payment of 10 won. "Sir, I was unaware of such a requirement." Chen Si, the driver, began to argue, but Chen Da swiftly intervened, handing over the tin when he had prepared in advance to the soldier, allowing the cart to pass through the city gate and into the town. "Damn it!" Chen Si glanced back at the soldiers guarding the city and exclaimed, "Is it truly necessary to pay to enter the city? Have these simple-minded soldiers and the officials within become utterly obsessed with money?" Chen Si had frequently accompanied Chen Da into the city, yet he had never heard of the necessity to pay a fee for entry, which is why he felt particularly irate. Enough said. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chen Da did not voice his thoughts. He too was quite vexed by the practice of charging an entry fee. However, when weighed against the mere 10 won for admission, the matter of selling chickens undoubtedly held greater significance. Thus, Chen Da opted to pay the 10 won, refraining from engaging in a dispute with the city guards. Besides, even if he were to argue, it would prove futile, as those soldiers wielding blades are not inclined to reason. Chapter 21. The Envy of Affluence Before Long. The donkey cart came to a halt in front of the Tiger Fist Gym. The young men of Qinjia village gazed enviously and resentfully at the grand mansions, their expressions a mixture of admiration and jealousy. How fortunate the townsfolk are to reside in such splendid homes. Alas, I am not one of them. That passing young woman was truly fair. If I could wed such a lady, it would be worth my very life. What foolish dreams you entertain. Townswomen are far beyond the reach of someone like you, a mere peasant. If only I had been born in the town." The young men sighed deeply, lamenting their unfortunate fate of not being townspeople. Chen Dao leapt from his carriage and approached the guards stationed at the entrance of the martial arts school. "Might I trouble you to inform Miss Li that Chen Dao, the purveyor of poultry, seeks an audience?" As he spoke, he discreetly pressed 20 copper coins into the guard's hand. Chen Dao possessed a modicum of understanding regarding social niceties. His previous failure to offer a gratuity was merely due to financial constraints. Now that his fortunes had improved, it was only proper to show a token of appreciation to the guard, especially since he relied on their assistance to notify Li Ying each time he came to sell his chickens. The guard, upon accepting the coins, allowed a faint smile to cross his lips before swiftly entering the school to relay the message to Li Ying. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned alongside Li Ying. "Oh, Brother Chen, you've come again." The sole daughter of the school's master, Li Ying, exuded warmth rather than an air of superiority as she greeted Chen Dao. "How many chickens have you brought this time?" 14 in total, he replied. "That amounts to 7 taels of silver, does it not? Please wait a moment while I fetch your payment." Before long, Li Ying emerged from within the school, presenting Chen Dao with 7 taels of silver. After signaling to the guard to assist in bringing the chicken coop inside, she inquired with genuine curiosity, "Brother Chen, where do you source these chickens from?" Chen Dao's eyes flickered as he nonchalantly replied, "Our village lies at the foot of Mount Kangmang, and these chickens were all captured from its depths." Mount Kangmang? A fleeting expression of reverence crossed Li Ying's face. The majestic expanse of Mount Kangmang stretched for thousands of miles, a formidable place that even warriors dared not venture into. Li Ying found it hard to fathom how this young lad, Chen Dao, mustered the courage to enter such perilous terrain. However, upon glancing at Chen Da and the robust youth of Qinjia village behind Chen Dao, a look of realization dawned upon Li Ying's face. Chen Dao and his companions likely ventured into the mountains in groups for hunting, and it is highly probable that they only hunted on the periphery of the Kangmang Mountain. Otherwise, given the perilous nature of the depths of Kangmang Mountain, their return would be nearly impossible. With this thought in mind, Liang could not help but caution. Brother Chen, it would be wise for you to refrain from entering Kangmang Mountain in the future. Wealth is indeed valuable, but life is far more precious. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Li, he replied. Chen Dao casually remarked, Miss Li, we shall take our leave now. Should there be any Bayou chicken in the future? I will come to seek you out. All right, farewell. Chen Dao and his companions leisurely departed in the donkey cart, while Li Ying gazed at their retreating figures. Letting out a soft sigh, it was evident from Chen Dao's earlier response that he had not taken her warning to heart, yet upon further reflection, Li Ying found solace in this realization. In these trying times, the majority of the populace struggled to stave off hunger. For villagers like Chen Dao, residing beyond the city's confines, the spoils of hunting in the vast mountains might well be their sole source of income. To forsake this income could very well lead them to starvation, and even if they escaped death, they risked becoming mere drifters like those outside the city. Uncle Chen, after a distance from the Tiger Fist Gym, Chun Si inquired, where shall we head next? To the grain store in the Eastern Market. Understood. The donkey cart came to a halt before the grain store in the Eastern Market. The able-bodied men, including Chen Si, took charge of guarding the cart, while Chen Da and Chen Dao entered the establishment to procure provisions. Upon stepping inside the shop, the first sight that greeted them was a myriad of wooden tags affixed to the various grains, indicating their prices. Rice, 20 won per jean. Millet, 17 won per jean. White flour, 15 won per jean. Sorghum flour, 10 won per jean. Sorghum, 9 won per jean. Chaff powder, 5 won per jean. Rice bran, 4 won per jean. The prices of grains had risen yet again. Chen Da muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in concern. The last time he visited, the price of rice was merely 15 won, yet it had now surged to 21, an increase of a full 5 won. Other grains such as millet, white flour, and sorghum had also experienced varying degrees of price hikes, unbeknownst to the patrons. A clerk at the grain shop, having overheard Chen Da's murmurs, hastily interjected, the grains in this city have become increasingly scarce. The prices throughout the entire county are soaring, and our shop's increase is relatively modest. If you doubt my words, I encourage you to visit other grain stores where the prices are considerably higher. Lowering his voice, the clerk added, I advise you to purchase a larger quantity of grain to store, as it is likely that prices will continue to escalate. Upon hearing this, Chen Da's expression grew grave. The issue of grain scarcity in the city was no secret, but he was unprepared for the extent of the shortage. What did it mean for rice to be priced at 21 per pound? Just a few years prior, before the weather had turned erratic in Qizhou, rice was approximately 3 won per pound. Now it had skyrocketed to 21, a staggering 7-fold increase. Such exorbitant prices for grain foretold impending troubles. Chen Dao pondered silently, recognizing that chaos would inevitably ensue when the citizens of the city could no longer afford even a meal. Naturally, such matters held no bearing for him, and he was reluctant to delve into excessive contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned to his uncle Chen Da and said, Uncle, shall we use all our funds to purchase grain? I am guided by your decision. With Chen Da's assent, Chen Dao approached the grain shopkeeper and engaged in conversation. After approximately 15 minutes, they finalized the quantities of grain to be procured, 100 pounds of rice for 100 pounds of sorghum flour, and 500 pounds of rice bran, amounting to a total of 7 taels of silver. Additionally, Chen Dao produced 500 copper coins to acquire an extra 50 pounds of sorghum flour as remuneration for the village's able-bodied men who assisted. Thank you, esteemed customer. The shopkeeper beamed as he accepted the 7 taels of silver and 500 copper coins, promptly calling upon his assistants to help transport the grain to the donkey cart outside. Chen Da and Dao Gu are truly affluent. Chen Sanshui, who had been stationed beside the donkey cart, gazed enviously at the bustling shop assistants carrying the grain, his admiration evident. They are purchasing only rice and sorghum flour. Indeed, a display of wealth. Chen Cheng's face was filled with envy. It had been an eternity since he last savored white rice. At this moment, the sight of the grains evoked a nostalgic yearning for the fragrant taste of steamed rice. Not only Chen Cheng and Chen Sanshui, but also the other young men exhibited expressions of longing. In Chun family village, nearly every household subsisted on coarse flour, occasionally indulging in sorghum flour. while the thought of white rice was a distant dream. Chapter 22. The county magistrate Chen Dao and Chen Dao's household was truly affluent. So much grain and even white rice. I haven't tasted rice in quite a while. I feel the same. Under the envious gazes of the young man, the grain shop assistant loaded a total of 50 pounds of grain onto the cart. Subsequently, everyone boarded the donkey cart, driven back to Chun family village by Chen Si. Meanwhile, at the county office, as Chen Dao and the others made their way back, County Magistrate Su Jiwen was seated in the side hall, savoring fragrant tea. Beside Su Jiwen stood his appointed advisor. In front of Su Jiwen gathered the prominent families of the county who had come at his invitation. Closest to him were the heads of the three wealthiest clans in Taiping County, namely the Yuan, Fong, and Zhu families. These three families virtually monopolized all trade within Taiping County, representing the pinnacle of local aristocracy. Seated slightly behind these three heads were the masters of the county's three leading martial arts schools, Li Hu of the Tiger Fist School, Chui Meng of the Mountain Shaking School, and Zhang He of the Dominant Leg School. Although these martial arts schools were not as affluent as the three families, their considerable number of martial artists made them formidable forces in Taiping County. At this moment, 6 individuals occupied their respective seats, each with a cup of fragrant tea on the table beside them. However, none showed any intention of tasting the tea. Instead, they intently observed County Magistrate Su Jiwen, attempting to discern his purpose for summoning them. Unfortunately, Su Jiwen displayed no discernible clues, merely holding his teacup and gracefully skimming the foam from the surface. After a prolonged silence, Chui Meng, the master of the Mountain Shaking School, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Might I ask why we have been summoned?" Su Jiwen appeared to have not heard Chui Meng's question. Instead, it was his advisor who spoke. "Esteemed guests, you may not be aware that the county magistrate has recently received a decree from the court mandating an increase in taxes. As you know, the county magistrate has always been concerned for the welfare of the people and truly dreads imposing heavier burdens on the hardworking populace. Thus, he has turned to you for assistance." Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals felt a weight descend in their hearts. The advisor's words, though eloquent, merely hinted at the reality. It was the wealthy, like themselves, who would bear the brunt of the impending tax increase. The act of carving flesh from oneself is naturally met with discontent, prompting the crowd to hastily devise excuses for refusal. Chui Meng's eyes darted around. Although he appeared rugged and somewhat foolish, he was, in fact, quite astute. He quickly asserted, "Though managing the Hanshan boxing gym has its challenges, how could I, with the county magistrate's request, remain indifferent?" After this pretense, Chui Meng declared, "The Hanshan boxing gym is willing to contribute 100 stones of grain to assist the county magistrate." 100 stones of grain? Su Jiwen's initial motion to dismiss halted, his expression unchanged, yet irritation brewed within. 100 stones equate to 10,000 pounds, seemingly substantial, yet utterly useless. This meager offering would barely suffice to meet the imperial tax demands, let alone provide relief to the destitute outside the county. My family, the Yuan, is also facing considerable hardship, yet we too are prepared to contribute 100 stones of grain in support of the county magistrate. The Fong family shall also offer 100 stones. The Zhu family will provide 100 stones. The 6 individuals, as if in unison, all proclaimed the same figure of 100 stones of grain. For each family, this quantity was but a drop in the bucket, a paltry sum that would not cause them any discomfort when appeasing the county magistrate. It appeared that they were unwilling to grant him any semblance of respect. Su Jiwen finally set aside his teacup, his expression darkening. As the esteemed magistrate of the county, he had lowered himself to plead, yet these 6 had offered him no regard whatsoever. 100 stones of grain were hardly sufficient to dismiss a beggar. To be frank, esteemed magistrate, our circumstances are equally dire. Yuan Zhu, head of the Yuan family, feigned a pained smile. With bandits rampant outside the city, our business has also suffered some impact. 100 stones of grain is the utmost we can afford. Huh. Su Jiwen's secretary could not help but stifle a derisive laugh. The Yuan family can only muster 100 stones of grain? What a farce. Among the 3 prominent families of Taiping County, which one does not engage in the grain trade? While they may not have mountains of grain, they certainly lack none. The notion that the bandits outside would affect the Yuan family's business was even more ludicrous. The Yuan family's goods were always accompanied by their own martial protectors. How could the insignificant bandits outside possibly hinder their commerce? The Fong family has also been struggling recently. We ask for the magistrate's understanding. The head of the Fong family, Fong Tang, spoke, and the others lamented their plight, seeking sympathy from Su Jiwen. Their intentions unmistakably clear. They were unwilling to contribute more in terms of grain and resources. Su Jiwen, though esteemed as the county magistrate, found himself in a position of considerable helplessness. Despite his authority, he could not coerce these influential families and martial arts academies too severely. Their interwoven relationships within the county made such actions precarious. Numerous clerks and constables within the county office were indeed affiliated with these families, and should a conflict arise between him and them, the allegiance of those clerks and constables would be uncertain. Enough. You may leave. Su Jiwen gestured dismissively, signaling that they could take their leave. The assembly, eager to depart, rose in unison. Before they exited, Su Jiwen reminded them, each family must deliver 100 stones of grain to the granary within 3 days. Once they had left, Su Jiwen sank back into his chair, expressing his frustration. Master, is there no other way to compel these influential households to contribute more? No, replied He Jian, shaking his head. Extracting resources from these prominent families was no simple task, as evidenced by the recent exchange. Even with Su Jiwen's esteemed position, he could only elicit a modicum of cooperation from these families. To expect them to part with substantial sums was utterly unrealistic. What shall we do about the taxes mandated by the court? Su Jiwen inquired, acknowledging the substantial tax burden imposed on Taiping County, which came with severe repercussions for noncompliance. Failure to meet these demands could jeopardize his position. He Jian pondered before responding. Perhaps we must further burden the common folk. The common folk? Su Jiwen interjected. They are already in dire straits. Can they still afford to pay taxes? He was acutely aware of the throngs of refugees gathered outside the city, having even dispatched clerks to distribute gruel to them. The prolonged calamity had left the populace utterly beleaguered, and imposing additional taxes could exacerbate the situation, potentially inciting unrest among the refugees. Chapter 23. A Grim Decision. The court's language is exceedingly severe. Should we fail to meet the tax obligations, the consequences could be dire. He Jian did not finish his thought, but Su Jiwen understood the implications clearly. As a scholar hailing from humble beginnings, he lacked influential allies within the court. Other powerful families might face minor repercussions for failing to pay taxes, but for Su Jiwen, the stakes were far higher. He risked losing his position entirely. With a resolute mind, Su Jiwen made a decision, turning to He Jian. Very well. Proceed with the arrangements for tax collection. Understood. He bowed respectfully and quickly departed. Su Jiwen, however, reclined against the back of his chair, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Having devoted himself to rigorous study since childhood, he harbored a certain lofty idealism characteristic of scholars. Upon his initial appointment in Taiping County, he aspired to accomplish great things and to improve the lives of its citizens. Yet, it was only when he truly began to undertake his duties that he realized the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Indeed, in theory, as the county magistrate, he held the highest authority in Taiping County and could wield control over its affairs. However, the reality was starkly different. Su Jiwen, though the visible authority, was merely a puppet in the grand scheme of the powerful families within the city. Whenever his edicts clashed with the interests of these influential clans, his commands were met with mere lip service, never to be executed. This left Su Jiwen in a state of utter frustration. He yearned for change, yet found himself devoid of means to effect it, resigned to a fate of inaction. Over time, he had become little more than a symbolic figure, a mere mascot of the county magistracy. Confronting the powerful families, he possessed no real leverage, and even when he swallowed his pride, he could only extract 600 stones of grain from them. The trials of existence are indeed arduous. Su Jiwen sighed deeply. Chen family village. Chen Si gently brought the donkey cart to a halt at the village entrance. The young men eagerly leapt from the vehicle, their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they gazed at Chen Dao, their hearts filled with thoughts of the promised 5 pounds of sorghum flour for each of them. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you on the provisions I have pledged. Chen Dao did not disappoint the crowd. He declared, each person shall receive 5 pounds of sorghum flour, and it shall be distributed immediately. Upon hearing this, the people were filled with excitement and hastily began to gather their rations. Before long, each individual joyfully returned home, clutching their 5 pounds of sorghum flour. Chen Dao, alongside Chen Da, was driving a donkey cart towards their home. Upon halting before their residence and unloading their share of grain, Chen Dao spoke. Uncle, We shall be preparing chicken for dinner later. Would you kindly invite Aunt and Tai Dan to join us? No, thank you. Chen Dao felt embarrassed to impose on Chen Dao's hospitality, hurriedly saying, I have much to attend to at home, so I shall not dine at your place. Take care on your way, replied the uncle. Very well. Chen Dao departed with his donkey cart. Chen Dao promptly knocked on the door, exclaiming, Mother, it's me. I have arrived. The door swung open, revealing Li Ping accompanied by Chen Fei, who gazed in astonishment at the copious amounts of grain laid out on the ground. Xiao Dao, how did you acquire so much grain? Let us move it inside first. I will explain everything in due course. Thus, Li Ping and Chen Dao together transported all the grain into their home. Once the task was completed, Chen Dao recounted the details of his journey to the county town. Upon hearing his account, Li Ping furrowed her brow and remarked, The grain prices in the city have risen again? Indeed, our common folk are enduring increasingly difficult times. Li Ping sighed deeply. The price of rice at 21 per pound was utterly unbearable for the populace. It is worth noting that many laborers might not earn 21 in an entire day's toil. Li Ping felt a surge of gratitude for her son's abilities in discovering the secret to raising white-feathered chickens. Otherwise, they might now struggle even to secure bran for sustenance. Xiao Dao, how much grain did you purchase this time? I bought a total of 50 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of sorghum flour, and 500 pounds of rice bran. Chen Dao responded with pride. The rice was intended to enhance their meals. As Chen Dao had grown weary of the monotonous sorghum flour and eagerly anticipated the taste of white rice. As for the sorghum flour and rice bran, the former could be consumed occasionally, while the latter was primarily used to feed the chickens. Rice? Li Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Dao, why did you buy rice? From Li Ping's perspective, being able to consume sorghum flour at every meal was already a remarkable fortune. The thought of eating rice had never crossed her mind. Of course, it is to be eaten. Chen Dao remarked, Mother, our family is no longer in such dire need of food. It is time for us to indulge in better meals. Li Ping fell silent, still struggling to accept the notion of consuming rice, an act she considered extravagant. Meanwhile, Chen Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, Brother, are we really going to have rice? Certainly. Chen Dao gently caressed Chen Fei's hair and chuckled, We shall not only partake of rice, but also indulge in meat. Eat meat? Chen Fei grew even more exhilarated, clinging to Chen Dao's thigh as she exclaimed, Brother, I desire meat. Chen Dao approached the chicken coop and seized the gray-feathered chicken that had failed to advance. Holding the bird, he made his way to the kitchen. Xiao Dao, are you really going to kill the chicken? Li Ping inquired as she followed him into the kitchen. Of course. As Chen Dao brought water to a boil in the pot, he replied, Mother, our family has a method for raising white-feathered chickens, so we shall never lack for food. Do not always concern yourself with frugality. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ping ultimately acquiesced to the notion of slaughtering a chicken for meat, as it had been previously agreed upon. You wait outside. I shall prepare the meal. No need for that, Mother. You rest outside while I showcase my culinary skills. Do you truly possess the ability? Li Ping questioned with a look of skepticism, for in her memory, Chen Dao had seldom entered the kitchen and was unlikely to be adept at cooking. I am absolutely capable. Just wait outside, Mother. Chen Dao ushered Li Ping out of the kitchen and commenced his culinary endeavors. It was not that Chen Dao was particularly keen on preparing meals. Rather, Li Ping's cooking often adhered to a frugal philosophy, utilizing minimal oil and salt, which rendered the dishes rather unpalatable for someone like Chen Dao, who had savored the exquisite flavors of gourmet cuisine. To appease his discerning palate, he had no choice but to don the chef's apron himself. Xiao Dao, do be careful not to set the kitchen ablaze, Li Ping fretted, glancing anxiously into the kitchen from the doorway, fearful that Chen Dao might inadvertently incinerate the space or ruin the chicken. Fortunately, Chen Dao hailed from a rural background in his previous life and possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the process of slaughtering chickens. He first deftly severed the chicken's throat, allowing the blood to collect in a bowl. Then, he immersed the chicken in boiling water, subsequently plucking its feathers with swift precision. Afterward, he extracted the innards, setting them aside, and wielded his knife to chop the chicken into manageable pieces. Chapter 24, Fragrant Stir-Fried Chicken. With the ingredients prepared, Chen Dao heated the pan, ready to create a stir-fried chicken dish, which naturally required oil. Thankfully, there remained some lard in the kitchen, a provision Li Ping had reserved for nourishing both Chen Dao and Chen Fei. Once the pan reached the desired temperature, he added a modest amount of lard and then introduced the chicken pieces, stirring them as they sizzled. Sizzle! As the chicken hit the pan, A rich and tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Chen Fei hurried to the kitchen door, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled the delectable aromas wafting from within. Even Li Ping could not help but swallow involuntarily, for the scent of the stir-fried meat was simply irresistible. Chen Dao's culinary skills may not be particularly refined, yet he handled the stir-frying of chicken with ease. As he sautéed the meat, the aroma in the kitchen grew increasingly intense, causing the three individuals in the room to involuntarily swallow hard. This tantalizing scent was overwhelmingly enticing for those who had long been deprived of meat, as if it had awakened the dormant cravings within them. It was only when the chicken was thoroughly cooked that the rich fragrance began to dissipate somewhat. Chen Dao placed the golden brown chicken he had stir-fried onto a plate and set it on the kitchen table. He then called out to Li Ping and Chen Fei, who had been standing by the kitchen door, "Dinner is ready." "Oh, dinner is ready." Chen Fei's petite feet moved swiftly as she made her way to the table and took a seat. Li Ping also approached the table and settled down. Chen Dao served 3 bowls of steaming rice, placing one in front of each person. He then said to them, "Do savor the chicken I prepared. Enjoy the meat." Chen Fei was undoubtedly the most delighted among them. She picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth, heedless of the heat, and as she chewed, an expression of sheer ecstasy graced her features. The stir-fried chicken prepared by Chen Dao, lacking in seasonings, could hardly be deemed exquisite. However, for Chen Fei, who had been subsisting on a monotonous diet of porridge, the rich, fatty chicken was nothing short of the most delectable dish in the world. She found herself so captivated by its allure that she had no desire for rice, eagerly shoveling the chicken into her mouth. It was simply delightful. Chen Fei shook her head and emitted indistinct sounds of admiration. Chen Dao smiled gently, picking up a piece of chicken and savoring it slowly. To be candid, the chicken, merely stir-fried with a modest amount of oil and salt, paled in comparison to the richly spiced poultry of his previous life. Yet, due to the lack of richness in his current diet, Chen Dao found it remarkably delightful. As he chewed, he turned to Li Ping and said, "Mother, do join me. We could never finish an entire chicken between us." Li Ping, understanding his sentiment, took a piece of chicken and placed it in her mouth. A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed her face, but she refrained from indulging too much, instead savoring the flavors of the chicken slowly. At that moment, the 3 of them were gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal. In the home of Chen Sheng, a large family gathered around the dining table. Like Chen Dao, Chen Sheng had also lost his father at a tender age. His father had passed away even earlier than Chen Ping's. Shortly after the birth of Chen Cheng's youngest brother, their father departed from this world, leaving their mother, Lu Yan, to single-handedly raise 6 children. Indeed, there were 6 children in the Chen household, with Chen Sheng being the eldest and the youngest, Chenya, only 9 years old. Over the years, Lu Yan had faced the formidable challenge of providing for her 6 children alone, and at just over 40, her face was etched with wrinkles, resembling that of a woman in her 60s. Fortunately, the 3 eldest boys, Chen Sheng, Chen Shi, and Chen Mu, had reached adulthood and could share some of the burdens at home. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Lu Yan to support all 6 children by herself. However, despite this assistance, the family's situation remained dire. With the cold weather and the fields yielding no harvest, the Chen household had long run out of surplus food, relying solely on past savings to purchase some rice husks for sustenance. Yet, today, the table was adorned not with the usual rice husks, but with a thick porridge-like dish. "Mother, how has our meal improved today?" Chen Shi inquired suspiciously, recognizing the contents of his bowl as sorghum flour. This food, which Chen Dao had scorned, was considered a delicacy in the Chen household. Previously, they had subsisted on the most inexpensive rice husks. Sorghum flour, indeed? Chen Mu was equally astonished. Now an adult, he was aware of certain circumstances within his family and understood that sorghum flour should never grace their dining table. It was a gift from Dao Guer. Chen Sheng explained with a smile, "Today, I assisted in escorting Dao Guer and Chunda to the city, and this sorghum flour is their token of appreciation for my efforts." "Is it customary to receive 5 pounds of sorghum flour for a single trip to the city?" The astonishment on Chen Mu's face deepened. Could it be that this rice farmer's family is extraordinarily affluent? Indeed. Chen Sheng scratched his head in a naive manner and remarked, "Initially, we had agreed with Chunda for each of us to receive 2 pounds of sorghum flour. However, with a grand gesture, Dao Gu asserted that each of us should receive 5 pounds. How could Chunda possibly consent to such a proposition?" Chen Shi inquired with an expression of surprise. Chen Dao was not known for his generosity. His benevolence typically extended only to the Chen Dao family and, to a lesser extent, to Chen Si and Chen Jiang. When it came to the other villagers, Chen Dao tended to be rather stingy. This has become the prevailing norm in Chen family village, where everyone is struggling to make ends meet. Naturally, no one is inclined to offer a substantial amount of grain to others, even if they share familial ties. I am at a loss to understand the situation. Chen Qing expressed his confusion, saying, "It seems that Chen Dao is rather obedient to Dao Gu. Isn't that so?" Chen Mu felt somewhat perplexed. Chen Shi could not help but exclaim, "Dao Guer is truly a discerning individual. A mere trip to the county town has yielded such an abundance of sorghum flour. Brother, you certainly chose the right time for your journey." As he spoke, Chen Shi lifted his bowl and savored a spoonful of the thick soup. Meanwhile, Lu Yan, who had remained silent, turned to Chen Cheng and remarked, "Cheng Ge, Dao Guker treats you with such kindness. You must heed his advice more often in the village." Lu Yan, a simple rural woman, may not have grasped the complexities of life, yet she was acutely aware of who extended kindness to their family. The 5 pounds of sorghum flour that Chen Dao provided marked him as their family's greatest benefactor. Furthermore, after listening to Chen Cheng recount his experiences in the county, Lu Yan perceived Chen Dao as an accomplished individual. She believed that encouraging her son to spend more time with Chen Dao, even to follow in his footsteps, would surely be a wise decision. After all, although her eldest son was physically robust, his intellect was somewhat lacking. "I understand, mother," he replied. Chen Cheng solemnly nodded and declared, "From now on, I shall heed the words of Dao Gu in our village. If he directs me eastward, I shall never venture west. You all must do the same." Lu Yan turned to Chen Shi and Chen Mu, urging, "In the future, lend your support to Dao Gu." "Understood, mother," replied her sons, who were now of age. Meanwhile, the 3 younger children were ravenously devouring their porridge, completely oblivious to the conversation at hand. After 4 days and nights of relentless storms and power outages, the villagers of Qingjia village gradually returned to their primal ways of life. Chapter 25. Building Homes. Similar dialogues unfolded in numerous households across the village, and soon, the generous spirit of Chen Dao echoed throughout Qingjia village, significantly enhancing the villagers' affection towards him. Amidst a backdrop where every household was economizing on food, such a magnanimous figure like Chen Dao was naturally beloved. However, Chen Dao remained unaware of this burgeoning admiration. At that moment, he sat contentedly at the dining table, his face radiating satisfaction. This meal was perhaps the most gratifying he had experienced since his arrival in this world. A humble serving of white rice accompanied by chicken, a dish that would have seemed ordinary in his previous life, now brought Chen Dao an entirely different sense of fulfillment. He gently caressed his abdomen, his expression reflecting the lingering delight of the chicken's exquisite flavor. Beside Chen Dao sat Chen Fei, her lips glistening with delight, her face radiating sheer happiness. "Brother, the chicken is simply exquisite. Shall we indulge in it every day from now on?" Li Ping, busy tidying the dining table, couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Chen Fei. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food." Chen Dao gently caressed Chen Fei's somewhat withered hair and smiled, saying, "Brother promises you, Xiao Fei, that you will certainly be able to enjoy meat every day from now on." "Really, brother?" Chen Fei inquired with a face full of astonishment. "Indeed, it is true." Chen Dao smiled and provided an affirmative response, confident that, with the golden touch at hand, the circumstances at home would inevitably improve. A life of daily meat consumption would surely not remain a mere aspiration. How splendid! Chen Fei clapped her hands joyfully. While Li Ping tidied up, she remarked to Chen Dao, "Little Dao, you mustn't indulge her too much. How could we possibly feast on meat every day?" For Li Ping, tonight's meal was already an extravagance beyond measure. Consuming an entire chicken in one sitting was a luxury that, if repeated daily, would be beyond the means of even the wealthiest landowner. "Mother, trust me, our family will eventually enjoy the good fortune of dining on meat every day." Chen Dao gently tapped Chen Fei on the head, signaling her to retire to the adjacent room for rest. He then spoke earnestly, "Mother, I intend to reconstruct our home." Li Ping, who was tidying up the dining table, paused in surprise and asked, "Where are we to find the funds for such a renovation?" "It requires no money." Chen Dao shook his head and said, "Nowadays, every household in the village struggles to put food on the table. As long as we are willing to provide meals, there will surely be individuals eager to assist us in constructing our home. The village is replete with those willing to toil." Chen Dao firmly believes that countless people would be ready to lend a hand if we offer sustenance. How much food would that require? Li Ping hesitated. Aware of the dilapidated state of their house and having contemplated the idea of renovation. However, the family's financial situation simply does not permit it. It won't take much. Chen Dao analyzed to Li Ping. Our family likely only needs to invite 4 to 5 individuals to assist us. Based on a calculation of 2 pounds of grain per person per day, we would require approximately 10 pounds of grain daily. This consumption of grain is something our family can still manage. Chen Dao has brought back a total of 50 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of sorghum flour. When accounting for the rice husks, the total weight amounts to 750 pounds. It is impractical to provide the villagers assisting with labor the luxury of white rice as their staple food. Rather, a mixture of sorghum flour and rice husks will suffice for their sustenance. This is not a matter of Chen Dao being unkind to the laborers of the village. Indeed, such provisions are considered quite adequate by many in the community. As for the construction materials, at the foot of the vast mountains lies Chenjiakan, where an abundance of timber awaits to be harvested, ensuring a plentiful supply of building materials. 10 caddies a day, Li Ping pondered with furrowed brows. To renovate their home would require no less than a month's time, which translates to at least 300 caddies of grain. This figure was somewhat difficult for Li Ping to accept. However, she refrained from contesting Chen Dao's suggestion, merely saying, "Xiao Dao, the decision is yours." Li Ping had come to regard Chen Dao as the cornerstone of their household. She would not oppose his decisions unless they were utterly outrageous. Then I shall seek assistance tomorrow. The following day, as the cheerful calls of Xiao He echoed in the air, Chen Dao emerged from the warmth of his bedding. He first used a willow branch to hastily brush his teeth, then retrieved some grain to scatter on the ground for Xiao He. Pluck, pluck. Xiao He joyfully pecked at the unhulled sorghum and rice bran scattered before him. Chen Dao gently stroked the soft feathers of the little black chick before approaching the chicken coop to observe the 6 white-feathered hens. To his surprise, they had laid eggs. Chen Dao was somewhat taken aback as he gazed at the 2 eggs nestled beneath the chicken coop, a surge of joy blossoming within him. Among the 6 white-feathered chickens, there were 4 hens and 2 roosters, with each coop housing 2 hens and 1 rooster. Chen Dao's actions were motivated by the desire to facilitate the mating of the chickens, thereby hatching new chicks. Consequently, upon discovering eggs within the chicken coop, Chen Dao felt a profound sense of joy. However, he was left wondering whether these 2 eggs were fertilized. Chen Dao suddenly recalled some jokes he had encountered in his previous life online. One day, while browsing Douyin, he stumbled upon a video about the fertilization of eggs, and the comments section left him utterly astonished. It was evident that many individuals were unaware that eggs require fertilization in order to hatch into chicks, highlighting a significant deficiency in common knowledge among a considerable number of people. Chen Dao is certainly not someone lacking common sense, however. He is not a professional poultry farmer and, as such, cannot accurately determine whether these 2 eggs are fertilized. Let us set them aside for the hen to incubate and see what transpires. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao chose not to remove the 2 eggs, instead placing them beneath the hen, allowing her the opportunity to incubate them. After scattering a sufficient amount of grain as feed beside the 2 chicken coops, Chen Dao returned indoors to retrieve the logwood flour and chicken heart grass, preparing to concoct a mixture for cultivating yellow-feathered chickens. He placed the logwood flour and chicken heart grass into a bowl, then took a rounded wooden pestle and began to mash the contents together. Before long, the logwood flour and chicken heart grass were thoroughly crushed, transforming into a viscous paste. Would the chickens truly consume this concoction? Chen Dao hesitated momentarily before placing the bowl, filled with succulent broth, beside the chicken coop. Cluck, cluck. The white-feathered hen within the enclosure emitted a piercing call, eagerly dipping its head into the bowl to peck at the savory liquid. Witnessing this scene, Chen Dao felt an immediate sense of relief. It appeared that the advancement of the yellow-feathered chickens was assured. A smile graced Chen Dao's face as the description of the advancement of the yellow-feathered chicken was made abundantly clear by the golden finger. By simply feeding the white-feathered chickens a mixture of safflower and chicken heart grass for 3 consecutive days, there existed a remarkable 90% probability of their evolution into yellow-feathered chickens. The advantages of the yellow-feathered chickens over their white counterparts were undeniably numerous. Not only did they yield more meat, but they also produced a greater quantity of eggs. If he could successfully advance all 6 of his chickens to the yellow-feathered variety, it seemed his household would never again be in want of eggs. Chapter 26. The Allure of Dining Xiao Dao. It's time for breakfast. came the voice of Li Ping from within the house. Chen Dao promptly returned indoors to join Li Ping and Chun Fei for their morning meal. Today's breakfast, while not as lavish as the previous night's feast, was nevertheless a considerable indulgence compared to their usual fare. Before the three of them lay a bowl of white rice, though it appeared somewhat plain. It was certainly a marked improvement over the porridge they had previously consumed. Chen Dao swiftly finished the rice in his bowl and then stood up, saying, "Mother, I am going out to find someone to attend to some matters." Li Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, Chen Dao stepped out of the house and made his way directly to Chen Dao's residence. "Dower has arrived. Come over and join us for a meal." Upon seeing Chen Dao enter, He Zulian eagerly called him over to dine with them. She had always held a fondness for this boy, but her affection had deepened, especially after Chen Dao shared the secret method for raising white-feathered chickens, which had improved her family's circumstances significantly. When Chen Dao returned home yesterday with an enormous quantity of grain, He Zulian was utterly astonished. Even though her family was among the wealthiest in Chen family village, she had never witnessed such a bounty of food. Not to mention, there were also 50 pounds of rice among the provisions. With this supply, her husband would no longer need to venture into the mountains to hunt, alleviating her constant anxiety over his safety. For this reason, He Zulian was exceedingly warm towards Chen Dao, disregarding his polite refusals and insisting he sit at their dining table. If only they had a daughter. She might even contemplate a marriage alliance with him. "Auntie, it's unnecessary. I have already had breakfast," Chen Dao protested, waving his hands as He Zulian insisted. However, her enthusiasm remained undeterred as she urged, "A little more won't hurt. Dower, keep your Uncle Chen company." "I really appreciate it, Auntie, but I have come to discuss something important with Uncle Chen." Upon hearing that Chen Dao had matters to discuss, He Zulian's expression immediately turned serious, and she began to pull Tai Dan towards the adjacent room to allow them privacy. "Auntie, there's no need to retreat for this matter." Chen Dao prevented He Zulian from evading the matter and said, "I have come to trouble Uncle Chen with a request." "What is it?" inquired Chen Dao. "My family plans to undertake a reconstruction of our house," Chen Dao stated directly. "During the reconstruction period, we may need to temporarily reside at Uncle Chen's house for a while. I wonder if your family is planning to renovate your house." "That's wonderful news." Before Chen Dao could finish his sentence, He Zulian immediately responded, "We still have 2 vacant rooms in our house. You, your mother, and Xiao Fei are always welcome to stay." After saying this, He Zulian added, "Do you need your uncle to come and assist?" "No, it's not necessary," Chen Dao remarked. "I can find sufficient manpower." "That won't suffice." He Zulian shook her head and replied, "Your uncle must come to assist. You are the only male in your family, and the villagers are likely to look down upon you, resorting to deceit and half-hearted efforts. It is essential to have your uncle to keep them in line." Chen Dao pondered for a moment and seemed to understand the rationale. He nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you, uncle." "It is no trouble at all." Chen Dao waved his hand, expressing his willingness to assist Chen Dao. Thus, the matter was settled. As for the issue of remuneration, Chen Dao did not bring it up. Knowing well that Chen Dao would not accept any compensation, it was better left unmentioned. After politely declining He Zulian's invitation for breakfast, Chen Dao arrived once more at the front of a dilapidated house. This residence was scarcely superior to Chen Dao's own. Even the front door appeared precarious, as if it might be toppled by a strong gust of wind at any moment. From the memories of his previous self, Chen Dao recognized this as the home of Chen Sheng, one of the young men he had assisted the day before. Among his experiences in the county town, Chen Sheng left the most profound impression on Chen Dao. Not only was he tall and robust, but he also exhibited remarkable enthusiasm in his work. Most importantly, through the recollections of his former self, Chen Dao understood that Chen Sheng's family was among the most impoverished in the village. As long as he was willing to provide them with food, it was certain that Chen Sheng would be eager to lend a hand. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Dao approached and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a somewhat muffled female voice from inside. Chen Dao promptly responded, "I am Chen Dao from the Chen Ping family. Could you kindly open the door?" And, with a creak, the old door swung open, revealing a woman with a slightly stooped figure. Her face was etched with deep lines, resembling the marks of hardship, giving her the appearance of a 60-year-old grandmother. Yet, Chen Dao knew that this woman, named Hien, was barely around 40. At only 40, she bore the visage of someone much older. This was the stark reality of their world, a true reflection of the struggles faced by the impoverished. "Is it Dao Gur?" Lu Yan's murky eyes scrutinized Chen Dao for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. Come inside, it's cold out here. Thank you, Aunt Lu. As Chen Dao stepped over the threshold, he glanced around the front yard, noting that aside from a well, there was nothing else present. Lu Yin must have been fetching water, as a wooden bucket brimming with water sat nearby. Mother, who has come? At that moment, a robust figure emerged from within the house. It was Chen Cheng. Dao Gur. Chen Cheng's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Dao. What brings you here? I need your assistance with something. Let us discuss it inside. It's quite chilly out. Chen Cheng quickly ushered Chen Dao into the warmth of the house, while Lu Yin headed to the kitchen, separated by a wall, intending to prepare a cup of hot water for their guest. This was one of the advantages of living at the foot of the vast mountains. The villagers of Qinjia village had an abundance of firewood, allowing them to brew a cup of hot water to welcome visitors. In other villages, they might have to conserve even the firewood necessary for boiling water. Dao Gur, what is it that you require my help with? Once inside, Chen Cheng immediately inquired, do you need us to accompany you into the city? Not at all. Chen Dao shook his head and said, I intend to ask for your assistance in constructing a house. Constructing a house? Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Cheng declared, Brother Dao, if you are in need, I shall undoubtedly lend my assistance. Building a house merely entails engaging in laborious tasks, and strength is something Chen Cheng possesses in abundance. With thoughts of Chen Dao in his heart, he was naturally inclined to offer his help. Brother Cheng, please allow me to finish speaking first. Chen Dao remarked, this time, in assisting with the construction of the house. I may not be able to provide compensation as I did yesterday. I can only offer meals daily. What do you think? Will that suffice? Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng, who had initially intended to work for Chen Dao without pay, felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, Chen Shi and Chen Mu rushed over, their gazes fervently fixed on Chen Dao, inquiring, Brother Dao, is it true that you will provide meals for those helping with the house? Faced with the intense enthusiasm of the three men, Chen Dao was momentarily taken aback. He had underestimated the allure of a meal to the villagers of Qinjia village. Just the promise of food was enough to elicit such a response from three able-bodied men in Chen Cheng's family. The appeal of a meal rivaled, if not exceeded, that of a lucrative salary from a previous life. Chapter 27. The Passion Within. Brother Dao, is it truly the case that meals will be provided? Please speak up. Is it really true that those who help with your family's work will receive meals? Chen Shi and Chen Mu inquired with eager urgency. Their anxiety was entirely justified, as the matter of sustenance held paramount importance for them. If assisting Chen Dao with his work could secure meals, they could conveniently dine at Chen Dao's residence, thereby alleviating the strain on their household's food supplies. This was undeniably crucial for the Chen Cheng family, whose grain reserves were perilously low. Meeting the trio's anxious gazes, Chen Dao nodded affirmatively. Meals are provided. A fervent light flickered in the eyes of Chen Cheng and his companions upon receiving this confirmation. After exchanging glances, Chen Shi was the first to speak. Dao Gur, may my third brother and I also lend a hand at your home? Chen Mu, feeling a tad bashful, scratched his head and said, rest assured, Dao Gu, although we may not possess the strength of our elder brother, we are certainly diligent in our efforts and will undoubtedly assist you in ensuring that your home is in impeccable condition. Chen Dao scrutinized Chen Mu and Chen Shi, noting that both possessed the typical physique of the impoverished populace, somewhat frail, lacking the robust stature of Chen Cheng. Nevertheless, they appeared more than capable of handling laborious tasks. Thus, Chen Dao nodded and exclaimed, excellent, splendid. Chen Cheng and his companions were so elated that they nearly leaped from their seats, their excitement barely contained. In the adjacent kitchen, Lu Yan, who was boiling water, wore a smile as well. For this impoverished family, the fact that her three sons had found employment and could dine at Chen Dao's home was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. This meant that the family's provisions could now be prioritized for the little ones. Dao, when shall we commence our work? Chen Shi eagerly inquired. No need to rush. Chen Dao responded, I still need to seek assistance from a few individuals. Work can only commence tomorrow. Please feel free to come directly in the morning. Chen Cheng solemnly assured, rest assured, Dao Gu, we will certainly arrive at your home on time tomorrow to lend a hand. With that, he took his leave. Without waiting for Lu Yin to bring him hot water, Chen Dao departed from Chen Cheng's residence to seek assistance from Chen Si and Chen Jiang. Chen Si and Chen Jiang's family were not as burdened as Chen Cheng's family. However, upon hearing that Chen Dao was willing to provide meals, they readily agreed. Thus, the 5 individuals tasked with constructing the house were gathered, and Chen Dao returned home to discuss with Li Ping the possibility of temporarily residing with the Chen family. Moving in with the Chen family? That sounds reasonable. Li Ping nodded after listening to Chen Dao's account. In this world, much like ancient Huagua, there exists a societal norm regarding the separation of genders, albeit primarily among the affluent. The impoverished do not entertain such considerations. The rationale is quite simple. When one struggles to secure enough sustenance, there is little room for such deliberations. Consequently, after a brief moment of hesitation upon hearing Chen Dao's intention to stay with the Chen family, Li Ping acquiesced. Thus commenced the relocation effort from Chen Dao's home, transporting all necessary belongings to the Chen household, with the utmost priority given to their most vital possessions, the grain and the chickens raised in the front yard. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Chen Dao opened his eyes. After rousing Chen Shi and Chen Mu, the three stepped outside. It is indeed a frigid day. Chen Mu tightly wrapped himself in his garments, feeling the biting chill of the wind, his face nearly frozen. Yet, the cold that enveloped him did nothing to diminish the fervent fire within his heart. He had already begun to envision the days when he could feast abundantly in Chen Dao's home. He must hasten, lest he squander the precious time. Chen Cheng remarked, "If Brother Dao is willing to provide us with ample meals, we must not delay his affairs." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu and Chen Shi hastily quickened their pace towards Brother Chen Dao's residence. Due to the proximity, the trio soon beheld the abode of Chen Dao, where they found Chen Si and Chen Jiang standing at the entrance. "Ah, Brother Cheng, you have also arrived?" Chen Jiang and Chen Si hurriedly approached to greet Chen Cheng upon seeing him. Chen Cheng scratched his head, grinning with a hearty smile, and remarked, "Since Brother Dao has promised us a meal, the three of us are here to lend a hand." After speaking, Chen Cheng inquired, "Are you two also here to assist?" "Indeed." Chen Jiang nodded, then surveyed the residence of Chen Dao, stating, "Indeed, this house of Dao Gur is in dire need of reconstruction. Such a dilapidated structure makes it nearly impossible to endure the winter." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Qing and the others fell into a profound silence. For the condition of their own home mirrored that of Chen Dao's. While they managed reasonably well at present, the impending winter promised to be far more arduous. "Have you arrived so early?" Just then, a voice emerged from behind the group. Chen Dao and Chen Da walked over side by side, their expressions revealing surprise, as if they had not anticipated such enthusiasm from the five individuals. "It is getting late." Chen Cheng chuckled warmly. "The sun is nearly rising, Dao Gur. Shall we begin our work now? There's no rush. Let us eat first." As soon as Chen Dao uttered these words, the eyes of Chen Cheng and the other two instantly brightened. They thought to themselves, "Dao Gu is indeed sincere. Even before the task has commenced, he is already indulging in a meal." Chen Si and Chen Jiang also displayed expressions of anticipation. Although their desire for food was not as intense as that of Chen Cheng and his companions, saving some provisions at home was certainly a positive outcome. "The meal is ready." At that moment, Li Ping and He Zulian approached, carrying a large wooden bucket filled to the brim with a porridge-like dish, exuding steam in the chilly air. How delightful it smelled! Chen Shi could not help but touch his abdomen, the aroma of the food making him involuntarily swallow. The rumbling of Chen Cheng's stomach resonated, a reflection of his robust physique and hearty appetite. Yet, due to the hardships faced by his family, he had long forgotten the sensation of a full meal. The enticing aroma of the porridge intensified his hunger. "Come and eat." Li Ping chuckled upon hearing the commotion, retrieving bowls to serve the others. The dish, made from a blend of sorghum flour and rice husks, could hardly be described as palatable and was rather coarse on the throat. Nevertheless, for Chen Cheng and his companions, it was a rare and cherished sustenance. Accepting a bowl, Chen Cheng, undeterred by the heat, swiftly consumed the contents in one gulp. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he inquired, "Aunt, could I possibly have another bowl?" "Take as much as you desire." Chen Dao remarked, "However, one must remember that consumption is permitted only within this premises. Takeout is not allowed." Given the challenging circumstances faced by Chen Cheng's family, it is quite difficult to ensure that they will not secretly bring food back home. Therefore, Chen Dao still needs to take precautionary measures in advance. "Thank you, Dao Gu," Chen Cheng hastily assured. "Rest assured, Dao Gur, we will certainly not bring it home." Chen Shi and Chen Mu made a solemn promise, unequivocally stating that they would never engage in such unethical conduct. As for Chen Si and Chen Jiang, there is no cause for concern regarding them. Their family circumstances are relatively stable, and they would not resort to the underhanded act of secretly bringing food home. Moreover, with Chen Da keeping an eye on things, no one would dare to commit such an act. Chapter 28. The Villager's Vigil. Chenggu, make sure to eat well. You'll need your strength for the work ahead. Li Ping smiled as she served another bowl to Chen Sheng, who eagerly accepted it and downed it in one go. Another bowl, please. And another. And yet another. Chen Sheng's appetite was indeed remarkable. He devoured nearly half of a large bucket of porridge before reluctantly setting down his bowl, still yearning for more. In truth, he could have consumed additional servings, yet the wooden bucket was nearly empty, and it would be unreasonable to ask Li Ping and He Tzuilian to prepare more. Although he did not achieve complete satiety, Chen Sheng felt thoroughly content, for he could not indulge in such a hearty feast at home. Brother Cheng, your ample belly, Chen jokingly remarked. I wonder how your mother managed to raise you. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Chen Sheng's appetite was indeed extraordinary, making it difficult to fathom how Lu Yan, a widow, had managed to nurture him alongside her other 5 children to this day. Hee. Chen Sheng smiled innocently, unfazed by Chen Dao's teasing. He turned to Chen Dao and said, Dao Gu, having satisfied our appetites, shall we commence our tasks? After enjoying a hearty meal, Chen Sheng felt invigorated, brimming with energy, eager to begin the work at hand. Dao Gu, we too are well fed. Please assign us our duties. The brothers Chen Shi and Chen Mu also spoke out, displaying a proactive attitude. It is imperative to be diligent. After all, it is a rare opportunity to secure a job that provides ample sustenance. To lose it due to negligence would indeed be a significant loss. Chen Dao glanced at his dilapidated house and said, let us first dismantle the house. The good timber can be preserved for constructing a new dwelling, while the inferior wood shall be used for firewood. Excellent. The crowd responded in unison, and then they set to work. Chen Dao quietly observed the bustling 5 individuals for a moment before addressing Chen Da. Uncle, could you kindly keep an eye on them for me? I need to attend to some matters. Go ahead. Chen Da nodded. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered that Chen Fei and Chen Taidan were frolicking in the front yard with Little Black. The dog scampered ahead, while the 2 children laughed joyfully as they chased after it, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. After passing through the front yard, Chen Dao entered the room where he was temporarily staying, retrieved the safflower and chicken heart grass, and ground them together into a juice. He then carried the bowl filled with the liquid back to the front yard to feed the chickens. Chen Daoxian placed a bowl between 2 chicken coops. After the 6 chickens finished consuming the liquid within the bowl, he scattered some grains beside the coops, allowing the 6 white-feathered chickens to feed freely. Subsequently, Chen Daoxian beckoned to the Little Black chicken, saying, Xiaohei, come here. Upon hearing Chen Daoxian's voice, Xiaohei immediately abandoned its 2 small companions and joyfully ran towards him, rubbing its neck feathers against Chen Daoxian's calf. Brother, Dao Gu, it seemed to say. Chen Fei and Chen Taidan also approached to greet Chen Dao. Xiao Fei, Taidan. Chen Dao smiled as he gently ruffled the hair of the 2 children. Go and play. Your older brother has some matters to attend to. The 2 children dashed away in a flash. Chen Dao took out a pound of sorghum and a pound of wheat bran to feed the Little Black chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Little Black was quite the glutton, forgetting its owner as it joyfully pecked at the grain strewn upon the ground. Truly, when there is food, one easily forgets their master. Chen Dao smiled and shook his head as he approached the chicken coop, observing the condition of the 2 eggs nestled within. Chen Dao possesses a certain understanding of the incubation period of eggs. Generally speaking, it takes approximately 20 days for an egg to hatch. At this point, the 2 eggs in the henhouse have only been incubating for a day, making it evident that it is impossible for chicks to have emerged. 20 days is indeed quite a lengthy duration, and furthermore, Chen Dao gazed at the white feathered chickens in the coop, their plumage hinting at a subtle yellow hue. Based on his prior experience with their progression, he anticipated that in 2 days, all 6 of these chickens would transform into yellow feathered ones. Consequently, hatching eggs from the white feathered chickens seemed rather imprudent. Instead of incubating white feathered eggs, it would be far more advantageous to wait for the white feathered chickens to evolve into their yellow counterparts before commencing the hatching process. With this thought in mind, Chen Dao swiftly reached into the coop and retrieved 2 eggs from beneath one of the hens. These 2 eggs would serve as a delightful addition to the evening meal. Chen Dao placed 2 eggs in his room, intending to boil them later for a meal. After leaving the Chen family home, he returned to his construction site to assist with various tasks within his capabilities. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the weather warmed slightly. Many villagers, attracted by the commotion, emerged from their homes to witness the happenings near Chen Dao's residence. What is happening at Dao's house? Are they tearing it down? An elderly man inquired, observing the busy Chen Dao and his companions. I know. A woman, unable to suppress her curiosity, interjected. The Dao family intends to demolish and rebuild their house. At this revelation, the gathered crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. In these times, when many struggled to put food on the table, how could the Dao family afford to construct a new home? If they had the means to build, wouldn't it be wiser to purchase more grain instead? What if the Dao family had a surplus of food? The villagers' surprise was understandable. In an era where constructing a house was a rarity, it seemed absurd to prioritize such endeavors over basic sustenance, regardless of the condition of one's dwelling. You don't understand a thing. The previously speaking woman rolled her eyes. The Dao family has no shortage of grain. I've heard that Cheng and his brothers are here to help, and they are well fed. Well fed. This statement elicited envious glances from the onlookers. Really? They're actually providing meals? Is the Dao family sitting on a gold mine? How could they be so wealthy? To not only provide meals, but to ensure they are ample. That rotund Cheng, isn't he going to eat the Dao family out of house and home? They should have asked me for help instead. I consume far less than they do. The villagers' eyes glimmered with envy. To Chen Dao, the notion of simply providing meals in exchange for labor felt akin to exploiting the workforce. Yet to the villagers, this opportunity seemed extraordinarily favorable. Performing manual labor in exchange for ample meals, thereby conserving their own food supplies. Such a prospect was beyond their wildest dreams. Labor for them was easily replenished with rest and held little value. However, working for Chen Dao meant guaranteed nourishment. As they watched the industrious Chen Cheng and his companions on the construction site, the villagers were filled with envy, wishing they could take Cheng's place. I must ask Dao if he still needs assistance. Chapter 29. Golden-feathered chickens and blood-feathered chickens. A young man approached Chen Dao, who was busy moving wooden planks. Wearing a face of flattery. Dao, do you still need help with the house? Chen Dao cast a glance at the individual. Retrieving the name from the memories of his original self, Chen Xiaogo. So it is Brother Go. Chen Dao smiled and remarked, for the time being, we do not require any assistance. Should the need arise in the future, I will undoubtedly reach out to you first, Brother Go. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaogo felt a bit embarrassed to press the matter further and left with his head down. As for the villagers who had gathered, they showed no inclination to depart. Instead, they watched with keen interest as Chen Cheng and his companions busied themselves, their faces adorned with expressions of envy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the conclusion of a long day, Chen Chen and his team piled the dismantled wood together and leaned against the stack, awaiting their meal. What an exhausting day it has been. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a day of relentless toil, even a robust young man like him felt a considerable fatigue. Fortunately, he had eaten a hearty breakfast, which allowed him to endure the strain. I believe it is quite manageable. Chen Cheng smiled broadly and said, having had a hearty breakfast this morning, I do not feel particularly fatigued at the moment. Chen Shi, Chen Mu, Chen Si, Chen Jiang. A few individuals cast a glance at Chen Cheng, whose physique resembled that of a robust young bull, and nodded in agreement with his words. Given Chen Cheng's formidable build, engaging in such laborious tasks was, for him, an effortless endeavor, provided there was ample food to sustain him. Food is here. At the mention of nourishment, it arrived promptly. Li Ping and He Zuoyan approached, carrying a large wooden tub. As they drew nearer, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air, causing Chen Cheng to swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Come and eat. Li Ping, aware of the group's exhaustion from a day of toil, did not hesitate. She swiftly produced bowls and began serving everyone. Chen Cheng swiftly seized the bowl, devouring the mixture of rice husk and batter with a single gulp, before exhaling a sigh of satisfaction, declaring, how delightful. Chen Cheng's two younger brothers devoured the batter with an insatiable hunger, eagerly gulping it down before handing the bowl to Li Ping, saying, Andy, could you please bring us another bowl? Of course. Li Ping replied with a smile, serving each of the three brothers another helping. Though Chen Cheng and his two siblings share the same mother, their appetites undeniably vary, even when Chen Shi and Chen Mu are ravenous. Consuming 3 bowls is typically sufficient for them. Chen Cheng is truly a man of ample appetite, having devoured 8 bowls before finally pausing. When he returned the bowl to Li Ping, he grinned sheepishly and said, thank you, Aunt. No need for politeness. Li Ping responded, waving her hand as she departed with He Zuoyan, both carrying a wooden bucket. After their departure, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chen Dao promptly addressed Chen Cheng and the others, stating, today's work concludes here. Everyone may return home. Cheerfully, Chen Shang, having enjoyed a hearty meal, led his two younger brothers home. As if fearing a lack of work the following day, he turned back to Chen Dao and exclaimed, "Brother Dao, we shall return tomorrow." Chen Dao nodded, watching their figures fade into the distance, and said to Chen Da, "Uncle, shall we return home for dinner?" "All right." Upon arriving at Chen Da's residence, Li Ping and He Zuolian had already prepared the evening meal. Chen Taidan and Chen Fei were seated at the table, eagerly awaiting the feast. "You're back?" He Zuolian exclaimed, hastily inviting them to join the table. Once seated, Chen Dao cast a glance at the array of dishes before him. Each person had a bowl of fragrant white rice and a pot of egg drop soup, crafted from the 2 eggs Chen Dao had gathered that very morning. Chen Fei and Chen Taidan frequently cast their glances towards the bowl of egg drop soup, unable to suppress their salivation. "Go ahead, eat." Chen Dao smiled, picked up a bowl of white rice, and began to eat. He Zuolian, on the other hand, took out several small bowls, distributing a serving of egg flour soup to everyone, allowing them to enjoy their meal with it. Once the meal concluded, the 2 women tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, while Chen Dao returned to his room first, lying on the bed, his gaze distant. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular morning, Chen Dao awoke to delightful news. The white feather chick had successfully advanced. Standing beside the chicken coop in the front yard, Chen Dao gazed at the 6 chickens within, his expression brimming with joy. The 6 chickens, which had previously been entirely covered in white feathers, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their plumage had turned a vibrant orange-yellow, and their bodies had grown somewhat larger. Chen Dao estimated that each of these successfully advanced yellow feather chickens weighed around 7 to 8 jin. Furthermore, the advancement information of the yellow feather chicken appeared in Chen Dao's mind. Yellow feather chicken, characteristics, short growth period, high meat yield, and a brief egg-laying cycle. Advancement Route 1. The female yellow feather chicken, when paired with a male iron claw chicken, has a 50 chance of hatching a golden feather chicken. Golden feather chicken characteristics, longer growth cycle, formidable combat prowess, comparable to an 8th tier warrior. Advancement Route 2. By continuously feeding blood coagulation fruit for 3 days, it can advance to a blood feather chicken. Blood feather chicken characteristics, smaller in size, its meat and blood can significantly enhance vitality. Golden feather chicken and blood feather chicken. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Dao's eyes as he beheld the formidable nature of these 2 breeds of chickens. The golden feathered chicken, rivaling an 8th tier warrior, surpassed even the little black in prowess. Though the description of the blood feathered chicken was somewhat ambiguous, Chen Dao keenly noted its characteristic of enhancing vitality. It is imperative to understand that in this world, warriors primarily cultivate their life force. The augmentation of this vital energy, aside from gradual accumulation through rigorous training methods, can be most swiftly achieved through the nourishment provided by various precious herbs, thus fortifying oneself. Furthermore, those herbs capable of assisting warriors in enhancing their vitality are invariably exorbitantly priced, a luxury beyond the reach of even the wealthiest families. In essence, this implies that in Chen Daomu's eyes, a brilliant light flickered. The effects of the blood feather chicken were comparable to those of precious medicinal herbs that bolster vitality. It could even rival the flesh and blood of mythical beasts. Chen Dao's heart ignited with fervor. Chicken, capable of enhancing one's vitality and blood. Could it not be akin to the mythical beasts? In this realm, the mythical creatures are exceedingly rare and hold greater value than even the most potent medicinal herbs. For the flesh of these beasts is notoriously difficult to hunt. Yet, their blood and meat can significantly aid martial artists in augmenting their vitality and shorten their cultivation time, often surpassing the effects of precious herbs. Hence, the mythical beasts of this world are indeed invaluable. Their mere appearance invariably attracts a multitude of martial artists eager to procure them. Moreover, the next evolutionary step for the Huangyu chicken leads to the existence of the Shuyu chicken, a creature reminiscent of these mythical beasts. The worth of the Shuyu chicken is likely to rival that of the mythical beasts. Chen Dao resolutely made his judgment. Of course, he understood that due to its size, a single blood feather chicken could never rival the value of a demon beast. However, the advantage of the blood feather chicken lies in its status as livestock, which allows for mass cultivation as opposed to demon beasts that must be encountered by chance, sometimes even at the cost of human lives during the hunt. Chapter 30. Remarkably high egg production rate. Golden feather chicken, blood feather chicken. Chen Dao murmured the names of these 2 chicken breeds, an overwhelming yearning surging within him. The golden feather chicken could rival an 8th grade warrior. If he could cultivate one, his safety would be ensured beyond measure. After all, even the most formidable warriors in the county town barely reached the 7th grade, while the golden feather chicken might not defeat a 7th grade warrior. Sheer numbers could certainly overwhelm them. As for the blood feather chicken, its merits were beyond debate, with properties akin to those of a demonic beast. If he could successfully cultivate the blood feather chicken and sell it to the warriors in the county town, Chen Dao would find himself amassing a fortune overnight. His family's circumstances would undergo a dramatic transformation, and daily feasts of meat could swiftly become a reality. Alas, these two advanced materials were entirely unfamiliar to me. Chen Dao let out a sigh. The realm of the golden feather chicken required the iron claw chicken, a breed of which he had never even heard, let alone acquired. As for the blood feather chicken's advancement, it necessitated the blood coagulation fruit, a substance that was also absent from the memories of his mind. It seemed he could only inquire about it during his next visit to the city. Chen Dao let out a sigh, just as he was about to step outside. He noticed Li Ping and He Zulian carrying a wooden bucket as they emerged from the kitchen. "Mother, Aunt, is the meal ready?" Chen Dao inquired, pausing in his tracks. "It is ready." Li Ping nodded, but then furrowed her brow and said, "Dower, our grain consumption has been rather excessive lately." This had been anticipated by Chen Dao. He estimated that hiring help to build the house would require approximately 10 jin of grain per day. However, once the construction commenced, Li Ping realized that the consumption was far greater than Chen Dao had estimated. Now, the daily grain usage exceeded 20 jin, causing the household's grain reserves to be depleted at an alarming rate. "It's nothing, Mother," Chen Dao remarked. "The provisions at home are still relatively abundant. We are not in immediate danger of depleting them." However, Li Ping expressed her concerns, saying, "If this continues, I fear that our supplies may not suffice to last until the completion of the house." The grain that Chen Dao brought back last time, in addition to white rice, consisted of 450 pounds of sorghum flour and rice bran. With a daily consumption of 20 pounds, it is utterly impossible to sustain for an entire month. Moreover, it is not only Chen Sheng and his 4 companions who require sustenance, but also the chickens that are raised at home. In a couple of days, I will accompany Uncle Chen to the county town, and at that time, I will bring back some grain. "Very well." Li Ping, reassured upon seeing Chen Dao, set aside her worries, grasped the wooden bucket, and together with Chen Dao, made their way to the construction site. At the site, Chen Sheng and his 4 associates, totaling 6 people including Chen Da, were seated beneath a tree, seeking refuge from the cold wind. Upon noticing the trio carrying the wooden bucket, anticipation gleamed in their eyes. For Chen Sheng and his companions, working at Chen Dao's home over the past few days felt akin to living in paradise. Previously, they could only manage a meager meal, often leaving them only half or even a third full. Now, however, they could feast until their bellies were completely satisfied. This kind of life was one that the 3 brothers of Chen Sheng wished could last forever. "Time to eat," Li Ping called out, and the 5 of Chen Sheng eagerly stepped forward, grabbing their bowls and slurping up the porridge. After devouring 8 bowls of the hearty meal, Chen Sheng eagerly inquired, "Dao Go, are we starting the house construction today?" "Of course." Chen Dao nodded. After several days of diligent work, the old house that once stood was completely demolished, leaving not even a trace of the fence. As he surveyed the surroundings, all that remained was a vast expanse of flat land, signaling that it was time to commence the construction of a new dwelling. "Dao Go," Chen Dao inquired aloud, "how do you intend to construct this house?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao replied, "The house need not be overly spacious. 3 rooms and a kitchen will suffice. However, it is essential to include a front yard and a larger backyard. The arrangement of the 3 rooms is intended to provide individual spaces for Chen Fei, Li Ping, and myself. As for the front and backyards, they are naturally designed to facilitate the raising of chickens." Chen Dao understood that in the future, his flock of chickens would undoubtedly grow larger, and thus, the poultry yard must be sufficiently spacious. "I comprehend." Chen Da nodded and promptly made arrangements, saying, "Cheng, you possess considerable strength. Join me in felling timber, while the other 3 shall be responsible for constructing the house." "No problem." Everyone responded with enthusiasm, and then they began their industrious tasks. Chen Da and Chen Sheng each assumed distinct responsibilities. One was tasked with felling trees, while the other took on the duty of transporting them. The remaining 3 individuals dedicated themselves to the construction of the house, creating a bustling atmosphere at the worksite. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, numerous villagers emerged from their homes, gathering nearby to witness the spectacle. Is Dao's family about to commence building their house? It certainly seems so. The old structure has been completely dismantled, and now it's time to begin the new construction. Dao's family is indeed affluent. I have witnessed the meals they provide for Chen Cheng and his brothers. They are served sorghum flour with every meal. The three brothers are certainly enjoying themselves. Eating sorghum flour at every meal, they are living even better than the wealthy landlords. Unfortunately, Dao's family already has ample manpower. Speaking of which, how does Daoj acquire so much grain? He possesses the skill to procure food, unlike you all, who spend your days idling around, merely waiting for meals to be served at home. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the villagers, Chen Dao returned to Chen Dao's home, his gaze falling upon the 6 yellow-feathered chickens in the coop, lost in contemplation. Just then, Chen Dao's attention was drawn to an egg nestled beneath one of the hens. Chen Dao quickly reached into the cage, gently moving the hen aside to collect all the eggs, his face awash with astonishment. Had he truly just advanced to the status of a yellow-feathered chicken and already laid 3 eggs? Chen Dao gazed at the 3 eggs in his hand, his heart brimming with delight. He was aware that the yellow-feathered chicken was renowned for its prolific egg-laying capabilities, yet he had not anticipated that it would prove to be so bountiful, yielding 3 eggs immediately upon reaching maturity. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Just then, a hen in the coop began to cluck excitedly. Chen Dao turned his gaze, only to witness the hen's fervent clucking, followed by a golden yellow egg rolling out from beneath her. What a marvel! Chen Dao was utterly astonished. The egg-laying frequency of these Huangyu chickens is indeed remarkably high. In less than a day, they have already laid 4 eggs, averaging 1 egg per hen. If this rate of egg production continues, will there no longer be concerns about a shortage of eggs at home in the future? Chen Dao's countenance was filled with delight. Yet he did not gather the 4 eggs. Instead, he returned them to the hen house. Given the high frequency with which the yellow-feathered hens laid eggs, might the incubation period also be relatively swift? As he pondered this question while tucking the eggs back beneath the hen, he made his way inside to partake in the breakfast that Li Ping and Hezulian had diligently prepared. Chapter 31. The unscientific incubation speed. After finishing his meal, Chen Dao returned to his room and retrieved all the copper coins, counting them meticulously. There were over 500 coins in total, a sum insufficient for purchasing grain. Would he truly need to sell some of the yellow-feathered hens? Chen Dao couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. To speak frankly, he did not truly wish to part with the 6 yellow-feathered chickens. Rather, he hoped to retain them, allowing them to breed steadily at home. This way, he would not have to purchase gray-feathered chickens from the city each time, only to undergo 2 stages of advancement to eventually acquire yellow-feathered ones. However, the rapid depletion of food supplies in his household left him at a loss for funds to procure grain from the city if he did not sell the yellow-feathered chickens. He could only hope that the eggs of the yellow-feathered chickens would hatch swiftly. Chen Dao let out a soft sigh, placing his hopes on the swift hatching of the yellow-feathered chicks. 3 days had swiftly passed. Upon awakening, the first thing Chen Dao did was rush to inspect the chicken coop. The 4 yellow-feathered hens did not disappoint him, laying eggs with remarkable frequency, consistently producing 1 egg each day. He refrained from collecting any of these eggs, instead allowing the hens to attempt to incubate them. Now, it had been 5 days since the first batch of eggs began to incubate, and Chen Dao fervently hoped for the emergence of new yellow-feathered chicks, which would enable him to sell a few without any lingering concerns. Today, he wondered whether the hatching had been successful. Although he knew the likelihood of success within 5 days was slim, he still gazed intently at the coop, harboring a glimmer of hope. Chen Dao's gaze suddenly fixed, a look of ecstasy gradually spreading across his face. At that moment, within the chicken coop, alongside the 6 mature yellow-feathered chickens that were expected, 3 fluffy chicks made their appearance. One little chick, adorned with vibrant orange-yellow feathers, curiously peered around, its eyes brimming with wonder and delight at the world. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The other 2 chicks busily pecked at the shattered eggshells, replenishing their nourishment. Splendid. The hatching was a success. Chen Dao was filled with both surprise and astonishment. In just 5 days, 3 chicks had truly hatched, which seemed utterly unscientific. However, reflecting on the existence of martial artists and extraordinary beasts in this world, he found solace in the absurdity. Moreover, considering that he had already traversed into such a bizarre reality, the rapid hatching of chicks appeared to be nothing worthy of astonishment. Chen Dao reached into the cage and gently scooped up 3 chicks into his palms, meticulously discerning their genders. Ultimately, he confirmed that among the 3 chicks, 2 were hens, and 1 was a rooster. With these 3 chicks, I could selectively sell a few of the adult yellow-feathered chickens. Chen Dao gently returned the chicks to their cage and proceeded indoors to fetch some grains to nourish the little black chick and the yellow-feathered chickens in the enclosure. After feeding the birds, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast and then stepped outside, making his way to his construction site. The site was still abuzz with activity. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Chen Sheng and others over the past few days, the foundation had been successfully laid, and the construction of the main structure was underway. Not far from the site, a few villagers gathered in small groups, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The construction site at Chen Dao's home has now become the sole spectacle for the villagers. When the sun ascends and the weather warms slightly, the villagers, lacking any recreational activities or means to cultivate the land, emerge from their homes to gather nearby and witness the unfolding events. Naturally, their observations are accompanied by lively discussions, with the primary topic being the meals that Chen Dao provides for Chen Sheng and his laborers. I arrived early today and observed the sustenance they were receiving. It was indeed a generous portion of sorghum flour. Is Chen Dao not exceedingly affluent, allowing Chen Sheng and his hardy companions to indulge in such lavish fare? Previously, I had perceived that Chen Dao's father was no ordinary individual, and now I discover that his son possesses similar prowess. I long to assist Chen Dao's family with their endeavors. Such daily provisions of sorghum flour are beyond what even the wealthy landowners in the city can afford. Indeed, Chen Dao is truly remarkable. Aunt Li is also enjoying a comfortable life, blessed with such a capable son who will surely bring her comfort in the future. Isn't that so? If only my son could be as accomplished as Chen Dao. But with your son, who tires after merely half an hour of farm work and often shirks responsibility, do not hold your breath. Precisely. Chen Dao paid no heed to the onlookers among the villagers and directly approached Chen Da, who had just assisted Chen Sheng in transporting timber. Without preamble, he stated, "Uncle, let us suspend our work for a day tomorrow." What? Before Chen Da could utter a word, Chen Sheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Daoer, are you no longer building your house? Is it because we have eaten too much? Shall we eat less in the future?" Chen Sheng's reaction was not unwarranted. The opportunity to assist Chen Dao in his endeavors was exceedingly rare. During the few days he had spent working alongside Chen Dao, it had been a rare time when he could enjoy a full meal daily. If Chen Dao were to cease his construction, those fortunate days would surely vanish. "Do not worry, Cheng." Chen Dao smiled and remarked, "It is merely a one-day halt, not an abandonment of construction." Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I was under the impression that we had consumed too much, and that your family was running low on provisions, Dao Ge. Rest assured, Chen Ge, our household supplies are still ample." Chen Dao comforted Chen Sheng, and then said to Chen Da, "Uncle, I plan to visit the city tomorrow." Chen Da nodded. A few days prior, Chen Dao had mentioned his intention to venture into the city. Thus, it came as no surprise to him. He merely inquired, "Shall we go together?" "Of course," Chen Dao replied. "It is not only you, Uncle. Chen Sheng and the others must accompany us as well, for the journey is fraught with peril." Although Chen Dao had not ventured beyond the village recently, he was acutely aware of the increasing number of displaced individuals along the official roads. Just a few days prior, some of these wanderers had attempted to enter Chenjia village. Fortunately, the village chief, Chun He, responded promptly, leading the able-bodied youth to drive away the intruders, thereby preventing chaos from erupting within the village. "So, dear Dao, you wish for us to accompany you to the city?" Chen Sheng chuckled innocently. "No problem. Brother Dao, wherever you say we shall go, I will follow your lead." At this moment, Chen Sheng harbored absolute trust in Chen Dao, for he perceived him as the most benevolent individual in the entire Chen family village, the sole person capable of ensuring his sustenance. "Uncle, please inform Brother Jiang and the others that we shall enter the city together tomorrow." "Understood." After concluding their discussion, Chen Dao remained on the construction site, laboring alongside Chen Da and the others. Naturally, given Chen Dao's frail physique, his contributions were rather limited, primarily assisting in the transportation of lighter timber. Chapter 32. A test dinner is served. As the sun began to set, Li Ping and He Zuolian approached, bearing food containers. The delectable aroma wafted through the air, prompting Qin Qing and the others to immediately cease their tasks and make their way towards Li Ping and He Zuolian. Even the nearby villagers, who had gathered to watch, could not suppress their salivation. The scent of the sorghum flour was utterly delightful. A young man among the onlookers inhaled deeply, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He had long forgotten the last time he had savored such a precious delicacy. The others, too, twitched their noses, seemingly eager to inhale the fragrant air entirely. Damn it! I haven't had sorghum flour in ages. Me too. Chen Sheng and his fellow portly companions were truly fortunate. I wish I could have sorghum flour every meal. But the sorghum flour contains rice husks. It must not taste good. Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, Chen Sheng and his companions approached the food containers, accepting the bowls offered by Li Ping and He Zuilian, and began to devour their meals with gusto. Chen Sheng remained the most enthusiastic diner, having consumed 8 bowls in succession before finally returning the empty bowl to Li Ping, exhaling deeply with a sense of satisfaction. Chen Jiang turned to Chen Dao and inquired, "Dao Gu, shall we venture into the city tomorrow?" "Indeed," came the affirmative reply, causing Chen Jiang's eyes to instantly sparkle with excitement. Chen Si exclaimed joyfully, "How delightful it is to enter the city." Chen Jiang and Chen Si hold a profound impression of the county's vibrancy, both harboring a deep affection for its charm. Were it not for the constraints of their circumstances, they would eagerly visit the county every day. "Look at how delighted you two are." Chen Da shook his head and said, "Everyone should return. Let us gather here tomorrow and head to the county town together." Soon, all 5 departed. Chen Dao, along with Chen Da, Li Ping, and He Zuilian, returned to Chen Dao's residence. The dining table of the Chen family was elegantly set with the simple yet lovingly prepared dishes made in advance by Li Ping and He Zuilian. Today's meal was modest, consisting solely of a bowl of white rice for each person. Nevertheless, even plain rice was considered a rare delicacy for the gathering, and thus, everyone devoured it with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of disdain. However, Chen Dao, gazing at the bowl of white rice before him, felt a complete lack of appetite. Having lived in modern Huagua for over 2 decades, he found little appeal in such a monotonous dish. Yet, Chen Dao understood the necessity of sustenance. Without it, he could not grow strong nor muster the energy required for daily life. Thus, he reluctantly forced himself to swallow the rice. After the meal, the 2 children retreated to their room to rest. Chen Da gazed at Chen Dao and inquired, "Dao, are you planning to venture into the city tomorrow to procure some grain?" Chen Da nodded. "Indeed, uncle." Chen furrowed his brows and inquired, "Do you still have money?" "A few hundred coins," came the reply. "What can a few hundred copper coins accomplish?" Chen remarked, "Given the exorbitant prices of grain in the county town, your few hundred coins can at most procure a mere several dozen pounds of rice, which is hardly sufficient. I intend to sell some chickens." "Sell chickens?" Chen was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Are you not aiming to hatch more chickens? How can you incubate them after selling them? They have already been successfully hatched." Chen Dao smiled and said, "Today, 3 little chicks have successfully hatched in my home." "What?" Chen was taken aback. He was aware that Chen Dao had successfully cultivated the yellow-feathered chicken, as the chickens from Chen Dao's family were raised in his front yard. However, Chen did not delve into the significance of the secret recipe for the yellow-feathered chicken. He felt quite satisfied to have obtained the secret for cultivating the white-feathered chicken and did not feel the need to pursue the recipe for the yellow-feathered variety. He also knew that the yellow-feathered chickens raised by Chen Dao laid eggs at an impressive rate, producing 4 eggs each day. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated the astonishing speed at which these eggs would hatch. Although Chen Da is a hunter, he is well aware that the incubation period for eggs is quite lengthy. For the gray-feathered chickens, it typically requires no less than 25 days to hatch a chick. In contrast, Chen Dao's yellow-feathered chickens take a mere 5 days at most to hatch. The notion of hatching a batch of chicks within such a short span of 5 days is utterly unheard of to Chen Da. Could it truly be that they have hatched? Chen Da incredulously inquired, not out of distrust towards Chen Dao, but rather due to the extraordinary nature of successfully hatching in just 5 days. "Indeed. Uncle, come with me." Chen Dao led Chen Da to the chicken coop in the front yard. By the faint glow of the candlelight seeping from the house, they could barely make out 3 little chicks nestled beneath the warmth of their mother's wings. Witnessing this scene, Chen Da finally believed what Chen Dao had said. It was truly astonishing. Chen Da inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "To think that a batch of eggs can be hatched in merely 5 days. Rice brother, could it be that your chickens are celestial beings descended from the heavens? How is that even possible?" Chen Dao shook his head with a smile, not finding Chen Da's reaction particularly surprising. In truth, upon seeing the 3 little chicks in the morning, Chen Dao's astonishment was hardly less than that of Chen Da's, perhaps even surpassing it. After a considerable pause, Chen Da managed to quell the tumult within his heart. As they strolled back to the house, He lowered his voice and remarked, "Dower, you must ensure that your method of nurturing these yellow-feathered chickens remains a closely guarded secret, lest it attracts perilous consequences." Chen Dao is acutely aware of the tremendous value of these yellow-feathered chickens. They lay eggs swiftly and hatch rapidly. To describe this breed as priceless would not be an exaggeration. Should others become aware that Chen Dao possesses the method to cultivate such chickens, the calamity that may befall him would likely be imminent. "Uncle, I understand the gravity of the situation." Chen Dao nodded and then said, "Uncle, would you be interested in the method of cultivating Huangyu chickens?" "To be frank, I assure you that I am indeed interested." Chen earnestly remarked, "This chicken is truly extraordinary. With just a little nurturing, one can attain boundless wealth. How could my uncle possibly resist such an allure?" After a moment, Chen continued, "However, my uncle is not a greedy person. The method for raising the white-feathered chicken is already sufficient. As for the cultivation technique for the yellow-feathered chicken, you may keep that to yourself." Chen Dao certainly yearned to acquire the cultivation method for Huangyu chicken, for such knowledge promised boundless wealth. However, in comparison to riches, his foremost concern lay with the safety of Chen Dao. Such a precious secret, once known to an additional person, would inevitably heighten the risk of exposure. Chen Dao resolutely refused to allow his desire to jeopardize the safety of Chen Dao and his family. "Very well." Chen Dao deeply gazed at Chen Dao, considering it a test of sorts. He sought to ascertain whether Chen Dao could retain his kindness towards his family in the presence of the Huangyu chicken. The outcome of this subtle examination undoubtedly left Chen Dao immensely satisfied. Chen Dao remains the same Chen Dao, whose goodwill towards his family is genuine and unwavering, unaffected by any temptations of profit, even if such gains could render him immensely wealthy, allowing him to live a life akin to that of a feudal lord. "I shall take my leave to rest," he said. "Go ahead. Remember the method of the Huangyu chicken and do not divulge it to anyone." Chapter 33. Superficial efforts. The following day, dawn had just begun to break. The Chen household was bustling with activity. Two women were preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while Chen Dao and Chen Dao were tasked with tending to the chickens. As Chen Dao approached the chicken coop, he was greeted by the cheerful chirping of chicks. To his delight, he discovered that the number of fluffy chicks had increased from 3 to 5. A wave of joy washed over Chen Dao's face. The remarkable hatching rate of the yellow-feathered chicks was indeed exhilarating. He finally confirmed an important fact. The incubation period for the yellow-feathered eggs was, in fact, a mere 5 days. At this rate of hatching, it would not be long before their home was teeming with chickens. As Chen Dao was reveling in his joy, the little black chicken trotted over, clucking softly, and brushed its feathers against Chen Dao's calf. "You gluttonous little bird." Chen Dao smiled softly, scattering sorghum and rice husks beside the chicken coop, allowing the little black hen and the chickens inside the cage to peck at their leisure. Subsequently, Chen Dao reached into the coop and retrieved 3 eggs. It appeared that these 3 eggs were beyond the prospect of hatching. Chen Dao examined the 3 eggs in his hand with great scrutiny. Among them, one had been placed for incubation on the first day, while the other 2 were added on the second day. All the eggs from the same batch had successfully hatched, yet these 3 remained utterly still, indicating that the 2 eggs were either unfertilized or the unfortunate result of failed incubation. As luck would have it, this morning called for an additional meal. Chen Dao entered the kitchen with a few eggs and said to Li Ping, "Mother, let us add these 3 eggs to the meal. Today, we shall prepare a little extra for Chen Cheng and his companions." Li Ping and He Zulian were already in the kitchen, diligently preparing the meal for the 5 men. After all, they were assisting in escorting them into the city, and Chen Dao felt it would be remiss not to provide them with a meal. "Very well," Li Ping replied, accepting the eggs. She cracked them open, allowing the contents to flow into the pot, where she mixed them with the sorghum paste. Chen Dao did not linger in the kitchen for long. He made his way to the courtyard and opened the grand entrance of the Chen residence. "You all have arrived so early?" As the door swung open, Chen Dao was somewhat taken aback to see Chen Cheng and the other for already waiting outside. "We merely wished to ensure we did not impede your affairs, Brother Dao." Chen Cheng scratched his head and said, "Please, come in." Chen Dao ushered the 5 individuals into the courtyard, leading them into the house while cheerfully exclaiming, "Today, you are truly fortunate. Not only is there food to enjoy, but also eggs." Eggs. The eyes of the 3 Chen brothers, along with Chen Si and Chen Jiang, sparkled with excitement. For the 3 Chen brothers, sorghum flour had become a rare delicacy, while the taste of eggs had eluded them for at least several years. Although Chen Si and Chen Jiang were not as unfortunate as Chen Cheng, Eggs were still a rare delicacy for them, and thus they harbored immense anticipation in their hearts. Indeed, Chen Dao nodded and remarked, "Today, we have incorporated 3 eggs into our meal. While it may not be abundant, it is certainly sufficient for you to savor the flavor." "Excellent," Chen Shi exclaimed with delight, and the other 4 individuals also displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Amidst their hopeful gazes, Li Ping and He Zilian prepared the meal, bringing over a large wooden tub brimming with porridge. Indeed, there were eggs. Chun Mu possessed exceptional eyesight and immediately noticed the distinct difference in the porridge compared to previous occasions. He even caught a whiff of the unique aroma of eggs. "Aunt, please bring me a bowl of egg porridge." Chen Jiang, who was quite familiar with the Chen family, exclaimed eagerly. "Certainly," He Chui Lian replied with a smile, as she fetched a bowl and ladled a generous serving of porridge for Chen Jiang. As he inhaled the enticing scent of eggs wafting from the porridge, Chen Jiang could not help but display a look of sheer delight. "It is so fragrant, utterly delightful." Chen Dao opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words. In his eyes, the porridge before him bore little distinction from what he had consumed in the past few days. Although 3 eggs had been cracked into the mixture, it could hardly be deemed extravagant, more akin to a drop in the Yangtze River than an opulent addition. The eggs were scarce, overshadowed by the abundance of rice, leaving little trace of their presence. It was perplexing that Chen Jiang would display such a reaction. In truth, it was not only Chen Jiang. Even Chen Sheng and others were enraptured, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from their bowls, as if they could genuinely discern the scent of eggs within. "Mother, please serve me a bowl as well." The appearance of Chen Sheng and his companions piqued Chen Dao's curiosity, prompting him to request a bowl of porridge from Li Ping. He then proceeded to pour the porridge into his mouth. Upon tasting it, Chen Dao's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in agony. To be fair, the porridge was not particularly distasteful, yet one must not forget that it was tainted with rice husks. While ground rice husk could be somewhat palatable, the unrefined husk was truly a choking hazard. "Mother, please bring me a glass of water," he exclaimed, coming right up. Li Ping, noticing Chen Dao's distressed expression, hurriedly poured him a glass of water to help him swallow the food lodged in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Dao coughed several times before he felt somewhat relieved. The others smiled, perceiving him as a capable and remarkably mature child, rarely seen in such a state. "You all go ahead and eat. I shall step outside for a moment." After his throat was momentarily constricted, Chen Dao entirely lost interest in tasting the porridge. He exited the house, approached the chicken coop, and retrieved 2 yellow-feathered hens, binding their legs, intending to sell them in the city. Soon after, Chen Cheng and the others finished their meal and emerged. Meanwhile, Chen Da borrowed a donkey cart from the village head, and the group boarded the vehicle, with Chen Si guiding the donkey towards the county town. The lengthy official road remained unchanged. As the donkey cart traversed the path, one could still observe weary faces, etched with hardship, and expressions dulled by despair among the refugees. These individuals, with their families in tow, trudged slowly yet resolutely towards the county town, seemingly believing it to be their sole hope for survival. However, Chen Dao understood that upon reaching the county, what awaited them might not be the government's relief efforts, but rather soldiers wielding swords. Alas, Chen Dao let out a soft sigh, resolutely forcing himself to avert his gaze from the pitiable refugees, and trudged onward towards the county town. As the donkey cart approached the town, Chen Dao cast his eyes ahead. To his dismay, he observed an even greater gathering of refugees outside the county, with an increasing number of makeshift dwellings erected by them, creating a disordered settlement that sprawled without any semblance of planning. With keen observation, Chen Dao noted several exposed skeletal remains protruding from the ground, a grim testament to the lives lost to starvation, violence, and cannibalism during this harrowing period. The officials, who once distributed porridge to the needy, were conspicuously absent. Chen Dao shifted his gaze, but could not discern any officials distributing porridge. It was evident that the current government was unwilling to even engage in such superficial displays of benevolence. Chapter 34. One Tale, One Piece. After paying a toll of 10 copper coins, Chen Dao and his companions were permitted to pass through the guards at the city gate and enter the county town. The interior of the town still bustled with activity. However, it seemed to Chen Dao that he could detect a hint of sorrow etched on the faces of the passers-by. With this perplexing thought lingering in his mind, Chen Dao settled onto the donkey cart, arriving at the Tiger Fist gym. He promptly disembarked, skillfully placing 10 copper coins into the hand of the gym's guard. Wei Gu, could you please assist me in locating Miss Li? During his previous visit to the Tiger Fist Gym, Chen Dao had learned the guard's name, Wei Gu. Accepting the 10 coins, Wei Gu offered a slight smile before hastening into the gym to summon Liang. Brother Chen, you come again. Liang greeted Chen Dao with a radiant smile. As the only daughter of the owner of the Tiger Fist Gym, she held a prominent position in Taiping County, yet she remained remarkably approachable, always greeting Chen Dao with a warm smile. Miss Li, Chen Dao greeted Liang with a smile and promptly stated, I have brought some white-feathered chickens this time. Without allowing Chen Dao to finish his introduction, Liang waved her hand decisively, indicating her desire to take them all. Witnessing this, a broader smile graced Chen Dao's face as he continued, this time, there are only 3 white-feathered chickens. Only 3? A hint of disappointment flickered across Li Ying's face. The flavor of the white-feathered chicken was truly exceptional, and as a food enthusiast, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of dismay upon hearing of their limited quantity. Nevertheless, Chen Dao shifted his tone and said, this time, I have brought along some other breeds of chickens. I wonder if Miss Li might be interested? Other breeds? Li Ying was taken aback and inquired, could it be the gray-feathered chicken? The gray-feathered chicken is the most common and widespread domestic fowl in the Summer Kingdom. Its only virtue lies in its ease of rearing, while its flavor pales in comparison to the succulent white-feathered chickens that Chen Dao had previously offered to Li Ying. Certainly not the gray-feathered chicken. Miss Li, please follow me. Chen Dao led Li Ying to the side of the donkey cart. As Li Ying drew near, a sense of restraint appeared on the faces of Chen Cheng and the others. Along the way, Chen Dao had already informed them of Li Ying's esteemed identity. She was the cherished daughter of the master of the Tiger Fist School, one of the 3 prominent martial arts academies in the county. In the entirety of Taiping County, her status was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the villagers from Chun family village. Miss Li, behold, these are the breeds of chickens I have brought with me. Chen Dao pointed to the 2 yellow-feathered hens in the coop and introduced them to Li Ying, saying, I have named this breed the yellow-feathered chicken. Compared to the white-feathered variety, the yellow-feathered chicken is notably larger, with firmer meat, which I believe will render it more delectable. The yellow-feathered chicken is indeed quite unique. Li Ying examined the yellow hens within the cage and nodded in agreement, acknowledging their larger size and more vibrant plumage. May I inquire about their price? She asked, feeling a stir of desire. The market for yellow-feathered chickens is indeed more favorable than that for their white counterparts. To Li Ying, a chicken that appears more attractive is often perceived to possess superior flavor, and thus, she was already contemplating the purchase of these 2 yellow-feathered chickens. Chen Dao's eyes darted as his mind raced with thoughts. Miss Li, as you are aware, it is no easy feat for us to venture into the mountains and capture these chickens. The yellow-feathered variety is considerably more elusive than its white-feathered counterpart. Thus, the price will inevitably be a touch more exorbitant. To be frank, how much is it? Chen Dao hesitated momentarily before proposing a price he deemed reasonable, 1 or 2 silver coins each. No problem. Let it be 1 or 2 silver coins each. Li Ying, even too indolent to haggle, readily accepted this price. Truly, she was a wealthy woman of considerable means. Chen Dao silently expressed his admiration for Li Ying, gaining a deeper understanding of the prowess of the Fuhu boxing gym. The price of 1 or 2 silver coins for a chicken, without even a hint of negotiation, spoke volumes about the affluence of the Fuhu boxing gym, a wealth that Chen Dao could hardly fathom. In truth, he had miscalculated. To him, the rearing cost of a yellow-feathered chicken merely comprised that of a 500-tael white-feathered chicken, along with a few copper coins for chicken heartgrass and safflower. However, for Li Ying, the yellow-feathered chicken represented a prize captured at great peril by Chen Dao and his companions, and thus a higher price was entirely justified. Xiao Wei, please assist me in delivering these chickens inside. After handing over a total of 3.5 taels of silver to Chen Dao, Li Ying beckoned Wei Gu to help him carry the 5 chickens into the gym, then turned to Chen Dao and said, Brother Chen, should you come across more yellow or white-feathered chickens in the future, do feel free to bring them to me. I shall take as many as you have. No problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dao readily agreed, eager to continue transactions with the forthright and prominent client, Li Ying. However, it was likely that next time, Chen Dao would not make the journey himself. Miss Li, I wish to inquire about a few matters. Chen Dao suddenly declared. What matters? Have you ever heard of the iron claw chicken and the coagulation fruit? Iron claw chicken? No, I have not heard of it. In regard to the coagulation fruit, Li Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation, locking her gaze onto Chen Dao's eyes as she asked, "What do you want to know about the coagulation fruit? Have you not yet abandoned the thought of practicing martial arts?" It was evident that Li Ying was indeed knowledgeable about the coagulation fruit. Chen Dao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, "I am merely seeking some information. Might Miss Li be so kind as to elucidate?" Li Ying cast a penetrating glance at Chen Dao and replied, "The coagulation fruit is not a particularly rare item. Most pharmacies in the city, controlled by prominent families, stock it. However, very few individuals venture to purchase the coagulation fruit. Why is that?" Chen Dao pressed further. "The reason lies in the fact that the benefits of the coagulation fruit are rather insignificant for martial artists, and even for aspiring martial artists. It does not rank among the finest tonics for nourishing one's vitality. Thus, it is not sought after frequently," Li Ying explained. "I see." Chen Dao suddenly realized that the primary function of the coagulated blood fruit was to nourish the vital energy and blood. However, according to Li Ying, the efficacy of the coagulated blood fruit in nourishing these elements was rather feeble, even to the extent that for some apprentice-level martial artists, its effects might be deemed inadequate. Based on this information, Chen Dao could deduce that the value of the coagulated blood fruit was unlikely to be significant. If its value was indeed low, then his endeavor to cultivate blood feather chickens had a promising prospect. As per the guidance of his fortunate discovery, transforming a yellow-feathered chicken into a blood-feathered chicken required merely 3 coagulated blood fruits. With this thought in mind, Chen Dao calmly inquired, "Might I ask the value of this coagulated blood fruit?" "Please hold on a moment," Li Ying replied, stepping into the dojo. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with 2 fruits in hand. "This is the coagulated blood fruit. The price should not exceed 21 at the apothecary." 21. The mere mention of this price sent Chen Dao into a state of ecstatic delight. He scrutinized the 2 fruits in Li Ying's possession, noting their size, akin to that of a chicken egg, perfectly round, with a delicate red hue gracing their skins, distinctly different from most fruits he had encountered. "These 2 coagulated blood fruits are a gift for you," Li Ying declared, promptly placing the fruits into Chen Dao's hands. Aware of Li Ying's affluent status, Chen Dao graciously accepted the gift and then took his leave, saying, "Miss Li, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell." After bidding goodbye to Li Ying, Chen Dao climbed onto the donkey cart and departed with Chen Shen and others. Meanwhile, Li Ying returned to the dojo's backyard. In the courtyard, the sound of chickens crowing resonated in a delightful chorus. Li Hu stood beside the chicken coop, thoughtfully observing the white and yellow feathered chickens within. "Father." It was only when Li Ying's voice reached him that Li Hu turned his gaze, responding, "Yingzi, did you buy these chickens again?" "Indeed." Li Ying settled herself at a stone table, exclaiming, "Father, we have white feathered chickens to feast on once more." Known for her love of food, this sentiment was universally acknowledged among the members of the Fuhu Boxing Academy. As a connoisseur of culinary delights, Li Ying held a particular fondness for chicken. Yet she had grown weary of the gray feathered chicken's flavor, while her cravings for the white feathered chicken were insatiable. After all, compared to the gray feathered variety, the white feathered chickens not only yielded more meat, but were also considerably more succulent, their texture far superior. "Oh, you." Li Hu pointed playfully at Li Ying, fully aware of her gastronomic inclinations. In truth, he too harbored a passion for delectable food, reminiscing fondly about the taste of white feathered chicken. Otherwise, he would not be standing by the coop scrutinizing those birds. "Did this batch of chickens come from that young man Chen Dao?" Li Hu asked as he sat across from Li Ying. "Yes," she replied. Young Master Chen Dao and his companions faced considerable risks each day venturing into the mountains to hunt. Alas, Li Hu let out a soft sigh, his thoughts drifting back to the events that transpired a few days prior within the county office. In truth, when the county magistrate solicited contributions of money and grain from each household, Li Hu was inclined to acquiesce. However, he was met with resistance from several prominent families and martial arts schools. The Fuhu Boxing School, after all, needed to maintain its standing in Taiping County and could not afford to act independently of the 4 great families and 2 major martial arts academies. It seemed that turmoil was on the horizon for the town. Gazing up at the sky, Li Hu noted that the frigid weather had little effect on him as a martial artist, yet it posed considerable hardship for the common folk. The cost of harvesting crops was already burdensome, and with insufficient returns, they were now also faced with the government's increased taxation. Disturbances, it appeared, were imminent. In the East Market, Wu Han sat behind his goods, A look of deep concern etched across his face. "Brother Wu, what troubles you?" came a voice from behind. Wu Han turned to see the source, and a smile of surprise illuminated his features. "Chen, my dear brother, what brings you here?" Chen Dao leaped down from the donkey cart and gently embraced Wu Han, smiling as he inquired, "How has business been lately, my dear brother Wu?" Wu Han, wearing a look of dismay, replied, "Oh, do not mention it. Recently, the goods have been quite unsellable." "How can that be?" Chen Dao glanced at the stall in front of Wu Han, where several chicken cages were displayed and a few gray-feathered chickens were clucking inside. Wu Han first greeted Chen and the others, then remarked, "Ah, my dear brother Chen, you are unaware. It has become increasingly challenging to conduct business in this county town. Take live poultry, for instance. There is simply no one to purchase them." "But why is that?" Chen Dao, perplexed, inquired. "Eating meat is one of humanity's most fundamental needs. Logically, live poultry should not be unsold. Of course, it is due to the government imposing taxes." Wu Han, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Recently, the authorities issued a decree mandating that each household in the county must contribute at least 1 stone of grain. If one cannot produce sufficient grain, they are required to pay 2 taels of silver. My dear brother Chen, in such circumstances, who would still be inclined to purchase meat? Increased taxation?" Chen Dao was left in utter astonishment. Having lived in the Huaguo of his past life, he found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the act of imposing additional taxes during a year of calamity. In his previous existence, whenever a region suffered from disaster, the government would typically allocate funds for relief efforts. However, the situation here was strikingly contrary. The authorities not only refrained from providing financial assistance for disaster relief, but they also sought to increase taxes. Was the court truly intent on driving the entire populace of Taiping County to the brink of despair? No, it was not just Taiping County. This bitter calamity affected the entirety of Qingzhou, and even neighboring provinces were grappling with the repercussions of the cold disaster. Thus, the government's tax increase could hardly be limited to a single county. Surely, it would extend across the entire realm of the Xia Kingdom. In the face of such a natural catastrophe, the imposition of additional taxes would likely lead to widespread famine in Qingzhou, leaving thousands to perish and resort to cannibalism. Indeed, it was an increase in taxes. Wu Han exclaimed with bitterness, "Those despicable officials do not think to collect taxes from the affluent families. Instead, they only know how to squeeze us common folk for their gains. Damn them." Chen Dao furrowed his brow. Qinjiakan, affiliated with Taiping County, was facing an impending tax increase, a fate that even the townsfolk of the county seat could not escape. The reason Qinjiakan had yet to receive news of this tax hike was likely due to the government's insufficient manpower, failing to extend their reach beyond the county seat. The mere thought of Qinjiakan being subject to additional taxation sent a chill through Chen Dao in the current circumstances of the village. It seemed unlikely that any household could muster the 2 taels of silver required. "Brother Wu, what do you think will happen if the tax remains unpaid?" Chen Dao inquired. "What else could happen?" Wu Han replied without hesitation. "The government has made it clear. Any household unable to pay the tax will see their entire family conscripted to the north for military service." Conscription. Chen Dao's heart sank at the realization that the Xia Kingdom was not akin to the former Hua Kingdom. The treatment of soldiers in Xia was abysmal, to say the least. For those impoverished citizens struggling to survive, conscription might offer a meager means of sustenance, albeit a precarious one. However, the situation was far more complex. Wu Han had explicitly stated that this conscription would lead them northward, where the Xia Kingdom was embroiled in a fierce conflict with barbaric tribes. The brutality of the warfare was staggering, with countless casualties reported daily. The peril of conscription to the north was not merely the threat of death on the battlefield. The very journey itself posed a grave risk. After all, the distance from Qingzhou to the north spanned thousands of miles, a lengthy trek that could claim the lives of many conscripts along the way. Indeed, this was a case of the government driving the people to rebellion. Chen Dao could not help but sigh softly. This recent tax increase truly leaves the common folk with no means of survival. The people, already facing the harshness of famine, struggle to fill their stomachs. And now they are burdened with additional taxes. Failure to pay the taxes would lead them to the northern front, risking their lives on perilous journeys. If the common people do not rise in rebellion, it would indeed be an affront to justice. Brother Wu, did not the authorities state that they would collect 1 stone of grain? Is it possible to pay with rice husks or similar grains? Chen Dao inquired, his mind racing with possibilities. If rice husks could suffice, then this tax increase might still be bearable for the ordinary populace. Rice husks. Wuhan chuckled wryly. My dear brother Chen, you are being overly simplistic. How could the government possibly leave us such a substantial loophole? The tax officials have already clarified that this time the tax must consist of sorghum, wheat, or rice. No other grains will be accepted. Chen Dao fell silent. These three types of grains are the most expensive sold in the granaries today. Even he, the most prosperous individual in Chen family village, cannot produce a stone of grain. Should he fail to provide the required grain, he would be compelled to enlist in the army in the north. Chen Dao felt a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being. It seemed the court offered no glimmer of hope whatsoever. Brother Wu, have you managed to pay the taxes? He inquired. How could I possibly afford it? Sighed Wuhan. As the deadline imposed by the authorities draws ever nearer, if I am unable to settle this tax, it is likely that my entire family will be conscripted into military service. Chen Dao opened his mouth at a loss for words and decided to change the subject. Brother Wu, I intend to purchase some gray-feathered chickens. Are you selling any? Of course I am. Upon hearing Chen Dao's intent to buy chickens, Wuhan's eyes immediately sparkled with enthusiasm. How many do you plan to acquire, my dear brother? I can offer you a better price. However, it was not Chen Dao who desired the gray-feathered chickens, but rather his elder brother, Chen Da. Chen Da ventured into the city to sell white-feathered chickens, with the primary aim of acquiring silver coins to purchase more gray-feathered chickens for cultivation. On the journey to the eastern market, Chen Dao had already conferred with Chen Da regarding this matter. Thus, when Wuhan inquired, Chen Dao responded, I have brought a total of 2 taels of silver, intending to use it all to buy gray-feathered chickens. Brother Wu, could you please calculate how many I can purchase? Wuhan, counting on his fingers, replied, currently, a gray-feathered chicken costs approximately 151. With 2 taels of silver, you could buy around 13 chickens. However, I don't have enough here. Not to worry. Brother Chen, please wait a moment. I will seek out other vendors to assist you. Shortly thereafter, Wuhan returned with 3 chicken vendors and informed Chen Dao, Brother Chen, the negotiations are complete. A total of 13 chickens, each priced at 151. Very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. In no time, the deal was finalized, and Chen Dao paid 950 copper coins to acquire the 13 gray-feathered chickens. After placing the chicken coop onto the donkey cart, Chen Dao and his companions made their way to the grain shop in the eastern market. The grain prices have risen again. Upon entering the grain shop, Chen Dao could not help but furrow his brow, noticing that the prices were 2 to 3 when higher than during his last visit to the county town. Esteemed customer, are you here to purchase grain? The shopkeeper warmly welcomed Chen Dao into the store. Chen Dao glanced at the grain prices and inquired, My good man, why have the prices of grain risen once more? The attendant replied, Esteemed guest, you may not be aware. The prices of grain in this city escalate daily. The prices we offer at our establishment are already the most reasonable. Indeed, Chen Dao nodded ambiguously. Committing the prices of all grains to memory before stating his desired quantities, I require 50 jin of white flour and 100 jin of sorghum flour. Currently, white flour is priced at 16 won per jin, while sorghum flour is 12 won per jin. Thus, purchasing 50 jin of white flour and 100 jin of sorghum flour will precisely exhaust the 2 taels of silver earned from selling chickens. As for the funds needed to acquire the coagulation fruit later, Chen Dao possessed several hundred copper coins, which, in theory, should suffice. Very well. The agile attendant promptly set to work, swiftly loading a total of 150 jin of grain onto the donkey cart outside the shop. Farewell, esteemed guest. As the attendant bid his farewell, the donkey cart gradually set off towards the Baichao Hall, a place Chen Dao had previously visited. Inside Baichao Hall, the elderly proprietor was diligently calculating at the counter, while a young lady named Su Qiao, she was organizing the medicinal herbs. Being more perceptive, the youthful Su Qiao, she quickly noticed the arrival of Chen Dao and hurriedly approached him, asking, Esteemed guest, are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? Chen Dao cast a glance at Su Qiaoshi and could not help but remark on the beauty of the pharmacy owner's granddaughter. Not only was she charmingly attractive, but her voice was also remarkably melodious, evoking an irresistible fondness in those who encountered her. Chen Dao inquired, I wish to purchase some coagulation fruits. May I ask if you have them in stock? Indeed, we do, replied the shopkeeper, seated behind the counter. Each coagulation fruit is priced at 18 won. How many would you like, esteemed guest? 18 won, Chen Dao noted, recognizing that this price aligned closely with what he had previously learned from Liang. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I would like 30 pieces. Please hold on a moment. I shall retrieve them for you." Su Qiaoxi dashed into the apothecary's backyard and soon emerged carrying a parcel, which she handed to Chen Dao. Within this package are a total of 30 coagulation fruits. "You may count them, esteemed guest." "Excellent." Chen Dao opened the package and counted, confirming there were indeed 30 coins. He then retrieved 540 copper coins from the inner layer of his clothing and handed them to Su Qiaoxi, as their fingers brushed while she received the coins. Su Qiaoxi's cheeks flushed, though Chen Dao remained unaffected, quickly departing the shop with the blood-condensing fruit in hand. "Grandfather." Su Qiaoxi gazed at Chen Dao's retreating figure and mused, "Is that young man named Chen a martial artist?" She had heard Chen Dao refer to him by his surname during his previous visit to the shop, thus she was aware of his last name. Surely not. The shopkeeper, Su Shihua, shook his head. Martial artists do not purchase such herbs as the blood-condensing fruit. Although merely a humble apothecary, Su Shihua was well-versed and understood that martial artists looked down upon such remedies. Indeed, not only martial artists, but even aspiring practitioners from martial arts schools would dismiss the blood-condensing fruit, for had it not been so, its price would not be so modest. He is likely just a farmer's son with aspirations of becoming a martial artist, Su Shihua concluded, deducing from Chen Dao's attire that he hailed from humble origins. As for his purchase of the blood-condensing fruit, it was probably the ambition of a young farmer seeking to use this inexpensive remedy to enhance his vitality and eventually attain martial prowess. Is that so? Su Qiaoxi gazed out the door, inexplicably intrigued by the youth she had encountered only twice, for his eyes held a distinct quality unlike any she had seen before. Having worked in her grandfather's shop, she had observed the varying types of clientele, the destitute, whose expressions were often vacant and timid, purchasing only the most affordable herbs, and the affluent or martial artists who adorned themselves in finery and regarded her with veiled covetousness. As for Chen Dao, his gaze was refreshingly different, filled solely with admiration, devoid of any ulterior motives, and he would swiftly avert his eyes. This made her interactions with him, though brief, remarkably comfortable, despite their limited exchanges. "May you realize your dream of becoming a martial artist." Su Qiaoxi silently wished for the unfamiliar youth, offering her most sincere blessing. Chapter 37. Steamed buns. The donkey cart rolled out of the county, laden with sacks of flour and chicken coops, attracting the greedy eyes of the destitute. In times of hunger, moral boundaries often crumble, and the vagrants outside the city would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to rob Chen Dao and his companions if they could. Fortunately, Chen Dao's group was composed of robust young men, and the imposing presence of Chen Dao with his bow and arrow, along with the towering figure of Chen Cheng, deterred the desperate crowd from swarming and snatching the cart's contents. Damn it, the gazes of these vagrants outside the city grow ever more menacing. After driving a short distance from the city gate, Chen Si finally relaxed his tense body, exhaling a deep breath. The pairs of ravenous eyes outside the city truly imposed a significant burden. He hurriedly steered the carriage back to Chen family village. Chen Durui's keen gaze swept across the surroundings, ever vigilant for bandits that might spring forth from the sides of the official road. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng, with a simple smile, reassured Chen Dao, "Rest assured, brother Dao, I shall undoubtedly ensure your safety." Chen Dao cast a glance at Chen Cheng's formidable physique and nodded, harboring no doubt regarding Chen Cheng's words. Standing at a towering height of 1.8 meters, Chen Cheng resembled a giant in an era where the common populace often struggled to satiate their hunger. His presence alone could mitigate numerous unnecessary dangers. After all, whether they be refugees or bandits, they possess a keen sense of discernment and tend to target the more vulnerable. A robust man like Chen Cheng, with his imposing stature, is generally avoided by most nefarious individuals. Chen Family Village. Not far from the construction site of the Chen family, villagers have gathered to engage in leisurely conversation. Since the Chen family commenced building their house, this location has become the sole entertainment spot for the villagers of Chenjia village. Each day, as the sun ascends and the weather warms slightly, villagers emerge from their homes to congregate nearby and observe the lively happenings. "Why is Daog's family not working today?" one villager inquired. "I saw Chen Dao borrowing the village chief's donkey cart this morning. They must be heading into town." "Into town? For what purpose?" Another responded. "What else could it be? I bet they're off to purchase grain. In this biting cold, How could Chen Dao and Daog possibly afford to buy grain? Perhaps it's from raising chickens, another suggested. My home is quite close to Chen Dao's, and every day I hear the incessant crowing of roosters. They must have a considerable number of chickens. Even though the construction site was currently deserted, devoid of workers, it did not dampen the villagers' enthusiasm. They gathered in small groups, gossiping about Chen Dao and Daog. Chen Dao and Daog are truly remarkable. In these times, they've managed to find a way to purchase grain. An elderly villager sighed enviously, lamenting his own family's plight while admiring the Chen family's fortune. Daog is indeed impressive. A woman chimed in. A mere young lad can procure so much grain for his family. If only my son possessed such talent. Indeed, I've noticed Daog's little Fei has been looking quite plump lately. Eating sorghum flour every day, how could he not gain weight? Those fellows from Chincheng are certainly living well, always feasting to their heart's content. Just as the villagers were animatedly discussing, a donkey cart appeared within their view. Instantly, their eyes turned toward the cart. Chen Dao and the others have returned. Someone exclaimed. There's so much on the cart. It looks like flour and sorghum flour. Wow, this is quite a fortune. They're even eating white flour. Not just white flour, there are also several chickens on the cart. Feeling a swell of pride amidst the villagers' envious gazes, Chen Si, the driver, could not help but puff out his chest, basking in the glory of their good fortune. Chen Jiang, Chen Sheng, Chen Mu, and Chen Shi stood tall and proud, resembling a quartet of haughty roosters. They parked the vehicle in front of my home. Chen Da spoke to Chen Si, who was driving the donkey cart. Chen Si nodded and halted the cart in front of Chen Dao's residence, subsequently unloading the white flour, sorghum flour, and chicken coop, transporting them into the house. The villagers observed from a distance, their eyes filled with increasing envy at the sight of the goods. I glanced over and noted that there were at least a dozen chickens confined within the coop. A dozen chickens? That would yield an impressive amount of meat. Moreover, there was at least 100 pounds of flour. Goodness! The life of the Chen family surpasses even that of the landlords. How I wish I could assist the Chen family with their work. In the front yard of Chen's residence, Li Ping and He Zuoyan opened the door, gazing at the newly moved-in supplies with smiles that crept onto their lips. Although the quantity of goods acquired this time was far less than the previous occasion, the bags of grain still provided a sense of security to the two women. Before long, 150 pounds of flour and a chicken coop were entirely transported indoors. While Chen Da took the donkey cart back to the village chief, Li Ping and He Zuoyan warmly welcomed Chen Sheng and his 5 companions. Although labeled as a generous reception, it merely consisted of a simple porridge meal accompanied by some hot water. Nevertheless, Chen Sheng and the others expressed no disdain, devouring the porridge with great appetite before rising to take their leave. Auntie, we are heading home now. We will return to work tomorrow. Auntie, goodbye, Dower. Take care on your way. After bidding farewell to Chen Sheng and his companions, Li Ping returned indoors and inquired of Chen Dao, Dower, how much grain did you purchase this time? Not much. Chen Dao replied, in total, there are 50 pounds of white flour and 100 pounds of sorghum flour. Only 150 pounds? Li Ping couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although 150 pounds of grain seemed substantial, it would scarcely last for a few days. Let us not forget that the household also needed to provide daily meals for Chen Sheng and his companions. Why did you only purchase white flour and sorghum flour this time? Li Ping inquired, feeling that Chen Dao was being somewhat imprudent. In these times, who would buy grain and limit themselves to just white flour and sorghum flour? Rest assured, mother, I have it all under control. Chen Dao did not offer an explanation to Li Ping. Instead, he shifted the topic by asking, by the way, mother, do you know how to make steamed buns? Steamed buns? Li Ping inquired. Are you referring to the white flour buns sold in the city? Indeed. Chen Dao nodded. The primary reason for purchasing flour this time, aside from the relatively modest price increase, was his desire for a change in flavor. In his previous life, Chen Dao had a preference for white rice as a staple, but this fondness stemmed from the ample side dishes that accompanied it. However, upon arriving in this world, he found himself faced with plain white rice devoid of any accompaniments day after day. In such circumstances, his appreciation for monotonous white rice naturally waned, leading him to reminisce about the delightful steamed buns. When consumed without side dishes, the flavor of steamed buns undoubtedly surpassed that of white rice. I have encountered a delicacy called steamed bun in the city. He Chuilian, who had once accompanied Chen Da to the county, remarked that they were quite expensive, costing a single one each. An adult would require at least 3 to feel satiated. Chapter 38, The Enticing Aroma. 1-1? Chen Dao could not help but smile wryly to himself. The days when a steamed bun could be purchased for a mere penny were nothing but a relic of the past. With the soaring grain prices in the county, buns in the city now commanded a price of 3 pennies each. However, Chen Dao refrained from voicing this sentiment and instead inquired of Hitsuyan, "Annie, are you capable of making such delicacies?" "How could I possibly know how to do that?" Hitsuyan replied, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "The art of making these buns is a closely guarded secret of the hotel chefs. How could they ever impart such knowledge to outsiders?" Chen Dao was rendered speechless. To him, steamed buns did not seem particularly challenging to make. It was merely a matter of kneading the dough, allowing it to ferment successfully, and then steaming it to perfection. He never anticipated that in this world, it would be considered a unique skill. "Goodness." Chen Dao turned to Li Ping and said, "We could try our hand at making steamed buns. Do you know how to do it?" Li Ping inquired with a hint of skepticism. "I should be able to." Chen Dao is not entirely confident in his ability to produce steamed buns, as the fermentation process relies on natural yeast prior to the extraction of artificial yeast, which presents a considerable challenge. Chen Dao, accompanied by Li Ping and Hitsuyan, entered the kitchen, first instructing the two on the art of kneading dough. Once the dough was expertly prepared, Chen Dao directed them to place it in a wooden basin and add a modicum of water. He then set the basin within the confines of the kitchen, allowing time for the yeast to proliferate within the dough. "Is this sufficient?" Li Ping inquired, gazing at the dough in the basin. "Let us check it tomorrow morning," came the reply. Chen Dao vaguely remembered that yeast thrived in warm and humid environments. The humidity had been created by adding water to a wooden basin, and as for the warmth, the kitchen's temperature was relatively high, likely sufficient for the yeast to proliferate. "All right," Li Ping responded with a hint of skepticism. "Let's eat first." At that moment, Chen Dao also returned, and after both families shared a dinner, they each retired to their rooms to rest. The following day, awakened by the crowing of the rooster, Chen Dao hurried to the kitchen. Li Ping and Hitsuyan were already there, observing the dough in the wooden basin. "Dower is here." Li Ping waved eagerly. "Come and take a look. The dough seems to have risen." Upon hearing this, Chen Dao's eyes brightened, and he rushed to the basin. Indeed, as Li Ping had observed, the dough, which had been the size of a human head the previous day, had now expanded to nearly twice its original size. This indicated that the fermentation had been successful. "Mother, Aunt, let us begin making the steamed buns." Chen Dao directed Li Ping and Hitsuyan in kneading the dough, expelling the air within. Subsequently, the dough was divided into small portions, after which the process of steaming the buns could commence. In Chen's household, there was naturally no steamer. However, alternatives could be utilized. After reserving a small piece of well-fermented dough for the next batch of steamed buns, Chen Dao procured a round wooden board with a hollowed center. He began by adding a modest amount of water to the bottom of the pot, then placed the wooden board atop it. Subsequently, he arranged the small pieces of dough on the board and finally covered the pot with its lid. In just a short while, they would be perfectly steamed. With the lid secured, Chen Dao cheerfully remarked to Li Ping and Hitsuyan, "Dower, will these buns truly turn out well?" Li Ping inquired with a hint of skepticism. "They will undoubtedly succeed." Chen Dao resolutely declared that the most challenging step in making steamed buns is fermentation. Now that the dough has successfully risen, how could the endeavor possibly fail? "Mother, keep an eye on the pot. I shall tend to the chickens." Chen Dao said little and directly left the kitchen, making his way to the front yard. The number of chicks had increased once more. After inspecting the flock within the chicken coop, a look of joy spread across Chen Dao's face once again. Just yesterday, when he ventured into the city, there were only 5 chicks, yet now they had multiplied to 7. With such a rapid rate of hatching, the prospect of prosperity was no longer a mere dream. However, Chen Dao gazed at the chirping chicks within the coop, and a contemplation began to stir in his mind. Should he embark on the endeavor of cultivating blood-feathered chickens? He had already procured the coagulation fruit necessary for the cultivation of these unique fowls, yet Chen Dao gazed at the 3 mature yellow-feathered chickens. If he were to cultivate all 3 into blood-feathered chickens, it would inevitably impede the breeding and hatching of the chicks. Conversely, if he were to raise the chicks into blood-feathered chickens, it might prove to be a fruitless endeavor. After all, yellow-feathered chickens not only have a shorter incubation period, but also a relatively brief growth cycle. The 3 earliest hatched chicks have already grown considerably, now equating to about 1/3 the size of an adult yellow-feathered chicken. It would be wiser to wait until this batch of chicks reaches maturity before considering the cultivation of blood-feathered chickens. As Chen Dao made his decision, Xiao He approached and nestled against Chen Dao's pant leg, begging for food. I see, you little glutton. Chen Dao shook his head and hurried back inside, retrieving sorghum and rice bran to nourish the little black chicken and the yellow-feathered hen. After feeding the chickens, Chen Dao returned to the kitchen, only to find that Li Ping had lifted the lid of the pot. Inside, plump, white steamed buns were prominently displayed. Is this what steamed buns look like? Li Ping inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the pot, her throat instinctively swallowing. The scent was intoxicating, even more enticing than that of freshly cooked rice. Not only Li Ping, but even He Tzuyan gazed at the buns with gleaming eyes, nearly unable to resist the temptation to reach out and grab one. Success! With a beaming expression, Chen Dao approached the stove, feeling a rush of saliva in his mouth. Having subsisted on bland white rice for several days, he found himself particularly nostalgic for the taste of steamed buns. Dour, Li Ping turned to Chen Dao and inquired, "Are you planning to give these buns to Chen Guer and the others?" The observant Li Ping had already noted that the quantity of buns in the pot was far too plentiful for just her family and Chen Dao's household to consume. Indeed, but isn't this somewhat extravagant? Li Ping gazed longingly at the buns in the pot, her face reflecting reluctance. She was not a miserly person, yet she felt that offering such sustenance to the robust Chen Cheng and his companions seemed a touch too lavish. "Mother, please listen to me." Chen Dao elucidated that these steamed buns could also be made with sorghum flour. In the future, we shall prepare steamed buns with sorghum flour for Chen Ge and the others. Furthermore, Mother, do you not think that consuming steamed buns might actually reduce our grain consumption? Is that so? Li Ping appeared to be unable to grasp the concept. Meanwhile, He Tzuyan, deep in thought, remarked, "I have eaten steamed buns before. They are quite filling, but one becomes hungry again swiftly. Is that what you mean, Dao Ge?" "Quite close." Chen Dao nodded. Those who have tasted steamed buns know well that they are quite fluffy and satiate quickly. Utilizing these as sustenance for Chen Cheng's laborers is undoubtedly far more economical than porridge. Furthermore, Chen Cheng's crew would certainly have no grievances. After all, the flavor of steamed buns is vastly superior to that of porridge. Chapter 39. Delicious Steamed Buns. Envious Villagers. Very well. Li Ping nodded in agreement, and the three of them proceeded to place the buns into a wooden bucket, covering it with a cloth, before carrying the bucket to the construction site. Upon arrival, Chen Cheng and his 5 companions had already gathered beneath a tree, seeking refuge from the wind. Chen De stood nearby, lost in thought. Not far off, several early rising villagers had begun to congregate in small groups, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Just then, Chen Dao, Li Ping, and He Tzuyan approached with the wooden bucket in tow. Chen Cheng and his companions' eyes brightened instantly as they hurriedly gathered around. "Is dinner ready?" Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. His enthusiasm for the meal was rivaled only by that of Chen Cheng. "Today, you are in for a treat," Li Ping exclaimed as she dramatically uncovered the cloth from the wooden barrel. In an instant, an intoxicating aroma filled the air. "How delightful!" A nearby villager, drawn by the commotion, swallowed hard. "What is that scent? It is simply exquisite. What could it be? Surely it cannot be plain white rice. I have tasted white rice before, and it does not smell like this." Curiosity piqued, the onlookers stood on tiptoe, eager to glimpse the contents of the barrel. However, due to the distance, they could only make out a faint white hue, rendering them unable to discern what it truly was. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng and the others, standing much closer, beheld a collection of fluffy, snow-white buns within the barrel, their mouths watering in anticipation. "Are those buns?" Chen Si, indeed a seasoned visitor to the city, immediately recognized the appearance of the steamed bun. "What is a steamed bun?" Chen Cheng could not help but inquire, simultaneously swallowing hard, almost succumbing to the temptation of reaching directly for the steamed buns nestled within the wooden barrel. "Steamed buns are truly a delightful treat," Chen Jiang explained to him. "This is a delicacy made from fine flour, and it is currently sold in the city for 3 wen each." 3 wen each? The 3 brothers, Chen Cheng, Chen Shi, and Chen Mu, were utterly astonished. The buns in the barrel were merely the size of a fist, yet they were priced at 3 wen each. Could it be that these were delicacies fit for deities? "Everyone, come and partake." Chen Dao smiled warmly as he observed the performance of the 3 Chen brothers. He picked up a steamed bun from the barrel and handed it to Chen Cheng, saying, "Brother Cheng, do take a moment to savor the flavor." Chen Cheng gazed at the snow-white steamed bun before him, then cast a glance at his dark, calloused hands, instinctively taking a step back. "Brother Cheng," he exclaimed, This food is far too precious. I dare not partake. Indeed, the two brothers, Chen Shi, nodded like chicks pecking at grains, lamenting that they were not blessed enough to enjoy the buns priced at merely 2 coins each. If you do not partake, then I shall indulge. Chen Dao directly stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and took a bite, the unique aroma of wheat bursting forth within. He couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, savoring the fragrance of the bun. It must be said, the taste of the bun is indeed far superior to that of plain rice. Its fluffy texture is immensely satisfying. Observing Chen Dao devour half the bun in a single bite, Chen Qing opened his mouth, feeling a stir of desire, yet he forcibly restrained himself. To him, a bun priced at 3 coins was simply too precious, and he felt somewhat daunted. Hurry and eat, Chen Ge. After swallowing a mouthful of the bun, Chen Dao patted Chen Qing's arm and said, "These delicacies are prepared for you. If you don't eat, wouldn't that be a waste? Truly prepared for us?" Chen Shi asked incredulously. Of course. Chen Dao nodded affirmatively. Upon witnessing this, the crowd no longer hesitated. Chen Jiang swiftly seized a steamed bun from Li Ping's hand and took a hearty bite. Ah, how fragrant! The distinctive aroma of wheat burst forth in his mouth as he savored the bun, each chew intensifying the delightful flavor. Simultaneously, a unique sweetness began to spread throughout his palate. This bun is simply exquisite. Chen Si also praised endlessly, stating that although he had been to the city, he had never tasted steamed buns. At that moment, savoring the delightful flavor of the buns, he finally understood why they could command such a high price in the city. The taste was even more exquisite than that of plain rice. I shall have one as well. Chen Sheng took a steamed bun, devouring it in a single bite, and his face instantly radiated a look of satisfaction. The rich aroma of wheat and the sweetness released during the chewing process caused Chen Sheng to squint his eyes, convinced that this was the most delectable food in the world, without exception. Auntie, may I trouble you for another? Having swiftly finished one bun, Chen Sheng reached out to grab another and continued his indulgence. Another one. Another one. After consuming 5 buns in succession, he felt a slight sense of fullness and, patting his belly, exclaimed, "These buns are truly delightful. I could easily devour 5 more. No need to rush. There are plenty of buns to go around." Chen Dao, with a cheerful smile, handed a cup of water to Chen Qing. "Brother Qing, please take a sip of water first. It's too dry to eat only steamed buns, and you might choke." "Thank you, Brother Dao." Chen Sheng felt deeply moved. Chen Dao truly treated him well, never complaining about his hearty appetite and always taking care of him. At this moment, he was utterly devoted to Chen Dao. Chen Shi and Chen Mu gazed at the young Chen Dao, their hearts stirred with emotion. Chen Dao's generosity towards the 3 brothers was truly commendable. Not only did he offer them steamed buns, each worth merely 2 coins, but he also expressed concern that the eldest brother might choke on them. At that moment, the 3 siblings felt an overwhelming desire to dedicate their lives to Chen Dao. Were they truly consuming buns? In the distance, a village onlooker finally recognized the food in Chen Qing's hands, and his eyes sparkled with intense envy. Steamed buns. They were actually eating buns. This was far superior to what the local landowners could afford. Why wasn't Chen Dao's family building a house for him? He longed for buns as well. Wasn't this the life of a deity? Not only were they enjoying millet porridge, but they were also feasting on buns. Having lived for over 30 years, he had never tasted a bun. The villagers watched as Chen Sheng and his companions devoured the food voraciously, their envy nearly palpable. Steamed buns, a delicacy they had only heard of and seen, were something they had never experienced. To them, such food was reserved for the affluent in the city. Yet here were Chen Sheng and his friends, consuming bun after bun in front of them. How could they not feel envious? Especially when they considered their own daily meals of husks, while Chen Sheng and his companions savored buns that were far more delectable than plain rice. The stark contrast left the villagers feeling despondent. Most importantly, standing not far away, they could catch the enticing aroma of the buns wafting through the air, the rich scent of wheat instantly igniting a fierce hunger in many villagers who had just finished breakfast. The villagers swallowed hard, gazing at the scene with longing. Meanwhile, Chen Qing indulged in the buns, relishing every bite. After consuming 10 buns, he expressed with satisfaction, "I am full. These buns are truly the best food I have ever tasted." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Chen Mu nodded in agreement. For them, who had not tasted meat in years and scarcely eaten white rice, steamed buns indeed surpassed all other foods in exquisite flavor. Chen Jiang and Chen Si were not entirely in agreement with Chen Qing's assertions. However, They could not help but extol the virtues of the steamed buns. The delightful softness and the sweet aroma rendered their dining experience exceedingly gratifying. Of course, the buns did possess certain drawbacks. For one, consuming them alone could be rather dry, necessitating the accompaniment of water. Furthermore, while the buns were undeniably delectable, they filled one's stomach all too swiftly. The four robust young men, Chen Shi, Chen Mu, Chen Si, and Chen Jiang, could barely manage 3 each before feeling utterly sated. It was only Chen Cheng, the portly fellow, whose hearty appetite allowed him to devour 10 in one sitting. Had everyone had their fill? Chen Dao glanced at the steamed buns in the bucket. Indeed, these buns proved to be far more satiating than the porridge. Typically, a bucket of porridge would be consumed entirely by Chen Cheng and the others. Yet this time, they had left about 10 buns uneaten in the bucket. They were full. Chen Cheng scratched his head and chuckled, saying, "Thank you, Brother Cheng, for providing us with steamed buns. This is what you truly deserve." Chen Dao responded with a smile. At this moment, everyone, including him, had already consumed their share of steamed buns, and with the remaining 10 buns, Chen Dao had no intention of keeping them. Chen Guer. Chen Dao pondered for a moment and said, "There are still 10 steamed buns left. Each of you may take 2 back home for your family to taste." Upon Chen Dao's utterance, the eyes of the 5 individuals instantly sparkled with illumination. Chen Cheng, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Dao Guer, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Your generosity in providing us with a hearty meal is already more than enough. How could we possibly take more home with us?" In the straightforward nature of Chen Cheng, being able to enjoy a satisfying meal at Chen Dao's home felt like an undue advantage, especially when it came to something as precious as steamed buns. To consider taking some buns home would indeed seem rather greedy. Indeed, Dao Guer, how could we have the audacity to both eat and take? Chen Shi also expressed that although his family is impoverished, the 3 brothers possess a rather simple and unpretentious nature, and they are somewhat reluctant to engage in acts of taking advantage of others, even if it means taking what does not rightfully belong to them. "No worries." Chen Dao waved his hand and remarked, "Steamed buns spoil if left for too long. It would be better to take them home and enjoy them. Here, each of you take 2 to share with your families, and then return to your work." Within his means, Chen Dao was still inclined to win the hearts of the villagers. The 5 workers, including Chen Cheng, were all of a rather kind-hearted disposition. Any kindness shown to them would surely be remembered. Thus, Chen Dao handed each of them 2 buns, encouraging them to take them home for their families to savor. "Is that agreeable?" Chen Cheng hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to accept the 2 steamed buns. In his heart, he yearned for his family to savor the exquisite taste of this delicacy, especially his mother. He had witnessed her toil tirelessly throughout his life and naturally wished for her to indulge in something delightful. Before long, Chen Cheng and his companions each held 2 buns as they hurried home. The nearby villagers, observing their swift departure, exchanged puzzled glances. What could Chen Cheng and his friends be up to? Skipping work after a meal? I knew these fellows wouldn't exert themselves. Honestly, I would be a far better choice for labor. I work diligently and consume less than Chen Cheng. Did I just see Daoger hand them 2 buns each? Surely, they're meant to take them home. It must be so. For heaven's sake, the Cheng brothers have no shame, taking food as well as eating. The villagers, piecing together the situation, felt a twinge of envy, their eyes glistening with resentment, wishing they could be in Chen Cheng's place. After all, a job that allowed one to fill their belly while also bringing home buns for their family was, in their view, no different from serving the emperor himself. In the Chen household, Lu Yan was busily preparing the morning meal in the kitchen. To the inhabitants of Earth, a meal typically conjures images of rice or similar fare. However, within the Chen family, the term refers instead to heaps of rice husks and husk flour. At that moment, a thick paste composed of husk flour was being stirred by Lu Yan. With some unround rice husks floating atop, this constituted the breakfast for Lu Yan and her 3 underage children. "Mother, we're back." Suddenly, Lu Yan's ears perked up at the resounding voices emanating from outside. "Why have you returned so soon, Chenggu?" A wave of anxiety washed over her. This was precisely the time when Chen Cheng and his brothers were laboring at Chen Dao's place. What could have prompted their early return? Just as troubling thoughts began to form in Lu Yan's mind, the 3 brothers rushed into the kitchen. "Mother, we're back," they exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. Yet, despite their exuberance, Lu Yan's expression remained devoid of cheer, her heart weighed down by an ominous foreboding. Chen Cheng and the others went to Chen Dao's home to lend a hand, alleviating their own significant grain pressure. However, the three returned home unusually early, inevitably causing Lu Yin to harbor unsettling thoughts. "Mother, look at what we have brought back." Chen Sheng did not notice Lu Yan's expression. Instead, he retrieved 2 snow-white steamed buns from his pocket, presenting them to Lu Yin with utmost reverence. "What is this?" Lu Yin inquired, gazing at the buns before her. Her face a portrait of confusion. Having spent the majority of her life in Qinxia village, she had never ventured beyond its confines and, consequently, was unfamiliar with such culinary delights. Yet, despite her lack of recognition, Lu Yin could discern that the snow-white, fist-sized objects before her were undoubtedly edible, for they emanated a delightful sweet aroma. "These are steamed buns." Chen Shi also took out the 2 steamed buns he had been holding close to his chest, exclaiming with excitement, "Mother, let me tell you, Daoj is incredibly generous. Today we are feasting on steamed buns. It is said that such delicacies are sold for 3 won each in the city, quite a luxury." 3 won each? Lu Yan's hand halted midair as she grasped the bun. Judging by its weight, it was less than 2 taels, yet it commanded such a price. For Chen Sheng's family, 3 won could buy a pound of bran flour, which, if rationed, could sustain 2 children for an entire day. The worth of a single bun equated to the daily sustenance for both children. This was not merely precious, in Lu Yan's eyes. Even the emperor in the capital could hardly enjoy a meal of such significance. Chapter 41. Astonished Lu Yin, "This is too precious," Lu Yin insisted, shoving the bun back into Chen Sheng's hands. "Quickly return this food to Daoj. It is far too valuable for me to consume." "Mother," Chen Sheng, receiving the bun once more, replied, "You need not worry about it. Daoj's family has plenty of these. While we were working, Daoj allowed us to eat as many buns as we wished until we were full." "What?" Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. A bun priced at 3 won was not only provided for Chen Sheng and his companions, but they could eat to their heart's content. Indeed, Chen Shi chimed in, offering clarification. "These buns are all gifts from Daoj for us to take home. Mother, you must try them. They are exceptionally delicious." Chen Mu also said, "Indeed. Mother, do try it." "Is it true?" Seeing the 3 brothers urging her persistently, Lu Yin, somewhat skeptical, accepted the steamed bun from Chen Sheng's hand, tearing off a small piece to savor it delicately. "Mother, how does it taste?" The 3 brothers gazed at Lu Yin with eager anticipation. "It's delicious." Lu Yin nodded earnestly. "This bun surpasses all the meals I have ever tasted." At over 40 years of age, Lu Yan's primary sustenance had been coarse flour. During the peaceful years of the past, she might have had a morsel of white rice occasionally, yet even that could not compare to the exquisite flavor of the bun. "I will save these buns for your younger siblings." Although the buns were delightful, Lu Yin refrained from indulging, carefully tucking away 5.5 buns, intending to reserve them for the 3 little ones at home. Observing this, the 3 brothers remained silent. Their mother had always been this way, ensuring that any good food was set aside for her children. After storing the buns, Lu Yin addressed her sons, "Since Diao Guer treats you so well, you must not slack off while working at his place. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you. Rest assured, Mother, we understand." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Chen Qin and his 3 brothers, along with Chen Jiang and Chen Si, returned to the construction site of Chen Dao's family, embarking on a vigorous building endeavor. Chen Dao also joined in the effort. However, manual labor was not his forte. After merely moving timber for a short while, he found himself out of breath. This body remained too frail. Chen Dao let out a gentle sigh. At merely 15 years of age, his frail physique, a consequence of years of inadequate nourishment, rendered him incapable of undertaking strenuous labor. "Dao, you should take a rest. We will handle the work." Chen Sheng observed his brother's exhaustion and promptly urged him to repose. Chen Dao nodded, returning home to the Qin family residence, where he reclined on his bed, contemplating the uncertainties of the future. Ever since his recent conversation with Wu Han during their trip to the county town, thoughts of the court's impending tax increase had plagued him. In Chen Dao's estimation, this tax hike would undoubtedly extend beyond the confines of the county town, eventually reaching the surrounding villages. When that time comes, the villages outside the town would face dire consequences. If the townsfolk struggled to pay a single stone of grain, what hope could there be for the impoverished rural communities? Should they fail to meet their grain quotas, their entire families would be conscripted into military service. The mere thought of such punishment sent shivers down Chen Dao's spine. While he harbored no personal fears about his own ability to provide, he couldn't help but feel a deep concern for the villagers, particularly for Qincheng. Given the current situation in Taiping County, it was likely that at least 90% of the populace would be unable to deliver even a single stone of grain. Should the authorities exert excessive pressure on these citizens, it was not inconceivable that unrest could erupt or that some might even rise in rebellion. In the past, when studying history, Chen Dao often found solace in the accounts of peasant uprisings, viewing them from the perspective of a future observer. Yet now, in the present moment, he felt a profound sense of unease. Chen Dao was determined to personally experience the peasant uprising, a stark contrast to the accounts found in history books. It is imperative to understand that when rebellion erupts and war ensues, it is invariably the common folk, like him, who bear the brunt of suffering and hardship. It was time to devise a strategy. Wrapped tightly in his quilt on the bed, Chen Dao sought to fend off the biting cold while contemplating his course of action. Before he knew it, dusk had descended. At the construction site, Chen Cheng and his companions had long been ravenous. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Ping and He Zuilian approached, carrying wooden buckets filled with food. And they greeted. Chen Shi approached the dining table and inquired with a tone of ingratiation, "Will dinner consist of steamed buns again this evening?" Having savored the delightful taste of the buns, Chen Shi had completely fallen in love with them, significantly diminishing his fondness for porridge. "Indeed, it will be steamed buns," Li Ping affirmed with a gentle nod. Joy instantly illuminated the faces of Chen Shi and his companions as they gazed with astonishment at the rice container unveiled by Li Ping. As the cloth covering the container was removed, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air, revealing a series of plump steamed buns before Chen Cheng and his friends. Indeed, it was steamed buns. Chen Cheng accepted the steamed bun handed to him by Li Ping, his expression tinged with suspicion. "Auntie, why does this bun appear somewhat different in color from the ones we had this morning?" he inquired. The others also displayed expressions of curiosity. For the morning's buns had been a pristine white, while the one in Chen Cheng's hand was a shade more yellow. Nevertheless, both emitted a similar, enticing aroma and bore the same delectable flavor. The morning's buns were crafted from white flour, whereas the current one was made from sorghum flour. With a smile, Li Ping elucidated that it was Chen Dao who had informed them that buns could indeed be made from sorghum flour. Under Chen Dao's guidance, Li Ping and He Zuilian had combined the leftover starter from the morning with the sorghum flour, allowing it to ferment quickly, and thus successfully created the sorghum buns. "Ah, now it all makes sense." Chen Cheng, momentarily taken aback, sank his teeth into half a sorghum bun, his cheeks puffing as he began to chew. As the flavor of the bun spread throughout his mouth, a look of contentment emerged on his face. The others soon followed suit, each seizing a bun and devouring it ravenously. This sorghum bun seemed to possess a taste even more delightful than that of the white flour bun. "I share the same sentiment. Brother Dao is truly generous to us, providing us with such delectable buns." As they indulged, the crowd lavished praise upon Chen Dao. In their eyes at that moment, Chen Dao was undoubtedly the most benevolent person in the village, without exception. For even their own mothers had never bestowed upon them such delicious fare. They were once again feasting on buns. By heavens, what kind of divine life are these stout fellows, Chen Cheng and his companions, leading? They were eating better than the wealthiest of landlords. I too yearn for a bun. A meal filled with buns to satiate hunger. By heavens, is this truly life as it should be? Just how much grain does Brother Dao's family possess? Such a precious delicacy as buns is being offered to Chen Cheng and these hefty men. Not far from the construction site, the villagers watching were nearly drooling, their noses inhaling the fragrant aroma of the buns wafting through the air. Their eyes fixed upon Chen Cheng and his companions as they devoured bun after bun. This was sheer torment for them. Chapter 42, The Little Panda? Aunt, we must take our leave. After filling their stomachs with the delicious buns, Chen Cheng and his 4 companions bid farewell to Li Ping and returned to their respective homes. Chen Da, accompanied by Li Ping and He Zuilian, was returning home. At that moment, in Chen Da's courtyard, Chen Dao was busily feeding the chickens. Upon seeing the trio's arrival, he promptly greeted them. "Dao Gu'er, we shall have an extra meal tonight." Just then, Chen Da mysteriously produced a package from behind him. As the package was unveiled, it revealed a small creature within. "What on earth?" Chen Dao focused his gaze and, in astonishment, exclaimed a phrase of national treasure. Before him stood an animal adorned with exceptionally soft reddish-brown fur, embellished with a harmonious array of white spots. Its eyes were round and glistening, encircled by a ring of fluffy white fur, resembling a pair of spectacles. Its tail was notably long, decorated with alternating thick and thin circular patterns, comprising 9 segments, exuding both charm and beauty. Is this a red panda? Chen Dao widened his eyes, gazing at the small creature before him. Indeed, this animal was none other than the adorable being that had been referred to as the red panda in his past life. During that time, Chen Dao often came across videos of red pandas on Douyin. Thus, he was particularly familiar with their appearance and instantly recognized this living being that Chen Dao had intended to use as an addition to his meal. Red panda? Upon hearing Chen Dao's exclamation, Chen Dao, perplexed, responded, "Isn't this a 9-segmented wolf?" Chen Dao suddenly recalled that the name Red Panda was bestowed upon this creature by the later generations of Huagua in a previous life. In many regions, the red panda is colloquially known as the 9-section wolf, a name derived from the 9 distinct segments of color adorning its tail. "Uncle, where did you acquire this information?" Chen Dao gazed fondly at the timid red panda nestled beside Chen Dajiao, growing increasingly enamored. In his previous life, he had yearned on multiple occasions to raise a red panda, yet circumstances had never permitted such a dream, forcing him to relinquish the desire. "This creature had scurried over to me while I was felling trees." Chen Dao replied, "It is not timid either. It emerged from the forest and has been following me ever since. I thought to myself, after all, it is a source of meat. So I brought it back with the intention of slaughtering it for sustenance." "Slaughter it?" Chen Dao tugged at the corners of his mouth. How could Chen Dao, such a seasoned hunter, bring himself to slay such an adorable creature for meat? Yet, upon further reflection, Chen Dao found clarity. For the inhabitants of Earth in his previous life, where sustenance was never a concern, the thought of harming a creature as charming as a giant panda would be unfathomable. However, in this world, the necessity of meat reigns supreme. The cuteness of the panda does not diminish its status as a potential meal. Despite understanding this, Chen Dao felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of Chen Dao killing the little panda. He approached the creature, cradling it in his arms, and said, "Uncle, I have taken quite a liking to this little panda. Might you consider giving it to me? I could exchange some eggs for it. You wish to raise this 9-segmented wolf? Indeed, then it shall be yours." With a wave of his hand, Chen declared, "There is no need to mention the matter of exchanging chicken eggs. A mere beast pales in comparison to the invaluable secrets of cultivating the white-feathered chickens that you have bestowed upon me." Chen Dao remained silent. For when Chen Dao determined to gift him the little red panda, visions of the creature's advancement information danced before his eyes. The little red panda, characterized by its adorableness, naivety, and agility, possessed remarkable potential for evolution. Advancement Route 1. By consistently feeding it iron heart bamboo for 5 consecutive days, there exists a 50% chance it will evolve into the swift-wind red panda. The swift-wind red panda is characterized by its swift movements. Though its attack power is relatively weak, its combat prowess comparable to that of a 9th-tier martial artist. Advancement Route 2. By nourishing it with blood-condensing fruit and blood jade bamboo leaves for 5 consecutive days, there is an 80% chance it will evolve into the iron claw red panda. The iron claw red panda is noted for its rapid movements and sharp claws, boasting combat capabilities akin to those of an 8th-tier martial artist. To his astonishment, the little red panda possessed the potential for advancement. Chen Dao felt a mixture of surprise and inevitability. Over the past few days, he had come to grasp the patterns of his unique ability. Any flora or fauna that belonged to him revealed advancement information, and the little panda, now gifted to him by Chen Dao, was undoubtedly part of his possessions. What truly astonished Chen Dao was the remarkable strength of the panda's potential for advancement. Among the 2 available advancement paths, the Swift-Wind Panda could rival a 9th-tier martial artist, while the Iron Claw Panda could even compare to an 8th-tier martial artist. The blood-condensing fruit and the blood jade bamboo leaves. In Chen Dao's eyes, a gleam of determination shone brightly. He had already acquired one of the 2 requisite materials for advancing his small panda to an Iron Claw Panda, the blood fruit. The only item still eluding him was the blood jade bamboo leaf. Should he manage to gather all the necessary components to elevate the small panda, his sense of security would be significantly enhanced. Since arriving in this world, Chen Dao had persistently lacked a sense of safety. Although the black-footed chicken, Little Black, whom he had previously nurtured, had somewhat bolstered his feelings of security, the increase was ultimately limited. After all, Little Black was rather unique and not particularly suited for public display. Imagine, as Chen Dao entered the town, the incessant clucking of Little Black trailing behind him would undoubtedly draw attention, making him a target for the local powers that be. In contrast to Little Black, the small panda appeared less conspicuous. while its adorable appearance might still attract some notice. Having a small panda by his side was certainly preferable to being followed by a clucking chicken. Moreover, once the small panda advanced to an iron-claw panda, its combat prowess would rival that of an 8th-rank warrior. Such warriors were a rare breed within the county town, and with the protection of an iron-claw panda, Chen Dao's safety concerns would be thoroughly alleviated. Truly, it was an endearing little panda. Chen Dao squinted his eyes, gently caressing the soft fur on the head of the red panda, his heart brimming with joy. The little panda appeared to revel in the affection, a contented expression gracing its adorable face as it nuzzled against Chen Dao's palm. Its long tail swayed incessantly, a delightful display of its jubilant spirit. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Round. Chen Dao gazed at the round little face of the red panda and bestowed upon it such a name. Subsequently, he placed the small creature upon his shoulder and proceeded to the kitchen to join his family for dinner. Wow! Chen Fei's keen eyes quickly spotted the adorable red panda resting on Chen Dao's shoulder. She promptly trotted over to his side, her eyes wide with fascination as she gazed at the charming creature. Brother, what kind of animal is this? It's so beautiful. Chen Dao rushed over at once, eager to reach out and touch the red panda, yet feeling a twinge of fear. This is the red panda, Chen Dao explained to the two little ones. I have named it Xiao Yuan. Would you like to play with Xiao Yuan? In unison, the two children nodded eagerly. They simply could not resist the charm of such an adorable creature as the red panda. Chapter 43, Effortlessly Acquired, Given to You. Chen Dao gently lifted the red panda from his shoulder and handed it to Chen Fei. The little creature, undeterred by its new companion, climbed onto Chen Fei's shoulder, curling up with its eyes half closed as if it were drifting into slumber. How endearing! Chen Dao gently caressed the fur of the red panda. Observing that the creature displayed no reaction, he continued to stroke it with increasing delight. The two children, while petting the red panda, returned to their seats. At that moment, dinner was served. The evening's meal was rather bountiful. In addition to steamed buns, Li Ping and He Zulian had prepared a bowl of egg drop soup. Everyone savored the sorghum buns alongside the comforting soup, finding the meal quite enjoyable. After dinner, Chen Dao took the reluctant red panda from Chen Fei's hands and retreated to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he gazed thoughtfully at the sleeping red panda nestled in his embrace. This particular creature primarily feeds on bamboo, though it also enjoys certain berries. While Chen Dao knew he could not provide fruits for the red panda just yet, he realized that bamboo leaves were abundant in Chen family village, nestled near the expansive mountains, alleviating any concerns about its sustenance. He resolved to inquire about the blood jade bamboo leaves during his next trip to the city. With this thought in mind, Chen Dao soon drifted into slumber. 5 days slipped by unnoticed. At the construction site of Chen Dao's family, Chen and his 4 companions, along with Chen Da, were fervently engaged in erecting the main structure of the house. Meanwhile, Chen Dao stood in the courtyard of Chen Da, his face illuminated with joy. At that moment, the number of yellow-feathered chickens confined within the coop had reached 24. This was a figure that filled Chen Dao with immense delight. Among these 24 yellow-feathered chickens, the count of mature ones had soared to 7. After selling 2, only 4 mature chickens had remained, but now, the presence of 7 was due to the 3 chicks that had initially hatched reaching maturity. Remarkably, it had only taken a mere 8 days for them to grow up, a testament to their astonishing growth rate. Chen Dao was profoundly astonished. In his previous life, the fast-growing white-feathered chickens used by establishments such as KFC typically required around 20 days to reach market standards. In stark contrast, the yellow-feathered chickens he has nurtured only needed a mere 8 days. Were this in the past era of Huagua, the populace would likely have deemed them unhealthy, or even poisonous, suspecting the use of growth hormones. However, Chen Dao was acutely aware that he could not possibly administer such high-tech substances to his yellow-feathered chickens, nor could he feed them chemical feeds. Instead, they were raised solely on natural grains. The rapid maturation within 8 days was solely attributable to the unique breed of the yellow-feathered chickens, and not due to any growth hormones or hormone-laden feeds. Given the current rate of reproduction and growth, it seemed that within a month's time, the enclosure would become woefully inadequate. At this moment, Chen Dao fervently wishes for the swift completion of his house, otherwise, he will truly have nowhere to raise his chickens. Moreover, as the number of chickens increases, so does the consumption of grain. The last purchase of sorghum and rice bran is nearly depleted. It is time to start cultivating blood-feathered chickens. Chen Dao pondered deeply. He was acutely aware that although the Baiyu chickens and Huangyu chickens commanded a higher price, they merely sufficed to feed his family. To truly amass wealth, he needed to cultivate the breed of chickens favored by warriors, the Xiuyu chickens. In this world, warriors held an esteemed position and constituted one of the wealthiest demographics. Only commodities sold to these warriors could fetch exorbitant prices and yield substantial profits. With this realization, Chen Dao promptly returned indoors and retrieved 3 blood-condensing fruits, presenting them to the newly matured Huangyu chickens for their consumption. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 3 young Huangyu chickens eagerly pecked at the blood-condensing fruits placed before them. Simultaneously, Xiaohe scurried over, clucking as it beseeched Chen Dao for food. Perched upon his shoulder, Xiao Yuan also emitted soft whimpers, clearly feeling hunger as well. Such little gluttons. Chen Dao, burdened with worry, returned to his abode. He retrieved sorghum and rice bran to feed Little Black. Subsequently, Chen Dao ventured outdoors with the red panda. Arriving at his family's construction site, Uncle Chen Dao called out to Chen Da, who was transporting timber, and said, "Could you kindly take me to find some bamboo?" Chen Da cast a glance at the red panda perched upon Chen Dao's shoulder and nodded in understanding. "Come with me." Before long, Chen Dao found himself alongside Chen Da at the foot of a bamboo forest. Upon entering the grove, the little round creature appeared particularly exhilarated, chirping joyfully as it leaped from Chen Dao's embrace to nibble on the tender bamboo shoots. "Just stay here, Daoer, and do not venture further in." Chen pointed towards the mountains with a hint of mystery. This bamboo grove lay on the outskirts of Kangmang Mountain, a region relatively devoid of wild beasts, thus deemed a safer haven. Should one venture further, however, it would lead into the territory where Chen once hunted, a realm fraught with peril as various wild creatures would occasionally emerge from the depths. "I understand, uncle. I shall return to my duties now." After Chen Da departed, Chen Dao settled beneath a bamboo, awaiting the arrival of Xiao Yuan for nourishment while gazing into the enigmatic depths of Kangmang Mountain. This mountain, shrouded in mystery and peril, remains largely unknown even to the villagers of Qinjia village who reside at its foothills. Not even Chen Da, the hunter, possesses extensive knowledge about Kangmang Mountain. When venturing into the woods for hunting, Chen Da only dares to pursue game along the periphery, never daring to penetrate the depths. According to him, he once witnessed a group of martial artists enter the mountain from the direction of Qinjia village, never to emerge again. The fact that even skilled martial artists cannot survive its depths underscores the inherent dangers that lie within Kangmang Mountain. At that moment, however, Xiao Yuan emitted a joyful sound. Chen Dao turned to see Xiao Yuan standing upright, an expression of eagerness adorning her round face. Before her stood a distinctly unique bamboo, its leaves unlike the typical verdant hue, but rather a striking crimson. These leaves shimmered under the sun, resembling the luster of jade. With the leaves positioned too high for her reach, Xiao Yuan hastily scampered back to Chen Dao, tugging at his clothing as if seeking his assistance. Could this possibly be the fabled blood jade bamboo leaf? Chen Dao approached the bamboo, raising his gaze. The leaves shimmered a brilliant red, glistening with a jade-like luster. Likely one of the essential materials required for the small panda's advancement, blood jade bamboo leaves. This truly was a serendipitous find. Chen Dao vigorously shook the bamboo pole, and soon, a flurry of crimson bamboo leaves cascaded down from the sky. Little Yuan joyfully picked up a leaf and began to chew on it. Judging by Little Yuan's reaction, it was highly likely that this was the blood jade bamboo leaf. Chen Dao discerned that, based on past experiences, advanced materials often hold significant allure for the animals in need of progression. Previously, when Chen Dao offered a blood coagulation fruit to the yellow-feathered chickens, Xiao Yuan exhibited remarkable agitation, seemingly eager to consume the fruit. The fact that this red bamboo leaf captivated Xiao Yuan so greatly suggested that it might indeed be one of the essential materials required for advancement. With this revelation, there was no longer a need for Xiao Yuan to venture into the county town in search of progression materials. Contemplating this, Chen Dao shook the bamboo pole with increased fervor, causing the crimson bamboo leaves to cascade gracefully to the ground. Chen Dao quickly and deftly gathered all the leaves and, with Xiao Yuan in tow, returned to the Chen residence. He retrieved a blood coagulation fruit and presented it to Xiao Yuan. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Xiao Yuan excitedly cradled the blood coagulation fruit in both hands, nibbling at the flesh in small bites, a look of human-like delight illuminating its face. Chapter 44, Blood Claw Chicken and Crimson Blood Chicken. Brother, where's Xiao Yuan? We want to play with Xiao Yuan. Chen Fei and Chen Taidan joyfully dashed out of the house. Their first words were a declaration of their intent to seek out Xiao Yuan. Chen Dao handed the already consumed blood fruit to the little round one and said, "You may play with the little round one while your brother steps out." "All right, brother." After leaving the little round one to entertain the two children, Chen Dao proceeded to the construction site, joining Chen Da and others to engage in tasks within his capacity. 3 days passed. That morning, Chen Dao stood before the chicken coop, his eyes brimming with delight. At that moment, the total number of chickens in the coop had reached 30, comprising 8 mature yellow-feathered chickens, 19 young yellow-feathered chickens, and the remaining 3 being blood-feathered chickens. The advancement had been successful. Chen Dao gazed at the blood-feathered chicken in its cage, his delight evident. Simultaneously, the advancement information of the blood-feathered chicken materialized before Chen Dao's eyes. The blood-feathered chicken is characterized by its diminutive size, with its meat and blood capable of enhancing one's vitality. The first advancement route for the blood-feathered chicken involves feeding it blood Ganoderma for 5 consecutive days, which allows it to evolve into the blood claw chicken. The blood claw chicken is notable for its larger physique, swift movements, and combat prowess comparable to an 8th-tier martial artist. The second advancement route requires the chicken to be fed a juice made from crushed chicken heart grass and phoenix tail flowers for 5 consecutive days, resulting in its evolution into the crimson blood chicken. The crimson blood chicken is distinguished by its blood and meat, which provide even greater nourishment for vitality than that of the blood-feathered chicken. The blood claw chicken and the crimson blood chicken. Chen Dao's expression reflected deep contemplation. This time, there were 2 paths for advancement, one leading to the evolution into a combat chicken and the other towards becoming a broiler chicken. Both of these evolutionary trajectories promised to yield remarkable breeds. Among them, the bloodclaw chicken boasted combat prowess comparable to that of an 8th-tier warrior, while the description of the crimson blood chicken remains somewhat ambiguous. However, based on his previous experiences, Chen Dao inferred that the restorative effects of the crimson blood chicken on vital energy and blood would undoubtedly surpass those of the blood-feather chicken. Alas, the required medicinal herbs for advancement were becoming increasingly elusive. Chen Dao let out a sigh. He had never even heard of the blood spirit fungus, an advanced material for the blood-clawed chicken. Furthermore, it was evident that any medicinal herb bearing the name spirit fungus would undoubtedly come at a steep price. As for the advancement materials for the crimson-blooded chicken, Chen Dao certainly possessed enough chicken heart grass, but he would likely need to venture into the county town to inquire about the phoenix tail flower. Chen Dao speculated that blood lingji and phoenix tail flower were likely medicinal herbs utilized by martial artists, and such herbs are often exceedingly expensive. The matter of advancing in one's skills can be contemplated at a later time. Chen Dao temporarily set aside the matter of advancement and gazed at the 3 blood-feather chickens within the cage. Now that this breed, known for its efficacy against martial artists, had been successfully cultivated, the next step was to contemplate their sale. However, how to sell these creatures remained an unresolved dilemma for Chen Dao. The rarity of the blood-feather chicken, with its utility for martial practitioners, rendered it exceedingly precious. Should he venture to market them, the risk of attracting unwanted attention was substantial. It is essential to recognize that the entire Xia kingdom currently teeters on the brink of chaos, with the imperial court and local authorities utterly impotent. Their once formidable laws now reduced to insignificance. The possibility of violence and theft looms large. On a previous journey to the county town, Chen Dao bore witness to bandits emerging from the woods alongside the main road, forcibly abducting 2 women from a family of 3, along with all their money and provisions. Had it not been for the intimidating presence of Chen Dao and his companions, they too might have fallen prey to those marauders. However, Chen Dao's concerns were less about the bandits and more about the powerful factions within the county town. Should these potent entities learn of his possession of blood-feather chickens, creatures with capabilities akin to those of monstrous beasts, he could foresee 2 potential fates, either an inexplicable demise, leading to the blood-feather chickens falling into the hands of these factions for their research, or his own imprisonment, subjected to severe interrogation regarding the origins of the blood-feather chickens. Both outcomes were intolerable for Chen Dao. Hence, he resolved to defer the sale until Xiao Yuan successfully advanced. As for potential buyers, Chen Dao had little choice but to consider selling to Li Ying. Having interacted with Li Ying on several occasions, Chen Dao harbored a favorable impression of him. Li Ying exhibited no airs of superiority and possessed a kind disposition, making it unlikely for him to resort to unscrupulous acts. Nevertheless, even with this trust, Chen Dao decided to wait for Xiao Yuan's successful advancement before venturing to the county town, for one could never fully discern a person's heart. He could not guarantee that. In the face of such tremendous profit, Li Ying would remain untempted. Only with the protection of an iron-clawed panda, equivalent to an 8th-grade martial artist, would Chen Dao feel somewhat reassured. Hurry and succeed in your advancement, Xiao Yuan. Chen Dao gently caressed the plump little round head of the child, who immediately emitted a contented cooing sound, seemingly relishing the affection bestowed upon him. After retrieving some grain from the house to feed the little black chicken and a flock of yellow-feathered hens, Chen Dao stepped outside and made his way to his construction site. At that moment, Chun Sheng and his 4 companions were enjoying their breakfast, which consisted of fragrant sorghum flour buns. Upon noticing Chen Dao's arrival, they all greeted him warmly. Dao Gur has come. Dao Gur, would you care for a bun and join us? In response to their enthusiastic welcome, Chen Dao nodded and sat down beside Chen Sheng, smiling as he inquired, Chen Gur, don't you find eating buns every day a bit monotonous? Monotonous? How could it possibly be monotonous? Chen Sheng replied without a moment's hesitation. This steamed bun is far more delectable than plain rice. How could one ever grow weary of it? Chen Dao was taken aback, realizing that he had somewhat misjudged the situation. For him, the thought of subsisting solely on steamed buns was utterly unacceptable. He occasionally craved a change of palate with some white rice. However, for Chen Sheng and his companions, their regular fare consisted mainly of bran flour, making steamed buns a delightful delicacy, far more palatable than their usual sustenance, thus rendering any notion of monotony entirely unfathomable. Chen Dao approached and remarked, this house is already halfway constructed. I estimate it will be completed in about half a month. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao turned his gaze towards the construction site and observed that the initial form of the house had already begun to take shape. Just as Chen Dao had mentioned, in roughly another half-month, the main structure of the house should be finished. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Xin, and you too, Chen Gu. Chen Dao expressed. It's nothing, really, came the reply. Chen Sheng waved his hand and said, eating steamed buns every day, we would gladly work at your place every single day. Indeed, indeed. The others nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at rice. During their time working at Chen Dao's home, it had likely been the happiest days of their lives. With an abundance of steamed buns to fill their stomachs, they could hardly compare this to the previous years of relative peace. They had never experienced such good fortune, especially not in this year of calamity. Chapter 45, The Iron-Clawed Red Panda. After finishing breakfast, Chen Sheng and the others began their tasks, chopping trees and shaping what is needed. Chen Dao also joined in, engaging in tasks within his capacity, such as delivering wooden planks to Chen Jiang and others who were constructing houses. 2 days swiftly passed. Upon awakening one morning, the first thing Chen Dao did was to unveil his blanket and gaze at the little round figure nestled within. The Iron Claw Panda, characterized by its swift movements and sharp claws, possessed combat prowess comparable to that of an 8th-grade martial artist. The advancement path for the Iron Claw Panda was as follows. By feeding it blood fruit and blood spirit mushroom for 5 days, it could evolve into the Blade Claw Panda. The Blade Claw Panda was noted for its long and sharp claws, capable of breaching the defenses of a 7th-grade martial artist, with combat power rivaling that of a peak 8th-grade martial artist. The second advancement route for the Iron Claw Panda involved feeding it iron heart bamboo and bear blood flour for 5 days, allowing it to evolve into the Golden Claw Panda. The Golden Claw Panda was distinguished by its remarkable speed and combat capabilities akin to those of a 7th-grade martial artist. The evolution was successful. A wave of euphoric emotion enveloped Chen Dao as he lifted the little round creature from the blanket, scrutinizing its transformation. However, upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow. The information before his eyes revealed that the little round one had indeed successfully evolved into an Iron Claw Panda, yet its appearance remained unchanged, still adorably innocent and seemingly harmless. Something was amiss. Chen Dao's gaze swiftly landed upon the little round creature's claws, which had elongated significantly and appeared much sharper than before. Previously, the claws of the red panda felt akin to the texture of plastic. However, upon his touch now, Chen Dao experienced a sensation that was cold, keen, and sturdy. The claws shimmered with a metallic luster, indistinguishable from iron. What power might these claws possess? Chen Dao cradled the little round creature in his arms and, pointing at a stone in the front yard that was roughly the size of a human head, instructed, "Little round, attack that stone." With a plaintive cry, Little Round immediately sprang from Chen Dao's embrace, its claws swiping at the stone. A sharp, grating sound pierced the air, and in the next moment, to Chen Dao's astonishment, several deep gouges appeared on the stone, evidence of Little Round's fierce assault. Goodness gracious! Chen Dao widened his eyes as he gazed at the indentation on the stone, gaining a profound understanding of Xiao Yuan's formidable attacking power. If such a hard stone could be marked, one could only imagine the devastation Xiao Yuan's claws would inflict upon human flesh, likely resulting in severe lacerations in no time. Truly, Xiao Yuan is impressive. Chen Dao, brimming with excitement, lifted the little round creature into his arms, showering its fluffy face with affectionate kisses. The sweet sounds of delight emitted from the little one, as if reveling in the attention, starkly contrasted with the earlier scene where the panda had left claw marks in the stone. The sight of the adorably naive little round creature only deepened Chen Dao's affection. He playfully ruffled its head, finding increasing joy in the act. Just then, Li Ping and He Tzuelian emerged from the house, carrying lunch buckets, and upon witnessing Chen Dao's exuberant affection towards the little one, they chuckled and inquired, "What are you up to, Dao?" "Nothing much." Chen Dao waved his hand and said, "Mother, I shall accompany you all." Thus, the three of them departed from the Chen residence and made their way towards the construction site. Meanwhile, beneath the great tree at the edge of the site, Chen Cheng and others were seated, seeking refuge from the wind, though they felt a slight chill in the air. Their spirits were ablaze with anticipation for the forthcoming feast of steamed buns. "Has Brother Dao arrived?" Chen Shi immediately noticed the arrival of Chen Dao and approached him, saying, "Dao Gur, are we having steamed buns again today?" "Of course." Chen Dao nodded with a smile. However, after breakfast today, there would be no work to be done. No work? Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng and the others revealed an unusual look of unease. "Brother Dao," Chen Cheng, filled with trepidation, inquired, "have you ceased repairs on your house?" Over the course of this period, Chen Cheng had become utterly enamored with his days working alongside Chen Dao. Although the physical labor was quite strenuous, it afforded him a hearty meal, a luxury he had never before experienced, complete with the delightful taste of steamed buns. "Indeed." "Dao Gu," replied Chen Jiang cautiously, "the house is only half finished. We cannot simply abandon it, can we?" He spoke with care, fearful that Chen Dao might utter the words that the construction would come to a halt. "Dao Gu, have we perhaps been indulging too much? Would it be acceptable if we ate less in the future?" Chen Shi asked with a face full of concern. He had finally found a place where he could have enough to eat, and if the house for the Chen family were not to be built, then the three brothers would be forced to return to their previous life of hunger. "Rest assured, the house will definitely be completed." Chen Dao smiled as he spoke. "The reason we are not working today is that I need you all to accompany me into the city." The mention of going to the city brought a sigh of relief from the Chen Chung brothers, who were glad it wasn't about abandoning the construction of their house. Meanwhile, Chen Jiang and Chen Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were the most enamored with the county town and relished the thought of visiting it. As for Chen Dao, he appeared contemplative, suspecting that Chen Dao intended to sell chickens in the city. In truth, Chen Dao himself had also considered making a trip to the city, as the 13 gray-feathered chickens he had purchased last time had all transformed into white-feathered ones. Additionally, a few white-feathered chickens that had been kept at home successfully hatched 3 new chicks. Currently, Chen Cheng's household was overflowing with chickens, and it was high time to sell some. Otherwise, keeping them at home would merely waste food. "Uncle, could you please borrow a donkey cart from the village chief?" Chen Dao signaled Chen Da to borrow a donkey cart while he accompanied Chen Cheng and the others for breakfast. The steamed bun is truly a delightful thing. Taking a bun from He Tzuelian's hand, Chen Shi exclaimed after taking a hearty bite, "No matter how you eat it, it never becomes tiresome, unlike bran flour. If it weren't for extreme hunger, one could hardly manage to eat it." Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded in agreement. The taste of the bun is incomparable to that of bran flour. If in the future, Brother Dao's family ceases to work, I truly do not know what we shall do. Chen Jiang remarked half-jokingly, "My appetite has been spoiled by the steamed buns from Dao's family. I wonder if I can still enjoy the food at home in the future." Indeed, in comparison to those buns, the food at home seems almost akin to swine fare. Chen Si nodded in profound agreement. Although his family, like that of Chen Jiang, did not suffer the abject poverty experienced by Chen Cheng's household, their sustenance was hardly abundant. Most of the time, they subsisted on coarse flour, and only occasionally could they indulge in a modicum of millet flour, a taste that paled in comparison to the fragrant and sweet allure of steamed buns. Chen Dao quietly listened to the discussions of those around him, feeling that the people of this world were remarkably easy to please. In his previous life, thanks to advanced productivity, humanity had long since freed itself from the clutches of hunger. Thus, they pursued culinary excellence, demanding not only meat at every meal, but also the highest standards of taste. How different from the inhabitants of this world, who seemed easily satisfied, praising a mere few meals of steamed buns and never tiring of them. Chapter 46. The master of the tiger's den. Not long after, Chen Dao returned, driving a donkey cart, while numerous villagers nearby watched him with curious eyes. Had Chen Dao borrowed the donkey cart from the village chief again? Was he heading to the city? Surely, he was off to purchase grain. The Chen family truly lived in affluence. Who else could afford to journey to the city so frequently for provisions? Amid the envious gazes of the neighboring villagers, Chen Dao and Chen Dao returned home, binding all the chickens they intended to sell and placing them in a cage. Subsequently, together with Chen Cheng and 3 others, they climbed onto the donkey cart and departed from Qinjia village, making their way onto the official road. Along the lengthy thoroughfare, one could still observe refugees, some alone and others with families, all bearing haggard faces and tattered clothing. A number of these wanderers lingered outside Qinjia village, seemingly hoping to enter and beg for food. However, they were destined to be turned away, for the village chief, Chun He, vigilantly organized the village's able-bodied youth to guard against any intrusions from these desperate souls. As the donkey cart approached the county town, a foul stench assailed their senses. Makeshift shelters erected by the refugees were haphazardly scattered outside the city walls, with waste carelessly disposed of, rendering the area a murky realm. Furthermore, Chen Dao observed many refugees sprawled on the ground, their eyes devoid of life. These unfortunate souls likely lacked the means to find sustenance or the strength to construct shelters, resigned to lying upon the earth, waiting for an end. Alas! Chen Dao let out a soft sigh, forcibly suppressing the compassion within him. After paying 10 coins, he entered the city with Chen Dao and the others, heading straight to the entrance of the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall. Wei Gu, could you kindly summon Miss Li for me? Following the customary practice, he slipped 10 copper coins into Wei Ji's hand, who then entered the hall to fetch Li Ying. Brother Chen has arrived. Li Ying greeted Chen Dao with her ever-warm smile. For someone with an insatiable appetite like hers, anyone who sold her premium ingredients would invariably win her favor. Miss Li, may I have a word with you in private? Chen Dao, with an air of mystery, quietly beckoned Li Ying to follow him to a more secluded spot. Li Ying, unperturbed, accompanied Chen Dao to a location sufficiently distant to ensure that Wei Gu and Chen Dao could not overhear their conversation. Once assured of their privacy, Chen Dao lowered his voice and inquired, Miss Li, I have brought some rather extraordinary chickens this time. Might you be interested? Extraordinary chickens? Li Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly pressed for more details. What makes them so special? Chen Dao pondered for a moment before articulating. A few days ago, when we ventured into the mountains, we captured a fowl unlike any we had ever encountered. This bird is diminutive in stature, yet its plumage is a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. According to the village's seasoned hunters, this fowl may prove immensely beneficial to martial practitioners. Beneficial to martial practitioners? Li Ying exclaimed, her pupils dilating in astonishment. Are you truly speaking the truth? Her surprise was not unfounded, for it is exceedingly rare to find prey that holds any utility for martial artists. To her knowledge, the only creatures that can genuinely assist martial practitioners are the mystical beasts. If what Chen Dao asserted is indeed accurate, then it implies, did Chen Dao and his companions capture a demon beast? This is merely our conjecture. Chen Dao, of course, dared not make any guarantees, and could only respond ambiguously, stating, this is the judgment of the village's seasoned hunters, who suspect that this kind of chicken may very well possess the bloodline of a demon beast, potentially aiding martial artists in enhancing their vital energy. The bloodline of a demon beast? Li Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before addressing Chen Dao. Brother Chen, please wait for a moment. With that, Li Ying turned and hurried into the martial arts hall. Shortly thereafter, she returned, saying to Chen Dao, Brother Chen, my father wishes to meet you. Li Ying's father. Wasn't that the esteemed master of the Tiger Fist Hall, Li Hu? According to the information Chen Dao had gathered, Li Hu, the master of the Tiger Fist Hall, was an 8th-grade martial artist, regarded as one of the foremost strongmen in the entire county. The prospect of such a figure wanting to meet him was indeed remarkable. Chen Dao gently caressed the little round figure resting on his shoulder and nodded, saying, All right. Bring your chicken along. My father wishes to take a look. Certainly. Chen Dao gestured for Chen Dao and the others to wait outside. Before entering the Tiger Fist gym with Li Ying carrying a chicken cage. Crossing the threshold of the gym, they were greeted by the sight of a spacious hall, where tall, youthful figures diligently practiced their punches. Beside these young practitioners stood an extraordinarily tall man who was correcting their stances. That was my second senior brother, Han Meng. Noticing Chen Dao's gaze, Li Ying introduced him, saying, "My father rarely teaches the apprentices himself these days. It is usually my second brother who takes on that responsibility. He possesses exceptional talent and has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank as a martial artist. He will soon catch up to my father." Chen Dao nodded and inquired, "Miss Li, are you the senior disciple?" "Indeed," Li Ying proclaimed with pride, her chest swelling with confidence. "Do not be deceived by the prowess of the second junior disciple. Even he must address me as senior disciple in my presence. Impressive, truly impressive." With a smile, Chen Dao praised Li Ying. Meanwhile, several apprentices practicing martial arts in the dojo noticed Chen Dao, but their interest waned after a mere glance. His attire clearly distinguished him from their ranks, rendering him unworthy of further attention. Only the tall and robust Han Meng approached briskly, greeting Li Ying in a somewhat clumsy manner, "Senior sister." Li Ying nodded in acknowledgement. Han Meng then turned his gaze towards Chen Dao. "And who might this young brother be?" "I am Chen Dao." "Greetings, Brother Chen." Han Meng scratched his head and inquired, "Are you here to practice martial arts as well, Brother Chen?" "No, I am not." Chen Dao remained silent, while Li Ying interjected, "My father wishes to see him. We shall discuss further later, Brother Han." Upon traversing the grand hall of the Martial Arts Academy, they arrived at the tranquil backyard. In the spacious yard, a solitary figure was seated upon a stone bench, and Chen Dao instantly recognized him as the master of the Fuhu Boxing Academy, Li Hu. "Father." As expected, upon reaching the backyard, Li Ying announced Li Hu's identity. "I have brought Brother Chen here." Li Hu nodded in acknowledgement towards Li Ying and then gestured towards the stone bench opposite him, addressing Chen Dao, "Young brother, please take a seat." "Thank you, Master Li." Chen Dao replied graciously. Chen Dao expressed his gratitude and directly seated himself opposite Li Hu, discreetly observing him. Li Hu was strikingly different from the martial artist Chen Dao had envisioned. He believed that a formidable warrior ought to possess a stature akin to Han Meng or Chen Qing. However, Li Hu's physique was not particularly imposing. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, in the frigid weather, he donned only a short-sleeved shirt, revealing arms sculpted with muscular definition, reminiscent of a statue, exuding an aura of immense strength. Li Hu seemed to casually glance at the small round object on Chen Dao's shoulder and regarded him with an inquisitive expression, inquiring, "Young brother, did you say you captured a chicken with the bloodline of a demon beast?" Chapter 47. The Remarkable Effects of Chicken Blood. Please take note, Master Li. Chen Dao lifted the chicken cage resting at his feet and placed it upon the stone table before him. "This is the chicken we captured from the vast mountains," he proclaimed. "Its feathers are a vibrant crimson, unlike any breed we have ever encountered. According to the old hunters in our village, it is highly likely that this chicken possesses the bloodline of a mystical beast." However, the old hunter's speculation was merely a fabrication by Chen Dao, a ruse intended to enhance the credibility of the blood-feathered chicken's supposed extraordinary lineage. Nevertheless, this story did pique the interest of Li Hu. Li Hu leaned closer, gazing intently at the blood-feathered chicken within the cage. The creature was remarkably small, even smaller than the common domesticated gray-feathered chickens, and indeed, as Chen Dao had claimed, its plumage was a striking red, unmistakably extraordinary. This chicken was indeed different. Li Hu rose to his feet, adopting a vantage point from which he could scrutinize the creature. With a contemplative expression, he inquired, "Can you ascertain if this chicken possesses the capacity to bolster vitality akin to that of a beast with a mystical bloodline?" "I cannot say for certain," came the reply. Chen Dao candidly stated, "I have brought a chicken for Miss Li to examine. If this chicken indeed possesses the invigorating qualities as claimed by the hunters of our village, we can discuss the price. Should it prove otherwise, this transaction shall be abandoned." "Oh." Li Hu turned his gaze toward Chen Dao, scrutinizing the young lad with quiet admiration. As one of the top 10 figures in Taiping County, Li Hu had encountered an abundance of young individuals who cowered before him. Take, for instance, the apprentices within the martial arts school, who among them did not shrink in his presence. Yet, this peasant boy, as referred to by the daughter, stood before him with neither subservience nor arrogance, articulating his words with clarity and devoid of any trace of fear in his eyes. This mere display of courage was sufficient to earn Li Hu's respect. "Are you suggesting you are willing to offer a chicken for our experiment?" Li Hu inquired, his expression reflecting appreciation. "Absolutely." Chen Dao took a blood-feathered chicken out of the cage and said, "Feel free to take one for a taste test, esteemed host. If this chicken indeed possesses the remarkable ability to invigorate one's vitality, we can then discuss the price. However, if it does not, I shall take this batch of chickens back with me." Chen Dao was acutely aware that this batch of blood-feathered chickens indeed possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's vitality. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding the experiment's outcome, but rather feared the possibility of being cunningly deprived by Li Hu. Fortunately, the small round creature perched upon his shoulder provided him with a sense of security. "All right," Li Hu exclaimed as he took the blood-feathered chicken and handed it to Li Ying, saying, "Yingzi, please slaughter this chicken and bring me its blood for tasting." Of course, Li Ying was quite adept at the task of slaughtering chickens, and soon she carried the chicken into the nearby kitchen. In mere moments, the kitchen echoed with the anguished cries of the blood-feathered chicken. Shortly thereafter, Li Ying emerged, holding a bowl of still liquid chicken blood, and presented it to Li Hu, saying, "Father, do give it a try." As Li Hu accepted the bowl filled with chicken blood, he explained to Chen Dao, "Any beast possessing the bloodline of a demon will have blood that can enhance a warrior's vitality. If this bowl of chicken blood proves effective, it indicates that your chickens truly possess the bloodline of a demon beast." With that, Li Hu raised the bowl to his lips, undeterred by the pungent aroma of the chicken blood, and drank it down in one gulp. Not bad at all. After finishing the blood, he wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. However, his expression suddenly stiffened, and he stood frozen in place. The moment he ingested the chicken blood, Li Hu felt a warm current rising in his stomach, which soon radiated throughout his entire body, making his blood feel as if it were boiling. His exposed skin and face flushed crimson, a clear manifestation of the surging vitality within him. Indeed, it is effective. Li Ying's eyes sparkled. As a ninth-grade warrior, she was all too familiar with Li Hu's current state, which was a sign of boiling vitality and an increase in his life force. "Please wait a moment." Unable to contain the tumultuous blood coursing through him, Li Hu strode to the open space in the backyard, raised his fists, and began to practice the family's martial art, the tiger fist, to calm the surging vitality within. After a considerable time, he exhaled a breath of warmth, the redness in his skin and face gradually subsiding as he returned to sit at the stone table. "Father, what is the effect?" Li Ying inquired eagerly. Li Hu, having assessed his internal condition, offered a resounding endorsement. "The effect is remarkable, far superior to that of ordinary medicinal herbs by several times." This bowl of chicken blood caused a slight elevation in Li Hu's internal vitality, and although this increment may seem trivial, it was, in fact, an exceedingly delightful occurrence for him. It is essential to understand that Li Hu, having reached the pinnacle of an 8th-grade martial artist, typically required a month of relentless training to achieve even the slightest enhancement in his vitality. As for the use of medicinal herbs to assist in cultivation, those available in the county had become ineffective for someone of his caliber. However, the bowl of blood from the blood-feather chicken spared Li Hu a month's worth of effort, underscoring the extraordinary efficacy of this particular fowl. Hearing Li Hu's commendation, Chen Dao breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hu's endorsement ensured a promising market for his blood-feather chicken. Li Ying then inquired, "Does this mean the chicken brought by Brother Chen indeed possesses the bloodline of a mystical beast?" To which Li Hu replied, "I cannot assert with certainty whether it possesses the bloodline of a mythical beast, but the effect of enhancing vitality is undeniably real." He then turned to Chen Dao and said, "Young brother, let us discuss the price." Chen Dao, lacking knowledge of the price of this item, could only respond, "Why not let Master Li first disclose the price he is willing to offer?" Li Hu glanced at Chen Dao and replied, 10 taels of silver each. What do you think? Too cheap. Is Master Li attempting to take advantage of my youth and inexperience? Chen Dao shook his head and remarked, "As far as I know, a common herb capable of enhancing the vitality of a 9th-tier martial artist typically sells for around 20 taels of silver. The blood-feathered chicken is undoubtedly more effective than such herbs. It should not be priced at merely 10 taels for a single bird." This was precisely why Chen Dao chose to abandon the path of a martial artist, and it was also the reason why Li Ying persuaded him to forego martial training. In this world, the medicinal materials suitable for martial artists are exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of someone like Chen Dao, a farmer's son. Of course, this pertains to the herbs utilized by martial artists. The materials employed by apprentices in martial arts schools are generally more affordable. However, even at a lower price, they remain unattainable for someone of Chen Dao's rural background. Caught in the act of revealing his true thoughts, Li Hu felt a twinge of guilt. Awkwardly scratching his head and forcing a smile as he said, "One cannot put it that way, young brother, while your chicken indeed surpasses the herbs in efficacy." Before Li Hu could finish, Chen Dao interjected, holding up 2 fingers. "What do you think, directorly, at 20 taels of silver each?" Chapter 48. The Tiger Fist 20 taels? Li Hu's eyes brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "It's a deal." Chen Dao was rendered speechless, sensing that the price he had mentioned was still somewhat on the lower side. However, having already spoken his piece, it would be unwise to retract. Thus, he declared, "Let us commence the transaction." Agreed. Li Hu turned to Li Ying and instructed, "Yingzi, please fetch 100 taels of silver." Chen Dao brought over a total of 5 blood-feathered chickens, each priced at 20 taels, amounting to exactly 100 taels of silver for the complete purchase. Li Ying hurried into the house and shortly returned with a pouch of coins, presenting it to Chen Dao, saying, "Brother Chen, here is 100 taels of silver. Please count it." Chen Dao accepted the pouch of money, opened it in front of Li Ying, and began to count the coins. After confirming that there were exactly 100 taels of silver, Chen Dao smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful for your generosity, Master Li." To speak candidly, Chen Dao felt quite content with the 20 taels each for the blood-feathered chickens. Most importantly, the Li family did not succumb to greed by forcefully seizing his chickens, but instead opted for a fair transaction. This allowed him to confidently sell more blood-feathered chickens to Li Hu in the future. Li Hu, having acquired 5 blood-feathered chickens for such a modest sum of 100 taels, was equally pleased and responded with a smile, "You are too modest, my young friend." After a moment of appraisal, Li Hu inquired, "Might you have any aspirations to practice martial arts?" Chen Dao was momentarily taken aback by this question and turned to Li Ying, asking, "Can I really learn martial arts?" "Of course," Li Hu replied with a smile. "In this world, anyone can pursue martial arts. The only distinction lies in one's innate talent. However, talent is not the sole determinant of success in martial arts. The true key lies in resources." "Resources?" Chen Dao echoed. "Indeed." Li Hu nodded. "While anyone can aspire to martial arts, even those with exceptional talent cannot bypass the significant obstacle posed by resources. For instance, the materials required for an apprentice-level martial artist cost 5 taels of silver each, while those needed for a 9th-grade martial artist are even more expensive, starting at a minimum of 20 taels. How many people do you think can afford such costs for their martial training?" Chen Dao was left speechless. This price was beyond the means of anyone he knew. Why did the proprietor believe he could pursue martial arts? "Because you possess wealth." Li Hu squinted his eyes and chuckled, 100 taels of silver, though merely a drop in the bucket for martial arts expenses, could, with a stroke of good fortune, elevate you to the rank of a 9th-tier warrior. What do you say, young brother? Are you interested in training at my Fuhu Boxing Academy? It seems you have been waiting for me." Chen Dao rolled his eyes. The tuition at the Fuhu Boxing Academy was far from inexpensive. Enrolling to learn martial arts required a registration fee of 10 taels of silver, not to mention the subsequent expenses for utilizing the Academy's medicinal tonics and other consumables. It is no exaggeration to state that training at the Fuhu Boxing Academy for a month would incur a minimum expenditure of 30 taels of silver. My gratitude extends to the esteemed master for his generous invitation. Chen Dao politely declined, saying, "However, my residence is situated outside the city, making it rather inconvenient to come to the hall for martial arts practice. Let us put this matter to rest." Li Hu, who merely intended to take a chance regardless of the outcome, did not press the issue upon hearing Chen Dao's refusal. Instead, he retrieved a book from his pocket and placed it upon the stone table, gently pushing it towards Chen Dao. "Since you, young brother, have no desire to join the hall for martial arts training, I shall gift you this manual on the Fuhu Fist." Chen Dao gazed intently at the book pushed toward him by Li Hu, and he noticed that the cover bore the 4 bold characters of Fuhu Quan Pu. This revelation momentarily stunned Chen Dao. According to the information he had gathered, Fuhu Quan was the signature martial art of the Fuhu Martial Arts Academy, and he had not anticipated that Li Hu would generously bestow the manual upon him. In that instant, Chen Dao gained a deeper appreciation for Li Hu's magnanimity. However, he still respectfully declined, stating, "This is far too precious. I as a junior, cannot accept it. Precious? Both Li Hu and Li Ying chuckled. Perhaps the young brother has been misled by external rumors, Li Hu remarked with a smile. Many believe that the techniques of Fuhu martial arts are treasured family secrets. Invaluable beyond measure, yet this is not the case. Is it not so? Chen Dao appeared perplexed. For he had heard that the techniques of the three major martial arts schools, including those of the three prominent families in the county, were classified as top secret and would never be imparted to outsiders. Not at all. Li Ying interjected, Brother Chen, consider this. If the tiger's subduing fist were truly so invaluable, why would we so readily bestow the techniques upon the apprentices in the public halls? Chen Dao opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Just as Li Ying had stated, the apprentices training in the hall outside needed to pay merely 10 taels of silver to learn the Fuhu fist, with some even receiving personal instruction. If the Fuhu fist were indeed so accessible, how could Li Hu so readily impart this martial art to those apprentices? In truth, the techniques of martial arts are not particularly rare. At least, those of inferior grade are not. Li Hu elucidated that for those apprentices outside, if they required no personal guidance and merely sought to purchase the manual, they could acquire one for a mere 2 taels of silver. The rumors of the rarity of these martial arts likely stem from the costs associated with training. In comparison to the techniques themselves, the greatest challenge lies in the costly materials required to nourish and enhance one's vital energy, which serves as a formidable barrier preventing countless ordinary individuals from becoming martial artists. Thus, it becomes clear. Chen Dao suddenly understood. No wonder Li Hu was so generous in presenting the martial arts manual to him. It turned out that the techniques were not as invaluable as he had previously imagined. The perception of their rarity stemmed solely from the exorbitant costs associated with martial training, leading outsiders to believe that such knowledge could only be acquired by those of immense wealth. This manual is yours to keep, my young friend, Li Hu said, gently nudging the book towards Chen Dao once more. You may practice the techniques outlined within. Should you succeed, it would be splendid. If not, at the very least, you shall gain some rudimentary skills for self-defense. Chen Dao clasped his fists and said, Then I shall not be disrespectful. The practice of martial arts exacts a considerable toll on the body. Li Hu cautioned, given your physical constitution, practicing the Fuhu fist once daily is already your limit. You must not be greedy for progress. Should you experience any discomfort while training, you must cease immediately. Otherwise, you risk excessive strain that may lead to hidden injuries. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Chen Dao expressed his heartfelt gratitude, finding himself harboring a newfound admiration for Li Hu. As the master of the renowned Fury Tiger Boxing Hall, a significant force in the county, he not only refrained from seizing Chen Dao's prized blood-feathered chickens, but also generously presented him with invaluable martial arts manuscripts and offered insights regarding the nuances of his training. Indeed, Li Hu is a person worthy of deep friendship. With that settled, Li Hu rose and remarked, Young brother, should you possess any more blood-feathered chickens in the future, feel free to sell them to me. Regardless of the quantity, I shall procure them at 20 taels each. Chapter 49, The Dangerous Cat. No problem. Chen Dao readily agreed. And before taking his leave, he addressed Li Ying, saying, Miss Li, I have brought along some white-feathered chickens. Might you be interested? White-feathered chickens. Li Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, Yes, I want them, no matter how many. Although blood-feathered chickens were exquisite for a gourmand like Li Ying, their meat ultimately proved insufficient. Her true favorites remained the plump and succulent white-feathered and yellow-feathered chickens. Right outside, Miss Li, follow me. The two exited the martial arts hall, and Chen Dao nodded towards Chen Da and the others who had been waiting by the donkey cart. He then gestured towards the chicken coop on the cart and informed Li Ying, Miss Li, there are a total of 15 white-feathered chickens this time. Excellent. Hearing the number of 15, Li Ying's joy intensified. She quickly retrieved some silver coins and handed them to Chen Dao, stating, at 500 won each, for 15 chickens. That amounts to 7.5 taels of silver. I do not have any copper coins, so I shall give you 8 taels instead. Thank you, Miss Li. Chen Da, who had overheard the exchange, could hardly contain his delight at the unexpected windfall of 500 won. How could one not be overjoyed? Wei Gu, come here and help me carry these chickens inside. Li Ying called for the guard, Wei Gu, to assist in bringing the chicken coop into the hall. Chen Dao also took the opportunity to bid farewell. Miss Li, we shall take our leave now. Safe travels, Brother Chen. After Chen Dao and his companions departed in their donkey cart, Li Ying returned to the courtyard. only to find Li Hu gazing intently at the chicken coop placed upon the table. "Father, what are you observing?" she inquired. "I am admiring this blood-feathered chicken," Li Hu replied, coming back to his senses. "With this blood-feathered chicken, I dare say that within 2 months, I shall ascend to the rank of a 7th-grade martial artist." "Is that truly so?" Li Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "If you were to attain the status of a 7th-grade martial artist, the survival of our martial arts school in Taiping County would be even more secure." "Indeed, it is true," Li Hu affirmed with a smile, eagerly anticipating the day he would achieve the rank of 7th-grade martial artist. Currently, the most formidable martial artists in Taiping County are of the 7th-grade caliber. Once he attains this rank, he will no longer need to bow to the whims of the 3 prominent families. "Brother Chen is indeed a remarkable individual," Li Ying mused. "He has managed to capture such a rare breed of chicken with the bloodline of a demon beast. I cannot fathom how a group of ordinary villagers like them could procure so many magnificent creatures." "That Chen Xiaoyu is no ordinary person," Li Hu remarked, his gaze deepening as he recalled the seemingly innocuous creature that perched upon Chen Dao's shoulder, resembling a cat. "Ingzi, have you not noticed? That Chen Xiaoyu can read." Li Ying appeared perplexed, having overlooked such details. "Isn't Brother Chen just a villager from outside the city? How could he possibly know how to read?" In this day and age, literacy is not a trivial matter, especially for the common folk residing in rural areas. Their entire village might not have a single literate scholar, and there are no avenues for learning to read. That is why I assert that Chen Xiaoyu is exceptional. Li Hu recalled every detail of his recent interaction with Chen Dao, noting not only his literacy and eloquence, but also the peculiar feline on his shoulder. "A cat?" Li Ying tilted her head in contemplation. Indeed, there had been a cat resting on Chen Dao's shoulder. But she was not the type of girl to be captivated by small animals, so she had paid little heed to it. "That cat exudes an aura of danger," Li Hu said with a weighty tone. "I even suspect that the cat possesses strength rivaling my own." Li Ying was taken aback. Her father, Li Hu, was a peak 8th-grade martial artist. What kind of cat could possibly match his prowess? Could it be a demon beast? In any case, we should strive to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Xiaoyu, Li Hu advised earnestly. Meanwhile, as the conversation between father and daughter unfolded, Chen Dao's donkey cart had arrived at the East Market, where he encountered Wu Han, who was busy selling his wares. "Old Brother Wu," Chen Dao greeted. "Has Brother Chen arrived?" After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Dao inquired with a smile, "How has business been lately?" "Still the same old story," Wu Han replied. Wu Han, with a face full of discontent, lamented, "With the government's recent tax decree, the sale of live poultry has come to a complete standstill." "Brother Chen, just take a look at this street. Apart from us vendors, where are the customers?" As Chen Dao gazed into the distance, he indeed found, as Wu Han had mentioned, that the entire street was bustling with hawkers selling their wares, yet the customers were few and far between. It seemed that Brother Wu was also having a tough time. Chen Dao sighed, and then addressed Wu Han. "Old Brother Wu, I have a business proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing." As a true merchant, Wu Han's eyes immediately sparkled at the mention of business. "What sort of business?" he inquired eagerly. "Surely you recall the white-feathered chickens I previously sold here?" "The white-feathered chickens? Of course, I remember." Wu Han nodded vigorously. His recollection of Chen Dao's exquisite white-feathered chicken was vividly etched in his mind, not least because it had fetched an impressive price of 500 won. "I intend to entrust you with the sale of the white-feathered chicken. What are your thoughts on this?" In a hushed tone, Chen Dao remarked that with the successful cultivation of the blood-feather chicken and its subsequent high-priced sales, he had begun to regard the business of white-feather and yellow-feather chickens with a sense of disdain. After all, the profits garnered from selling the white and yellow-feather chickens paled in comparison to those of the blood-feather chicken. To put it in the parlance of his past life, the added value of the white and yellow-feather breeds was considerably low. Furthermore, each transaction involving the sale of white and yellow-feather chickens necessitated Chen Dao's personal presence in the city, which had become exceedingly cumbersome. Therefore, he contemplated that rather than selling the white and yellow-feather chickens himself, it would be far more prudent to delegate this enterprise to another, allowing him to focus solely on the management of the high-value blood-feather chicken. The individual he had in mind for this task was none other than his acquaintance, Wu Han. As a peddler in the town, Wu Han undoubtedly possessed a network of connections within the county, ensuring that entrusting this responsibility to him would yield no complications. Indeed, Wu Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long coveted Chen Dao's white feather chickens. which were not only visually appealing but also fetched an impressive price of 500 coins each. If he could secure control over the supply, it would undoubtedly result in substantial profits. Truly. Chen Dao nodded earnestly. Recently, the hunters from our village have discovered a substantial number of white-feathered chickens in the vast mountains. We do not intend to sell these chickens ourselves and are seeking a merchant familiar with the county's market for collaboration. If Brother Wu is interested, let us discuss the specific details of our partnership. I am indeed interested. Wu Han exclaimed eagerly, grasping Chen Dao's hand. Brother Chen, you must entrust this business to me. Rest assured, Brother Wu. Given our acquaintance, who else could I possibly entrust this venture to? Brother Chen, you are magnanimous. I have not made a friend in vain. Chapter 50. Calculations. After a round of pleasantries, Chen Dao broached the subject of the price for the white-feathered chickens. Brother Wu, I can certainly entrust this business to you. However, regarding the pricing, Chen Dao lingered for a moment before finally stating, let us settle on 400 won each, shall we? At the mention of 400 won per white-feathered chicken, Wu Han's eyes darted about, calculating in his mind whether he could turn a profit. Given that Chen Dao had previously sold each white-feathered chicken for 500 won, acquiring them at 400 won certainly seemed profitable. However, with the dwindling number of customers buying chickens in the city, Wu Han could not be entirely certain that he could resell the chickens for 500 won. After a brief hesitation, he remarked, Brother Chen, do you not think 400 won each is a tad expensive? The number of families purchasing chickens in the city has diminished considerably. Though your white-feathered chickens are indeed excellent, it is uncertain whether they can command the previous price of 500 won. Rest assured, Brother Wu. Chen Dao smiled and said, I have already found a buyer for you. All you need to do is procure the white-feathered chickens from our village and sell them directly to Miss Li Ying of the Fuhu Boxing Gym. Chen Dao sought out Wu Han primarily to alleviate the inconvenience of traveling into the city. As for the concern of unsold goods, it was utterly unfounded. Li Ying, the gourmand, was more than capable of purchasing all the white-feathered and yellow-feathered chickens from Chen family village for the time being. Should the supply of white and yellow-feathered chickens increase in the future, and if Li Ying were unable to buy them all, there would be no issue with lowering the prices. Meat is an indispensable commodity for humanity, and as long as one is willing to reduce prices, the possibility of unsold goods becomes non-existent. The buyer has already been secured for me. Wu Han felt a surge of joy. Chen Dao had provided him with a buyer, and all he needed to do was transport the white-feathered chickens from Chen family village. Such a straightforward venture with promising profits was an opportunity even a fool would recognize. Then I have no objections. Brother Chen, I shall take on this business. Agreed. Chen Dao nodded and remarked, from now on, every 3 days, Brother Wu, you may come to our village to transport the white-feathered chickens we have captured to the city for sale. 3 days is precisely the cultivation cycle for both the white-feathered and yellow-feathered chickens, and your visits every 3 days will correspond perfectly with this cycle. Shall we agree upon this? Agreed. After discussing the matter of the white-feathered chickens, Chen Dao turned his gaze towards Wu Han's stall and inquired, Brother Wu, today we plan to procure some gray-feathered chickens. How many do you have in total? There are 5 in total, Wu Han replied, fully aware of the number of his gray-feathered chickens. 5 is far too few. Chen Dao shook his head and said, I would greatly appreciate it if Brother Wu could assist me by summoning all the poultry vendors here. No problem. Before long, Wu Han dashed out and gathered all the vendors from this street. He then turned to Chen Dao and said, Brother Chen, I have summoned all the poultry vendors. Please let me know how many chickens you require. Chen Dao gazed at the vendors, noticing the glimmer of hope in their eyes. For these merchants, recent days had been rather challenging, and they naturally yearned to sell some of their goods. However, Chen Dao refrained from immediately stating the quantity he required. Instead, he inquired, Brother Wu, what is the current price of the gray-feathered chicken? 180 won each, came the reply. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Dao realized that the grain prices within the city had likely surged once more. Otherwise, the price of live chickens would not have escalated so rapidly. Chen Dao turned to Chen Da and conferred briefly before addressing the various chicken vendors, stating, I intend to purchase 50 gray-feathered chickens. If we consider the price of one at 151, can you accept this offer? The sheer quantity of 50 immediately brightened the eyes of many vendors in these times. A customer willing to buy such a large number of chickens was indeed a rarity. Young master, do you truly wish for 50 chickens? Are you not jesting with us? Inquired a vendor who appeared to be around 50 years of age, scrutinizing Chen Dao. The others also gazed at Chen Dao with eager anticipation. Despite his attempts to negotiate a lower price, The quantity of 50 stirred their excitement. Why would I deceive you? Chen Dao remarked that the gray-feathered chickens were not what he intended to purchase. His own yellow-feathered chickens reproduced at an astonishing rate, and they were yellow-feathered from the moment they hatched. It would be foolish for him to buy gray-feathered chickens and start from scratch. This batch of gray-feathered chickens was meant for Chen Dao, who planned to use all the 8 taels of silver he earned from selling chickens to acquire them. Priced at 150 won each. If you can accept this, please bring your own chickens for sale, and I shall compensate you. If not, you may leave without further ado. Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, several vendors promptly turned and hastily rushed towards their stalls, presenting their gray-feathered chickens before him. Esteemed sir, I have a total of 6 gray-feathered chickens, priced at 150 won each, amounting to a total of 900 won, one vendor said, pointing eagerly at the chickens in the cage, a beaming smile adorning his face. Given the current market conditions in the Eastern market, where live poultry was struggling to sell, encountering such a generous patron was an opportunity that could not be missed. Very well, Uncle Chen, please pay him. After Chen Dao handed over a couple of silver coins to the vendor left with a beaming smile. Upon witnessing Chen Dao's generous payment, the other vendors eagerly sprang into action, presenting their chickens before him. Esteemed sir, here are my 5 chickens. Mine total 4. I have 10 here. Priced at 1.5 silver coins. The transactions progressed smoothly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Dao had spent nearly all of his 8 silver coins. Ultimately, he acquired a total of 48 gray-feathered chickens, which were placed in the chicken coops generously provided by the vendors and subsequently loaded onto the donkey cart by Chen Qiang and his companions. There were simply too many chickens. Chen Jiang gazed enviously at the incessantly clucking gray-feathered chickens on the cart. He had been keenly observing the transactions between Chen Dao and the vendors, and witnessing Chen Dao produce 8 taels of silver to purchase the chickens filled him with admiration for Chen Dao's affluence. 8 taels of silver. What a bounty that could procure in grains. A family could sustain themselves on steamed buns for a year and a half, perhaps. Brother Wu, having completed my purchase of chickens, I shall take my leave. Do not forget our business. Chen Dao bid farewell to Wu Han and, accompanied by Chen Dao and others, drove the donkey cart to the grain shop in the East Market. As the cart came to a halt outside the grain store, Chen Dao noticed a finely dressed young man emerging from the establishment, surrounded by several individuals who appeared to be bodyguards. The youth cast a fleeting glance at Chen Dao and his companions, as well as the incessantly clucking gray-feathered chickens, a flicker of disdain appearing on his face. However, he uttered no words and swaggered away, enveloped in the protective circle of his guards. What an insufferable fellow! Chen Jiang, sensitive to such slights, could not help but mutter. The disdain etched on the young man's countenance only served to inflame his ire. N.S. Wishing all readers a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival and a happy family reunion. Chapter 51. Bubble of sweetness, a few less words, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Chen glared at Chen Jiang. The young man in splendid attire, accompanied by a retinue, was clearly a person of high status from the city, someone they could never dare to provoke. Yet, despite admonishing Chen Jiang to remain silent, Chen was inwardly seething with anger. Such disdainful glances could effortlessly pierce the hearts of others. Damn it! Chen Jiang, however, did not remain silent this time. Instead, he spat on the ground and furiously declared, "There will come a day when I shall trample these disdainful scions of wealthy families beneath my feet." The young man, clearly a privileged figure from the city, looked down upon us, which is entirely to be expected. Ah Jiang, do not take it to heart. Chen Si comforted Chen Jiang, though he too was not in a good state of mind. The sensation of being looked down upon was undeniably unpleasant. As for the Chen brothers, they seemed largely unaffected. They had likely grown accustomed to such gazes. Even in the village, they occasionally encountered similar looks. Let us proceed inside. Chen Dao did not utter a word. Perhaps due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, his capacity to accept such matters far surpassed that of the younger Chen Jiang and his peers. To Chen Dao, the disdainful gazes of others could not inflict the slightest harm upon him, so why should he pay them any mind? As Chen Dao stepped into the grain shop, the first sight that greeted him was the soaring prices of grain. Rice, 28 won per jin. Millet, 26 won per jin. White flour, 20 won per jin. Sorghum flour, 13 won per jin. Sorghum, 12 won per jin. Bran, 6 won per jin. Rice bran, 5 won per jin. Indeed, as Chen Dao had anticipated, the prices had risen considerably since his last visit, with staples such as rice and millet increasing by an average of 2 to 3 won. At 28 when per gene, even the citizens of the county town could scarcely afford rice. One could only imagine what this price meant in the context of the former Huagua. Moreover, it was far easier for an ordinary person in that past era to earn a single coin than it is for individuals in this world to earn a mere copper plate. Thus, one can comprehend the sheer terror the price of 28 when per gene holds for the common folk. Esteemed customer, what grain would you like to purchase? A shop assistant greeted him warmly. Chen Dao waved his hand and approached the counter, addressing the grain shopkeeper. Esteemed shopkeeper, I wish to purchase a considerable quantity of grain. Might there be a possibility for a discount? The shopkeeper shook his head, responding, that may prove to be rather difficult. The young master from the household has already visited us and instructed that we must not reduce our prices. Upon hearing these words, Chen Dao could not help but recall the young man clad in fine garments who had just exited the grain shop. It was likely that this individual was indeed the young master mentioned by the shopkeeper. From Chen Dao's understanding, this grain shop in the eastern market was part of the Yuan family's estate, indicating that the aforementioned youth was a member of the Yuan family. Such prominent families indeed possess a certain level of influence. Chen Dao sighed quietly. The affluent families in the county surely possessed ample reserves of grain, for the vast majority of the land in Taiping County was under their control. The price surges were merely acts of opportunism, a means to profit from the misfortunes of others. Yet, had these families never contemplated that, should the common people find themselves unable to afford food and rise in revolt, they would likely be the first to suffer the consequences? Perhaps they were aware of this, but chose to remain indifferent. Or perhaps they had never regarded the common folk with any measure of respect. Chen Dao shook his head, dispelling the superfluous thoughts swirling in his mind, and addressed the shopkeeper. Esteemed shopkeeper, I require 200 jin of flour, 200 jin of rice, 200 jin of sorghum, and 300 jin of rice husks. Chen Dao reported the quantity of grain he required. His original intention was to exchange the majority of his silver for grain. However, considering the limited capacity of the donkey cart, he ultimately opted to purchase a lesser amount. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened, and he hastily produced an abacus to calculate. 200 jin of rice for 5, 601, 200 jin of white flour for 4, 0001. 200 jin of sorghum for 2, 401, and 300 jin of rice bran for 1, 501, totaling 13 taels and 501. What do you think, esteemed guest? The shopkeeper scrutinized Chen Dao before him, his face adorned with a smile, yet his heart harbored a trace of doubt, questioning whether this young man could truly produce such a sum of silver. Indeed, Chen Dao possessed commendable mental arithmetic skills and recognized that the shopkeeper's calculations were indeed accurate. Consequently, he retrieved 14 taels of silver from Li Ying's purse and handed them to the shopkeeper. Kindly assist me in packing the grain and transporting it to the donkey cart outside. Certainly. The shopkeeper readily exchanged 500 copper coins with Chen Dao and then summoned his assistants to begin loading the grain onto the donkey cart. Pray tell, how much grain has Dao Gur procured? Outside the grain shop, Chen Si, who had been vigilantly stationed by the donkey cart, gazed blankly at the numerous sacks of grain piled atop the cart. The three brothers Chen gazed in astonishment as Chen Dao acquired such an abundance of grain. This revelation signified that their prior assumption regarding the lack of provisions in the Chen household was misguided. Moreover, it implied that they need no longer fret over the possibility of Chen Dao halting his construction endeavors due to a scarcity of food. What an extraordinary quantity of grain! Brother Dao is indeed quite affluent. Chen Shi, drooling, remarked, with Dao's generosity, how could he possibly lack for our rations after purchasing such an abundance of grain? The mere thought of indulging in fragrant steamed buns daily filled Chen Shi with an overwhelming sense of bliss, as if he were immersed in sweet honey, bubbling with delight. Chen De gazed at the bags of grain being loaded onto the donkey cart, a smile gracing his face. Although his household was currently well stocked with provisions, witnessing such an abundance of grain brought him a profound sense of reassurance. In no time, a total of 900 pounds of grain was piled onto the cart, forming a small mountain upon its surface. Chen Daowang gazed at the overloaded cart and, with a smile, remarked to the others, "It seems we shall have to walk back." The cart was brimming with an abundance of grain. Apart from the driver's seat, there was no room left for anyone to sit. Thus, the group could only accompany the donkey cart on foot as they made their way back to the village. What of it? Chen Chung scratched his head and chuckled. It's merely a dozen or so miles. It's not far at all. Chen De and others nodded in agreement. For individuals like them, who frequently engage in laborious tasks, A distance of several miles is hardly considered far. Very well, let us proceed. Chen Dao remarked. Let us first make a visit to Baikatang. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the donkey cart came to a halt outside Baikatang. Chen Dao instructed the others to wait outside while he entered the establishment. Upon stepping inside, he noticed that the usual proprietor, Su Shihua, was absent. Instead, seated behind the counter was Su Qiaoshi, perhaps due to the lack of customers. Su Qiaoshi was dozing off, her arm propped against her cheek, revealing a delicate, snow-white wrist. Her charming face gradually leaned as if it might soon succumb to the surface of the table, with a glimmer of dew resting at the corner of her lips. Miss Su, he called. Chen Dao gently called out, yet Su Qiaoshi remained utterly unresponsive. Witnessing this, Chen Dao couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This girl displayed an alarming lack of vigilance. The shop was open, and yet she had fallen asleep, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of someone entering to steal. Miss Su. Chen Dao tapped on the countertop, raising his voice slightly. Su Qiaoshi was suddenly startled awake, instinctively leaning back. Only upon realizing it was Chen Dao who had approached did she let out a sigh of relief, saying, Young Master Chen, it is you. Chen Dao smiled silently and pointed to the corner of Su Qiaoshi's mouth. Chapter 52. Greetings, Xiao Yuan. Su Qiaoshi's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly turned her head, wiping the drool from her lips, before finally turning back to Chen Dao and saying, I apologize for the embarrassment, young Master Chen. Chen Dao smiled and inquired, Where is Master Su? Grandfather is quite elderly and easily fatigued. He is currently resting in the backyard, Su Qiaoshi replied. Young Master Chen, do you wish to purchase medicine or seek medical attention? If it is the latter, I shall rouse my grandfather. If it is merely a purchase, you may come to me directly. Chen Dao nodded and said, I would like to purchase some coagulating fruits. No problem, young Master Chen. How many do you require? As Su Qiaoshi was about to turn and retrieve the coagulating fruits, her gaze suddenly fixed upon the small round creature perched on Chen Dao's shoulder. Wow! A spark of delight illuminated Su Qiaoshi's beautiful eyes. What an adorable little kitten. Woo-woo. The small round creature emitted a discontented whimper, seemingly unimpressed by the designation of kitten. However, this sound only endeared it to Su Qiaoshi even more. She gazed, entranced, at the creature's round, charming face and could not help but plead, Young Master Chen, may I hold it? Of course. Chen Dao nodded with a smile and cautioned Xiao Yuan. Do not harm anyone. After speaking, he gently set Xiao Yuan down from his shoulder onto the counter. How beautiful! Su Qiaoshi exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she cradled Xiao Yuan in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. She felt utterly defenseless against such an adorable creature, one that appeared entirely harmless. As she held Xiao Yuan, Su Qiaoshi occasionally caressed its soft fur and even pressed her rounded lips against its cheek, clearly enamored to the core. After playing with Xiao Yuan for quite some time, Su Qiaoshi finally looked up and inquired, Young Master Chen, is its name Xiao Yuan? Indeed. Greetings, Xiao Yuan. Su Qiaoshi responded, her delicate fingers gently tapping Xiao Yuan's moist nose, her smile unwavering. After engaging with Xiao Yuan for a full quarter of an hour, Su Qiaoshi remembered the matter at hand and, still holding Xiao Yuan, addressed Chen Dao, saying, Young Master Chen, how many blood coagulation fruits do you require? As many as you have will suffice. Chen Dao spoke boldly. Su Qiaoshi was taken aback for a moment and said, We still have quite a few blood condensing fruits in our store. Are you certain you want them all, young Master Chen? Absolutely. Chen Dao nodded earnestly. The last batch of coagulation fruit he brought back had nearly been consumed after nurturing 8 blood feather chickens and a small round creature. Now, Chen Dao was in urgent need of new coagulation fruit, and the greater the quantity, the better. With over 80 taels of silver in hand, he had no concern about affording all the coagulation fruit available at the apothecary. Allow me to check how many we have. Su Qiaoshi said reluctantly as she placed the small round creature on the counter and proceeded to the backyard. Before long, she returned carrying a package, placing it on the table before Chen Dao and stating, Young Master Chen, this is all the coagulation fruit we have in the shop, totaling 150 pieces. Would you like to count them? No need. I trust you, he replied. The seemingly simple statement from Chen Dao warmed Su Qiaoshi's heart. The sensation of being trusted by another is indeed a delightful one. A total of 2 taels and 70 coins, with 1 coin equating to 101. Correct. Miss Su? Precisely. After the transaction was completed, Chen Dao appeared to recall something, inquiring, Miss Su, Have you heard of the medicinal herbs, blood spirit mushroom, phoenix tail flower, iron heart bamboo, and bear blood flower? These ingredients are essential for the advancement of the blood feather chicken and the small round. Initially, Chen Dao intended to consult Li Ying, considering her elevated status in Taiping County, which likely afforded her greater knowledge. However, after Li Ying introduced him to Li Hu, Chen Dao abandoned the notion of seeking her counsel. As an ordinary individual unversed in martial arts, persistently inquiring about such herbs could easily lead to unwarranted assumptions. Thus, he resorted to seeking information from Su Qiao Shi at the apothecary instead. Upon hearing the inquiry, Su Qiao Shi furrowed her brows in contemplation and replied, "Young Master Chen, I am only familiar with the blood spirit mushroom, phoenix tail flower, and bear blood flower among the herbs you mentioned." Oh, Chen Dao's eyes brightened at the prospect of acquiring the three herbs. He hastily inquired, "Might I ask, Miss Su, are these available for purchase in your shop?" "Alas, no," Su Qiushi replied, delivering a response that left Chen Dao disappointed. "These three herbs are exclusively utilized by martial artists, and our humble establishment does not have access to such inventory, nor do we dare to sell them." Sensing that Chen Dao might not fully comprehend the situation, Su Qiaoshu continued to elucidate, "Young Master Chen, you may not be aware that throughout Taiping County, the supply of all medicinal herbs for martial artists is monopolized by the three prominent families. Only they have the authority to sell such items. Should any apothecary outside of these families attempt to engage in the sale of such herbs, the repercussions would be dire. Isn't that rather tyrannical?" Chen Dao instinctively uttered, "Sho." Su Qiaoshi, with her finger delicately placed against her rosy lips, glanced cautiously towards the entrance and whispered, "Young Master Chen, please refrain from speaking such words in the future. If others were to hear." Though Su Qiaoshi did not complete her thought, Chen Dao discerned the gravity of the situation from her demeanor, thereby realizing the considerable influence wielded by the three prominent families in Taiping County. The common folk scarcely dared to utter a word of dissent against them. What, then, was the difference from a local tyrant? Chen Dao is a perceptive individual, and he does not stubbornly insist on rashly discussing the three prominent families. As for procuring advanced materials from the pharmacies operated by these families, the ascension of blood feather chicken and Xiao Yuan is not an urgent matter. He can purchase them during his next visit to the city. Thus, Chen Dao gracefully expressed his intention to take his leave. "Miss Su, I shall take my leave now." Upon speaking, he prepared to turn away. However, at that moment, Su Qiaoshi, feeling somewhat shy, spoke up, "Young Master Chen, could you stay a little longer?" Chen Daoben initially believed that Su Qiaoshi sought his assistance with some matter, yet he found her captivating gaze fixated on Xiao Yuan. It was evident that her true desire was to retain Xiao Yuan's presence rather than his own. "Very well." Chen Dao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Su Qiaoshi immediately brightened with joy, lifting Xiao Yuan and affectionately ruffling the little one's hair, her delicate face radiating tenderness. While Su Qiaoshi engaged in playful antics with Xiao Yuan, Chen Dao seized the opportunity to address her. "Miss Su, could I trouble you and your apothecary to procure a greater quantity of coagulation fruit for me? Do you require even more coagulation fruit, young Master Chen?" "Indeed. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in acquiring additional supplies. I shall return periodically to make my purchases." "Certainly." Su Qiaoshi, with her innocent disposition, did not inquire about the extensive quantity Chen Dao requested and readily agreed. However, she kindly cautioned, "Young Master Chen, while coagulation fruit does possess certain nourishing properties for the blood, it is not advisable to consume it excessively. It would be wise to use it sparingly." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Su." A quarter of an hour later, Su Qiaoshi reluctantly returned Xiao Yuan to Chen Dao, her face expressing a heartfelt sense of parting as she said, "Young Master Chen, do visit often." Chen Dao was fully aware that Su Qiaoshi hoped for Xiao Yuan to visit more frequently rather than himself. However, he refrained from saying anything, simply nodding and responding, "All right, Miss Su." Upon exiting the Baichao Hall, Chen Dao addressed Chen Qing and the others who were waiting by the donkey cart, "Let us return to the village." As the donkey cart set in motion, driven by Chen Si, the group ambled alongside it, making their way leisurely towards the outskirts of the city. Upon passing through the city gates, they were met with the avaricious and famished gazes of numerous refugees. The abundant grains piled atop the cart resembled a carrot dangled before a donkey, ensnaring the eyes of the starving populace, who could not tear their gaze away. Such a bounty of grain. Surely, there must be at least 1,000 pounds here. If only this grain were mine. My mother and sister would not have to suffer from hunger. The eyes of the refugees glimmered with greedy intent, yearning to rush forth and seize the provisions from the cart. Yet, just as this thought crossed their minds, they noticed Chen Sheng and the others standing beside the cart. Chen Sheng, a tall and imposing figure, exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. His companions, Chen Dao and others, also bore an air that indicated they were not easily intimidated. The multitude of refugees could only suppress their rising anxiety, watching helplessly as the donkey cart gradually disappeared from their sight. Stop! A kilometer away from the city gate, Chen Dao suddenly gripped his bow, his expression grave as he observed a figure rapidly approaching from the opposite direction. With a thud, the figure abruptly halted 5 meters in front of the donkey cart and fell to their knees in the muddy ground. Esteemed sirs, I implore you, as long as you provide my child with a morsel of food, I am willing to do anything you ask. It was only upon hearing her voice that Chen Dao and the others realized the person rushing towards the cart was, in fact, a woman. It was not that their eyesight was poor. Rather, her tattered clothing and the grime covering her face made it nearly impossible to discern her gender in silence. Please, kind sirs, grant my child some food. She is on the brink of starvation. I beg of you. The woman knelt beside the donkey cart, repeatedly bowing her head with fervor, each impact driving her forehead deep into the earth, leaving it smeared with dark, yellowish mud, resembling a clay figure. Chapter 53. Liangzhou Chen Dao gazed silently at the woman before him. It was evident that she was a destitute, her garments tattered and worn, revealing skin that was far from fair. In her arms, she cradled a child who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. The child's eyes were tightly shut, and his face bore a pallid hue tinged with a hint of blue, a clear indication of hunger and cold. Chen Dao raised his foot, intending to approach the woman. Chen Dao reached out to stop him, but Chen Dao merely gestured dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. As he drew closer, he discerned more clearly the woman kneeling before the donkey cart. Her figure was exceedingly emaciated, and her tattered clothing hung loosely upon her frame. In her arms, she cradled a young girl, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Please, kind sir, spare some food. My child is dying. She implored desperately. I beg you, please save my child. I would do anything for just a morsel of food. The woman seemed oblivious to Chen Dao's approach, her forehead repeatedly striking the ground, creating a small indentation in the earth. Witnessing this poignant scene, Chen Dao's expression grew complex. He was not a heartless individual. On the contrary, he was someone who easily succumbed to mental anguish upon witnessing the suffering of others. In his previous life, while scrolling through Douyin, he would experience profound sorrow each time he encountered videos showcasing human misery, constantly yearning to assist those in distress, yet feeling utterly powerless. Chen Dao had generously donated a substantial amount to various charitable organizations. However, upon discovering the sordid actions of these charities, he ceased his contributions and has not given a single cent since. In his previous life, Chen Dao, lacking the ability to assist others, often turned a blind eye to the suffering of those around him. Yet now, when this woman kneels before him, he finds it impossible to disregard her plight. Chen Dao stepped closer and softly addressed the woman. Rise. The woman, seemingly taken aback by his response, paused in her bowing, raising her gaze to meet Chen Dao's eyes. What did you say, young sir? She inquired. Stand up and let me see the child, Chen Dao reiterated. The woman's eyes sparkled with hope as she hastily rose from the ground, presenting the child she had been cradling for warmth to Chen Dao. Chen Dao carefully scrutinized the expression on the young girl's face and inquired, Is she hungry? Indeed, young master, she replied. We have not had a morsel to eat in 5 days. 5 days without food. Chen Dao couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Human life can be extraordinarily fragile at times, yet at other moments, it exhibits remarkable resilience. Surviving 5 days without sustenance is indeed no small feat. Chen Dao waved at Chen Cheng, saying, Brother Cheng, please bring over the provisions and water pouch. This time, Chen Dao had brought along some steamed buns, as well as a water pouch, intending to prevent hunger in case of unforeseen circumstances during the journey. Little did he expect that they would prove to be of such use. Here comes Dao Gu. Chen Cheng removed the bundle containing steamed buns from his back and handed it, along with the water pouch, to Chen Dao. First, feed some to your child. Chen Dao took a steamed bun and handed it to the woman. The woman, pleasantly surprised, accepted it and tore off a small piece, gently placing it into the mouth of the unconscious girl. Instinctively, the girl's mouth began to move, and after chewing, she swallowed the morsel. Splendid. Observing the girl swallow the bun, the woman hastened her feeding efforts, meticulously tearing off small bits of the bun and placing them into the girl's mouth. Simultaneously, to prevent the girl from choking, she also poured a little water into her mouth. Before long, the entire bun had been consumed, and the girl's pale complexion began to improve slightly. Witnessing this, the woman finally relieved her burdensome anxiety and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Chen Dao. "Thank you, benefactor. I bow to you." The woman, being sincere, immediately bowed to Chen Dao 3 times. Chen Dao was ultimately unaccustomed to allowing others to kneel before him. He hurriedly grasped the woman's wrist and helped her to her feet, saying, "There is no need for such reverence." "Very well, my benefactor." The woman complied without hesitation, rising to stand before Chen Dao with a sense of decorum. "My benefactor, I am a woman of my word. Henceforth, I shall be yours. Willing to serve you as a devoted servant." "What does it mean to be yours?" Chen Dao found himself in a perplexing situation. The ambiguity of the statement was rather excessive. He chose to bypass the topic and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Ding Xiaohua, and my daughter's name is Qiujie." "And what of your husband?" "My husband perished long ago, succumbing to hunger during our flight from famine. He selflessly reserved the last of our provisions for me and our daughter, ultimately starving to death in the wilderness." As she recounted the fate of her husband, a profound sorrow washed over the woman's face. Chen Dao felt a profound heaviness in his heart. "From where did you escape?" "From the northern region of Liangzhou." Liangzhou. Chen Dao was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was the territory of Qingzhou. How could those fleeing from Liangzhou possibly arrive in Qingzhou? The Xia kingdom encompassed 9 prefectures, and if one were to envision a square grid representing its map, the upper 3 prefectures from left to right would be Liangzhou, Yuzhou, and Mingzhou. The middle 3 prefectures would consist of Qingzhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou, while the lower 3 would comprise Yuezhou, Xiongzhou, and Haizhou. Although Qingzhou bordered Liangzhou, traversing an entire prefecture to escape to Qizhou was indeed difficult to fathom. "How did you come to flee from Liangzhou to Qizhou?" Chen Dao inquired, perplexed. "My benefactor, you may not be aware, but life in Liangzhou has become utterly untenable." Ding Xiaohua lamented, her face etched with sorrow. "Each year, Liangzhou is compelled to send conscripts to the battlefield. Any household with male members is unable to evade the government's conscription. Coupled with the frigid weather, crops fail to yield sustenance, and with the loss of male members, countless souls in Liangzhou have succumbed to starvation." As she spoke, a flicker of trepidation crossed Ding Xiaohua's features. "Those of us who managed to escape are still considered fortunate. Many who remained in Liangzhou can only succumb to starvation in their own homes. Is the situation in Liangzhou truly that dire?" Chen Dao was taken aback. He had heard from the village scholar, Li Zheng, that the 3 northern provinces were harsh and frigid, far less prosperous than Qizhou. However, he never imagined it could be this dire. The bitter cold not only rendered the land barren and incapable of yielding crops, but the people also faced conscription from the authorities, along with a myriad of oppressive taxes and levies. Chen Dao has come to understand the reason behind the recent influx of refugees. It is likely that most of these displaced individuals do not hail from the region of Qizhou, but rather have fled from Liangzhou. Taiping County, situated at the confluence of Qingzhou and Liangzhou, has seen a number of refugees from the borders of Liangzhou seeking refuge in Qingzhou, as it is far easier than attempting to reach the county, prefecture, or provincial capital of Liangzhou. The state of the world has become exceedingly chaotic. Chen Dao sighed softly. From Ding Xiaohua's description, it was evident that the common folk in Liangzhou were utterly unable to survive. When the populace reaches such a point of desperation, it becomes all but inevitable for them to rise and revolt. Chapter 54. Sailing on Arid Lands to be Candid. Although Chen Dao harbored a disdain for the decaying feudal imperial ruling class, he still did not wish for chaos to engulf the realm, for in times of turmoil, it is invariably the commoners who suffer the most. Regrettably, such matters are not subject to alteration by his sentiments. All he could do was to safeguard his own integrity. Chen Dao reined in his wandering thoughts and turned to Ding Xiaohua, asking, "What do you intend to do next?" In response, Ding Xiaohua pondered for a moment before replying, "I truly do not know. I heard people say that coming to Taiping County would ensure our survival, so I followed them here. Who would have imagined that the county would be so far away? My husband and I consumed all the food we brought along the way. Had it not been for your kindness, I fear my daughter would not have survived." Tears blurred Ding Xiaohua's eyes, mingling with the dirt on her face to form a murky liquid. The hardships she had endured on this journey were known only to her. With but a meager supply of provisions, she embarked on this perilous escape with her husband and daughter. From the arid lands of Liaozhou, they traversed hundreds of miles on foot to reach the territory of Qizhou. To an ordinary person, this distance might seem like a mere hour's journey by high-speed train. Yet for Ding Xiaohua, who relied solely on her feet, it felt far longer than the past 20 years of her life. Along the way, she, her husband, and daughter quenched their thirst by drinking dew and staved off hunger with their scant rations. Tragically, due to the lack of food, her husband succumbed to starvation on the road. Ding Xiaohua felt an immense sense of gratitude for encountering the benevolent Chen Dao and his companions. Otherwise, her daughter might have perished here as well. Alas! Chen Dao let out a soft sigh as he gazed at Ding Xiaohua's tear-streaked face. He retrieved a steamed bun from his bundle and offered it to her. Earlier, while feeding Ding Xiaohua's daughter, he had noticed the flicker of longing in her eyes. It was evident that she, too, had not eaten for a long time, and her stomach burned with hunger. "Thank you, young master," Ding Xiaohua said, clearly famished, as she seized the bun and devoured it ravenously. "If you are willing, you may accompany me. If not, it matters not. Continue on to the county town. I am willing to follow you, my benefactor. I wish to go with you," Ding Xiaohua replied eagerly, nodding fervently. She was not foolish. She understood that venturing to the county town might not guarantee survival. In contrast, there was hope for life by following Chen Dao. As for the appropriateness of a widow traveling with a group of men, she dismissed such considerations entirely. Poverty might not compel one to forsake dignity, but hunger certainly could. When life itself was at stake, who could afford to ponder the proprieties of gender? Then let us depart. The donkey cart resumed its journey, the heavy cargo compressing the dirt road into deep ruts. Chen Da, Chen Cheng, and others safeguarded the cart, their vigilant eyes scanning the rustling foliage nearby. Ding Xiaohua, carrying her daughter, trailed behind the group, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope for survival. After a while, a sudden cry emanated from the small creature perched on Chen Dao's shoulder. Acquainted with this little companion, Chen Dao recognized the unusual tone of its call and promptly gestured for the group to halt. At that moment, figures began to emerge from the thicket on the right side of the road, bandits concealed within the forest. Chen's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes to the right, his heart laden with gravity. On the official roads, the greatest fear lies in the lurking bandits hidden within the woods. These brigands may not possess formidable strength, yet they are exceptionally skilled at plundering goods. They regard the caravans transporting cargo as their prey, particularly targeting those laden with wealth. The band of forest bandits that had now emerged clearly had their sights set on the provisions upon the donkey carts of Chen and his companions. Chen Cheng and his companions were equally tense, their hearts heavy with trepidation. For this was their inaugural encounter with the brigands known as the Lin Fei along the official road. Before their eyes, figures began to materialize from the thicket, swiftly multiplying to exceed a dozen. These forest bandits brandished an array of weapons. Some wielded wooden staffs tipped with iron or stone heads, while others clutched knives, and a few resorted to the most rudimentary implements of stone and wood. Amidst the throng, a burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, a broad grin adorning his face. "Surrender half of the grain from your cart to us, and leave behind that woman. I shall ensure your safe passage," he proclaimed. "Indeed, leave us half the provisions and the woman, and you may depart unharmed. Hand over half your goods, or do not blame us for our lack of civility." The other ruffians echoed the bearded man's demands with boisterous agreement. Were it not for the dire circumstances, they would have preferred to avoid a confrontation with Chen Da's group, especially given Chen Cheng's formidable presence. Moreover, Chen Da had already knocked an arrow to his bowstring, aimed squarely at them. Chen Dao calmly surveyed the bandits before him, his expression inscrutable. These marauders were scarcely better off than the beggars outside the county town, each clad in tattered garments and gaunt of face, with only their burly leader sporting a more robust physique. Though these forest brigands appeared frail, the weapons they wielded still posed a tangible threat, and their sheer numbers deterred most ordinary cargo caravans, who would typically prefer to part with their wealth rather than invite calamity. However, this band of thieves was demanding far too much, insisting on half of the grain from the cart, and even plotting to abduct Ding Xiaohua. Such audacity was intolerable, not only to Chen Dao, but even to Chen Da himself. General Chen aimed his bow at the bearded leader and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Esteemed heroes, demanding half of the grain is excessive. Might we negotiate?" "No way." The bearded man interjected firmly. "My brothers have toiled hard to come this far. I cannot return without at least half a cart of grain. I would be remiss in my duties to my comrades. Indeed, we must secure half the grain. Boss, why not just eliminate them? That way, all the grain will belong to us. Precisely. Let us slay them. The authorities have no reach here. Kill them. The raucous shouts of the bearded man's henchmen echoed around, with many of the lower-ranking thugs not contemplating the implications of their actions. They instinctively believed that their numerical advantage would allow them to annihilate their adversaries, thus claiming both the grain and the women for themselves, without the need to haggle with Chen Dao and his companions. Amidst the clamor of his subordinates, the bearded man remained impassive, his gaze fixed menacingly on the greatest threats. Chen Dao and Chen Sheng. In a threatening tone, he declared, "You have 15 minutes to consider. Surrender half of the grain and that woman, or face death." Chapter 55. The terrifying little round Ding Xiaowa was pale with fear, though, to be accurate, her face was already smeared with dirt, rendering her expression a shade of earthiness. Trembling all over, she clutched the unconscious child tightly, her eyes fixated on Chen Dao and the others, terrified that they might hand her over. Chen Dao furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. As for Qin Jiang and the others, although they felt a twinge of anxiety, they maintained a steady gaze upon the adversaries before them, betraying no fear. Only Chen Chang, far from exhibiting any trepidation, boldly inquired of Chen Dao, "Brother Dao, shall I take it upon myself to teach them a lesson?" Chen Dao shook his head, remaining silent but letting out a soft sigh in his heart. Those ruffians before him, from a certain perspective, could be seen as wretched souls. They might have once been mere honest farmers, driven to banditry by the harsh realities of life. Yet, regardless of their past identities, when they posed a threat to Chen Dao's wealth, or even his life, they became his adversaries. Xiao Yuan, eliminate them. With a soft whimper, Xiao Yuan immediately sprang into action, leaping down from Chen Dao's shoulder. The moment it touched the ground, it shot forward like a projectile, transforming into a fleeting shadow before the eyes of the onlookers. What was that? Before the bearded man could discern Xiao Yuan's movement, a scream erupted behind him. Ah! A bandit wielding a wooden stick as a weapon suddenly found 3 lines of crimson appearing on his neck, the bloodlines expanding visibly, and then blood gushed forth, staining the ground around him in a scarlet hue. What in the world? The bandit, splattered with blood, stumbled back in terror, while the others widened their eyes in fear. Be careful, the bearded man hastily warned his companions. But scarcely had his words settled when another scream pierced the air. The bloodied subordinate, too, had sustained a fatal wound on his neck, blood erupting like a fountain, coloring the nearby fallen leaves and soil in a deep red. Damn it! What on earth is this creature? Xiao Yuan's speed was astonishingly swift, far beyond the bearded man's ability to perceive its movements. As for Chen Cheng and the others, they stood in shock. They had seen the cat that resided on Chen Dao's shoulder before, mistakenly believing it to be merely a pet. Little did they know that this seemingly beautiful and harmless creature possessed such lethal prowess, moving so swiftly that their eyes could scarcely keep pace. How formidable was this 9-tailed wolf? Chen Dao was profoundly shaken. The small round creature was a gift he had personally bestowed upon Chen Dao. Before he presented it to Chen Dao, this creature epitomized foolishness, appearing utterly daft and lacking any semblance of combat prowess, aside from its aesthetic appeal. It was of no practical use. He had even contemplated slaughtering it for meat and selling its hide. As this thought crossed Chen Dao's mind, he trembled. In just a few days, this 9-sectioned wolf had transformed into such a formidable entity. Would it remember his intentions to butcher it and seek vengeance? Just as Chen Dao pondered the possibility of retribution from the small round creature, the forest echoed with continuous cries of despair. The creature dashed nimbly among the bandits, delivering fatal strikes with each calculated move, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in its wake. Blood gushed forth, staining the fallen leaves crimson. Witnessing his men collapse one after another, the bearded bandit was on the brink of collapse himself. What in the world was this ghastly creature? His limbs turned cold as he realized that within this group, which he had deemed easy prey, lurked a being of such supernatural ferocity. Its speed was astonishing, and its attacks were razor-sharp, leaving him no opportunity to counter. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates fell one by one. Another series of anguished screams erupted, and as the bearded bandit turned to look, he found all his men sprawled on the ground, blood pooling into a small stream. It was at this moment that he finally discerned the creature's form. It resembled a cat, with a round face adorned in a mix of white and brown fur. its nose moist and seemingly innocuous. Yet, this seemingly harmless creature had, in mere moments, decimated his entire crew. This was no innocent animal. It was a merciless beast. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and he felt the strength draining from his body. Gradually, his vision blurred, and he felt himself weaken, collapsing onto the carpet of fallen leaves. Were they all dead? Chen Jiang widened his eyes, gazing at the lifeless body sprawled across the ground, his pupils trembling slightly. Chen Sheng and the others were utterly astonished as they beheld the complete annihilation of the bandits, their hearts filled with terror. In merely a few breaths, over 10 bandits had been swiftly dispatched, unable even to offer any resistance. The group turned their gaze towards the small round cat, which had once again leapt onto Chen Dao's shoulder, now lying there. Their impression of this seemingly beautiful and innocuous feline had completely transformed. It was no longer a harmless creature, but rather a harbinger of death, akin to a grim reaper. Dao Gur. Chen Dao approached Chen Dao silently, a sheepish expression on his face, and cautiously inquired, "Is this 9-segmented wolf the one I gifted you a few days ago?" Indeed. Chen Dao's response instantly left Chen Da feeling utterly despondent. It was over. This formidable 9-section wolf was so powerful. Just a few days prior, he had contemplated slaying it. Surely, it would seek retribution against him, wouldn't it? In his youth, Chen heard from the village's seasoned hunter that the 9-segmented wolf is an exceedingly petty creature, one that would never let slip the opportunity to retaliate against those who seek to slay it for sustenance. Rest assured, Uncle Chen, Xiao Yuan is not so vindictive. Chen Dao gently caressed Xiao Yuan's head, offering comfort to Chen Dao. Xiao Yuan responded with a couple of soft whimpers, as if in agreement with Chen Dao's words. However, there was a lingering hesitation. Chen Da gazed at the little round creature, whose front paws flailed incessantly as if to challenge him, and he couldn't shake off a chill that crept through his body. Very well, let us return to the village. Chen Dao spoke up to welcome the dazed crowd, restarting the donkey cart and setting off along the official road towards Chen Family Village. Chen Family Village, near the construction site of Chen Dao's residence. Idly gathered villagers congregated in small groups. Ever since the commencement of building by Chen Dao's family, this location transformed into a social hub for the villagers, who came to witness the spectacle, engage in leisurely conversations, and pass the time. Moreover, the presence of many bodies provided warmth, fostering a sense of community against the chill of the weather. "Have Dao Gur and the others not returned yet?" inquired a middle-aged woman, gazing towards the village entrance. Earlier that morning, news had spread throughout Chen Family Village that Chen Dao and his companions were heading into the city, and the villagers were aware that they would not be working today. However, this did not deter them from gathering and chatting. Chapter 56. A monumental number. Dao Gur has gone to the city to purchase grain. How affluent they are, exclaimed a male villager, his face radiating envy. Others nodded in agreement. The lives of Dao Gur and the Chen family were now evidently more prosperous than that of the village chief. Indeed, they feast on steamed buns made of fine white flour. Even Chen Sheng and his corpulent companions can indulge in such delicacies. The village chief's household cannot boast of such luxury. Dao Gur's family truly leads a life akin to that of deities. I wonder how much grain he will bring back this time. The villagers' conversations invariably revolved around the wealth of Chen Dao's family, their faces alight with longing and admiration whenever the topic arose. Yet, despite the envy, the passage of time had accustomed them to the situation. They could now approach discussions of Chen Dao with a sense of equanimity. However, this tranquility was soon to dissipate. Just as the villagers engaged in their idle chatter, a donkey cart slowly approached from the direction of the village entrance. Upon seeing the mound of grain sacks piled high on the cart, the onlookers' eyes nearly turned green with desire. "Is that the village chief's donkey cart?" one villager speculated. "Indeed, I remember clearly that scar on the donkey's forehead. Damn it, the cart is laden with grain. How much could that possibly be?" observed another, noting the visible sacks of rice. "Just look at those wheel tracks. They are nearly sinking into the ground. I estimate this grain must weigh over 1,000 pounds. I believe it to be at least 2,000 pounds. That's an underestimate. It must be at least 3,000 pounds. The villagers' remarks exuded a spirit reminiscent of the Great Leap Forward era in our country, with their words strikingly bold and audacious. To claim a yield of 1,000 caddies may still have some semblance of reason, but to assert figures like 2,000 or 3,000 caddies is utterly absurd. Just imagine this wooden donkey cart. Should it bear 3,000 caddies of grain, it would undoubtedly collapse under the weight. and the wheels might even suffer damage. Even if it somehow withstands the load, the burden is far beyond what a creature like a donkey could endure. Such astonishing statements arise merely from the villagers' extreme astonishment, leading them to speak indiscriminately. At this moment, every villager's gaze was fixated upon the donkey cart, as if it were a treasure trove of gold and silver. In a certain sense, the grain atop that cart held for the villagers a value akin to that of precious metals, perhaps even surpassing them in worth. After all, in these times, lacking money is one thing, but being without food at home poses a dire threat of starvation. "Brother Dao," exclaimed a young man named Chen Dao, unable to restrain himself as he approached the donkey cart beside Chen Dao, his mouth watering as he inquired, "Have you emptied the grain store in the county town?" "Brother Go, you jest." Chen Dao smiled and replied, "I have merely purchased 900 pounds of grain. How could I possibly empty the grain store?" 900 pounds. Chen Gora felt as though he had been struck by lightning, completely immobilized. 900 pounds of grain seemed an astronomical figure to him. Yet, Chen Dao had merely described it with the term "this little." The juxtaposition of this little with the staggering number of 900 nearly compelled Chen Gora to deliver a punch to Chen Dao's face, for it was infuriating beyond measure. How could there possibly be 900 pounds? The Dao family must be extraordinarily affluent. Even the landlord's household doesn't possess such an abundance of grain. Just look at those rotund men of Qincheng, their mouths nearly splitting with laughter. With such a bounty of grain purchased by Dao, how could it possibly diminish their own rations? The three brothers of Qincheng were truly invested, trailing behind Dao and indulging in feasts of 5 or 6 portions daily, their mouths glistening with grease. "I too wish to work alongside Dao. Why does he overlook me? I wish to marry Dao. I long to eat steamed buns every day." Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, the donkey cart slowly came to a halt before Chen Dao's home. Creak. Having heard the commotion, Li Ping and He Zuolian opened the gate to the front yard, smiling as they said, "You're back?" "MHM." Chen Dao nodded and said to Chen Cheng and the others, "Brother Cheng, could you kindly assist in moving the grain inside?" Chen Cheng replied, "Look, Dao Ge, this task is hardly a bother." Chen Cheng has always been the most diligent worker, leading his 2 brothers to commence the transportation of grain. Chen Da, Chen Jiang, and Chen Si also joined in the endeavor. As for Chen Dao, such labor was naturally unnecessary for him. "Brother Dao, how much grain have you purchased?" Li Ping inquired, gazing at the numerous bags being carried from the cart into the house. Even He Zuolian's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Dao, eagerly awaiting his response. "A total of 900 jin." As Chen Dao's words fell, Li Ping and He Zuolian were instantly plunged into a state of rigidity. What does 900 jin of grain signify? In years of abundance, this figure may not appear particularly formidable, representing merely the harvest from approximately 3 mu of land. However, in the current circumstances, 900 jin of grain transforms into an astronomical quantity. It is no exaggeration to state that the entire Chen family village, with its over 100 households, may not collectively possess as much as 900 jin, especially when considering the inclusion of byproducts such as rice husks and wheat bran. Yet, Chen Dao ventured into the county town and returned with such a substantial amount of grain. "Initially, I had contemplated purchasing 2 to 3,000 jin, but the donkey cart simply could not accommodate that volume, so I could only bring back 900 jin for the time being." The addition of this statement by Chen Dao instantaneously plunged Li Ping and He Zuolian's minds into a more prolonged state of paralysis. 3,000 caddies of grain, a figure these 2 women had never dared to dream of. "Dao, where did you acquire the funds to purchase such an immense quantity of grain?" Li Ping instinctively inquired. "Do not concern yourself with that, mother. I have my own methods." Chen Dao smiled and casually dismissed the matter, subsequently stepping aside to reveal Ding Xiaohua behind him. "Mother, allow me to introduce you. This is Ding Xiaohua, who fled from Qinzhou. I felt pity for her, so I brought her back." Upon hearing Chen Dao's introduction, Ding Xiaohua stepped forward, somewhat anxious, and said, "Greetings, Aunt." From the conversation between Chen Dao and Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua had already discerned Li Ping's identity as Chen Dao's mother. In the Xia state, filial piety governs the world, and a mother's role within the family is of considerable significance. Thus, when facing Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua was apprehensive about whether Li Ping would disapprove of her and send her away. If she were unable to remain in Chen Dao's home, she would have nowhere else to turn and would have to seek her fortune in the county town. "Fled from Qizhou?" Li Ping frowned, scrutinizing Ding Xiaohua before her. The woman was clad in tattered linen garments, her body soiled and her face streaked with dust and dirt. While she bore a child, unconscious, upon her back, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Chapter 57. An experience unbeknownst. Li Ping showed no disdain for Ding Xiaohua's filth, stepping forward to grasp her hand. Her heart aching as she said, "My dear girl, you came from Liangzhou?" "I fled Liangzhou with my husband." Ding Xiaohua nodded, recounting her harrowing journey. Upon hearing her tale, not only was Li Ping moved, but even he Zuelian felt a pang of sorrow. With only a scant amount of provisions, traversing hundreds of miles from Liangzhou to Taiping County, one need not think too deeply to comprehend the challenges faced along the way. It was unimaginable that Ding Xiaohua's husband had starved to death on the journey. One could hardly fathom how, after losing her partner, she managed to carry a child and complete the remaining journey on her own two weary feet. This girl truly has endured much, he Zuelian sighed softly. She could not grasp how the world had become so cruel, yet she felt a surge of sympathy for Ding Xiaohua. Li Ping felt similarly. She tightened her grip on Ding Xiaohua's hand, as if to impart a measure of strength to her. "My dear, go wash yourself. We will take care of the child." "Thank you, Aunt," Ding Xiaohua replied, tears welling in her eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude. Li Ping, the mother of her benefactor, not only showed no disdain for her, but also demonstrated such thoughtful concern for her unkempt state. This kindness was an experience Ding Xiaohua had never encountered since her flight. "Go now, and leave the child to me." As Li Ping urged Ding Xiaohua to wash, she turned to He Zuelian and instructed, "Sister He, please fetch a garment for Xiaohua." Of course, the bathing rituals of the impoverished are, naturally, far less elaborate than those of the affluent. After Ding Xiaohua washed away the grime from her body with the heated water she had prepared, she donned He Zuelian's clothing and returned to the front courtyard. It was only at this moment that Chen Dao truly discerned Ding Xiaohua's features. Her facial features, though not exceptionally striking, were passably decent. And while her complexion was somewhat dark, this was entirely understandable. For anyone traversing hundreds of miles under the sun and wind would find it difficult to maintain a fair skin tone. What surprised Chen Dao the most was Ding Xiaohua's age. He had previously assumed that a woman with a 5 or 6-year-old child would be in her 30s. Yet upon closer inspection of her slightly youthful visage, it appeared she was scarcely even 20. Chen Dao contemplated for a moment before deciding to address Ding Xiaohua as Sister Ding. "Sister Ding, how old are you?" he inquired. In response to my benefactor, "I am 20 years old this year," she replied. Chen Dao opened his mouth, gaining a deeper understanding of early marriage in this world. If one is already a parent to a 5 or 6-year-old child at the age of 20, does that not imply that Ding Xiaohua married at the tender age of 14 or 15 and successfully gave birth to a child? Such ages for marriage and childbirth are indeed striking. Chen Dao's lips twitched. Was it not too early for the people of this world to marry? To wed before the age of 15 and bear children was something unimaginable in his previous life. "Let us dine first." At that moment, Li Ping, seeing that Chen Qing and the others had finished moving the grain, called out to signal everyone to eat. Upon hearing the word dinner, the eyes of Ding Xiaohua, the 3 Chen brothers, as well as Chen Si and Chen Jiang, all sparkled with anticipation. It was time to eat. The crowd surged into the kitchen, only to discover that despite the spaciousness of the Chen family's dining table, it could not accommodate so many individuals. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Dao suggested, "Let us take our meals to the front yard, leaving the kitchen for the women and children." With that, he grasped 2 steamed buns and a bowl of egg drop soup, leading the way out of the kitchen and squatting down in the front yard to enjoy his meal. Chen Cheng and his companions followed suit, each holding a steamed bun while squatting beside Chen Dao. In addition, each of them cradled a bowl of egg drop soup in their hands. Working at Dao Ji's home is truly a pleasure. Chen Cheng took a sip of the egg drop soup and, filled with emotion, remarked, "Not only is there fragrant steamed bread, but there is also egg drop soup to enjoy. I have never eaten so well before." "I feel the same way." The 2 brothers, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, nodded enthusiastically. During their time working at Chen Dao's home, it had been the most splendid period for the 3 siblings. Each day, they feasted on ample steamed buns. And today, they even savored egg drop soup. To them, the county magistrate's life seemed no better than theirs. If they were this elated over a bowl of egg drop soup, how would they react if they were to taste meat? Would they not be overjoyed to the point of folly? Chen Dao chuckled as he remarked that the egg drop soup was seasoned with only a hint of salt, rendering its flavor exceedingly bland. To him, it was merely a slight improvement over plain water. As for whether there was any discernible taste of egg, the frequent consumer of eggs, Chen Dao, couldn't quite detect it. However, judging by the reactions of Chen Cheng and the others, There must have been at least a hint of egg flavor. "Oh, Brother Dao, do not jest with us," Chen Cheng said with a hearty laugh as he swallowed a mouthful of steamed bun. "Where would we find the luxury of meat? If we could truly indulge in meat, I would gladly appear a fool." "Chen Mu, I feel the same way." "Chen Si, I feel the same way." Chen Dao cast a glance at the three brothers, feeling that they were rather easily contented. They seemed overjoyed merely by having steamed buns accompanied by egg soup, not even daring to hope for a morsel of meat. "Just wait. I shall ensure that you will feast on meat sooner or later." In her heart, Chen Dao pondered. In the kitchen, Li Ping handed a steaming bun to Ding Xiaohua, smiling as she said, "Xiaohua, do eat more. You look so thin." Having learned of Ding Xiaohua's plight, Li Ping couldn't help but recall her own days of losing a man, a time when she too faced hardships akin to those of Ding Xiaohua, which deepened her sympathy for her. "Thank you, Auntie." Ding Xiaohua casually surveyed the meal laid out on the table. To Chen Dao, the food might seem trivial. Yet for her, it was a feast far superior to her usual fare. Even before the calamity, Ding Xiaohua's diet had consisted mostly of wild vegetables and rice husks. She could scarcely dream of buns or egg drop soup. She tore a small piece of the bun and placed it in her mouth, immediately enveloped by a delightful aroma. As she chewed, a sweetness unfurled in her mouth, a flavor so exquisite that it made the 5 days of starvation vanish from her mind, causing her to instinctively squint her eyes in blissful rapture. Seeing Ding Xiaohua's reaction, Li Ping and He Tzuelian exchanged a glance and smiled in unison. As the chefs behind the buns, witnessing another's satisfaction filled their hearts with a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, the younger children, Chun Fei and Chen Taidan, were oblivious to the deeper sentiments, happily savoring the egg soup and buns, their mouths delightfully messy. In the midst of enjoying her bun, Ding Xiaohua did not forget her child. She picked up another bun and said to Li Ping, "Auntie, I'll go feed my child now." Ding Xiaohua's little one had been temporarily settled in Chun Tiedan's room and was still in a state of unconsciousness. "Go ahead." Li Ping nodded, understanding Ding Xiaohua's concern for her child and offering no objections. Thus, Ding Xiaohua took the bun and a cup of water, heading to Chun Tiedan's room to feed her child. After dinner, Chen Cheng and the others gradually departed. Chen Dao's returned to his room and lay down, initially intending to take out the Fuhu Fist Manual for a glance. However, reading in the pitch darkness proved to be exceedingly arduous, compelling him to abandon the thought. He reclined on his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, when Chen Dao awoke, Chen Da had already departed for the construction site. In the kitchen, Li Ping and He Tzuelian were industriously preparing breakfast for everyone, while Ding Xiaohua also lent a helping hand. Feeling a sense of guilt for being a beneficiary of others' kindness, Ding Xiaohua endeavored to contribute by performing tasks within her capability. "Dao Ge has awakened." He Tzuelian greeted Chen Dao with a smile upon seeing him at the kitchen door. "Benefactor," Dao Er responded. Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua also extended their greetings. "Mother, Aunt, Sister Ding." Chen Dao responded to the crowd without disturbing their thoughts and proceeded directly to the front yard. The cacophony of clucking echoed melodiously, as if nature itself were orchestrating a symphony. After a period of breeding, the number of yellow-feathered chickens in the coop had swelled to 40, comprising 12 adults and 25 juveniles, alongside 3 blood-feathered chickens. Prior to his journey to the city, Chen Dao had successfully raised 8 blood-feathered chickens, selectively selling 5, while retaining the remaining 3 for his own use. In Chen Dao's perspective, the martial artists of this world primarily cultivate their life force, and the blood-feathered chickens serve to augment this vital energy. His intention in keeping these 3 was to experiment with the notion of directly consuming them to determine if it could aid in his ascension to martial prowess without the aid of established techniques. Even if it did not yield the desired results, it would at least fortify his physical constitution. Originally, this was his plan. However, circumstances have since shifted. He now possesses the tiger-felling fist manual gifted by Li Hu, marking the time to embark on his journey to becoming a martial artist. Although Chen Dao has the protection of Xiao He and Xiao Yuan, they are ultimately mere animals and prone to lapses in vigilance. Thus, it is his fervent desire to cultivate his own martial abilities for self-defense. Furthermore, even setting aside personal safety, the advantages of becoming a martial artist are numerous. According to his understanding, martial artists tend to enjoy significantly longer lifespans. A 9th-tier martial artist can typically live to be 100 years old, while an 8th-tier martial artist may reach around 120. Therefore, for the sake of his longevity, the pursuit of martial artistry is an imperative endeavor. Chen Dao returned to his abode, and after feeding the chickens with the grains, he took out the manual of the tiger fist technique. Perusing it under the gentle rays of the morning sun, the manual was not particularly thick, and within a quarter of an hour, Chen Dao had completed his reading. Thus, he discovered the nature of martial arts in this world. Chen Dao gazed thoughtfully at the four prominent characters Fuhu Quan Pu emblazoned on the cover. According to the description within the Fuhu Fist Manual, the martial arts of this world are categorized into 9 ranks, with the Fuhu Fist being a technique attainable only by those who reach the 7th rank. The method of cultivating the Fuhu Fist is quite straightforward. One merely needs to practice the techniques delineated in the manual, executing each move meticulously to enhance one's vitality. However, it is also stated within the manual that for an ordinary person, practicing the Fuhu Fist once a day constitutes the utmost limit. Any attempt to overexert oneself may inevitably lead to damage to one's physical foundation, resulting in a depletion of bodily resources. Even those with extraordinary talent, such as individuals endowed with innate strength, find that practicing 3 times a day is the maximum threshold. Any further exertion would similarly harm their foundational essence, causing depletion. At such times, the use of medicinal herbs designed to bolster vitality becomes invaluable. A robust physique can accommodate a greater volume of vitality, which in turn nourishes the flesh. After utilizing these vitality-enhancing herbs, one's vitality is replenished, thereby allowing for more intense training. This cycle continues to amplify vitality, establishing a positive feedback loop. Thus, it appears that in this world of martial arts, both techniques and resources are indispensable, with the significance of resources potentially surpassing that of the techniques themselves. Chen Dao finally comprehended why Li Hu asserted that martial arts were of little value. Even if one were to bestow the tiger's subduing fist upon an ordinary individual, they would unlikely attain the prowess of a martial artist. The enhancement of one's vitality from a single execution of the tiger's subduing fist is exceedingly minimal, and an average person could only perform it once a day. After a year or so of such practice, the augmentation of their vitality would still remain a distant dream from achieving the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist. Only those affluent scions and esteemed nobles, endowed with abundant resources, possess the means to cultivate themselves into martial artists. However, for Chen Dao, the seemingly insurmountable path of martial arts posed no concern. Although he lacked the medicinal herbs to bolster his vitality, he was in possession of the blood feather chicken. Li Hu's reaction to the chicken's blood had already demonstrated that. Even the blood of the blood feather chicken yields effects superior to conventional medicinal herbs utilized by ordinary martial artists. From a certain perspective, Chen Dao's supply of blood feather chickens was inexhaustible, equating to an infinite reservoir of martial training resources. What reason would he have to fear becoming a martial artist? He decided to first attempt the tiger's subduing fist. After Li Ping and others exited with their food containers to feed Chen Cheng and the others, Chen Dao rose from the threshold and endeavored to practice the tiger's subduing fist. The technique was far more sophisticated than the crude martial arts of his past life. Each movement demanded considerable physical exertion. In no time, Chen Dao found himself breathless, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Upon completing a single round of the tiger's subduing fist, he appeared as though he had just emerged from a deluge, his garments drenched, and his complexion alarmingly pale, as if he might faint at any moment. No wonder Li Hu had cautioned him. With his current physique, executing the tiger's subduing fist once a day was indeed his utmost limit. Chen Dao murmured to himself, breathless. His frail body, a consequence of prolonged nutritional deficiency, was severely depleted and exceedingly weak. After practicing the Fuhu fist just once, he felt utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, leaving even his fingers reluctant to move. The surge of energy and vitality remained elusive, leaving him uncertain of any increase in his internal strength. Chen Dao attempted to sense the condition within his body, yet he found it utterly imperceptible. Is it possible that the increase is too minuscule, rendering me oblivious to it? Chen Dao pondered for a moment before approaching the chicken coop, where he seized a blood-feathered chicken. He then took the chicken to the kitchen, where he wielded a chef's knife to swiftly sever its throat. The chicken emitted its final mournful cluck, as blood flowed down and collected in a bowl that Chen Dao had meticulously prepared. After securing the chicken's blood, he temporarily set the lifeless body aside in the kitchen and carried the bowl to the front yard. Chapter 59. The Chicken Blood. Li Hu, an 8th-grade warrior, reacted dramatically after consuming all the chicken blood in one gulp. Given that my physique is far inferior to Li Hu's, it would be wiser to partake in a smaller portion. Chen Dao pondered for a moment before taking a delicate sip of the chicken blood. To his surprise, the flavor was rather pleasing. The metallic taste was faint, and there was even a hint of sweetness. Chen Dao lightly touched his lips, savoring the taste of chicken blood. In the next moment, he felt a warm current rising from his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs. Chen Dao experienced a delightful warmth enveloping his entire body, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. It seemed as though his depleted energy was rapidly being replenished. Chen Dao took a moment to savor the experience. As the warmth within him spread, his strength rapidly replenished. In no time at all, he felt invigorated and capable of executing the tiger fist once more. The effects were remarkably potent. Chen Dao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he quickly assumed his stance and resumed practicing the tiger fist. After completing a round of the tiger fist, he was once again left breathless, his clothes drenched in perspiration, droplets cascading from his garments to the floor. A little more motivation, please. Chen Dao picked up the bowl that had been set aside and took a hearty sip of the chicken blood. A familiar warmth surged once again from his stomach, this time much more intense than before, causing the exposed skin of Chen Dao to turn a vivid red, resembling that of a cooked crab. He continued to practice his punches. Drink the chicken blood. Practice his punches. Drink the chicken blood. Practice his punches. Chen Dao became ensnared in an endless cycle of training. It was only after he had drained the bowl of its contents and performed the tiger fist a total of 10 times that he finally paused, exhaling a plume of white breath. The results were exceedingly gratifying. Chen Dao carefully attuned himself to the condition of his body. Although he could not ascertain the precise increase in his vitality and energy, he could distinctly perceive the transformation within himself. After performing the tiger fist 10 times, he felt a significant surge in his strength. In the past, even lifting a bucket of water had been a struggle, yet now, he sensed that he could effortlessly hoist 2 buckets simultaneously. At this rate, it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier martial artist. The hallmark of a 9th-tier martial artist is the capacity to exert 200 pounds of force with each arm, and while Chen Dao still had a considerable distance to cover, he estimated that his current arm strength was around 40 pounds, less than the average arm strength of adult males from his previous life, which ranged from 20 to 30 kilograms. Nevertheless, Chen Dao did not succumb to despair. With just 10 repetitions of the tiger fist, he had already endowed his frail physique with an arm strength approaching that of an adult male from his former life. With diligent practice of the tiger fist and the addition of blood feather chicken and blood feather chicken meat to his regimen, it was only a matter of time before he became a martial artist. He pondered the effectiveness of blood feather chicken meat with curiosity. Chen Dao returned to the kitchen, gazing at the lifeless body of the blood-feathered chicken. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to ignite the flames for cooking. "Dao, what are you doing?" At that moment, Li Ping and her companions, carrying their meal containers, returned and, upon seeing Chen Dao in the kitchen, inquired with curiosity. "I am preparing to cook a chicken." Chen Dao casually replied, "Sure." Li Ping and He Tzuelian had no objections. They had long grown accustomed to Chen Dao's extravagance or, one might say, his capriciousness. In their eyes, Chen Dao was a capable individual, one who had discovered the secrets to raising chickens and was able to bring back such abundant grain. He possessed the privilege to indulge in wastefulness. However, Ding Xiaohua, who accompanied Li Ping and He Tzuelian, was left in a state of shock. It was broad daylight, with no labor to be done and minimal physical exertion, yet they were preparing to cook a chicken. Wasn't he that a tad excessive? Furthermore, judging by Li Ping and He Tzuelian's reactions, they exhibited no dissent towards Chen Dao's actions. If Ding Xiaohua were a citizen of Huagua, she might have been compelled to utter that classic inquiry. What kind of family is this? This little benefactor's household seemed excessively affluent. Ding Xiaohua couldn't help but reflect, casually slaughtering a chicken for a meal. Such extravagance was something even the wealthiest landowners would hesitate to indulge in. Chen Dao was completely oblivious to Ding Xiaohua's reaction. At that moment, he was busy boiling water. This blood-feathered chicken was not intended for stir-frying. Rather, he planned to stew it directly in boiling water. "Mother, could you please assist me in removing the chicken's entrails?" Coming. After Li Ping helped to extract the innards, Chen Dao briefly immersed the chicken in the boiling water, then began to pluck its feathers. Once the feathers were thoroughly removed, he boiled another pot of water, placed the entire chicken into the pot, added a pinch of salt, and then covered the pot to let it simmer. Brother, what are you cooking?" Chen Fei truly deserves the title of a foodie. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, she darted into the kitchen, tiptoeing in an earnest attempt to discern what was simmering in the pot. However, what was being cooked this time was far from delectable. Chen Dao gently patted Chen Fei's head, exhibiting no intention of sharing any of the chicken with her. It was not that he was unwilling, rather, he was concerned about her tender age. The blood feather chicken, known for its nourishing properties, could be overwhelming for someone as young as Chen Fei. Would she be able to handle it? Chen Fei furrowed her small nose in suspicion, yet she maintained a considerable trust in her brother. Upon hearing Chen Dao declare that the food was unappetizing, she quickly dashed out of the kitchen, returning to the front yard to frolic with Chun Taidan and Xiao Yuan. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Dao lifted the lid of the pot, and an intoxicating aroma of meat enveloped the entire kitchen, wafting even beyond its confines. The chicken that Dao had stewed was indeed fragrant. Li Ping, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Ding Xiaohua and He Zulian in the living room, remarked with a smile. Both Ding Xiaohua and He Zulian nodded in unison, with Ding Xiaohua even swallowing hard, for someone who had endured 5 days without a morsel. Feeling the pangs of hunger and a belly that felt like it was ablaze, the allure of the meat's aroma was irresistible. Fortunately, since moving into the Chun household yesterday, Ding Xiaohua had partaken of 2 hearty meals, thereby maintaining her composure. This chicken was truly exceptional. In the kitchen, Chen Dao, having opened the pot lid, observed the chicken within. The flesh of the blood feather chicken was entirely distinct from that of ordinary poultry, transforming into a vibrant red upon cooking, with the broth taking on the same hue. No wonder it possessed such remarkable nourishing properties for enhancing vitality and blood. Chen Dao lifted the chicken from the pot and placed it upon a plate, determined not to waste the broth, intending to share it with his family and Chen Cheng, who was working diligently. "Mother, do savor this chicken soup," he called out as he exited the kitchen. He served a bowl of soup to Li Ping, He Zulian, and Ding Xiaohua, each of whom accepted it without pretense and took a hearty sip. The flavor was delightful. Li Ping nodded, offering her affirmation. Although the soup was crafted merely from plain water with a pinch of salt, it was rich with the essence of the meat. Exquisite. Ding Xiaohua's appraisal was refreshingly straightforward. For to her, anything imbued with the taste of meat was the epitome of culinary delight. "Indeed, it is splendid." He Zulian also expressed her approval. Chen Dao inquired, "Do you experience any peculiar sensations after consuming the chicken soup?" With a furrowed brow, Li Ping pondered for a moment before responding. "It seems that after drinking the soup, my body feels somewhat warmer. The chill has lessened." Chapter 60, Fragrant, exceedingly fragrant. "I feel the same way," Ding Xiaohua and He Zulian echoed with similar sentiments. "This chicken soup is indeed quite remarkable. Its pale red broth seems to dispel all traces of coldness, enveloping the body in a cozy warmth reminiscent of a comforting winter." "Is that so?" Chen Dao's face reflected a contemplative expression, suggesting that the effects of the chicken soup were merely mildly nourishing, far inferior to the invigorating properties of chicken blood. He pondered what the effects of the chicken meat might be. "Mother, there is still some chicken soup in the house. Please take it to Uncle and the others for a taste." "Let me handle it." Ding Xiaohua eagerly rose, made her way into the kitchen, lifted the wooden bucket filled with broth, and then exited, heading straight for the construction site. Meanwhile, Chen Dao tore off a fragrant chicken leg and began to indulge. Although the stewed chicken had only a pinch of salt for seasoning after simmering for half an hour, it remained exceptionally tender and exuded a rich meaty aroma that tantalized Chen Dao's palate. Before long, he had devoured all the meat from one chicken leg. And at that moment, a warm sensation arose in his stomach. However, this warmth seemed to differ from that induced by chicken blood. Chen Dao attentively sensed the transformations within his body. Upon consuming the chicken blood, he experienced an overwhelming reaction, feeling as though his entire being was ablaze with vitality, stirring an irresistible desire to release the excess energy coursing through him. In contrast, the sensation of the chicken meat settling in his stomach was entirely different. While it too conjured a warm flow within, nourishing his energy and blood, its effect was not as intense as that of the chicken blood. It seemed to gently and quietly nurture his body, akin to the subtle yet profound impact of life-giving rain. Chen Dao continued to savor the stewed chicken. Having just engaged in a vigorous bout of boxing, his energy expenditure was considerable, and his appetite was insatiable. In a remarkably short span, he consumed the entire chicken. As he finished the last morsel, a warm sensation surged within him, though its effect was rather gentle, enveloping him in a comforting warmth rather than igniting an overwhelming urge to unleash his pent-up energy as if infused with the vitality of the chicken's blood. It appeared that the nourishing properties of the chicken were subtle, offering a gradual and steady replenishment. Chen Dao pondered for a moment before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, as Chen Dao indulged in his bath, Ding Xiaohua had already arrived at the construction site, carrying a wooden bucket. She addressed Chen Dao, saying, "Uncle Chen, this is the chicken soup prepared by our benefactor. He asked me to bring it for you to taste." Upon hearing this, Chen Dao immediately called out, instructing Chen Sheng and others to pause their work and gather around Ding Xiaohua. "Uncle, what is it?" Chen Sheng scratched his head and inquired, "Is this a good thing?" Chen burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Dao Ge has prepared some chicken soup, specifically asking Xiaohua to bring it over for you all to savor." Chicken soup. The eyes of the three Chen brothers, Chen Cheng, Chen Si, and Chen Jiang, sparkled with excitement. Simultaneously, Ding Xiaohua lifted the lid off the wooden barrel, and as it was removed, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Chen Cheng and the others to salivate in anticipation. Nearby, the villagers, who were drawn in by the commotion, fervently sniffed the air, their mouths watering uncontrollably. What is that delightful scent? It is undeniably the fragrance of meat. Has the Daoj family truly provided them with meat? Such extravagance. How wealthy must the Daoj family be to indulge those working for them with meat? I can hardly remember the last time I tasted meat. Mother, I too wish to eat meat. Eat what? Go away. The villagers' speculations were, of course, misguided. The fare that Chen Dao provided for Chen Qing and the others was not meat, but chicken soup. However, even chicken soup was enough to make Chen Cheng and the others yearn with desire. Gazing into the barrel at the glistening, oily broth, rich with the aroma of meat, Chen Qing couldn't help but swallow hard and exclaim, "Daoj is truly generous to us. Not only has he provided us with filling steamed buns, but he has also given us meat soup." Chen Shi and Chen Mu nodded fervently, and Chen Dao truly had no words for them. Normally, they could barely satisfy their hunger with rice husks. Yet since they began assisting Chen Dao, they now enjoyed hearty meals of steamed buns at every meal. Not only had they never gone hungry, but they also occasionally savored egg soup, and now they had chicken soup as well. Such a life surpassed that of 90% of the villagers in the entire community. "Let's drink while it's hot." Ding Xiaohua smiled, taking out bowls and serving a bowl of chicken soup for each person. Chen Sheng was the first to take a bowl of chicken soup. Inhaling the rich aroma of the meat within, he hesitated to take a sip, opting instead for a delicate taste. As the savory broth touched his palate, the long-forgotten essence of the meat unfurled in his mouth, awakening his taste buds with a delightful sensation. It was exquisitely fragrant, overwhelmingly so. Chen Sheng could not help but exclaim in admiration. The others, too, while sipping their soup, expressed their unending praise. Even Chen Si and Chen Jiang, who often wore expressions of stoicism, revealed satisfied smiles. For those who had subsisted primarily on staple foods for years, a simple bowl of fragrant chicken broth was sufficient to evoke a sense of contentment. The group savored their soup in small sips, their faces illuminated with expressions of bliss. "Xiaohua, do join us for a bowl." Chen De noticed the longing expression on Ding Xiaohua's face and hurriedly said to her, "I think I shall abstain from drinking." Ding Xiaohua, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "There isn't much chicken soup. It must be reserved for those of you who engage in laborious work." Hailing from a rural background, Ding Xiaohua understood that men who toil require more sustenance. Although the soup lacked chicken, it at least bore the savory essence of meat, capable of replenishing the strength of the hard-working men. Chen De disregarded Ding Xiaohua's polite refusals and directly filled a bowl of chicken soup, placing it firmly in her hands. As Ding Xiaohua accepted the soup, she felt a surge of gratitude. Both Chen Dao, who had rescued her, and the entire Chen family had shown her unparalleled kindness, allowing her to experience a warmth she had never known during her arduous journey to Qingzhou. "Go ahead and drink," he urged. "Thank you, Uncle," Ding Xiaohua replied, no longer resisting, and she lifted the bowl to savor the nourishing broth. "This chicken soup is truly remarkable." At that moment, Chen Cheng, having finished his own bowl, remarked with a satisfied expression, after drinking it, "I feel a delightful warmth spreading through my body, as if I've gained considerable strength." "I feel the same way," he added. Chen Shi and Chen Mu nodded fervently, akin to the echo of Chen Cheng's words. If one could indulge in steamed buns and sip on chicken soup daily, I believe it would be worth even the ultimate sacrifice. Chen Qing remarked, "Brother Qing, are you aspiring to live the life of a landlord?" Chen Jiang jestingly remarked, "Every day it's steamed buns accompanied by chicken soup. Even the wealthiest landowners cannot enjoy such a life." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Soon after finishing their soup, everyone was invigorated and returned to their tasks. Ding Xiaohua, meanwhile, carried a wooden bucket back to the Chen family home, where she engaged in casual conversation with Chen Dao and others in the living room. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the tranquility. Ding Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback. Her face swiftly illuminated with joy. It was the voice of Xiao Jia. Filled with excitement, Ding Xiaohua sprang to her feet and hurried towards the adjacent room. Chen Dao and the others exchanged glances and promptly rose to follow. Chapter 61. The best-steamed bun. Xiao Jia groggily opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling of the room, feeling a sense of strangeness enveloping her. Her memories lingered on the journey alongside her mother, recollecting only the gnawing hunger that had overtaken her before she lost consciousness, awakening to find herself on this bed. The unfamiliar surroundings stirred unease within her, prompting her to instinctively call out for her mother. Xiao Jia, a voice she found deeply familiar, resonated, and as she weakly turned towards its source, she beheld her mother. Mother! Xiao Jia exclaimed in joy, her heart settling considerably at the sight. Parents are a child's greatest anchor, and the moment she saw her mother, the dread of the alien environment dissipated significantly. Xiao Jia, you've finally awakened. Ding Xiaohua hurried to the bedside, clasping Xiao Jia's small hand tightly. I was so worried about you. Mother, the two grasped each other's hands in a tender embrace. Chen Dao and the others who entered the room observed this scene, their hearts heavy with emotion. The bond between the mother and daughter, having traversed hundreds of miles together, was indeed a testament to their resilience. Had they not encountered Chen Dao, they might have perished on the road or outside the county, reduced to mere bones in the wilderness. Ding Xiaohua stepped aside and gestured towards Chen Dao, saying to Xiao Jia, "This is our benefactor, young Master Chen, who saved us. You must always remember his kindness and repay it with all your might. Do you understand?" At her tender age, Xiao Jia could not fully grasp such profound sentiments. However, she surveyed Chen Dao with her dark, glistening eyes and instinctively nodded, declaring, "I understand, mother. I will surely repay our benefactor." That is good, that is good. After a brief conversation, Xiao Jia appeared fatigued. Ding Xiaohua hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a leftover steamed bun, feeding it to Xiao Jia before soothing her back to sleep. "Benefactor, I cannot thank you enough." Ding Xiaohua expressed her deep gratitude to Chen Dao and his companions as she witnessed Xiao Jia slumbering peacefully, her appreciation palpable. Before encountering Chen Dao, she had nearly resigned herself to the belief that her daughter was doomed, scarcely daring to hope for survival. Chen Dao had altered their fate, ensuring not only her daughter's survival, but also providing them with sustenance. "Sister Ding, there is no need for such gratitude." Chen Dao waved his hand and said, "From now on, you may simply call me Chen Dao or Brother Dao. There is no need to refer to me as your benefactor." "Understood," Ding Xiaohua readily replied, secretly cherishing Chen Dao's kindness in her heart. As evening approached, Chen Cheng and the others, having finished their work, grew increasingly anxious when no one arrived to bring them their meal. Chen Cheng gazed at Chen Da and inquired, "Why has no one arrived yet with the meals?" The other four individuals also turned their attention towards Chen Da, anticipating his response. Chen replied with a smile, "This afternoon, Xiaohua came to me and said that today we won't be dining at the construction site. Instead, we shall eat at my home." Chen Cheng and the others let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed Chen Da home. "Everyone is back?" Upon seeing the group return, Chen Dao, who was busy feeding the chickens, smiled and said, "You are in for a treat tonight. There will be something delicious to enjoy." "Delicious?" Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Is it chicken soup?" Having savored a bowl of chicken soup, his affections had shifted from steamed buns to this delightful broth. Of course, his fondness for steamed buns remained undiminished. It was merely that the combination of steamed buns with chicken soup would elevate his culinary experience to new heights. Not at all. Chen Dao shook his head, and disappointment immediately appeared on the faces of the crowd. However, at that moment, Chen Dao continued, "The chicken soup is no more. Yet, we do have egg soup and chicken giblets." Egg soup and chicken giblets? The disappointment that lingered on Chen Cheng and others' faces dissipated entirely, replaced by a delightful expression that spread across their countenances. "Dao Gur, is it true that we can savor chicken giblets?" Chen Cheng inquired with a gleam in his eyes. "Of course it is true. Follow me." Chen Dao led the group into the kitchen, where their eyes were drawn to the spread upon the dining table. Indeed, as Chen Dao had mentioned, the The table was adorned not only with steamed buns, but also with a generous bowl of egg drop soup and a small platter of chicken offal. The sight of that modest dish ignited a fervent gleam in their eyes. While the flavor of chicken offal may not rival that of tender chicken meat, it still constituted a meaty delight for Chen Sheng and his companions, who had not savored a morsel of meat in many years. Even a small serving of chicken offal was enough to evoke a sense of astonishment. However, despite the allure of the dish, its quantity seemed rather insufficient. With the addition of Chen Dao and his family, along with Ding Xiaohua and her daughter, there were as many as 8 individuals, including ourselves. There were a total of 13. This modest plate of chicken delicacies may scarcely suffice for all. Let us each take a small portion of the chicken delights. Chen Dao smiled and remarked, a taste is sufficient. To truly satiate oneself, one must rely on the steamed buns. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and began to portion the chicken offal, serving a little to Chen Sheng and the others. Subsequently, the group of men carried their bowls to the front courtyard to dine, while the women remained in the kitchen to partake in their meal. Notably, Ding Xiaohua's daughter, Qiu Jia, was now able to walk and was sitting at the dining table, shyly beside Chen Fei. Mother, Qiu Jia inquired softly, pointing at the plump, white steamed buns on the table. What is this? Her lack of knowledge was not due to ignorance, but rather because, having been born in a rural and impoverished household, she had never encountered such food before. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the fluffy, white delicacies made her swallow instinctively. Though she was unaware of what it was, she instinctively felt that this visually appealing food must surely be far superior to what she had previously consumed. This is a steamed bun, Chen Fei explained to Qiu Jia beside her. Steamed buns are absolutely delicious. They are even more delectable than white rice. Indeed, steamed buns are the most delightful. Chen Dao concurred, expressing that ever since he had tasted steamed buns, he had developed a disinclination for plain rice, fervently requesting Hitsulian to prepare buns daily. Steamed buns. Qiu Jia tilted her head, recalling that she had seldom indulged in plain rice, which, in her memory, was among the most delectable of meals. Yet, both Chen Fei and Chen Dao insisted that buns surpassed rice in flavor. This only heightened Qiu Jia's desire to experience the taste of steamed buns. However, the unfamiliar surroundings and people made her instinctively hesitant, preventing her from reaching for the buns on the table. Please, everyone, help yourselves. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Ping spoke up, signaling for everyone to commence their meal. Let us dine. Chen Fei moved with remarkable speed, swiftly grabbing a piece of steamed bun and shoving it into her mouth. Chen Dao was not far behind. He requested Hitsulian to serve him a bowl of egg drop soup, which he paired with his bun. Qiu Jia, however, was more cautious, delicately tearing off a piece of the bun and placing it into her mouth. The moment the bun touched her palate, Qiu Jia's eyes lit up with delight. The rich aroma of wheat enveloped her senses, and the sweet, savory flavor lingered after each chew. In that instant, Qiu Jia wholeheartedly believed the claims of Chen Fei and Chen Dao. Indeed, steamed buns were far more delectable than plain white rice. Chapter 62, The Allure of Meat. Chen Sheng regarded the small piece of chicken intestine as a precious treasure, carefully placing it into his mouth, fearful of it falling to the ground. As he savored the chicken intestine, chewing it delicately, his large eyes gradually sparkled with delight. It was delicious, exceedingly delicious. Is this the flavor of meat? Chen Sheng's tongue danced delicately over his lips, as if he sought to savor every lingering flavor until nothing remained. His mouth filled with continuous murmurs of admiration. The two brothers, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, savored the chicken intestines, reluctant to swallow them, chewing repeatedly in delight. Delicious, simply exquisite, they proclaimed, echoing Chen Sheng's high praise for the dish. Observing this, Chen Dao couldn't help but chuckle, as the expressions on the three brothers' faces suggested they were indulging in a feast of rare delicacies rather than mere chicken offal. However, Chen Dao empathized with their sentiments. After years without tasting meat, for them, even the slightest hint of flesh was enough to send them into ecstasy. It wasn't just these three brothers. Even Chen Si and Chen Jiang, who often accompanied Chen Dao on hunting excursions and occasionally savored some meat, held the flavor of chicken offal in similarly high regard. In essence, the craving for meat is one of humanity's most fundamental desires. For common folk who have long been deprived of meat, even chicken offal, which technically does not qualify as meat, can bring them profound satisfaction and joy. Chen Dao took a sip of the egg drop soup and chuckled. If you all work diligently, perhaps in a while, you might be able to enjoy some meat." "Really?" The 5 individuals, filled with astonishment, turned their gaze towards Chen Dao. They have always been inclined to trust his words, for he has never failed to fulfill the promises he made. "Indeed," Chen nodded, assuring them, "as long as you work diligently, you will certainly enjoy a hearty meal. Rest assured, Brother Dao, we will certainly put our utmost effort into our work," they replied eagerly. "We will ensure that your house is built beautifully. Just wait and see, we will definitely accomplish it." The affirmation from Chen stirred excitement in Chen Cheng and the others. The prospect of a good meal as a reward for hard work was a notion previously unimaginable. 2 days later, as dawn barely broke, Wu Han rose from his bed. "Old Wu, why are you up so early?" inquired his wife, Zhangya, upon hearing him stir. "There's business to attend to today. You'd better get up and prepare breakfast," he responded casually, donning his clothes and opening the front door. To his surprise, 3 young men, bundled up against the cold, awaited him outside. "What brings you here so early?" Wu Han asked, taken aback. The 3 young men were none other than Zhangya's brothers. Zhangya hailed from a village outside the county, and since their marriage, Wu Han had taken on the responsibility of caring for her family, bringing her 3 brothers to the city. Wu Han initially intended for the brothers to assist him, and they had done so in the past, receiving payment in return, which allowed them to sustain themselves in the city. However, as business became increasingly challenging, Wu Han could no longer support them and had encouraged them to seek labor elsewhere. The brothers did not complain. They refrained from imposing on Wu Han and Zhangya's lives, instead opting to work hard and reside in the most economical accommodations. Although their lives were tough, they managed to get by. It was precisely due to the brothers' diligent nature that Wu Han was inclined to assist them. Had they been idle and irresponsible, he would have been less inclined to offer his help, even for Zhangya's sake. "Didn't you ask us to come?" the eldest, Zhang Ming, replied with an honest smile. A couple of days prior, Wu Han had sent word through a mutual acquaintance, inviting them to partake in a business venture, prompting their early arrival without breakfast. "Xiao Ming, your honesty is quite commendable," Wu Han chuckled, teasingly remarking on their early visit without knocking. "We were afraid of disturbing you, and my sister," the second brother, Zhang Shui, chimed in. The brothers held Wu Han in high regard, ever since marrying their sister. He had been wholeheartedly supportive. "All right then," Wu Han said, not elaborating further. "Have you had breakfast? If you haven't eaten yet, come in and have a bite." "Not yet." The 3 brothers did not engage in pleasantries with Wu Han, but directly entered the house. "Brother Ming, you've arrived?" Zhangya, who was already up and busy in the kitchen, poked her head out to greet the 3 brothers before retreating to continue her tasks. Wu Han gestured for the 3 brothers to take a seat in the living room and then inquired, "How have you been faring in the city lately?" "Just barely managing to fill our stomachs," Zhang Ming replied. "Brother-in-law, you must be aware that the grain prices in the city are skyrocketing. I've heard the laborers say that in the past, a day's work could feed an entire family, but now that's become increasingly difficult. The 3 of us labor together and can earn only 30 copper coins a day, and that doesn't even cover meals." 30 copper coins, Wu Han exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How can it be so little?" "I don't know." Zhang Ming scratched his head. "The employer said there are too many people looking for work now. Forget about 10 copper coins. Even 5 copper coins for a day's labor is accepted by some. It's just that the 3 of us are honest and diligent. Otherwise, he wouldn't even consider hiring us." Wu Han opened his mouth, feeling a weight in his heart. He understood that life in the city was tough, but he hadn't realized it had deteriorated to such an extent. 3 strong laborers could earn only 30 copper coins in a day, barely enough to buy a pound of rice. What a wretched world. Wu Han inwardly cursed as he chose to shift the topic. "The reason I called you here is that I have a business proposition that requires your assistance. Brother-in-law, you need only to say the word. We will certainly help," the 3 brothers assured, thumping their chests in promise. They were eager to assist Wu Han, as he had always looked out for them due to their familial ties, often offering them higher pay for the same work. With their assurance, Wu Han nodded and explained, "This venture requires us to go outside the city. I've brought you here to help guard the cart to prevent it from being targeted by bandits outside the city." This business venture was, of course, the previously arranged transaction for the white feather chickens with Chen Dao. In the past, Wu Han would occasionally venture outside the city to procure live poultry, but never more than a mile from the county seat. Now, however, they needed to travel over 10 miles to Qinjia village. Chapter 63. The arrival of Wu Han. To be honest, Wu Han felt a twinge of apprehension about traveling such a distance for goods. He was somewhat aware of the conditions beyond the city. Refugees were everywhere, and bandits and highwaymen were as plentiful as cattle, making various dangers a constant threat. Yet, the profits offered by Chen Dao were too enticing, providing him with 100 coins of profit for each white feather chicken, along with buyers already lined up. All he needed to do was make the trip to Chenjia village to bring the chickens back and reap substantial rewards. As a merchant, Wu Han found it impossible to refuse such an opportunity. Thus, despite the perils beyond the city, he felt compelled to undertake this journey. "Do you need us to provide protection?" Zhang Ming and his two brothers exchanged glances, and then promptly made their promises. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, we will surely ensure your safe passage. You can entrust this matter to us, brother-in-law. It is absolutely no problem. We will protect both you and the goods. Even if it costs us our lives, we will certainly safeguard you." Clearly, the three brothers did not harbor much fear regarding the journey outside the city. Due to their parents residing in a village beyond the city, they frequently ventured in and out, occasionally encountering thieves, yet they always managed to emerge unscathed. "I have complete faith in you." Wu Han nodded in acknowledgement of the brothers' assurances and continued, "You can rest easy, should this transaction succeed. Your brother-in-law will not be stingy. Each of you will receive this sum." Wu Han held up 2 fingers, and the brothers' eyes instantly brightened. 2 fingers could not possibly signify 21, but rather 200. For the 3 of them, 201 was no trifling amount. To put it in perspective, they earned merely 31 for a day's labor, while a single trip outside the city could yield as much as 601. At that moment, the brothers silently resolved that they would protect their brother-in-law and the goods at all costs. "The meal is ready. Come and eat." At that moment, Zhang peeked her head out from the kitchen, calling everyone to dinner. The 3 brothers, who had hurried to Wu Han's home early in the morning, were already famished. They rushed into the kitchen to join Wu Han and his wife for the meal. After breakfast, armed with their weapons, Wu Han brought out his only donkey cart, and the 4 of them set off towards the outskirts of the city. Once they exited the city, they entered the official road flanked by dense woods. Wu Han and the Zhangming brothers exchanged solemn glances, remaining vigilant against any thieves that might emerge from the trees. There are indeed quite a number of refugees. Wu Han thought heavily as he observed the listless figures of refugees walking along the road. He had previously noted the vast assembly of refugees outside the city and had seen many corpses of those who had perished from starvation. He had thought that this was already shocking enough, only to realize that the number of refugees on the official road was no less significant. These refugees might believe that the county town held hope for them, yet they were utterly unaware that even upon reaching the county town, they would be barred from entering the city and would receive no sustenance from the authorities. The donkey cart moved forward slowly, perhaps due to the absence of cargo. They made good time, and within a little over half an hour, Wu Han and his companions successfully arrived at the entrance of Chenjia village. "Stop!" Just as Wu Han was about to enter the village, he was halted by a young man. The youth, standing under a tree at the village entrance, raised his hand to block the cart and demanded, "Who are you?" The youth in question is none other than Chen Dao. Following the recent incident where refugees attempted to breach the village chief, Chen He, took measures to safeguard the community. He appointed a robust young villager to stand guard at the village entrance each day, vigilant for any signs of a repeat intrusion. Although Wu Han and his companions did not appear to be refugees, Chen Dao remained cautious and intercepted them. "Good sir, Wu Han, a merchant by trade." Greeted with a smile, "I have come at the behest of young brother Chen Dao, the trader. Might I be granted entry into the village?" "Entry is not permitted." Upon hearing the name Chen Dao, Chen Dao's demeanor softened slightly, yet he resolutely shook his head. "The chief has decreed that no outsiders may enter without permission. If you seek brother Dao, I can fetch him for you." "That would be most kind of you," Wu Han replied, showing no intent to force his way in, simply maintaining a friendly demeanor. "Very well. Please wait here while I call for brother Dao," Chen Dao said, signaling for Wu Han and his companions to remain at the entrance before swiftly darting into the village, vanishing from their sight in an instant. As they watched Chen Dao disappear, Zhang Hua, the youngest of the Zhang brothers, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother-in-law, this village does not appear affluent. Are there truly the white-feathered chickens you spoke of?" On their journey to Chen's village, Wu Han had already detailed the specifics of this transaction to the Zhang brothers, so they were aware that he sought to procure white-feathered chickens. However, as their gaze traversed the village entrance towards the interior, the scene before them mirrored their own village, sparse and desolate, lacking the signs of prosperity. It seemed implausible that the white-feathered chicken's brother-in-law mentioned could exist here. Let us wait and see, Wu Han mused, his uncertainty growing. Yet, having arrived, it was prudent to assess the situation further. Especially considering Brother Chen does not strike me as a fraud. He surely wouldn't deceive himself into making a futile trip, would he? As Wu Han arrived at the village entrance, Chen Dao was simultaneously feeding the chickens and counting their numbers. Over the course of 2 days, 7 chicks had hatched, bringing the total count of yellow-feathered chickens to 47. Among them, there were 15 adult yellow-feathered chickens, 29 juvenile yellow-feathered chickens, and 3 blood-feathered chickens. The number of blood-feathered chickens had not increased because Chen Dao had been consuming 1 blood-feathered chicken daily for his training, thus both nurturing and depleting their population. Certainly, Chen Dao could opt for a large-scale breeding of blood-feathered chickens in one go. However, he refrained from doing so since the reproductive efficiency of blood-feathered chickens was significantly inferior to that of yellow-feathered chickens. As of now, he had yet to witness a blood-feathered chicken lay an egg. Therefore, rather than engaging in extensive breeding of blood-feathered chickens, it would be more prudent to retain the adult yellow-feathered chickens for continued reproduction. Once the flock size reaches a sufficient magnitude, he could then embark on a large-scale breeding endeavor. For the time being, a modest number of chickens would suffice for his martial training. Given the current growth rate of this flock, it was likely that the number of yellow-feathered chickens would soon surpass 100. In the depths of Chen Dao's mind, he silently calculated that each day, 3 to 5 yellow-feathered chicks were born, while 2 to 3 matured into adulthood. This figure was quite remarkable and was poised for continuous growth. As the number of adult yellow-feathered chickens increased, the daily egg production and hatching rate would also rise. Currently, the daily increase of 3 to 5 chicks might soon escalate to 5 to 8, and then, in due course, to 10. If this trend persisted, it would not be long before his home was overrun with chickens, perhaps within 2 to 3 months. Of course, this number could not grow indefinitely. Despite their prolific egg-laying and short growth cycles, yellow-feathered chickens had their drawbacks, one of which was their brief lifespan. According to Chen Dao's observations, the first batch of yellow-feathered chickens had begun to lay eggs less frequently, and it would not be long before these hens would be entirely past their prime, ceasing to produce eggs. At that point, they would lose their value for continued rearing, destined either for the pot or to be raised as blood-feathered chickens for sale. Dower, dower. Just as Chen Dao was immersed in thought, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Instinctively, he touched the small round object on his shoulder before opening the gate to the courtyard. Gur, what brings you here? As the gate swung open, Chen Dao was greeted by Chen Go's face, adorned with an expression of eager anticipation. Dower, someone from outside the village is looking for you. I came to call you, Chen Go said, his face beaming with a smile. Upon hearing that someone sought him, Chen Dao immediately envisioned Wu Han's figure. Aside from the prearranged meeting with Wu Han, there was no one else who would come to Chen family village in search of him. I see, Gur. Please wait for me a moment. Chen Dao returned to the house and retrieved 5 pounds of sorghum flour, extending it towards Chen Go. I appreciate your efforts, Go, he said. Please take this 5 pounds of sorghum flour. Upon receiving the flour, Chen Go's eyes sparkled with fervent gratitude as he repeatedly exclaimed, Thank you, Dao. Thank you, Dao. Chen Go could never have anticipated that merely by offering a simple notification, he would reap a reward of 5 pounds of sorghum flour. His heart brimmed with joy, and his gratitude towards Chen Dao reached unparalleled heights. No need for thanks. Chen Dao smiled and waved his hand, then promptly exited his home to his construction site, where he found Chen Dao. Without preamble, he addressed him. Uncle, the buyer for the white-feathered chickens has arrived. How many do you intend to sell this time? Wu Han has come. Chen Dao, who was unloading timber, paused in surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Let us start by selling 20 this time. Through extensive experience, Chen Dao had gained an understanding of the reproductive rate of the white-feathered chickens. Although the egg-laying frequency of the white-feathered hens was not as high as that of the yellow-feathered ones, it was still commendable. On average, a white-feathered hen could lay an egg every 2 days, and within approximately 10 days, a new chick would hatch. Currently, the number of white-feathered chickens in Chen Dao's household had exceeded 60, establishing a stable breeding population. Thus, he did not intend to sell all his white-feathered chickens at once. Instead, he planned to sell only the older ones. Very well, uncle, take the white-feathered chickens with you, and let us meet Wu Han at the village entrance. Before long, Chen Dao returned home with all the chickens he intended to sell, and the two made their way to the village entrance, where they encountered Wu Han and his companions, who were stamping their feet in the cold, waiting. In this frigid weather, standing in such an open space was indeed uncomfortable. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Han spotted Chen Dao and Chen Dao approaching, though his primary focus was on the chicken coop they carried. The clucking sounds emanating from the coop were, to Wu Han, the most exquisite music in the world. Indeed, Brother Chen did not deceive me. He truly possesses a substantial number of white-feathered chickens here. Wu Han's heart was ablaze with excitement as he hurriedly approached, greeting both Chen and De Chen, Brother De Chen, and Brother Wu. Chen Dao warmly embraced Wu Han, smiling as he remarked, "You truly arrived quite early." After speaking, Chen Dao turned his gaze to the Zhongming trio beside Wu Han and added, "My dear Brother Wu, with such a limited number of people, venturing beyond the city is hardly secure. Having personally experienced the perils of the official roads outside the city, Chen Dao was acutely aware that Wu Han's modest contingent was woefully inadequate to ensure the safety of both himself and his goods. Alas, there was little that could be done. Wu Han sighed softly, responding, "I am aware that my manpower is insufficient, yet I simply cannot afford to hire enough guards." There was also a matter Wu Han refrained from mentioning. He was uncertain whether Chen Dao truly had the white-feathered chickens to sell him. Until he could ascertain the potential for profit, he was understandably reluctant to expend substantial resources to secure adequate protection. Fortunately, having now seen the white-feathered chickens, he felt a measure of reassurance. Indeed, Chen Dao was not overly preoccupied with the matter. In his view, he had already afforded Wu Han ample profit, and thus the risks of venturing outside should naturally be borne by Wu Han. "Let us discuss the matter of the white-feathered chickens," he proposed. "As I previously mentioned to you, Brother Wu, the price for each chicken is 400 won. Surely, you have no objections?" "Of course not." Wu Han chuckled, though he soon appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Chen, I must admit that the amount of silver I brought this time is rather insufficient. Might I request a little leniency and settle the payment upon my next visit?" Although Wu Han was a businessman, he was merely a small vendor, and his capital was limited. The purchase of 20 white-feathered chickens would require as much as 8 taels of silver, a sum he could hardly possess. Otherwise, he would not be so troubled by the recent tax increases imposed by the authorities. "You did not bring enough money?" Chen Dao paused momentarily, contemplated for a moment, and then replied, "This is not an issue." Chen Dao harbored no concerns that Wu Han would abscond with the funds. The rationale was straightforward. The business of selling white-feathered chickens was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Anyone with a modicum of foresight would recognize that sustaining this enterprise was the most prudent course of action. It was only the short-sighted who would contemplate a single transaction followed by deceitful escape. However, with a shift in his tone, Chen Dao spoke again. "Brother Wu, since you plan to settle the payment upon your next visit, might I ask a favor?" "What favor?" Wu Han replied readily. "When you come next time, could you convert the entire sum into grain for me? In these times, having too much money serves little purpose, whereas possessing grain brings a sense of security." "Convert it into grain?" Wu Han, without hesitation, agreed. "That is quite feasible. If sufficient grain cannot be procured, then gray-feathered chickens will suffice." "Agreed." After concluding the transaction, Chen Dao gestured for Chen Da to load the chicken cages onto Wu Han's donkey cart. With a smile, he inquired, "Brother Wu, would you care to rest in the village for a while?" "Perhaps another time," Wu Han politely declined. "I am eager to return to the city to sell these chickens. As you know, traveling after dark can be perilous. We must hasten our return, for delays may invite danger. Nowadays, the main road to the county town, even during daylight, is fraught with risk, and after sundown, few dare to traverse it. Especially in these times, one must be vigilant against wild beasts that may spring from the woods, as well as the ruthless bandits. Only the most skilled warriors would dare to walk the night roads." "Very well. We shall take our leave then. Travel safely, Brother Wu. By the way, our next trading date is in 10 days, so do come back then." After bidding farewell to Wu Han, Chen Dao walked back to the village with Chen Da. It was only after the two had departed that Zhang Ming, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke up. "Brother-in-law, is it true that this village actually has such a peculiar breed of chicken for sale?" Wu Han, in high spirits after successfully acquiring 20 white-feathered chickens, chuckled and replied, "Do not underestimate my younger brother Chen. He is quite remarkable, able to engage in light-hearted banter with the esteemed young lady of the tiger fish gem." Wu Han, unaware of Chen Dao's rapport with Li Ying and even Li Hu, made this statement merely to elevate Chen Dao's standing, ensuring that the three brothers did not underestimate him. To Wu Han, Chen Dao represented a benefactor, and he would not permit any disdain from the brothers to jeopardize the amicable relationship he had established with Chen Dao, the esteemed young lady of the Tiger Fist Gym. The three brothers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The Tiger Fist Gym was one of the largest martial arts academies in Taiping County, with its master, Li Hu, being the most formidable figure in the area. Thus, the status of the young lady of the Tiger Fist Gym was undeniably elevated. The seemingly youthful Chen Dao had the audacity to engage in conversation with such a prominent figure. Instantly, the brothers elevated Chen Dao's status in their minds. Such a person was beyond their capacity to underestimate or provoke. "Let us return to the city," Wu Han announced, and the four of them climbed onto the donkey cart, setting off slowly in the direction of Taiping County. On the journey back, the group's vigilance heightened as they scrutinized the woods flanking the official road, wary of any bandits that might emerge. Fortunately, their luck held, and they encountered no thieves until they safely entered the city. An hour later, the donkey cart halted in front of the Tiger Fish Gym. Wu Han jumped down and addressed the gatekeeper. "Wei Ge, good sir. Could you kindly inform the young lady of the gym that a friend of Chen Dao has arrived?" Upon hearing Chen Dao's name, Wei Ge scrutinized Wu Han, recalling that the master had instructed him to allow Chen Dao unrestricted access in the future. However, since this visitor was merely a friend of Chen Dao, Wei Ge pondered for a moment before deciding to relay the message. "Please wait." Wei Ge hurried inside, and shortly thereafter, he emerged with Li Ying. Li Ying regarded Wu Han, sensing a familiarity in his appearance but unable to place him, so she inquired, "Are you a friend of young Master Chen Dao?" Wu Han had indeed met Li Ying once, but dared not assert their acquaintance. He simply replied, "Yes, esteemed young lady. I am here on behalf of Chen Dao to deliver goods." He gestured towards the cart housing the chicken cages and continued, "These 20 white-feathered chickens were sent by Chen Dao." White-feathered chickens? Li Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. She stepped forward eagerly and, upon confirming the presence of 20 white-feathered chickens in the cages, broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Excellent. They are indeed white-feathered chickens." The warrior possesses an enormous appetite, and Li Ying, in particular, revels in her carnivorous indulgence. Just a few days prior, she had completely devoured the white-feathered chickens delivered by Chen Dao. Now, in dire need of a fresh supply, her demeanor brightened significantly upon the arrival of more white-feathered chickens brought by Wu Han. With a smile, she remarked, "I shall take the entire batch of these white-feathered chickens at 500 won each. That is agreeable, is it not?" "Absolutely, there is no issue," Wu Han replied, fully compliant with the previously established price. "I will fetch the money for you," she stated. Shortly thereafter, Li Ying returned from the hall, presenting Wu Han with 10 taels of silver. Without any desire for idle conversation, she grabbed the chicken cage and made her way back inside, presumably to prepare the chickens for a meal. Brother-in-law, Zhang Ming whispered to Wu Han, casting a glance at the gatekeeper, "Wei Ge, is this business not exceedingly easy?" Having engaged in various dealings with Wu Han, Zhang Ming was acutely aware of the challenges faced in commerce. He had never witnessed such an effortless transaction before, where one could procure chickens at 400 won outside the city and sell them for 500 won apiece within, often in an instant. The profit seemed almost too effortless. Not only Zhang Ming, but even Zhang Hua and Zhang Shui were left astonished, for they perceived this as earning money with minimal effort. A mere round trip yielded a profit of 2 taels of silver. To put it into perspective, the three brothers toiled all day in laborious work, drenched in sweat, only to earn a meager 30 copper coins. This is all thanks to Brother Chen. Wu Han sighed, fully aware that his ease of profit stemmed not from his acumen in business, but rather from Chen Dao's influence. Only Chen Dao possessed such unique white-feathered chickens, and it was he who could command such esteem from the lady of the Tiger Fist Dojo. Had he not invoked Chen Dao's name, Wu Han was certain he would not have even been permitted entrance to the dojo, let alone meet its esteemed lady and successfully sell the chickens at a premium. Chen Dao's reputation wielded considerable power. Zhang Ming discreetly observed the gatekeeper, Wei Ge. Though of an honest disposition, Wei Ge was perceptive and had noted the shift in attitude. When their donkey cart had first halted at the entrance of the Tiger Fist Dojo, Wei Ji's expression had been impassive, even somewhat disdainful. However, upon the mention of Chen Dao's name, his demeanor transformed significantly, a subtle yet unmistakable shift that Zhang Ming keenly detected. Brother Chen is certainly no ordinary figure. Wu Han could not help but express his sentiments. When he first met Chen Dao, the latter appeared to be a frail and unremarkable farmer's son, lacking any distinctive qualities. However, after several encounters, Wu Han began to uncover the extraordinary aspects of Chen Dao. He not only had the ability to capture the precious white feather chicken, but also held a friendship with the heiress of the Tiger Fist Academy. At this moment, Wu Han felt a deep sense of gratitude for having offered his assistance to Chen Dao in the beginning. Otherwise, this lucrative and seemingly effortless white feather chicken venture might have eluded him. As Wu Han pondered these thoughts, he and his three brothers climbed into a cart and set off towards their home. Chapter 66. The Promise of Meat Upon Returning Home. Wu Han parked the donkey cart and promptly secured the doors and windows of the house. He then turned to his wife, Zhang Ye, who had been waiting inside, and said, "Wife, please bring me the money box from the house." Without hesitation, Zhang Ye entered the bedroom and emerged with a square box. Wu Han opened the box to reveal a substantial amount of copper coins. "Wife, distribute 200 coins to each of the three brothers," Wu Han instructed Zhang Ye. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Brother-in-law, that is too much. We hardly exerted ourselves, and receiving such a sum makes us feel uneasy." Zhang Shui and Zhang Huan nodded in agreement. They had merely accompanied their brother-in-law into the city and felt a sense of guilt over receiving such a reward. Wu Han waved his hand dismissively and said, "You risked your lives accompanying me into the city, and this is what you deserve." Although their journey to Chen family village had gone smoothly, the inherent risks were undeniable, and Wu Han would not shortchange them for their bravery. After Zhang Ye counted the coins, Wu Han pressed a total of 600 copper coins into Zhang Ming's hands and added, "Take this money and ensure you eat well for the next few days to replenish your strength." Zhang Ming weighed the 600 coins in his hands. Feeling both touched and delighted, his brother-in-law Wu Han had truly shown them great kindness. Zhang Ye then looked at the three men and inquired, "How much silver did you earn from this trip to the city?" She had been eager to ask this question while counting the money, knowing that Wu Han must have earned more since he was distributing 600 coins to his brothers-in-law. "Sister, we made a fortune on this trip. I've never encountered such easy money." Zhang Ming candidly shared their experiences from the day. Zhang Ye was left astonished upon hearing this. Was there truly such easy money to be made in the world? Her eyes widened in disbelief, as Wu Han's wife. She was privy to much of his dealings and was acutely aware of how challenging business had been recently. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered her so utterly shocked. A mere excursion beyond the city, transporting 20 chickens back, yields a profit of 2 taels of silver. This venture is as effortless as picking up money from the ground. Brother Chen is truly a benefactor to me, old Wu. Wu Han sighed lightly and handed 10 taels of silver to Zhang Ye, saying, "My dear wife, please safeguard this money. Among it, 8 taels are for Brother Chen's goods, and the remaining 2 taels should not be disturbed, as they are meant for hiring guards." "I understand," Zhang Ye replied, firmly clutching the 10 taels of silver and nodding earnestly. Time flew by, and before long, it was mid-September. On the 15th of September, the Chen family, accompanied by Chen Dao, Ding Xiaohua and her daughter, along with Chen Cheng, stood before a splendid new house, their expressions filled with joy. The Chen family, led by Chen Dao, along with Chen Da and Ding Xiaohua and her daughter, were filled with unspoken joy. As for Chen Cheng and his companions, their happiness was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Their elation stemmed from the fact that the house they had painstakingly constructed was finally completed. Witnessing the fruition of their labor brought an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. However, their discontent arose from the reality that with the house finished, their work had come to an end, and it was unlikely they would return to the days of having their fill of steamed buns and the occasional egg drop soup. Not far from them, a throng of curious villagers gathered, their eyes fixated on the newly erected house, revealing their envy without reservation. "What a splendid house!" one exclaimed. "Indeed. It took over a month to build," another chimed in. "Dao's family has been generous, providing Chen Cheng and the others with ample steamed buns. Could they not work hard?" remarked a third. "Dao's family has truly prospered. They've moved into a new home. When will we be able to dwell in a new house?" The villagers' eyes sparkled with longing. Amidst the crowd stood the village chief, Chun He, who, instead of approaching Chen Dao and the others, chose to join the villagers in observing the spectacle. "Let us go inside and take a look." Chen Dao greeted those around him and then pushed open the courtyard gate, stepping into the front yard. At this moment, the front yard was desolate, with only a single well standing in its midst. Crossing the front yard, he opened the door to the house, and the first sight that greeted him was a spacious living room, furnished with tables and chairs handcrafted by Chen Cheng and his companions. Flanking the living room were 4 rooms and a kitchen, while to the far left of the living area, a door led to an expansive backyard. Prior to the construction of the house, Chen Dao had specifically requested that Chen Cheng and others enlarge the backyard as much as possible, and they had complied with his wishes. The enclosed space of the backyard, surrounded by a fence, was vast enough to accommodate Chen Dao's chicken-raising endeavors in the near future. "Brother Dao, will this house be successful?" Chen Shi inquired with a sense of trepidation, yearning for a reassuring affirmation from Chen Dao, yet simultaneously hoping for his dissatisfaction. For if Chen Dao were to express discontent, it would signify the necessity to reconstruct the house, thereby allowing them to continue enjoying their days filled with ample steamed buns, a rather delightful prospect. Chen Dao nodded with satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Everyone has worked hard during this period. In the evening, I will prepare a feast. I invite you all to come and enjoy some meat." "Enjoy meat?" The eyes of Chen Cheng and his companions instantly ignited with fervent anticipation. "Dower, are we truly having meat tonight? Dower, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Dower, are you speaking the truth?" 5 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon Chen Dao, yearning for an affirmative response from his lips. Even Ding Xiaohua and her daughter gazed at Chen Dao with hopeful expressions. The desire for meat was not limited to Chen Cheng and his group. Ding Xiaohua and her daughter equally shared in this longing. "Indeed, it is true." Chen Dao nodded with a smile, saying, "Tonight, we shall slaughter 2 chickens. Everyone is welcome to come and indulge in the feast. Tonight, there will be plenty of meat and steamed buns to satisfy our hunger." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Cheng and the other 4 immediately became exhilarated, almost rushing forward to embrace Chen Dao in celebration. Even Ding Xiaohua and her daughter swallowed hard, clearly already savoring the delectable anticipation of meat. To relish in such a feast, one must be prepared to work. Chen Dao continued, "Dear Cheng, I kindly ask for your assistance in relocating our furniture to the new residence. Once the task is completed, we shall commence with the preparations for dinner. It is merely a matter of moving some furniture. There is no cause for concern. Brother Dao, we shall attend to the task immediately. Rest assured, we will finish swiftly." Chen Dao's promise of a meat feast invigorated Chen Cheng and others, who, under Chen Dao's leadership, proceeded to Chen Dao's residence, meticulously transferring each piece of furniture stored there to the new house. Chapter 67, The New House Completed. With a flock of over 100 chickens, as Chen Da and others busily rearranged the furniture, Chen Dao stepped out of the new house, casting his gaze upon the villagers who had gathered to observe. The villagers, noticing Chen Dao's attention, greeted him warmly. "Dao Gu, has the new house been completed? Dao Gu, shall we hold a housewarming feast?" "What housewarming feast? That is something only the wealthy in the city can afford. You must be hoping for a free meal at Dao Ji's expense. Dao Gu, is there any work you need help with?" Facing the crowd's eager gazes, Chen Dao pondered for a moment before deciding to win their hearts. "Good morning, everyone." He greeted the assembly, then added with a smile, "To celebrate the completion of the new house, we plan to host a gathering tonight. All villagers are welcome to join, and each person may take home 2 steamed buns to enjoy." As Chen Dao's words echoed through the air, the gathered villagers were momentarily taken aback, their initial reaction swiftly morphing into skepticism. "Are you serious, Dao Gu? Can we really receive 2 steamed buns?" "Surely, you jest," they exclaimed. Such a jest is not to be taken lightly. It was not that the villagers harbored doubts about Chen Dao's integrity, but rather that in these times, food was a precious commodity, and they simply could not fathom that someone would generously offer such an abundance to entertain them. Indeed, it was true. Chen Dao nodded in affirmation. During the construction of the house, Wu Han made another visit, bringing with him a substantial supply of grain. Now, both the Chen family and the Chen Dao household had an ample stock of provisions, and offering some to entertain the villagers posed no burden at all. How splendid! Brother Dao is truly generous. We actually have steamed buns to eat. Brother Dao is exceedingly kind to us. Truly, Brother Dao is a good person. With Chen Dao's assured confirmation, the villagers erupted in cheers, extolling his magnanimity. Simultaneously, they dispersed, hurrying home to share this delightful news with their families. Village Chief Chen He approached Chen Dao with a hint of concern and inquired, "Brother Dao, there are quite a few people in the village. Do you have enough grain?" Chen He's concerns are not without merit. The entire Qinjia village comprises 103 households, with a population exceeding 500. If each person requires 2 steamed buns, that amounts to over 1,000 buns. It is no trivial task for the wealthy landlord to provide such a quantity. Rest assured, village head, our family's grain supply is still sufficient. Chen Dao had naturally calculated and was aware that his own grain supply could fully provide for such a quantity of steamed buns. Thus, I felt at ease. Chen He cast a deep glance at Chen Dao, noting the remarkable transformation in the young man before him. Previously, he had always appeared frail and delicate, but now he exhibited a significant change. Not only did his complexion appear healthier, but his vitality also surpassed that of others in the village. This was to be expected over the past few weeks. Chen Dao had consumed a blood-feather chicken daily and had diligently practiced his martial arts. He had already ascended to the rank of a 9th-grade warrior a week ago. When clad in his garments, the extent of his transformation was not immediately apparent, but upon removing his shirt, one would discover his upper body was remarkably muscular, with arm strength exceeding 200 pounds. Even the strongest man in the village, Chen Cheng, would likely find it challenging to compete with Chen Dao in terms of physical strength. Having become a warrior, his vitality surged, enhancing his ability to withstand the cold. Although Chen Dao still wore patched, tattered clothing, the biting chill of the current weather had little effect on him. "Village chief, I shall return to my tasks," he declared, bidding farewell to the village leader. Upon returning home to the Chen household, he informed Li Ping and the others of his intention to treat the entire village to steamed buns, requesting that they prepare extra for the evening. "Treating the whole village to steamed buns? Dao, you are exceedingly generous," remarked He Tzuelian, who was busy in the kitchen. Her words were not intended as reproach, but rather as an expression of her astonishment at Chen Dao's extravagant gesture. Even in times of prosperity, such an act was rare. "Dao, how about we reduce the quantity? Would 1 bun per person suffice?" Li Ping suggested with a furrowed brow. Having entrusted the household affairs entirely to Chen Dao, she seldom questioned his decisions. However, upon hearing his plan to provide buns for the entire village, she could not restrain herself from voicing her concern. The rationale was simple. Chen Dao's actions were excessively lavish, as he intended to distribute over 1,000 buns. While their household was indeed well-stocked with grain, such wastefulness seemed imprudent. "Mother, just follow my instructions," Chen Dao replied. Chen Dao let out a sigh. His decision to treat the entire village to steamed buns was not solely driven by a desire to win their favor. Rather, it stemmed from a profound sympathy for the villagers. Just a few days prior, several elderly individuals had tragically succumbed to starvation in their homes due to a lack of food. Their families, unable to afford even the expenses for a proper burial, hastily wrapped the bodies in straw mats and interred them on the desolate mountainside. Witnessing the profound sorrow etched on the faces of those bereaved families inspired Chen Dao to extend this gesture of goodwill, not for any ulterior motive, but simply to ensure that the villagers could enjoy a hearty meal and potentially save a few lives. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Ping and He Tzuelian ultimately acquiesced to this endeavor. In truth, they had no intention of opposing Chen Dao's decision, for the prosperity that both families now enjoyed was entirely attributable to his benevolence. The decision made by Chen Dao would garner no opposition, even from Chen Da, let alone the 2 women. Thus, the kitchen became a hive of activity, as Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua, and He Tzuelian busily prepared steamed buns within its confines. Chen Dao's arrived at the front yard to inspect the chickens he raised. I had indeed underestimated the reproductive rate of the yellow-feathered chickens. Observing the chaotic flock that had outgrown their enclosure, Chen Dao's felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that, after just a few weeks, the number of yellow-feathered chickens had surpassed 100. Among them, there were 40 adult yellow-feathered chickens, 62 young ones, and 3 blood-feathered chickens. To promote the growth of the flock, Chen Dao chose not to cultivate too many blood-feathered chickens, allowing the yellow-feathered variety to continue breeding. They did not disappoint him. Within a mere few days, their numbers exceeded 100, with approximately 12 new chicks hatching daily, further accelerating their reproduction rate. However, Chen Dao felt a tinge of anxiety as the increasing number of yellow-feathered chickens rendered the caged method unsustainable. In fact, 10 days prior, the cages in the front yard could no longer accommodate such a multitude, necessitating the release of some yellow-feathered chickens for free-range grazing. Initially, Chen Dao was quite worried about the chickens wandering freely, but he found solace in the presence of Little Black, perhaps due to its superior lineage. The yellow-feathered chickens exhibited a profound fear of Little Black, allowing Chen Dao to manage them effectively, preventing them from straying too far. Chapter 68. Joyful clucking as if summoned. Little Black joyfully scampered to Chen Dao's feet, rubbing its neck feathers against his calf. Realizing that the creature was hungry, Chen Dao's promptly returned indoors to retrieve some feed for both Little Black and the flock of yellow-feathered chickens. Additionally, he brought out some bamboo leaves he had gathered in advance for Little Round to enjoy. Watching the cheerful animals feast, Chen Dao smiled and began to practice his martial arts by slaughtering a blood-feathered chicken. After severing its throat to let it bleed out, he placed the carcass in the kitchen for Li Ping to cook and then returned to the front yard. He drank the chicken's blood in one gulp and commenced his training in the Tiger's Fury technique. Half an hour later, Chen Dao's concluded his session. Exhaling a breath of stale air, my arm strength should have surpassed 250 pounds by now, and the defensive capabilities of my skin have significantly improved. Chen Dao pinched the skin on his arm with considerable force, feeling its remarkable resilience. Even with his current strength, breaching his own dermal defenses would not be an effortless task. This was indicative of a 9th-grade martial artist, whose skin is as tough as leather, significantly reducing the damage inflicted by blades and other sharp instruments. Moreover, the resilient skin serves to absorb impact. Strikes from blunt weapons against a 9th-grade warrior are largely mitigated, thus greatly diminishing the potential harm to their internal organs. After finishing his training and consuming some chicken, Chen Dao took a cold shower and subsequently joined Chen Cheng and others in transporting furniture and livestock, including the Huangyu chicken. As Chen Lian walked along the path leading home, though her body was beset by an overwhelming chill, her heart burned with fervor. Upon hearing Chen Dao's promise to treat the entire village to steamed buns, she could not afford a moment's delay and hurriedly made her way back home. The urgency of her haste stemmed from the dire state of her household, teetering on the brink of empty cupboards. Chen Lian's parents passed away early, leaving her to rely solely on her grandmother. In these challenging times, the struggle for survival for the two women is undoubtedly arduous. Fortunately, during the years of relative peace, the villagers, who were somewhat related, would often provide assistance, ensuring that Chen Lian and her grandmother did not starve. However, with the onset of the harsh winter disaster, every household faced difficulties, and the villager support for Chen Lian's family naturally dwindled. This resulted in a rapid decline in their circumstances. Were it not for the reserves they had previously accumulated, it is likely that both Chen Lian and her grandmother would have perished from hunger long ago. Yet, the day would inevitably come when their supplies would be exhausted. Recently, observing the dwindling grain in their rice jar, Chen Lian felt the weight of anxiety in her heart. The family had run out of even a single copper coin, and once their food was depleted, only starvation awaited them. It was precisely due to their dire situation that when Chen Dao promised each villager 2 steamed buns, Chen Lian was filled with profound excitement, yearning to rush home and share the good news with her grandmother. Thankfully, Qinjia village was not large, and within a quarter of an hour, Chen Lian returned home. Grandmother. Grandmother. Upon entering, she called out with enthusiasm. Hearing the commotion, her grandmother, He Xuehua, stepped out of the house, puzzled, and asked, Xiao Lian, what is it? Grandmother. Let's talk inside. Chen Lian assisted her stooped grandmother into the house, making every effort to shield her from the biting cold winds. Once they settled inside, Chen Lian excitedly exclaimed, Grandma, I have wonderful news. You know about Dao Gu, right? Dao Gu? He Xuehua pondered for a moment and replied, Isn't he Chen Ping's son? Due to her advanced age and frail legs, He Xuehua seldom ventured outside. Nevertheless, she had heard whispers of Chen Dao's reputation. After all, in their village, his name had attained a celebrity status. During casual conversations, it was nearly impossible to go 3 sentences without mentioning Chen Dao. Indeed, it was he. Chen Lian nodded, her excitement palpable. Dao Gua mentioned that tonight they will celebrate the completion of their new home by inviting the entire village to a feast. A feast? He Xuehua was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her eyes. The term feast had become a distant memory for her. In the days of prosperity, it was customary for families to host banquets for both joyous and solemn occasions. However, ever since the onset of the harsh winter calamity, such traditions had gradually vanished from the village. With every household struggling to put food on the table, who would have the inclination to host a banquet? Indeed, it was a stark reality. Chen Lian remarked, Dao Guer has announced that tonight every villager may visit his home to receive 2 steamed buns. 2 buns per person? He Xuehua was utterly astonished. With over 500 individuals in Qinjia village, that amounted to more than 1,000 buns. Where could that lad Chen Ping possibly procure such an abundance of grain? Indeed. Chen Lian's face was alight with yearning. I have heard from others in the village that steamed buns are exceptionally delicious. yet I have never had the pleasure of tasting one. Observing the look of longing on Chen Lian's face, He Shuoyan's murky eyes glimmered with sorrow. Her son and daughter-in-law had departed early, leaving the household bereft of strong laborers, rendering their days exceedingly difficult. At the age of 18, Chen Lian was already a young woman, yet she harbored such a deep yearning for a simple steamed bun. "Dearest Lian, it is I who have failed you," He Shuoyan lamented, tears cascading from her clouded eyes. In truth, Chen Lian was not indolent. On the contrary, she was quite industrious, adeptly managing the several acres of land they owned, yielding bountiful harvests each year. However, due to her obligation to care for the elderly woman, they had to live frugally, often going hungry. The burden of having to support her grandmother rendered her undesirable as a potential bride, and He Shuoyan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the hardships faced by Chen Lian. "Grandmother, how can you speak like this?" Chen Lian reached out to wipe away the tears on her grandmother's face, saying, "If it weren't for your care during my childhood, I might not have survived. You have done nothing to let me down." After a pause, she added, "Grandma, please don't cry. Today is such a joyous occasion. How can you still be in tears? No more crying, no more." He Shuohua cleaned her face of tears and managed a faint smile, saying, "Tonight, we shall go to Dao's home to enjoy some steamed buns." "Yes, indeed." Chen Lian nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "I have savored the aroma of those steamed buns countless times. Just by inhaling their fragrance, one can tell they are utterly delectable." After speaking, she could not help but express her admiration, saying, "Zhao Guer is truly a kind-hearted person. He is so generous to share such an abundance of buns with us." Conversations akin to that in Chen Lian's household unfolded in every villager's home. And within the span of half an hour, the news that Chen Dao's family was hosting a feast and distributing 2 buns to every villager spread throughout the entire village. Consequently, the villagers were filled with excitement, and cheers resonated from house to house, enveloping the village in a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. Chapter 69. The County Magistrate. Chen Dao. As the afternoon sun dipped towards the west, villagers eagerly emerged from their homes, making their way to Chen Dao's residence. Chen Lian assisted He Shuohua as they left their home, hastening their steps toward Chen Dao's residence. What a delightful aroma! As they approached Chen Dao's abode, Chen Lian's nostrils quivered, inhaling the unique fragrance of steamed buns that wafted through the air, instantly awakening a hunger within her. The village had long been devoid of such vibrancy. He Shuohua, her eyes clouded, surveyed the scene ahead and observed villagers forming an orderly line to receive their buns from Chen Dao, their faces alight with joy. This bustling spectacle, a rare occurrence in the village, evoked a sense of nostalgia in He Shuohua. In more prosperous times, Qinjiakan had managed to be a relatively affluent village, and scenes like this would occasionally unfold. However, ever since the harsh calamities struck and the government imposed increased taxes, the village had not seen such liveliness in an exceedingly long time. "Uncle, I have come to collect my buns," the first in line, Chen Go, said with a charming smile to Chen Da, who was distributing the buns to the villagers. Ultimately, Chen Dao entrusted this task to Chen Da, for his authoritative presence dissuaded villagers from bargaining. Had Li Ping or He Xian been in charge, they might not have commanded the same respect. "Ah, it's Brother Go." Chen Da cast a glance at Chen Go, finding his impression of him not entirely unfavorable. Although Chen Go possessed a somewhat intricate mind, he was by no means a bad person. Consequently, Chen Da chose not to decline Chen Go's request and directly handed him 2 steamed buns. "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle." Chen Go expressed his gratitude repeatedly, cradling 2 steamed buns in his arms. The warmth emanating from the buns seemed to envelop him in a gentle comfort. Following Chen Go, his family and other villagers approached to receive their share of buns, and at the moment they grasped the buns, radiant smiles of joy illuminated the faces of each villager. Who would have imagined that I would one day savor a steamed bun? These buns appear utterly delectable. Daoj truly possesses a generous spirit, willing to treat the entire village to such delightful fare. Indeed, in these times, only Daoj would be inclined to share such sustenance with us. Most villagers chose to consume their buns right on the open ground outside Chen Dao's home, while a few opted to take theirs back home, intending to enjoy them later. Notably, amidst the queue, there were numerous children. For Chen Dao had proclaimed that each person in Chen family village would receive 2 buns. Consequently, all the villagers brought their children along, eager to claim an additional pair of buns. Chen Lian gazed at the long line ahead, her stomach empty yet filled with a remarkable patience as she awaited her turn. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, it was her moment to receive the steamed buns. "Uncle, I have come to collect my buns." Chen Lian gazed at Chen Dao before her, a smile gracing her lips. "Ah, it is little Lian," she remarked. Chen Dao cast a glance at Chen Lian. He was certainly familiar with her, for Qinjia village was a small locale, where, aside from the children, he knew the vast majority of the adults. Chen Dao was aware of the circumstances surrounding Chen Lian's family. However, he did not intend to offer her any additional steamed buns. He simply handed her a total of 4 buns, saying, "Xiao Lian, these are for you and your grandmother." "Thank you, uncle." Chen Lian cautiously accepted the 4 steamed buns, sincerely expressing her gratitude to Chen Dao. For the villagers who could still manage, these 4 buns might merely represent a hearty meal. However, for her and her grandmother, they symbolized a glimmer of hope that would sustain their lives and prevent them from succumbing to starvation. Chen Lian cherished the 4 steamed buns like precious treasures, cradling them close to her chest in an effort to keep them warm. She then guided her grandmother to a tree, seeking refuge from the wind. Beneath the tree, several villagers were relishing the delightful taste of the buns. Upon seeing Chen Lian approach, they greeted her with cheerful smiles. "Ah, little Lian has come," a middle-aged woman exclaimed warmly. "Grandma He, come sit with me." With that, the woman stepped forward to assist He Shuihua, inviting her to sit beside her. He Shuihua scrutinized the woman for a moment, recalling her memory, and replied, "You are Chen Xing's wife, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am his wife, Lu Jie." The woman helping He Shuihua responded. Nearby, Chen Xing chuckled, revealing himself to be Chen Gou's father, while Lu Jie was Chen Gou's mother. "Quickly, Lian Jie, let Grandma He taste the buns," Chen Gou urged eagerly from beside his father. "These buns are truly delicious, fluffy and delectable, perfect for someone of Grandma He's age." Upon hearing this, Chen Lian nodded and placed a bun into He Shuihua's hands, smiling. "Grandma, please eat while they are still warm." As she spoke, Chen Lian also took a piece for herself, her stomach growling with hunger since she had only had breakfast that day. He Shuihua began to nibble on the plump bun in her hands. Although her age had diminished her ability to chew, the softness of the bun made it manageable for her. As she savored the sweet flavor in her mouth, she mused, "I always believed that Ping Gu was a capable person, tragically taken from us too soon. Who would have thought that his son would be equally impressive? Able to treat the entire village to buns?" Her words resonated with those nearby, eliciting nods of agreement. Indeed, Dao Gu has truly made something of himself. Grandma He, you may not have seen how he returns from the city, always bringing back truckloads of grain, making our eyes green with envy. Dao Gu has a good heart indeed, to treat us to such a precious food as buns. I heard that in the city, a single bun costs 5 won. Is it really that expensive? With grain prices rising daily, food has become increasingly costly. Alas, this relentless cold disaster shows no signs of abating. My family can barely keep the pot full. Damn those officials. We have paid our taxes diligently, yet now, in our time of need, they turn a blind eye to our plight. As the conversation progressed, the villagers' discourse inevitably shifted towards the ongoing calamity and the inaction of the authorities, their spirits gradually sinking into despondency. Chen Gou took a hearty bite of the steamed bun and furiously exclaimed, "Those officials in the city do not care about our lives at all. If you ask me, this county magistrate would be better replaced by Dao Gu. At least he would ensure we have buns to eat." Indeed, responded another. "If Dao Gu were the county magistrate, he surely would not neglect our well-being. Dao Gu has a heart of gold. If he were in power, all of us in Taiping County would certainly be well-fed. Wouldn't that be the case? If Dao Gu were to hold an official position, he would undoubtedly be the most conscientious official under heaven." Chapter 70. The Hornet's Nest. As Chen Lian consumed her steamed bun, she listened to the voices of those around her without offering any opinion. She was unaware of who the county magistrate was, yet she certainly recognized who treated her kindly. If she were to choose someone to be the county magistrate, her choice would undoubtedly be Chen Dao. After all, aside from Chen Dao, no one else had ever provided her with a bun. "What brings you here?" Under the tree, while the crowd engaged in casual conversation, Chen Dao, distributing steamed buns in the front courtyard of the Chen residence, cast a disdainful glare at the 3 individuals before him. These 3 were none other than the Chen Jin brothers, who had previously attempted to intrude upon their home. After a month of recuperation, the brothers' injuries had finally healed, but their appearances had been marred. During the attack by the fierce little black creature, no mercy was shown. It struck relentlessly, leaving the Chen Jin brothers with numerous small pits dotting their faces, rendering them grotesque and reminiscent of a wasp's nest. Their bodies, too, bore a multitude of similar marks, though obscured by clothing. It must be said that these three brothers possessed a remarkable resilience. For most, being subjected to such a brutal assault would have resulted in severe consequences, if not death. However, after a month of recovery at home, they had miraculously returned to health. This could be attributed to the fact that, although not particularly bright, they had a modest supply of provisions that allowed them to endure the month. Now, freshly healed, they had eagerly rushed over upon hearing the news that Chen Dao intended to treat the entire village to steamed buns. "What are you saying, uncle?" Chen Jin harbored a certain trepidation towards Chen Da, yet he boldly asserted, "Chen Dao has declared that everyone in the village is welcome to partake in the steamed buns. We, as brothers, are also residents of Qinjia village. Why should we be excluded?" The trio's audacious declarations elicited expressions of disdain amongst several villagers waiting in line. Such shamelessness. Wherever there is food, there they are. Just prior, they had contemplated pilfering from Dao Ji's home, and now they dared to come for buns? Why hadn't the village chief dealt with these brothers to prevent such a waste of resources? Unperturbed by the villagers' scorn, the brothers defiantly addressed Chen Da. "Chen Dao has stated that every villager can collect buns. Does that mean his word holds no weight?" Upon hearing this, Chen Da hesitated. He was reluctant to distribute buns to these brothers, yet denying them would contradict Chen Dao's promise, placing Chen Da in a difficult position. Just then, Chen Dao emerged from the house, his expression composed as he instructed Chen Da, "Give them the buns." Chen Da remained somewhat hesitant, while the villagers, upon hearing Chen Dao's words, could not help but exclaim, "Dao is indeed too kind-hearted. Providing these three brothers with buns is nothing short of a waste. Indeed, it would be better if these three brothers starved sooner, lest they become an eyesore in the village. In my opinion, the village chief should have dealt with them more harshly before." The villagers waiting in line for buns felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Due to Chen Dao's generosity, they held him in high regard, while the Chen Jin brothers, who had previously attempted to steal from Chen Dao's home, were decidedly unpopular. Consequently, upon witnessing Chen Dao's intention to offer buns to these three brothers, the villagers were filled with discontent. Of course, this dissatisfaction was not directed at Chen Dao, but rather at the Chen Jin brothers, who were astonishingly shameless, having schemed to steal from others not long ago, and now seeking a free meal. Truly disgraceful. It is evident that Dao possesses a deep understanding of the situation. Chen Jin smiled broadly and remarked, "Now that is more like it. We three brothers are also from Qinjia village, so why should we be denied our share of steamed buns?" "Indeed, indeed," his two brothers chimed in eagerly. Chen Dao gazed upon the trio with faces resembling a hornet's nest, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. "Very well. Let this be your final feast." Chen Dao once again addressed Chen Da, saying, "Uncle, please hand them the steamed buns." This was acceptable, seeing that Chen Dao had made up his mind. Chen Da said no more and directly handed 6 steamed buns to the Chen Jinsam brothers. Upon receiving the buns, the three brothers did not even offer a word of thanks, departing from Chen Dao's home with a demeanor as if they had severed all ties. However, as they turned to leave, they failed to notice a figure resembling both a cat and a bear vanish from the front courtyard, perched upon Chen Dao's shoulder. "Eldest brother, the Chen Dao family is exceedingly wealthy." Chen Yin snarled as he bit into a steamed bun, as if he were sinking his teeth not into bread, but into Chen Dao's very head. If only we could have stolen something from his house back then. Even now, the three brothers did not perceive any wrongdoing in their attempt to infiltrate Chen Dao's home. They were merely regretful that their previous thievery had not been successful. Indeed, indeed. Chen Tong nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, "Damn it, how can he be so wealthy yet unwilling to share even a morsel with us? What a wretched scoundrel." After a moment, he continued, "Elder brother, should we not consider another attempt to infiltrate his home and steal something? It seems that relying solely on ourselves may prove insufficient." Chen Jin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he pondered, "I must seek assistance." "Seek assistance?" Chen Tong and Chen Yin were taken aback. Chen Jinzo explained, "Do you recall that we met a leader of the Black Tiger Gang while we were in the city? We could seek his assistance." "Are you referring to that individual named Wang Kai?" Chen Tong and Chen Yin immediately responded, their memories of Wang Kai quite vivid. They had previously spent a considerable amount of the money earned from selling land on entertaining Wang Kai. Indeed, Chen Jin nodded and remarked, "In these times, for Chen Dao to possess such wealth, it is evident that his family harbors numerous secrets. If we were to relay this matter to Wang Kai, he would undoubtedly be intrigued, and it is even possible that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang would take an interest as well." At that juncture, Chen Dao's demise would be inevitable. The Black Tiger Gang is the most formidable criminal organization in Taiping City, and its leader is a martial artist of considerable prowess, commanding respect even from the prominent families and the government. Once they set their sights on him, Chen Dao would be as good as dead. The secrets of Chen Dao's household, along with the wealth of his family, surely could afford me a share. I do not desire much. Even a few chickens would suffice. Chen Jin could not help but indulge in his fantasies. Chen Yin and Chen Tong's eyes gleamed with intensity. Over the past month, their days spent languishing in bed, racked with pain, had cultivated an overwhelming resentment towards Chen Dao. The mere thought of Chen Dao's tragic fate ignited a fervor within them. Chapter 71. A lavish dinner. The three brothers, consumed by their emotions, failed to notice the absence of any soul in their vicinity. Most of the villagers from Qinjiao village had congregated at Chen Dao's residence, leaving the village astonishingly desolate. Furthermore, due to their penchant for solitude, the brothers often traversed the more secluded paths. As they walked along this quiet road, a profound silence enveloped them, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a sound unlike any human utterance shattered the stillness, reverberating in their ears like a clap of thunder. In such a tranquil setting, the abrupt emergence of this noise was indeed unsettling. What was that sound? Chen Jin's gaze darted warily around his surroundings, while Chen Yin and Chen Tong also halted their steps, bracing themselves to scrutinize the environment. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Before the three brothers could react, a cry of pain escaped Chen Tong's lips. Sensing something amiss at his neck, Chen Tong instinctively reached to touch it, his fingers encountering a warm, moist substance that felt disturbingly reminiscent of blood. Blood? Chen Tong's pupils constricted, and he instantly realized the gravity of the situation. However, it was already too late. His strength gradually ebbed away, and blood gushed forth from his severed throat. Chen Tong felt the world spinning around him, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Brother! Chen Jin gasped in shock, but in the next moment, an unusual sensation enveloped his neck, swiftly followed by an overwhelming weakness that rendered him lifeless, his eyes devoid of vitality, transformed into a cold corpse. Elder brother, third brother, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. Chen Yin, upon witnessing his elder brother and third brother collapsing in succession, turned pale with fear. Just as he was about to approach and ascertain their condition, a shadow lunged at him, and in an instant, Chen Yin felt a sharp pain in his neck, leading to his complete loss of breath. It was only after all three had perished that a diminutive figure emerged under the moonlight, sporting a long, fluffy tail and a round face. Who else could it be but Xiao Yuan? With a moist little nose twitching, Xiao Yuan confirmed the demise of the three and, under the dim moonlight, departed from the scene of the crime. In the front yard of Chen Dao's residence, over 1,000 steamed buns had been distributed, and the villagers departed in small groups. Yet, Chen Dao did not hurry inside. Instead, he stood in the yard, awaiting something. Daoer, what are you waiting for? Inquired Chen Dao, noticing his reluctance to move. Just a moment longer. As Chen Dao's words faded, he caught sight of a shadow leaping into the front yard. And upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiao Yuan. Having entered the courtyard, Xiao Yuan retracted its claws and gracefully leaped onto Chen Dao's shoulder, emitting a series of soft, whimpering sounds, as if conveying some important message. Chen Dao seemed to comprehend, gently stroking Xiao Yuan's head, and remarked with a smile, "You have done remarkably well." Xiao Yuan once again emitted a soft whimper, thoroughly reveling in Chen Dao's caress and praise. Chen Dao turned to Chen Dao and said, "Uncle, shall we proceed inside?" Chen cast a glance at Xiao Yuan without further thought. After closing the front door, he entered the house alongside Chen Dao. In the kitchen, a sumptuous feast awaited. At that moment, a large round table was adorned with a substantial pot of stewed chicken, prepared by Li Ping and He Chui Lian under Chen Dao's guidance, having slaughtered 2 non-laying hens for the occasion. Beside the stewed chicken lay a platter of chicken offal, accompanied by a generous bowl of egg drop soup. Around the dining table, Chen Sheng, Ding Xiaohua, and 3 children sat together, their eyes fixated on the sumptuous spread before them, unable to suppress their salivation. This evening's meal was undoubtedly the most lavish they had encountered in recent years. Each place was adorned with pristine white steamed buns, accompanied by not 1 but 2 whole chickens, alongside a delicate egg drop soup crafted from a multitude of eggs. As they gazed longingly at the dishes laid out, anticipation bubbled within them. Fortunately, they were aware that the head of the household, Chen Dao, along with Chen Da, had yet to arrive, so they refrained from making any moves, merely enduring the pangs of hunger as they awaited their presence. At that moment, Chen Fei. With keen eyes illuminated by the dim glow of the candlelight, spotted Chen Dao and Chen Da entering the kitchen. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Dao Gur is here. Dao Gur and uncle, please take a seat over here. Dao Gur, come and sit down quickly. The others echoed her warm invitations, eager for the meal to commence. Knowing that they could not begin until Chen Dao and Chen Da had settled in, Chen Dao approached Chen Fei and sat beside her, gently ruffling her hair as he spoke. Everyone must be hungry. Shall we eat? Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, everyone's eyes brightened, and they swiftly sprang into action. Chen Cheng acted swiftly, deftly picking up a piece of chicken and placing it into his mouth. He savored the rich flavor of the meat and the enticing aroma of the fat, revealing a look of pure satisfaction. Exquisite. Absolutely delectable. Chen Cheng shook his head in admiration. The others were not slow to follow suit, their eyes fixated on the large basin of chicken, ravenously devouring piece after piece and uttering sounds of delight with each bite. The meat was simply delectable, far surpassing even the humble bun. Indeed, it was exquisite, so fragrant and enticing. Observing the contented faces around him, Chen Dao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having feasted daily on a blood-feathered chicken, he had long since lost his fervor for meat. In contrast, Chen Chen and the others, having been deprived of such indulgence for so long, were displaying an exaggerated enthusiasm, as though they were savoring the finest delicacies. Chen Dao ignored the chicken on the table. Instead, he busied himself serving a bowl of egg drop soup, savoring it alongside the steamed bun. Everyone, do not solely indulge in the meat. Partake in some soup and enjoy a bun as well. The words of Chen Dao were evidently not heeded by many, for meat was a rare delicacy for the assembled company. Faced with such a feast, they scarcely regarded any other dishes. Among them, Chen Cheng's voracity was the most pronounced. He devoured the chicken, bones and all, with a fervor that left Chen Dao in awe of his digestive prowess. In contrast, the demeanor of Chen Dao and the Chen Da family was somewhat more restrained. Each day, as Chen Dao savored the blood-feathered chicken, he would generously share the offal and broth with them. Thus, their occasional indulgence in meat prevented them from displaying the same lack of decorum as the three brothers Chung. Under the onslaught of their ravenous appetites, it was not long before a large basin, containing over 10 pounds of chicken, was consumed entirely. Subsequently, they turned their attention to a small plate of chicken offal, which was quickly devoured, each person taking a chopstick to partake. It was only at this juncture that they remembered the staple food, the steamed buns. Ironically, those who once considered steamed buns the pinnacle of culinary delight, such as Chen Cheng and his companions, now neglected them entirely after experiencing the rich flavor of meat. This stark contrast was indeed astonishing. Chapter 72. Loyalty. This lavish dinner, albeit not an endless supply of meat, thoroughly satisfied everyone. As the meal concluded, Chen Cheng and his companions patted their bellies, their faces radiating contentment. Ah, Dao Guter treats us well. I have never eaten so much meat in my life. Chen Cheng chuckled, squinting with delight. Having lived nearly 25 years, he had never experienced such a sumptuous dinner. Indeed, Dao Guo is truly unmatched in his generosity. Working for him is undoubtedly worthwhile. This has been the finest meal I have ever had. The others echoed his sentiments, their admiration for Chen Dao reaching its zenith. Chen Dao smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning, everyone should come over. We shall pay a visit to the county town." Upon seeing everyone nod in agreement, Chen Dao continued, "All right. Once you have eaten your fill, you may return home. Cheng, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." With a single command from Chen Dao, everyone understood and departed accordingly. As the women busied themselves with the dishes, Chen Cheng was led to the front courtyard by Chen Dao, who then spoke, "Brother Cheng, would you be interested in continuing to work alongside me in the future?" "Of course I would." Chen Cheng nodded without a moment's hesitation. "Brother Dao, I am willing to work alongside you, as long as my meals are provided." "Excellent." Chen Dao nodded discreetly, harboring no concerns regarding Chen Cheng's potential refusal. It had become a well-accepted fact within the village that working for Chen Dao ensured a full stomach, and those willing to toil for him numbered not fewer than 490. The reason behind Chen Dao's choice of Chen Cheng was, of course, the latter's impressive physique. Ever since arriving in this world, Chen Dao had felt an acute lack of security in matters concerning safety. No amount of investment would ever seem excessive to him. His intention to have Chen Cheng continue working alongside him stemmed from a desire to cultivate him into a personal bodyguard, and even aspire to mold him into a martial artist. With Chen Cheng's imposing height of 1 meter 80 and his well-defined musculature, he would undoubtedly stand out among his peers once he became a martial artist. In such a scenario, with both Chen Sheng and Xiao Yuan as his protectors, would not his safety be assured? After a period of careful observation, Chen Dao had fully ascertained Chen Cheng's unwavering loyalty. While it might be challenging to expect Chen Cheng to sacrifice his life for him, Chen Dao was confident that betrayal was not within Chen Cheng's character. Thus, he felt no hesitation in investing resources to train Chen Cheng as a martial artist, transforming him into his personal bodyguard. "From now on, Brother Cheng, you shall accompany me," he declared. Chen Dao remarked, "Not only will I provide you with meals, but I will also grant you a monthly salary." "A salary as well?" Chen Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Not only would there be meals provided, but there was also a salary to be earned. How wonderful this is. Indeed. Chen nodded and handed 5 failed hatching eggs to Chen Cheng, saying, "With this salary, you need not worry about your family going hungry. Take these 5 eggs and give them to your younger siblings to help nourish their bodies." Chen Cheng gazed at the 5 eggs in his hands, his heart stirred, and his eyes glistened with moisture. "Dao Gur, you have been so kind to me." Chen Dao not only ensures his own sustenance, but also takes into account the well-being of his family. In this moment, Chen Cheng is utterly devoted to Chen Dao. Since he became aware of the world, no one has shown him such kindness, save for his mother. Chen Dao patted Chen Cheng's shoulder and said, "Brother Cheng, you should hurry back. Do not keep your mother waiting for too long." After speaking, Chen Dao turned and returned to the house. Chen Cheng paused for a considerable time before finally turning away and returning to his abode. In the modest living room of the Chen family, Mother Lu Yin sat alongside her sons, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, their faces illuminated by the dim moonlight filtering through the door, revealing their expressions of sorrow. With the completion of the construction of the Chen family's house, the 3 brothers found themselves bereft of the means to secure sufficient sustenance. Not only would their daily meals become scarce, but the depletion of their household provisions would also intensify. For a family already struggling with limited resources, while it may not be the end of the world, it is undeniably certain that life would become increasingly arduous. Alas, Chen Shi sighed, expressing his regret. "Had I known, we should have taken it a bit easier. This way, Dao's house could be built at a slower pace, and we could enjoy a few more days of sustenance." "How could you harbor such thoughts?" Lu Yin glared at Chen Shi and retorted, "Daoj provides you with ample food and even sends steamed buns to your home. Yet you contemplate idleness?" When their mother became furious, Chen Shi immediately felt guilty, scratching his head in embarrassment, and replied, "Mother, I was merely speaking out of turn. I never intended to actually do such a thing." In truth, Chen Shi held great gratitude towards Chen Dao and had never entertained the notion of slacking off. His earlier remark was simply a reflexive complaint born from the scarcity of provisions at home. "Why don't we go work in the city?" Chen Mu remarked. "I have heard that one can earn a considerable amount of silver by exerting their strength in the city. Since the 3 of us are not lacking in vigor, we are bound to find work." Chen Shi shook his head and remarked, "When the peddler Wuhan came by earlier, I inquired about it. He informed me that there are numerous individuals in the city vying for labor-intensive jobs, leaving us with no opportunity at all." Chen Mu opened his mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the village, farming was futile, and working hard in the city proved equally unproductive. Was it truly the case that with so many mouths to feed at home, they would face starvation? Mother, second brother, third brother. Just as the 3 of them wore troubled expressions, Chen Cheng burst in, his face alight with joy. "Elder brother has returned." Noticing the elation on Chen Cheng's face, Chen Shi hurriedly inquired, "Elder brother, what did Dao Gur want with you?" "Dao Gur asked me to continue working alongside him." Chen Cheng chuckled innocently, saying that if he followed him to work in the future, not only would he have enough to eat every day, but he would also receive a salary. Such fortunate opportunities indeed. Chen Shi and Chen Mu were momentarily taken aback, and then their eyes sparkled with intense envy. "Elder brother, this is indeed a fortunate occurrence." Chen Shi's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Who in the village does not wish to assist Daoj? To be favored by Daoj is indeed a blessing." After a moment, Chen Shi added with a touch of regret, "Why hasn't Daoj taken a liking to me? Could it be that you have been slacking off in your duties?" Lu Yin, evidently recalling Chen Shi's earlier words, remarked, "Daoj must have noticed your lack of diligence, which is why he has not invited you to continue working. What an injustice." "My dear mother," Chen Shi hurriedly protested his innocence, exclaiming that he had never been lazy while working, He urged them to inquire with his elder brother and third brother. Lu Yin turned her gaze towards Chen Cheng and Chen Mu, who both nodded in affirmation. They had observed Chen Shi's diligence during work, noting that he had indeed never shirked his responsibilities. In fact, the assurance of a full meal each day had spurred him to work even more industriously. Is that so? Lu Yin found herself momentarily perplexed as to why Chen Dao had chosen to keep Chen Cheng behind, but she quickly dismissed the matter from her mind. Instead, she focused on Chen Cheng and inquired, "Brother Cheng, did Dao mention anything about your salary?" "Yes, mother," he replied. "What amount did Dao specify?" Lu Yin pressed, not out of greed, but because this salary was crucial for their family's sustenance. If it were substantial, their concerns about food would be alleviated. However, if it were meager, they would need to devise a way to economize and endure the winter. In truth, had their food supplies not been so scant, Lu Yin would not have broached this subject at all. She would have been content to have Chen Cheng work for Chen Dao without compensation. After all, in the entirety of Chen family village, it was only Chen Dao who was willing to provide their family with food. Dao did not specify any amount. Chen Cheng replied. However, he mentioned that the salary is more than sufficient to ensure that our entire family is well fed. As Chen Cheng's voice faded, the eyes of the three individuals in the room sparkled with intrigue. Did Daoj truly express such sentiments? Lu Yin gazed intently at Chen Cheng, inquiring. Indeed, he did. Chen Cheng nodded and produced the 5 eggs he had brought back, presenting them to Lu Yin. "Mother, these are the 5 eggs that Daoj entrusted me to bring back," saying they are to nourish the younger siblings. Lu Yin carefully accepted the eggs, cradling them in her palms as if they were rare treasures. Indeed, for Lu Yin, these 5 eggs held immense value. The younger ones in the family, having endured years of hunger and subsisting on coarse grains, perpetually cried out in hunger, their faces pale and emaciated. These 5 eggs were precisely what they needed to restore their health. How generous Daoj is! Chen Shi could not help but exclaim, gazing at the 5 eggs. To part with 5 eggs so readily, such generosity is rare even among the landlords in the city. Has Daoj not always been this way? He treats the villagers with utmost kindness. Chen Mu lamented, "It is a pity that Dao Gu did not take a liking to me. Otherwise, I too could enjoy a daily feast like my elder brother." Lu Yin carefully tucked away 5 eggs and turned her gaze towards Chen Cheng, earnestly admonishing him. "Dao Gu has treated you with such kindness. Chen Gu, you must diligently assist him in his endeavors. Otherwise, your mother will not spare you. Do you understand?" "I understand, mother." As the Chen family engaged in conversation within their newly constructed home, Chen Dao reclined on his bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Taking into account the bandit he had previously slain, the once unassuming Chen Dao, who had scarcely killed even a chicken in his past life, had taken the lives of over 10 individuals since arriving in this world. In the context of his former homeland, such a record would undoubtedly earn him the moniker of a bloodthirsty murderer. However, in this realm, the act of killing a mere handful of people hardly raised an eyebrow. Even the authorities would struggle to trace the deaths back to Chen Dao. Even if they did, they would likely refrain from holding him accountable. For the demise of those bandits near the official roads would be met with indifference, perhaps even relief from the officials, who would not concern themselves with the circumstances of their deaths. Conversely, the Chun brothers, Jin San, faced a bit of trouble, though it was unlikely to escalate significantly. After all, when the brothers perished, Chen Dao had been in the front yard, well within the villager's sight, providing him with ample alibi. Even if the authorities were to discover the truth, Chen Dao remained unconcerned about the repercussions, as presenting his identity as a martial artist would suffice. In this world, the status of a martial artist is one of unparalleled distinction. The officials would never dare to confront a martial artist over the trifling matter of 3 Chen genes. In summary, Chen Dao harbored no worries regarding the implications of slaying the Chen Jin brothers. Rather, he found himself reflecting on the devaluation of human life in this world. Countless starving refugees perished outside the city, yet their lives went unnoticed and unvalued. Alas, Chen Dao let out a gentle sigh, and before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. The following morning, bright and early, the 3 brothers of the Chun family awoke, opting not to partake in breakfast at home, but rather hastening to the new abode of Chen Dao. They were well aware that a meal awaited them at Chen Dao's residence. Thus they refrained from wasting food at home. Upon arriving at Chen Dao's doorstep, they encountered Chen Jiang and Chen Si, who had already arrived ahead of them, bundled tightly in their garments, standing at the entrance in anticipation. "Brother Chen, you have arrived." Chen Si greeted the 3 brothers, Chen Cheng and Chen Jiang, with a smile. The trio reciprocated with cheerful expressions, engaging in conversation as they awaited the opening of the door to Chen Dao's residence. With a creak, the doors soon swung open, revealing Chen Dao's figure within. The group promptly approached him warmly, exchanging greetings. "Good morning, Dao Ge." "Well." Chen Da nodded and ushered everyone into the house. The two women, Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua, had already prepared breakfast. As soon as they entered, the group began to eat. After savoring 8 steamed buns accompanied by egg drop soup, Chen Chang contentedly patted his belly and exclaimed, "The buns from Dao's family are truly delectable. They never become tiresome." "You certainly did not express such sentiments yesterday," Chen Jiang jestingly remarked. "Just yesterday, you claimed that chicken was the most delicious." "Indeed, both chicken and steamed buns are delightful." Chen Qing spoke earnestly. Chen Dao, without engaging in idle chatter with the others, fetched the grain and proceeded to the backyard to feed the chickens. After binding the legs of 3 blood-feathered chickens and placing them into the coop, he departed with Chun Cheng and the others, heading straight for the Chen family estate. Chen Da had borrowed the donkey cart from the village chief and was preparing to visit Chen Dao and his companions. As he spotted Chen Dao and the others approaching, he exclaimed, "You're here? Let us set off." Thus, the group boarded the donkey cart and departed the village, heading towards the county town. However, shortly after Chen Dao and his companions left, a piercing scream reverberated throughout Qinjia village. A woman, her face ashen, stared at the 3 corpses on the ground, paralyzed by fear and collapsing to the earth. Simultaneously, nearby villagers, alerted by the commotion, emerged from their homes. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies, their faces turned pale, and some, particularly the timid, trembled uncontrollably. Yet, there were also those of bolder disposition. A young man, summoning his courage, stepped forward to turn the bodies over, recognizing the 3 deceased as the Chenjin brothers. A smirk of disdain crossed his face. These brothers were notorious in the village. Held in such low regard, they were likened to foul refuse, universally despised. What could have befallen them? He mused. I saw them just yesterday at Dao Ji's house, collecting steamed buns. How could they have perished overnight? Good riddance. They should have met their end long ago. Their existence was merely a drain on resources. The surrounding villagers murmured in agreement, some even applauding the news. The young man, the first to assess the situation, scrutinized the wounds on the brothers' bodies, his brow furrowing in concern. It was evident that they had not been slain by a human hand, but rather had fallen victim to a wild beast. The gashes on their necks unmistakably the marks of claws. Chapter 74, A Modicum of Discovery? At that moment, the village chief arrived. The crowd parted to allow him passage as Chief Chun He approached, his expression grave as he regarded the 3 corpses. The young man, who had been investigating, rose and addressed Chun He, saying, "The deceased are the Chenjin brothers. It appears they were killed by a beast descending from the mountains." Chun He crouched down to assess the situation, nodding in affirmation of the young man's assessment. It was indeed a death caused by a wild beast. The wounds on the necks of the Chun brothers, as long as they are not blinded, can essentially be identified as being inflicted by the claws of a wild beast. However, in Chun He's heart, there lingered a sense of perplexity, due to its proximity to the vast Kangmang mountain. Qinjia village had not been a stranger to incursions by wild beasts. These creatures could have been wild boars, jackals, or even tigers and leopards. While they posed a threat to humans, it seemed implausible that 3 adults would be rendered utterly defenseless. The absence of any signs of struggle indicated that Chen Jin and his companions had succumbed to a singular, lethal strike. Even more bizarre was the fact that, after claiming the lives of the Chun brothers, the beast appeared indifferent to their lifeless bodies. Typically, wild animals kill to satiate their hunger. A creature that slays without consuming its prey was a phenomenon Chun He had never encountered. Could it possibly be a creature of the supernatural? Chen He shook his head, dismissing the conjecture. If a beast were to invade the village, the casualties would not be limited to the Chen Jinsam brothers. The safety of the nearby villagers would be at stake. With the notion of a beast ruled out, the focus shifted from wild animals to human suspects. For reasons unknown, Chen He was suddenly reminded of the creature that often lingered around Chen Dao, an enigmatic being reminiscent of both a cat and a bear. Its claws bore a striking resemblance to the wounds on the necks of the Chen Jinsam brothers. Contemplating this, Chen He cast a deep glance at the corpses of the brothers and addressed the surrounding villagers. Let us lend a hand and ensure they are laid to rest at the mountain's edge. Although he harbored certain suspicions, Chen He chose not to voice them. His feelings toward the 3 brothers were far from affectionate. Their demise could only be seen as beneficial for the entire Chen family village. As for reporting Chen Dao to the authorities, that was entirely out of the question. Firstly, Chen He possessed no evidence. Secondly, Chen Dao's reputation in the village was currently at its zenith. Should he dare to accuse Chen Dao of murder, the first to oppose him would undoubtedly be the villagers around him. Moreover, what advantage would reporting Chen Dao bring to Chen He? Chen Dao, despite everything, generously distributed steamed buns to the villagers, and Chen He managed to acquire a few as well. What did the Chen Jin-san brothers offer him in return? They were fortunate, for even before their demise, they savored a hearty meal. The youth who first assessed the situation chuckled, recalling that he had also visited Chen Dao's home yesterday to receive his share of buns and was well aware of how these three brothers had shamelessly approached Chen Dao for their portion. Indeed, to enjoy a bun before passing away, these brothers might well be deemed gluttonous spirits in the netherworld. Frankly, since they have met their end, what need have they for buns? They would be better off leaving them for me. Precisely. In the afterlife, what difference exists between a gluttonous ghost and a famished one? The flavor of yesterday's buns was truly delightful. I envy Chen Chung and his companions, who can indulge in buns every day. Alas, they shall no longer have that luxury. The house belonging to Dao Gu has been completed, and there is no work left for them to do. It seems Dao Gu and his companions have ventured into the city today. Indeed, I saw them leave the village this morning. The villagers appeared largely indifferent to the deaths of Chen Jin-san and his brothers, casually engaging in conversation as they transported the brothers' lifeless bodies to the mountainside. Lacking even the motivation to wrap them in straw mats, simply digging a pit to inter all three corpses, the donkey cart traversed the official road. And the demeanor of Chen Chung and his companions was evidently less grave than before. Having witnessed the terror of the small circle, they no longer feared the forest bandits emerging from the woods, allowing those seated in the cart to adopt a relaxed attitude, even engaging in light banter. An hour later, the donkey cart halted before the door of the Fuhu boxing gym. Chen Dao alighted from the vehicle, intending to follow the customary practice of offering a coin to the gatekeeper, Wei Gu. However, Wei Gu waved his hand in refusal. No need for that, Brother Chen, he stated. The master of the gym has instructed that you may enter directly to see him without my announcement. Previously, Wei Gu regarded Chen Dao as a mere underling and had no qualms about accepting his money. However, now that Chen Dao had ascended to the status of a distinguished guest of the master, his standing in Wei Ji's eyes had significantly elevated, rendering the acceptance of money somewhat inappropriate. Then I thank you, Wei Gu. Chen Dao did not insist on monetary compensation. After gesturing for Chen Da and the others to wait outside, he entered the martial arts hall unaccompanied. Inside, apprentices were diligently practicing the tiger fist under Han Meng's guidance, perspiration streaming down their faces. However, as a seasoned 9th-rank martial artist, Chen Dao observed these apprentices with a quiet shake of his head. While their punches, honed under Han Meng's tutelage, were indeed impressive and well-formed, Chen Dao noticed that many of them bore a pallid complexion, indicative of excessive exertion. Lacking the restorative herbs to replenish their vital energy, no matter how skillfully they executed their techniques, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to evolve into true martial artists. Those apprentices with wan faces were clearly pushing themselves beyond their limits, a practice that would only deplete their physical well-being. In this realm of martial arts, the synergy of techniques, cultivation methods, and resources is indispensable. Chen Dao let out a soft sigh as he traversed the grand hall, eventually encountering Li Hu, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard, and Li Ying, who was seated at a stone table, observing the display. Chen Dao had no intention of disturbing Li Hu. He tiptoed to sit down across from Li Ying and smiled. Miss Li, it's been a while. Upon seeing Chen Dao, Li Ying remained as warm and cheerful as ever. Responding with a bright smile, please don't call me Miss Li anymore. It feels too formal. Just call me Sister Li or Yingjia instead. Of course, from now on, I shall call you Yingjia. Chen Dao readily agreed, demonstrating his willingness. Li Ying, however, turned to scrutinize Chen Dao closely, her delicate brows furrowing as a hint of contemplation flickered in her eyes. It had been nearly a month since they last met, and during this time, Chen Dao had undergone remarkable changes. His height, originally around 1.5 meters, had surged significantly, now nearing 1.60 meters. Furthermore, the transformation in his complexion and physique was striking. He had evolved from a frail, pallid figure into one that appeared considerably more robust, his voice deepening notably. Have you been practicing the tiger fist? Li Ying inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, I have, he replied. Chen Dao did not deny that he was aware of his changes, which could not escape the notice of others. He had recently made some progress in his martial arts training, and his physical condition had improved significantly. Is that so? Li Ying inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Chen Dao. Given the extent of Chen Dao's transformation, it was hard to believe that it could merely be described as a slight improvement. Chapter 75. Remarkable words. Young brother, Chen has made considerable advancements in martial arts recently. At that moment, Li Hu approached after finishing his training, observing Chen Dao intently while pondering thoughtfully. Li Ying, being only a 9th-tier martial artist, could only perceive superficial changes in Chen Dao, but Li Hu, having ascended to the 7th tier, could sense the remarkable vitality and vigor within Chen Dao. Such formidable life force was not something an ordinary person could possess, especially considering that during their last encounter, Chen Dao's condition was inferior to that of an average individual. In less than 20 days, he had transformed from a frail youth into a 9th-tier martial artist, leaving Li Hu astonished, to the point where he nearly regarded Chen Dao as a martial arts prodigy. However, upon further reflection, Li Hu dismissed this notion, concluding that Chen Dao's rapid ascension to the 9th tier was likely related to the blood feather chicken rather than his innate talent. It is merely a slight progress. The master of the dojo has exaggerated my achievements. Chen Dao smiled as he placed the chicken cage he was holding onto the table. Masterly, I have brought 3 blood feather chickens this time. Li Hu's eyes instantly sparkled. He had personally tested the efficacy of the blood feather chicken and found it to exceed his expectations. In less than 20 days, it had enabled him to transcend his limits, becoming one of the pinnacle 7th-tier martial artists in Taiping County, far surpassing the effects of any herbal remedy. Thus, Li Hu's excitement upon witnessing Chen Dao produce the blood feather chickens was palpable. Young brother Chen, Li Hu inquired tentatively, isn't the number of blood feather chickens you brought a bit insufficient this time? Master, I am at a loss as well. Chen Dao feigned distress as he remarked. This blood feather chicken was captured in the treacherous Kangmang Mountain. As the curator is well aware, the perilous nature of Kangmang Mountain makes it exceedingly difficult to find prey, and to ensnare 3 blood feather chickens in one go is indeed a stroke of remarkable fortune. Chen Dao's words were only half believed by Li Hu. The perilous nature of Kangmang Mountain was indeed true, as was the scarcity of prey, however. To assert that Chen Dao possessed merely 3 blood feather chickens was sheer nonsense. It was a simple deduction. If the number of these blood feather chickens were so meager, how could Chen Dao have risen to the status of a martial artist? Surely, he could not have relied solely on purchased medicinal herbs. Setting aside the question of whether Chen Dao could afford such exorbitant prices, even if he could, the efficacy of the herbs could not account for his rapid advancement in martial arts. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hu decided against probing further and instructed, Xiaoying, please fetch 60 taels of silver to present to our friend Chen. We shall purchase all 3 blood feather chickens. Understood, father, she replied. Before long, the 60 taels of silver were handed over to Chen Dao, and the transaction was completed smoothly. Chen Dao graciously declined the invitation from Li Hu and his daughter to stay for a meal, promptly exiting the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall. As he stepped out into the open, he encountered a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, who approached with an air of distinction. Chen Dao cast a casual glance at the man, pondering his presence. The middle-aged gentleman possessed a refined appearance and exuded a unique aura. Chen Dao found it difficult to articulate this quality, yet it reminded him of certain leaders he had seen in the news in his past life. The middle-aged man, evidently aware of Chen Dao's gaze, nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Wei Gu, the doorman, stating, could you kindly inform the hall masterly of my visit? Just mention that Su Jiwen is here. Wei Gu regarded the distinguished middle-aged man with a discerning eye before turning to relay the message within. Chen Dao then boarded the donkey cart and departed from the Fuhu Martial Arts School alongside Chen Da and others. Not long after Chen Dao and the others had departed, Wei Gu hurriedly returned, respectfully addressing Su Jiwen, county magistrate, please enter. It was evident that Wei Gu had learned of Su Jiwen's status from Li Hu, which had led to a marked change in his demeanor, now filled with deference. Su Jiwen nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly into the martial arts hall. After traversing the grand hall, he encountered Li Hu and his daughter in the rear courtyard. Apologies for not coming out to greet you, county magistrate. Please forgive me. Li Hu began, expressing his regrets. The status of the county magistrate undeniably surpassed that of the master of the Fuhu Hall, and he felt it was only proper to have welcomed Su Jiwen personally. However, He had been preoccupied with concealing the blood-feathered chicken and could not excuse himself to make a proper entrance. Not at all. Su Jiwen seemed unconcerned by this. Taking a seat at the stone table beside Li Hu before stating directly, "I wish to eradicate the Zhu family, and I wonder if the master might lend me a hand." A profound astonishment surged within Li Hu, causing him to shudder. He never anticipated that the county magistrate would utter such startling words upon his arrival. Even Li Ying, who stood beside them, was taken aback. The Zhu family had existed in Taiping County for over a century. A family so deeply rooted could not be easily uprooted. In fact, the previous county magistrate had contemplated challenging the three prominent families, only to meet an untimely demise, paving the way for Su Jiwen's appointment. "County magistrate, please do not jest," Li Hu replied solemnly. "If this were to leak out, we would both find ourselves in peril." Although Li Hu harbored considerable disdain for the three prominent families of Taiping County, it did not imply he wished to confront them directly. One must understand that within the confines of Taiping County, the foundations of the three families were far more substantial than those of the Fuhu Hall. While there might be occasional minor conflicts among them, they ultimately shared a common bond. Should the Zhu family be targeted, the other two families would undoubtedly intervene, endangering not only the Fuhu Hall, but also the safety of Li Hu and Li Ying. To his surprise, Li Hu exhibited such timidity. Su Jiwen employed provocation as a tactic, yet Li Hu remained unmoved. "County magistrate, there is no need to provoke me. I certainly possess courage, but I cannot afford to oppose the three prominent families." "Is that so?" Su Jiwen regarded Li Hu with a piercing gaze. His earlier probing had revealed that Li Hu did not align himself with the three families. "What if I were to assert that I have the means to eradicate the Zhu family? From where does the county magistrate derive such confidence?" Li Hu shook his head, skeptical of Su Jiwen's claims. This seemingly esteemed county magistrate was nothing more than a figurehead, incapable of managing even the clerks and constables in the county office, let alone possessing the power to eliminate the Zhu family. "Master, this table must be made of bluestone, correct?" Su Jiwen sidestepped Li Hu's retort, instead focusing on the tabletop. Suddenly, he grasped the edge of the round table and exerted a sudden force. Crack! The table, crafted from fine bluestone, suddenly fractured, causing a piece to break off. This spectacle left both Li Hu and Li Ying wide-eyed in astonishment. Bluestone is a precious material in the Xia Kingdom, renowned not only for its aesthetic allure, but also for its remarkable durability. Even a hammer might struggle to inflict damage upon it. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Su Jiwen effortlessly broke off a corner of the meticulously polished tabletop. Chapter 76. Rebellion. Li Hu and Li Ying's gazes fell upon Su Jiwen, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. It was common knowledge among those of stature in Taiping County that County Magistrate Su Jiwen was merely a figurehead, an individual of scholarly pursuits devoid of any genuine power. This sentiment was shared by Li Hu and Li Ying as well. However, Su Jiwen's display contradicted their preconceived notions. To break a piece of bluestone with bare hands was an achievement even beyond that of an 8th-grade martial artist. This indicated that the man, deemed a good luck charm of the county, was in fact a 7th-grade warrior. A seemingly feeble scholar was, unbeknownst to many, one of the rare 7th-grade warriors in all of Taiping County. How deeply the county magistrate concealed his true strength. Li Hu gazed intently at Su Jiwen, for even he had never sensed any aura of martial prowess emanating from him. Su Jiwen smiled and said, "To be honest, Li Guanju, I have possessed a natural talent for martial arts since childhood. My father originally hoped I would pursue martial training, while my mother wished for me to focus on scholarly pursuits. Unable to reconcile their differing views, they reached a compromise, encouraging me to cultivate both literature and martial arts. Since I became aware of my surroundings, I have spent my mornings studying and my afternoons training in martial arts. Fortunately, I possess a commendable aptitude in both disciplines, allowing me to achieve some progress in both martial and scholarly endeavors." Li Hu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he understood the internet memes of Earth, he might have felt compelled to chastise Su Jiwen for his ostentation. How infuriating it was, mastering both martial and literary skills, excelling in the imperial examinations, and even attaining the rank of a 7th-grade warrior. At this moment, Li Hu felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. While others could effortlessly balance both martial and scholarly pursuits to become 7th-grade warriors, his sole dedication to martial arts made his own ascension to that rank exceedingly arduous, often requiring the aid of the blood-feathered chicken to achieve such a promotion. Almost moved to tears by his perceived weakness, Li Hu found the situation exceedingly vexing. Now, do you believe what I say, Li Guanzhu? Su Jiwen concluded his display of humility and inquired. I have a question, Li Hu said. Might I ask why the county magistrate is determined to confront the 3 prominent families? Surely, you have seen the refugees outside the city? Indeed, I have, Li Hu replied. Though he did not venture outside often, he had visited the gathering of refugees and even arranged for aid to be distributed to them. My origins are far from noble. Su Jiwen suddenly shifted the conversation to his lineage. His father was merely the son of a merchant, possessing a modest fortune. Having spent some money to learn rudimentary martial arts in a dojo, his mother hailed from humble beginnings as well. The official had witnessed firsthand how his parents struggled to support his education and martial training, which illuminated the arduous lives of those at the bottom of society. Despite his own dullness, having read countless books over the years, he had not fully comprehended all the truths within them, yet he gleaned some understanding. He had never tilled the land, yet he had food to eat. He had never raised chickens or ducks, yet he had meat. He had never chopped firewood, yet he had an abundance of it for warmth. All these comforts were the fruits of the labor of countless common folk. The official's salary, every penny of it, was derived from the hands of the people, while outside the city, those who had once supported him were daily succumbing to hunger. This gnawed at his conscience, compelling him to borrow grain from the Zhu family to assist them. As Su Jiwen's words flowed, Li Hu fell into a contemplative silence. He had speculated endlessly about Su Jiwen's motives for eliminating the Zheng family, mostly from the perspectives of profit and power. Little did he realize that Su Jiwen's intention to uproot the Zhu family stemmed from such a simple, yet profound concern for the destitute outside the city. It was merely because he could not bear to witness the common people starving to death. In that moment, Li Hu felt a deep sense of respect. Having lived for over 40 years, he had encountered numerous corrupt officials and power-hungry elites. Yet he had never seen anyone like Su Jiwen, who genuinely cared for the welfare of the people. How do you plan to eliminate the Zhu family? Li Hu inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Jiwen's eyes brightened. Since Li Hu was asking about the resolution of the Zheng family issue, it indicated that he intended to ally with him. I have already devised a well-considered plan, Su Jiwen replied with calm assurance. Li Hu and Li Ying nodded in agreement. They deemed the county magistrate's strategy to have a high likelihood of success and found it entirely feasible. However, Li Hu's eyes shifted thoughtfully as he posed another question. What do you intend to do with the resources of the Zhu family after their downfall? He understood that everything must be approached with a sense of profit. Although Li Hu was inherently kind-hearted, he could not risk confronting the Zhu family merely for the sake of benefiting the people. I have already contemplated this matter, Su Jiwen replied confidently. Once the Zhu family is brought down, their grain and lands will revert to the government, while the Fuhu Martial Arts School, which aids me, shall receive all of the Zhu family's apothecaries and medicinal fields. The primary assets of the Zhu family, as well as the other prominent families in Taiping County, were grain and medicinal herbs. The arrangement where the county magistrate would take the grain and land, and the medicinal resources would belong to the Fuhu Martial Arts School, was agreeable to Li Hu. Thus, he nodded in acceptance. Let it be so. After the Zhu family falls, the medicinal herbs will be mine, and the grain will belong to the county magistrate. Excellent. Su Jiwen gently stroked his beard, a radiant smile illuminating his face. With the addition of Li Hu, he felt increasingly assured about the task of eliminating the Zhu family. Consequently, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew more relaxed. Li Hu instructed Li Ying to brew a pot of tea, and they sat across from each other, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. At that moment, Su Jiwen seemed to recall something important. He retrieved a paper filled with writing from the inner layer of his clothing and handed it to Li Hu, saying, "Perhaps you should take a look at this, Master Li." Upon receiving the paper, Li Hu's pupils instantly trembled with shock. The contents were not extensive, yet they were profoundly astonishing. A rebellion had erupted in Liangzhou. Li Hu rasped, almost speaking to himself. The information on the paper was likely transcribed by Su Jiwen from an official bulletin, detailing the news of the uprising in Liangzhou. In Liangzhou, a young man conscripted for service at the Great Wall, dissatisfied with the government's actions, brazenly gathered his acquaintances, murdered the officials escorting him, and rallied all the conscripted youths, proclaiming a resounding slogan: "The emperor, the chancellor, the nobles, and the officials are no different from us mere mortals. Why should they reign over us? Today, I, Yang Zheng, shall rise against the tyrannical emperor and drag him down from his throne." Perhaps it was Yang Zheng's incendiary words. Or perhaps the populace of Liangzhou had long harbored discontent with the court's deeds, but his insurrection progressed remarkably smoothly. He amassed the conscripted youths and the destitute, capturing one county after another. Upon entering each county, his first action was to eliminate the officials and bureaucrats within, subsequently opening the granaries to distribute food among his followers and the impoverished citizens. This decisive action endeared Yang Zheng to the hearts of the people, garnering him further support from the impoverished populace. With a substantial following of refugees and commoners, Yang Zheng found an inexhaustible source of recruits, and his rebellion continued to swell. According to the official bulletin, Yang Zheng's forces had expanded to a staggering 100,000, successfully occupying half of the prefecture. Liangzhou comprises merely 3 prefectures, meaning Yang Zheng had effectively seized 1/6 of Liangzhou's territory, establishing a foundational base for his movement. This news was a month old. Su Jiwen appeared unsurprised by Li Hu's astonishment, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "A month ago, Yang Zheng had already occupied half the prefecture. By now, it is likely that the entirety of Liangshan Prefecture has fallen under his control." Liangshan Prefecture is the southernmost region of Liangzhou, adjacent to Qingzhou, indicating that Yang Zheng could potentially march southward into Qingzhou at any moment. Should he do so, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be Taiping County, as it is the northernmost county of Qingzhou, sharing borders with Liangshan Prefecture. "What of the court?" Li Hu exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Why have they not dispatched troops to suppress the rebellion?" "The court?" Su Jiwen scoffed. "They are probably still preoccupied with their own internal strife. In less than 3 months, it appears impossible to dispatch troops." After stating this, Su Jiwen continued, "Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the court possesses the capability to send out an army. With the northern frontier besieged by marauding tribes and the homeland suffering from severe calamities, tax revenues have plummeted. How then can one expect the funds necessary to mobilize an army? The deployment of a military force requires substantial resources, and based on Su Jiwen's understanding, the court is likely overwhelmed with its own troubles, let alone the prospect of exterminating the rebel Yang Zheng. Is the court truly prepared to stand idly by as Yang Zheng grows in power?" Li Hu asked incredulously, for this was indeed a rebellion of monumental consequence. And yet the court seems utterly unresponsive. "Naturally, the court does not wish to allow Yang Zheng to flourish unchecked," Su Jiwen remarked. "My conjecture is that the court will likely send forth troops for a symbolic encirclement, but after failing to subdue him, they will resort to seeking his submission." Upon uttering these words, Su Jiwen added, "In truth, Yang Zheng is not the first to rebel. Since the onset of the harsh calamity, countless uprisings have erupted across the 3 northern provinces. Yet most have been mere thunder without rain, swiftly quashed. With Yang Zheng being the only one to stir such a significant commotion. Is the situation truly this dire?" Li Hu's eyes widened in astonishment, for he was unaware of these developments from his position in Taiping County. Only officials like Su Jiwen could glean such information from court reports. The thought that the entire northern region is now rife with rebellion sent shivers down Li Hu's spine. It appeared as though the Xia kingdom was on the brink of collapse. How could it not be in disarray? Su Jiwen sighed softly. The harsh calamity has left most of the northern populace bereft of sustenance, while the court incessantly enlists men and levies taxes, pushing the common people to their limits. Yang Zheng is merely the first rebel to cause such an uproar. He certainly will not be the last. This is also why I have resolved to eradicate the Zhu family. If we cannot adequately resettle the refugees beyond the city walls, the land of Qingzhou may very well give rise to another Yang Zheng." Su Jiwen turned to Li Hu, asking, "Do you believe, as a martial artist, that you could withstand the advance of Yang Zheng's 100,000-strong army?" "Certainly not," Li Hu replied without hesitation. "A martial artist is not invincible in one-on-one combat. As a 7th-tier warrior, he could easily defeat ordinary individuals, even take on 10 at once. However, when faced with a large, fearless army, he harbored no illusions of victory. Even the mightiest warriors can exhaust their strength. While one may slay 5 or 10 foes, it is utterly impossible to vanquish hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. And that is the crux of the matter," Su Jiwen concluded. "We must treat the refugees outside the city with kindness, providing them at least with a morsel to eat. Otherwise, should these refugees rise in rebellion, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be us." As Su Jiwen conversed with Li Hu, Chen Dao had already arrived in front of a pharmacy, standing outside and gazing up at the sign that bore the four prominent characters, Yuan's Pharmacy. The name unmistakably indicated that this was a pharmacy belonging to the Yuan family, undoubtedly offering medicinal herbs utilized by martial artists. After signaling to Chen Dao and the others to wait outside, Chen Dao stepped into the pharmacy. Inside, the establishment was sparsely populated, with only a couple of scattered patrons selecting herbs, alongside the proprietor seated behind the counter. Upon noticing Chen Dao's entrance, the proprietor merely glanced at him before returning his gaze. This was Yuan's Pharmacy, and customers wishing to purchase medicines would naturally approach the counter to settle their payments. As for the notion of someone absconding with the goods, the proprietor harbored no concerns, for within the entirety of Taiping County, not a single soul dared to take from the Yuan family without recompense, even among martial artists. Chen Dao approached the counter and inquired, "Do you have bloodlingji, phoenix tail flower, iron heart bamboo, and bear blood flower for sale?" These herbs were undoubtedly intended for his advancement into the little panda and blood feather chicken realms. His primary purpose for entering the city was to acquire these specific materials. Certainly, the shopkeeper replied without raising his head. Bloodlingji, phoenix tail flower, and bear blood flower are 2 taels of silver per stalk, while iron heart bamboo is 2 taels of silver per ounce. How much do you require? Is it truly so expensive? Chen Dao could not help but click his tongue, secretly calculating in his mind. The blood feather chicken required at least 5 days of medicinal herbs for its advancement, which meant that cultivating either a blood claw chicken or a crimson blood chicken would cost him 10 taels of silver. Similarly, the advancement of the red panda was not inexpensive either, necessitating 5 days of medicinal herbs as well. Moreover, if Chen Dao aspired to elevate it to the more formidable golden claw red panda, he would need to provide 2 types of herbs simultaneously, amounting to a total expenditure of 20 taels of silver. This price indeed made Chen Dao wince a little. However, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and stated, "I intend to purchase 5 taels of iron heart bamboo, 5 stalks of bear blood flower, and 20 stalks each of blood lingji and phoenix tail flower. Kindly prepare these for me." So much. The shopkeeper's expression finally changed, realizing that such a substantial order marked the arrival of a significant customer. Naturally, he could not afford to be as indifferent as before. A faint smile appeared on the shopkeeper's face as he replied, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch your items." Before long, the shopkeeper emerged from the medicine cabinet with a considerable amount of herbs laid out on the counter, beaming with delight. "Esteemed customer, here are the herbs you requested. You may verify the quantities." Chen Dao stepped forward to verify the contents, and upon confirming their accuracy, he retrieved 100 taels of silver from his money pouch and handed it to the shopkeeper. Subsequently, he placed all the medicinal herbs into the cloth bag provided by the shopkeeper, and then turned to leave the apothecary, carrying the bag in his hand. Chapter 78. The Hound of the Xia Kingdom. After Chen Dao departed, the shopkeeper's smile gradually faded, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Chen had left, a glimmer of shrewdness surfacing in his eyes. The young man, dressed plainly and possessing an innocent countenance, appeared to be nothing more than a mere youth. Yet he effortlessly produced 100 taels of silver to procure such an abundance of medicinal herbs for martial artists. Should I report this to my employer? A greedy expression slowly spread across the shopkeeper's face. In this world, possessing wealth without the means to protect it is tantamount to being a lamb awaiting slaughter. And Chen Dao seemed to epitomize such a vulnerable target. Stepping out of the apothecary, Chen Dao placed the bag of herbs onto the donkey cart and turned to the driver, "Chen Si," saying, "To the Eastern Market." "Certainly," came the reply. Upon arriving at the Eastern Market, Chen Dao disembarked and began to meander leisurely through its bustling streets. His visit to the Eastern Market was not, of course, to seek out Wu Han, for Wu Han had long ceased to set up his stall there, devoting himself entirely to the trade of Baiyu chicken with Chen Dao and Chen Da. Chen Dao came to the Eastern Market this time with the intention of acquiring some new livestock to rear. His finances have become considerably more ample, and the yellow-feathered chickens at home have established a stable breeding pattern. It is indeed time to contemplate the cultivation of new animals. "Sir, what breed is this duck?" Chen Dao halted before a stall selling ducks, surveying the creatures confined within the cages. He noticed that these ducks differed significantly from those he had encountered in a previous life. Not only were they smaller in stature, but their feathers were also a dull gray, lacking in aesthetic appeal. These were the gray ducks. The vendor stationed at the stall, upon noticing a potential customer inquiring about the price, hastily exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, Do not be deceived by the unremarkable appearance of these gray ducks. They are prolific layers and remarkably easy to care for. Purchasing them will undoubtedly yield you no loss. Is that so? Chen Dao, of course, was skeptical of the peddler's words. However, his primary purpose for coming was to purchase new livestock, and ducks were among his considerations. Thus, Chen Dao inquired, "Sir, how much for this gray and white duck?" Upon hearing of Chen Dao's intention to buy, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. The male is 200 won each, and the female is 250 won each. How many would the esteemed guest require? Such prices. Chen Dao couldn't help but reflect on the rising prices of grain, which in turn had led to an increase in the cost of livestock. Whether it be chickens or ducks, the prices of these live poultry had surged significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao produced 200 copper coins and handed them to the proprietor. "Please give me a gray mallard." "Certainly," the proprietor replied promptly, deftly retrieving a gray mallard from its cage and placing it into Chen Dao's hands. At that moment, the gray mallard became entirely Chen Dao's possession, and simultaneously, its advancement information materialized before his eyes. Gray mallard. Characteristics: small in size, prolific in egg production, hardy in rough feed. Advancement Pathway 1. The gray mallard can mate with the red-tailed duck to hatch green-headed ducks. Green-headed duck. Characteristics: medium-sized, matures early, prolific in egg production. Advancement Pathway 2. By feeding the gray mallard sweet licorice for 3 consecutive days, it can advance into a red mallard. Red mallard. Characteristics: matures early, larger in size, abundant in meat production. Green-headed duck and gray mallard. A contemplative expression emerged in Chen Dao's eyes. Clearly, these two advanced breeds of ducks surpassed the gray mallard significantly. However, the green-headed duck was hardly worth consideration, as the chances of finding the red-tailed duck were slim, and even if located, the breeding process would be quite time-consuming. Instead, the second advanced route warranted consideration. The herb, sweet licorice, was familiar to Chen Dao. It belonged to the category of commonplace medicinal herbs, readily available in ordinary pharmacies such as Baikatang, and was not particularly expensive. With a resolute decision in mind, Chen Dao promptly addressed the vendor. "I shall purchase all the ducks at your stall. Could the price be reduced a bit?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes brightened, and he eagerly replied, "If you intend to buy all the ducks, I can lower the price by 10 won per duck." "Very well, let us proceed with the transaction." Chen Dao expended 2 taels and 390 copper coins to acquire a total of 6 female gray ducks and 5 male gray ducks from the vendor's stall. He subsequently placed the cage containing the ducks onto the donkey cart and continued to other stalls in pursuit of additional ducks. In a short span of time, Chen Dao successfully purchased 30 gray ducks, evenly divided between males and females, making them ideally suited for breeding at home. Just as he was about to depart from the East Market after securing a sufficient number of ducks, he was startled by the sound of barking nearby. Turning his gaze, he observed a stall where 2 seemingly adult dogs were barking, their necks tethered with leashes, the other ends held firmly by the vendor to prevent the dogs from escaping. Chen Dao fixed his gaze upon the 2 dogs, observing that they bore a striking resemblance to the pastoral hounds of a bygone era. Their coats were adorned in hues of yellow, their heads round and diminutive, and their tails held high, exuding an endearing charm. "Esteemed guest, are you in search of a canine companion?" The vendor at the dog stall seemed to have noticed Chen Dao's interest and hastily inquired. Chen Dao pondered for a moment and inquired, "How much does this dog cost?" 500 won for each one. "Is it really that expensive?" Chen Dao appeared somewhat taken aback. The vendor then remarked, "Esteemed guest, do not find the price excessive. This dog is of considerable size, yielding far more meat than chickens or ducks, and its flavor surpasses that of poultry. Thus it is only natural for it to be priced higher." Chen Dao paused in silence, initially believing that the dog was intended for someone else's guardianship, only to discover it was, in fact, destined for consumption. However, after a moment's reflection, he came to terms with the reality. In these times of hardship, few households can afford to fill their bellies. It is conceivable that if a giant panda were to stand before the common folk, they might resort to slaughtering it for sustenance. The charm of animals can only be appreciated when people have their basic needs met. In circumstances of hunger, even the most endearing creatures may become mere provisions for the populace. In his previous life, Chen Dao seldom indulged in dog meat and even relished the companionship of dogs and cats. He did not condemn others for their choice to consume dog meat. Thus, he held no animosity towards the vendor selling the dogs. Instead, he proposed, I will take both dogs. How does 800 sound? Both. The vendor exclaimed with delight. Quickly agreeing, very well. It shall be 800 won. As he spoke, the vendor handed the leashes of the 2 dogs to Chen Dao, who in turn produced 800 copper coins to complete the transaction, thereby securing ownership of the 2 dogs. The dogs seemed reluctant to part from their original owner, softly whimpering towards the vendor. Yet, being gentle in nature, they offered no resistance. Meanwhile, Chen Dao's gaze fell upon the dogs as he examined their advancement information. Xia National Canine. Characteristics: loyal, keen sense of smell. Advancement Route 1. The Xia National Canine can breed with the Tsongshan dog to produce the red-haired dog. Red-haired dog characteristics: keen sense of smell, larger size, produces more meat. Advancement Route 2. Feeding the dog with dogtail flowers for 3 consecutive days can advance it to a guardian dog. Guardian dog characteristics: loyal, strong territorial awareness, fierce combat capability. Comparable to a 9th-tier martial artist. Chapter 79. Not simple. Guardian dog. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Dao's eyes. He had never anticipated that the first evolution of the Summer Kingdom's indigenous dog would align with the advancement path of a combat canine. The characteristics of the guardian dog clearly indicate that this breed is exceptionally suited for home protection. If he could successfully cultivate a sufficient number of guardian dogs, would it not imply that he possessed a multitude of loyal companions, akin to 9th-tier martial artists? Splendid. Chen Dao led 2 dogs to the side of the donkey cart. Upon seeing Chen Dao approach with 2 dogs in tow, Chen Sheng and the others could not help but inquire, "Dao Gu, are you yearning for dog meat?" As they spoke, a glimmer of excitement flickered in their eyes, seemingly already indulging in fantasies of the delicacy. Alas, Chen Dao promptly dispelled their assumptions, responding, "Not at all. I intend to keep these 2 dogs as guard animals." With that, he gently lifted each dog onto the donkey cart. The amiable creatures offered no resistance, allowing him to place them comfortably on the vehicle. Subsequently, the group boarded the cart and set off towards the direction of Baichao Hall. "Uncle, do you think Dao Gu has feelings for the granddaughter of the Baichao Hall's proprietor?" Chen Si, watching Chen Dao enter the establishment, curiously asked. Given that Chen Dao visited Baichao Hall on every trip to the city, it was difficult for him to dismiss such speculation. Indeed, the granddaughter of the Baichao Hall's owner was exceptionally beautiful. Chen Jiang, standing nearby, remarked that he had encountered Su Qiaoxi before and was well aware of her exquisite beauty. However, his admiration for her allure was merely a fleeting sentiment. The notion of pursuing Su Qiaoxi was utterly implausible. Setting aside the question of whether the concept of romantic freedom existed in this era, the chasm of their social standings was insurmountable. He was merely a peasant boy struggling to secure a meal, while Su Qiaoxi was the granddaughter of the esteemed proprietor of Baikiatang in the county town. The disparity in their social statuses rendered any possibility of their union entirely impossible. Chen did not respond to the 2, though he harbored some suspicion in his heart. Previously, Chen Dao had already visited the Yuan's medicine shop, and now he was making a trip to Baichao Hall. It was difficult not to question his intentions. However, Chen Dao was not one to speak freely, thus he kept his doubts to himself. Inside Baichao Hall, Su Qiaoxi's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon Chen Dao. Or more precisely, at the small round figure resting on his shoulder, its chin nestled against him. "Mr. Chen, you have arrived," Su Qiaoxi exclaimed, hastening towards Chen Dao. Yet, her enchanting gaze was not directed at him, but rather at the small round creature. She extended her index finger and gently poked the tip of its nose, provoking an instant display of human-like disdain on its round face as it retreated behind Chen Dao, refusing to be touched by Su Qiaoxi. "Miss Su, Manager Su." Chen Dao greeted the 2 individuals in the pharmacy with a smile, and then remarked, "I have come to purchase some medicinal herbs. Is it the coagulation fruit?" Su Shihua, seated behind the counter, turned to retrieve a cloth bag from the medicine cabinet, and said, "Xiao, she has already informed me about your arrival. This is the coagulation fruit we have reserved for you. A total of 100 pieces. Feel free to count them." Upon hearing this, Chen Dao was about to approach the counter for inspection when Su Qiaoxi suddenly whispered, "Young Master Chen, would you kindly entrust me with the care of Xiao Yuan for a while?" Chen Dao cast a glance at Su Qiaoxi, unable to suppress a chuckle. The girl spoke sweetly, claiming to care for Xiao Yuan, yet it was evident she was merely tormenting her. "Xiao Yuan, do not harm others." Chen Dao did not refuse. He carefully took Xiao Yuan from his back, offered a few words of advice, and then placed Xiao Yuan into Su Qiaoxi's hands. Overjoyed, Su Xiaoxi embraced Xiao Yuan and began to play with it enthusiastically. Chen Dao walked up to the counter, counted carefully, and upon confirming the correct quantity of coagulant fruits, spoke, "Manager Su, may I inquire if you have sweet licorice and dogtail grass for sale?" Sweet licorice? Dogtail grass? Su Shihua pondered for a moment, then turned to retrieve the two herbs from the medicine cabinet behind him. Placing them upon the counter, "Here are sweet licorice and dogtail grass." Chen Dao gazed at the two medicinal herbs displayed on the counter, sweet licorice, which resembled grass yet possessed subtle distinctions, and dogtail flower, characterized by its petals resembling a dog's tail and its crimson stamen. "May I inquire, Master Su, about the specific functions of these two herbal ingredients?" Sweet licorice, with its delightful flavor, serves as a remedy for alleviating coughs, while the juice of the dogtail flower can staunch bleeding and heal wounds. "Ah, I see." Chen Dao nodded and, after inquiring about the prices of the medicinal herbs, expressed his intention to purchase all available stocks of dogtail flowers and sweet licorice. All of them? Su Shihua looked at Chen Dao with surprise, somewhat puzzled by his desire to acquire such a large quantity. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning further and recounted with familiarity. "The shop has a total of 80 pieces of sweet licorice and 60 dogtail flowers. If you wish to take them all, I shall charge you a mere 251. The prices for sweet licorice and dogtail flowers were set at 2 each. Thus, Su Shihua generously offered Chen Dao a discount of 30 copper coins. Done. Chen Dao retrieved 2 taels of silver and 50 copper coins from his pouch, purchasing all the medicinal herbs, including 100 blood-coagulating fruits. He then prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Su Xiaoxi, clearly not having enjoyed her time with Xiao Yuan to the fullest, implored him, "Young Master Chen, might you stay a while longer?" Chen Dao opened his mouth, unable to resist the girl's earnest plea, and thus took a seat within the 100-herb hall. Observing Su Xiaoxi and Xiao Yuan at play, Su Shihua cast a glance at the two, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. After a full half-hour had passed, Su Xiaoxi reluctantly returned Xiao Yuan to Chen Dao, saying, "Young Master Chen, do come visit often." "Certainly, Miss Su," he replied. Chen Dao smiled as he slung the little round creature over his shoulder and exited the apothecary hall. Su Xiaoxi gazed longingly at the direction of the door, murmuring, "How did young Master Chen come across such an adorable animal? I wish to have one as well." This young Master Chen is no ordinary individual, Su Shihua remarked with a profound gaze. As a healer, he was acutely aware of changes in a person's complexion. The last time he encountered Chen Dao, the latter appeared pallid and frail, as if just recovering from a severe illness. However, upon their recent meeting, Chen Dao not only exhibited a vibrant complexion but also walked with a commanding presence, reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. Such vigor was not characteristic of an average person. Su Shihua even pondered whether Chen Dao had become a martial artist, yet he found that notion somewhat implausible. After all, Chen Dao had merely purchased some blood dash, whose effects on invigorating one's vitality were rather negligible. It seemed improbable that anyone could ascend to martial prowess solely through the consumption of blood dash. Nevertheless, regardless of his martial capabilities, Su Shihua did not perceive Chen Dao as an ordinary peasant, for a farmer would never acquire such a significant quantity of blood dash, nor would they purchase vast amounts of dogtail flowers and sweet licorice. It was utterly inconceivable for someone like Chen Dao to casually produce several taels of silver for medicinal herbs. Chapter 80. News of the noble. Let us depart. Having completed his affairs in the city, Chen Dao, along with Chen Dao and others, set off in a donkey cart, leaving the county town. At that very moment, as they exited the town, within a humble wooden house, drafty and makeshift, a group of young men congregated, their expressions grave, as if plotting something. These young men were refugees gathered outside the city. In truth, most who managed to reach the outskirts of Taiping County were predominantly youth. The elderly were often unable to withstand the arduous journey and harsh weather. Only the vigorous young could traverse the long distance to reach Taiping County. As for the aged, they either perished at home or succumbed along the way, with very few managing to arrive, and even fewer surviving the threat of starvation outside the city. It is well known that where there is a multitude, a semblance of collective organization often emerges. These collectives may be termed societies or gangs, and invariably, there exists a leader among them. At this moment, seated at the forefront of the gathering was Zhang He, a man with a square face, who had been elected as the leader by these refugees. Zhang He was originally an ordinary farmer from the rural Nanhe County in Liangzhou. Yet he harbored little affection for agricultural labor. Instead, he was profoundly drawn to the world beyond his village. Upon reaching adulthood, Zhang He began to leave the village with his peers to work in the county town, earning money while simultaneously experiencing the broader world. Due to his sense of loyalty, he naturally assumed a leadership role among his friends, often regarded as the elder brother figure. Zhang He envisioned a life that would continue in this manner, relying on the laborious earnings from the county town. While he did not aspire to great wealth, he believed he could sustain his family and perhaps, through fortune, marry a girl from the city, leading a blissful and fulfilling life. He was content with his existence, convinced that it would persist in this tranquil yet satisfying manner, until the calamity of the cold disaster struck. For years prior, a harsh winter ravaged the entire Liangzhou region. Although the vast expanse of Liangzhou could not be said to yield no harvest, the agricultural output plummeted by at least 70%. Such a monumental shortfall impacted not only the farmers, but also young laborers like Zhang He who worked in the city. Before the disaster, Zhang He could earn 50 copper coins in a day's work, of which he managed to save around 20 after expenses. However, with the onset of the cold disaster, not only did his wages significantly diminish, but the prices of grain soared. Zhang He found himself unable to earn even 20 copper coins a day, barely able to sustain himself, let alone support his family. Even his parents, who once relied on their few acres of farmland to make ends meet, found themselves destitute as the disaster rendered their land utterly barren. Within a mere 2 years, the savings Zhang He had diligently amassed were completely depleted by the soaring grain prices. To make matters worse, the authorities imposed higher taxes during this dire time. Zhang He, struggling to find enough to eat, found it impossible to pay these taxes. Failure to do so would result in being conscripted to the northernmost Great Wall. Truthfully, Zhang He could have accepted conscription, as being a soldier at least guaranteed a full meal. However, the thought of being sent to the Great Wall was unbearable for him. For those conscripted to the Great Wall, the majority did not perish on the battlefield, but rather succumbed along the treacherous journey. In his youth, Zhang He witnessed many young and robust men conscripted by the authorities, purportedly to serve at the Great Wall. After that conscription, he never heard any news of those men again, not even a letter from them. Experienced elders in the village speculated that most of these young men perished on the journey to the Great Wall. As Zhang He's native Nanha County lies in the southernmost part of Liangzhou, 1,000 miles from the northern Great Wall. In that era, traversing such a vast distance on foot, without adequate supplies, was nearly tantamount to a death sentence. This grim reality instilled in Zhang He a profound aversion to conscription, a sentiment shared by his parents, who feared for their only son's safety. Consequently, after much deliberation, the family made a momentous decision to flee Nanha County towards Qizhou. Once resolved, they hastily gathered their valuables and set off on the road to Qingzhou. They envisioned a hopeful future in Taiping County, where they believed the government would provide disaster relief and a chance for sustenance. However, tragically, before even reaching Taiping County, Zhang He's parents succumbed on the arduous journey, victims of the merciless cold and hunger. Liangzhou is known for its bitter chill, and Taiping County, being adjacent, offered little respite. Battling the frigid winds and subsisting on meager rations, Zhang He's elderly parents were unable to endure the hardship. Halfway through their journey, they collapsed on the roadside, succumbing to the elements. Zhang He hastily buried his parents in a grove by the road and, with unwavering resolve, continued onward to Taiping County. Fortuitously, having spent years laboring in the city, Zhang He possessed a strong physique and managed to reach the county town. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he found not the anticipated relief from the government, but rather the unyielding grip of hunger. Initially, the government provided some gruel, but as time passed, even that dwindled, leaving many refugees congregating outside the city to gnaw on tree bark and forage for edible earth. Occasionally, kind-hearted citizens would venture outside the city to distribute gruel, but the supply was woefully insufficient for the multitude of starving refugees. In essence, the refugees outside the city were perpetually ensnared in a state of hunger, with some so desperate that they would not hesitate to resort to cannibalism. In such dire circumstances, the deceased among the refugees became a source of sustenance for the living. Zhang He had not partaken of human flesh, for his robust nature and sense of camaraderie elevated him to a leadership position among the group. As their leader, though he too faced hunger, he was able to secure at least a morsel of food. At this juncture, the gathered individuals were convening to deliberate on a significant matter. Zhang He turned to a gaunt man resembling a thin monkey and inquired, "Have we received any news from the nobles in the city?" "Yes, we have," The man known as the Thin Monkey nodded solemnly and stated, "The nobleman from the city has just sent word that if we assist him in accomplishing his task, he will fulfill his promise by providing us with ample food, wealth, and status, even bestowing upon us medicinal herbs and granting us the opportunity to become warriors." Chapter 81. A Great Undertaking. Excellent. Zhang He nodded in satisfaction. Just a few days prior, a nobleman from within the city had reached out to him, requesting assistance with a matter that had not been disclosed until today, when the nobleman finally revealed that the task at hand was murder. Zhang He raised his gaze to the crowd within the room and proclaimed, "Brothers, do you desire sufficient food and the chance to become warriors?" "Indeed." The young men in the room responded without hesitation. For these destitute refugees, even the prospect of a full meal was a source of happiness, let alone the opportunity to become warriors. Before their plight as refugees, the idea of becoming a warrior had been an unattainable dream. Now, however, they were presented with a chance. Excitement surged within the hearts of the young men. Warriors were esteemed beings, and if they could attain such status, they would no longer need to worry about hunger or poverty. "Brother Zhang, you lead the way. We will follow you," one said. "Yes, we shall heed Brother Zhang." Others echoed, "He would never lead us astray." The young men gazed at Zhang He with fervent anticipation, awaiting his response. Zhang He was pleased with their enthusiasm, but solemnly cautioned, "Engaging in this endeavor may very well lead to death. Are you still willing to follow me?" His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the ardor in many hearts. If the task merely required their effort for the promise of endless food and the chance to become warriors, they would eagerly comply. But if it meant risking their lives, they had to reconsider. After all, life is singular. Even if it meant enduring hunger, it was better than facing death. Nonetheless, some young men remained undaunted. "Of course we shall," declared the Thin Monkey, seated beside Zhang He. "My family has perished from starvation. I am left with nothing but this worthless life. What is there to lose by risking it for wealth?" He then turned to the others and exclaimed, "Look at yourselves. You wear clothes riddled with holes. Your body's mere skin and bones. What meaning does this existence hold? You are but a worthless life in the eyes of others. To gamble this worthless life for a chance at wealth and the possibility of becoming warriors, should we fail, we shall merely meet death. What is there to fear?" "Exactly. I shall wager my worthless life for a chance at fortune," another shouted. "Even if we do not strive, we will eventually starve. It is better to take a risk. Brother Zhang, instruct us on how to proceed. My family has long since departed, leaving me as the sole survivor. Thus, what harm is there in entrusting my life to Brother Zhang?" This sentiment resonated with the majority of the able-bodied youth. Indeed, in their current state, even if they merely exist, they are perpetually plagued by hunger, their bellies aflame with the pangs of starvation, rendering life scarcely better than death. Rather than languishing in perpetual hunger, might it not be more prudent to wager one's life in pursuit of wealth and prosperity? Should we succeed, we would no longer endure such deprivation. If we fail, what remains to be said about death? Given the unwavering trust of my brothers, I shall lead us in a monumental endeavor. Zhang He turned to the lean monkey. "Have you ascertained the situation of the city gate guards?" "I have." The lean monkey nodded solemnly. "There are a total of 20 guards stationed in Taiping City, with 10 on duty during the day and 10 at night. And the changing of the guard occurs daily at the hour of you." "The hour of you, you say?" Zhang He pondered for a moment. "If that is the case, let us convene at the hour of Shun in 3 days to embark upon our grand undertaking." In Chenjiakan, upon returning to the village, Chen Dao and his companions inevitably found themselves the center of attention among the villagers. However, as they beheld the absence of the anticipated mountain of grain in the vehicle, a look of surprise crossed the faces of the onlookers. Did Dao and his friends not purchase any grain during their trip to the city? Could it be that they had spent too much on steamed buns for us, leaving insufficient funds? Surely that could not be the case, for otherwise Dao would not have treated so many of us to such a feast. I surmise that the Chen family must still possess a substantial stock of grain, rendering any purchases unnecessary. I believe that too. While the crowd murmured their speculations, Chen Go swiftly darted to the front of Chen Dao, grinning as he exclaimed, "Dao, you have returned." "Indeed, I have," replied Dao. Chen Dao nodded and said, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Brother Go?" "I have a delightful piece of news to share with you." Chen Go, with an air of self-importance, proclaimed, "The Chen Jinsan brothers have perished." Upon hearing this, Chen Da, Chen Sheng, and Chen Si were all rendered speechless. Just yesterday, they had witnessed the lively presence of the Chen Jinsan brothers, and now They were told of their demise? Chen Dao, embodying the spirit of a performer, aptly displayed a look of astonishment upon his face and exclaimed, "Go Gur! You cannot be jesting, can you? Just yesterday, they came to my home to collect steamed buns, and today they have passed away? I would never deceive anyone, especially not you, Dao Gur." Chen Go replied earnestly. This morning, the villagers witnessed the tragic sight of the three brothers, Chen Jin and his siblings, lifeless and brutally slain. They met their demise at the hands of a wild beast, their throats viciously torn. The villagers have since laid their remains to rest in the mountains. So it was indeed a beast that claimed their lives. Chen Dao exhibited a look of bewilderment, while Chen Da and the others exchanged glances. It was true that there had been instances in the village where residents had fallen victim to beasts descending from the mountains. However, such occurrences were relatively rare. The tragic demise of the Chen Jin brothers could merely be attributed to their unfortunate fate. As for mourning their passing, that was utterly implausible. Within the entirety of Chen family village, no one harbored any fondness for the Chen Jin brothers. Their deaths might even be considered a blessing, sparing the villagers from their unwelcome presence. It could be said that the brothers had received a form of mercy. Chen Go sighed with a tinge of regret, saying, "To have a final meal of steamed buns before departing this world, you, Rice brother, are truly too kind-hearted. How could you possibly offer those three brothers steamed buns?" Chen Dao paid no heed to Chen Go's incessant chatter. After bidding him farewell, he returned home. After enlisting the help of Chen Sheng and others to bring in the purchased medicinal herbs, ducks, and dogs, Chen Dao treated them to a hearty meal. He then said, "Well, everyone, it's time for you to head back. Chen Go, do come by tomorrow. All right, we shall take our leave now." The group reluctantly exited Chen Dao's residence, feeling a tinge of melancholy in their hearts. The house of Chen Dao has been completed, and it seems that indulging in such hearty meals in the future will not be a simple task. After bidding farewell to the guests, Chen Dao proceeded to the backyard. Taking advantage of the fading sunlight, he began to feed 30 ducks and 2 local dogs with advanced medicinal herbs. Moreover, he did not neglect to nourish the little panda, Xiao Yuan, with iron heart bamboo and bear blood flour. According to the description of the golden finger, after consuming these for 5 days, Xiao Yuan would evolve into a golden-clawed panda, possessing combat prowess comparable to that of a 7th-grade warrior, thus ensuring Chen Dao's safety even more. After tending to the ducks, dogs, and Xiao Yuan, Chen Dao retrieved some blood spirit mushrooms to feed the 3 blood feather chickens. He intended to cultivate a small number of blood claw chickens to serve as guardians for the safety of his backyard. As for the crimson blood chickens, he had no immediate plans to raise them. For now, the blood feather chickens were sufficient. In the future, he could cultivate crimson blood chickens if the need arose. The number of livestock was indeed increasing. After feeding the medicinal herbs and feed, Chen Dao gazed at the cacophony of clucking chickens and quacking ducks in the backyard. Feeling a slight headache, with the growing number of livestock, he inevitably felt a sense of overwhelm in managing them. It is essential to realize that raising these animals involves more than mere feeding. It also requires cleaning their droppings and keeping track of the number of chickens and eggs produced, among other responsibilities. Now, with the addition of 30 ducks, Chen Dao was beginning to feel the weight of his duties. Although Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua would assist with these tasks, their help was still insufficient. It seemed he would need to seek additional assistance. Chen Dao pondered deeply, returned home to share an evening meal with his family, and thereafter lay down in his chamber. The following day, as dawn barely broke, Chen Sheng awoke. His younger brothers, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, who shared the same room, noticed the stir and turned to the rising Chen Qing, inquiring, "Elder brother, are we going to Dao Ji's house?" "Indeed," he replied. Chen Qing nodded and said, "You might as well remain lying down. It will help to conserve your energy." Although the people of this world may not be familiar with the law of conservation of energy, they are certainly aware that the more one moves, the greater the consumption. Chen Shi and Chen Mu can no longer dine at Chen Dao's home, and with the grain supplies running low, the most prudent way to conserve food is undoubtedly to remain in bed, thereby minimizing consumption as much as possible. Chen Qing stepped out of his bedroom and was greeted by sounds emanating from the kitchen. Upon approaching, he discovered his mother, Lu Yin, busily preparing breakfast. Chen Sheng entered the kitchen and cast a glance at the porridge bubbling in the pot. This concoction was crafted from a modest amount of bran flour mixed with a generous portion of rice husks. In the past, even such sustenance had been insufficient to satiate Chen Cheng's hunger. However, after indulging in the meals at Chen Dao's household, he found himself somewhat disdainful of this fare. After all, In comparison to steamed buns, egg soup, and chicken, the flavor of rice husk porridge was vastly inferior, and overindulgence in it often led to digestive discomfort. Has Qing arisen? Lu Yin turned to glance at Chen Cheng and remarked, since you're up, hurry over to Dao's house to lend a hand. Let us not delay his important matters. Understood, mother, he replied. Chen Cheng cast another glance at the porridge simmering in the pot, resolutely deciding that he would ensure his family would no longer have to endure such unpalatable fare in the future. As Chen Cheng braved the biting wind and arrived at Chen Dao's residence, he found Chen Dao in the backyard tending to the livestock. It was Ding Xiaohua who greeted him. Brother Qing, Dao has already instructed me. You should eat first upon your arrival. Ding Xiaohua guided Chen Qing into the kitchen, indicating that he should take a seat at the dining table alongside Chen Fei and Xiu Jie for breakfast. Today's morning meal was modest, consisting only of steamed buns and a small bowl of egg drop soup for each person. Having dined at Chen Dao's home on several occasions, Chen Cheng felt no hesitation and directly sat across from the others, eagerly grasping a bun to begin his meal. Uncle Cheng, you have quite the appetite, remarked Chen Fei, who was nibbling on her bun while observing Chen Cheng across the table. Beside her, the petite Xiu Jie nodded in agreement. Yes. Uncle Cheng can eat so many buns, 10 at a time. I wish I could eat that much too. This lament came from young Xiu Jie, who adored the buns but found her small stomach limited her to a maximum of 2 at a time. Hee. Chen Cheng scratched his head and chuckled, saying, when you grow up, you'll be able to eat as much as Uncle does. Really? The children's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of consuming as much as Chen Cheng, and they couldn't help but wish to grow up quickly so they could savor more buns. Of course it's true. Chen Dao, returning from the backyard, gently ruffled the children's hair, adding, if you eat well, perhaps you too will grow tall like Uncle Cheng. I don't want that. Chen Fei shook her head like a rattle drum. She merely wished to enjoy food as Chen Cheng did, but had no desire to be as robust as him. After all, she was a girl. Haha. Chen Dao smiled and then turned to Chen Cheng, asking, Brother Cheng, have you had your fill? If so, come with me. I am satisfied, he replied. Chen Cheng nodded, then followed Chen Dao to the front courtyard. Once they stood in the courtyard, Chen Dao turned to Chen Cheng and said, Brother Cheng, you must be unaware of the purpose of my visit, am I right? I have no idea, Chen Cheng replied. Chen Cheng scratched his head and remarked that Chen Dao only mentioned following him to work, yet did not specify what the tasks entailed. I summoned you here to serve as my protector. Chen Dao explained, from now on, you shall remain by my side, safeguarding my safety at all times. Are you capable of fulfilling this duty? I am indeed capable. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Cheng nodded. He was well aware of the profession of a bodyguard, which entails safeguarding the safety of prominent individuals. In his eyes, Chen Dao was the most significant figure in the village, and considering the kindness he had shown him, Chen Cheng harbored no reservations about the responsibility of protecting Chen Dao. In fact, he resolutely vowed within himself, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would ensure the safety of Dao Gur. Excellent. Upon witnessing Chen Cheng's commitment, Chen Dao nodded in approval and continued, you should be aware of martial artists, correct? Indeed. Chen Cheng nodded. I have heard that martial artists are significant figures, much like the county magistrate in our town. Chen Dao tugged at the corner of his mouth, too indolent to explain, merely patting Chen Cheng on the shoulder, declaring, I intend to cultivate you into a warrior. Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Dao Gu, surely you jest. For an ordinary villager like Chen Cheng, understanding of warriors was exceedingly limited. In their eyes, warriors were exalted figures, no less significant than the county magistrate. Yet, here was Chen Dao asserting his intention to mold him into such a person, leaving Chen Cheng utterly incredulous. Disbelief? Chen Dao had long anticipated that Chen Cheng would be skeptical. Without offering an explanation, he firmly grasped Chen Cheng's arm and pulled with great force. Caught off guard, Chen Cheng quickly exerted himself to resist. Yet his strength proved utterly inadequate against Chen Dao. He was effortlessly yanked off balance, his body crashing to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. Chen Dao did not exert much force. The fall inflicted minimal harm upon Chen Cheng. However, the moment he hit the ground, Chen Cheng appeared utterly dazed. Chapter 83, Complete Defeat. Although Chen Cheng possessed a rather straightforward mind, he exhibited extraordinary strength from a young age. In the entire Qingjia village, there was no one who could rival him in terms of physical power. Even Chen Da, the most formidable warrior of Qingjia village, fell short when it came to sheer strength. making Chen Cheng the undisputed champion of might in the village. However, this champion of strength found himself utterly defeated in a contest of power against Chen Dao. Despite the insinuations of a sneak attack and a lack of martial ethics, Chen Cheng was acutely aware of the raw strength that Chen Dao wielded. Even without the element of surprise, he feared he would still be unable to contend with it. Astonishingly, at merely 15 years of age, Chen Dao surpassed the strength of the village's mightiest champion, a revelation that left Chen Cheng momentarily unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Indeed, Chen Cheng's innate talents were exceptional. Chen Dao gazed at Chen Cheng, who stood on the ground with a dazed expression, and thought to himself. Presently, he possessed a tremendous strength of 300 pounds in each arm, making him a formidable presence even among the 9th-tier warriors. However, it took him 50% of his strength to bring down Chen Cheng, indicating that Chen Cheng's own arm strength must not be less than 100 pounds. For someone who has never practiced martial arts to possess such extraordinary strength is nothing short of a prodigious talent. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Chen Cheng rose from the ground and couldn't help but inquire, "How can you possess such immense strength?" "Because I am a martial artist," came the reply. Chen Dao replied, "The martial artist's vitality is abundant, nourishing the flesh, and thus their strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. Are martial artists truly that formidable? Do you wish to become one?" "Certainly, I do." "Then from this day forth, train under my guidance, and in due course, you too shall become a martial artist like myself." "Brother Dao, I shall heed your words. Let us commence at once." Chen Dao assumed the posture of the Fuhu fist and said to Chen Cheng, "Pay close attention to the way I strike. Shortly, you will need to execute it yourself." Chen Dao originally intended to pass on the Fuhu fist manual to Chen Cheng, so that he could practice according to the techniques outlined within. However, as Chen Cheng was illiterate and unable to comprehend the manual, Chen Dao had no choice but to personally instruct him. Chen Dao practiced the tiger-subduing fist in the courtyard, executing each move with precision. Chen Cheng watched intently, seemingly striving to commit every technique to memory. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Dao ceased his practice and turned to Chen Cheng, inquiring, "Brother Cheng, how much of the fist technique I just demonstrated have you managed to remember?" "Nearly all of it," Chen Cheng replied. Chen Dao couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Have you nearly memorized everything?" "Indeed." Chen Dao was momentarily speechless and said, "Then you shall play at once." "Very well." Chen Cheng assumed a poised stance, commencing the execution of the Fuhu fist with meticulous precision. He was indeed truthful to Chen Dao. He had retained the majority of the Fuhu fist techniques. Although there were some imperfections, Chen Dao observed that most of the moves performed by Chen Cheng were executed correctly. Such talent. Chen Dao opened his mouth, as most villagers believed that Chen Cheng was somewhat slow-witted and rather simple-minded. Chen Dao had previously shared this sentiment. However, his perception was now appended. Chen Cheng was far from foolish, particularly in the realm of martial arts, where he exhibited an intelligence that bordered on the extraordinary. After merely observing the Fuhu fist once, he memorized all the techniques and successfully replicated them. Chen Dao could not help but draw a comparison between himself and Chen Cheng, and tears of inadequacy welled up in his eyes. During his initial attempt at practicing the Fuhu fist, he had committed numerous errors while following the manual, whereas Chen Cheng had almost mastered the technique in one go. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. "Brother Dao, did I perform correctly?" Chen Cheng inquired as he retracted his fists, his breath somewhat labored. However, his demeanor was markedly better than that of Chen Dao during his first practice of the Fuhu fist. At least he did not appear pale or drenched in perspiration. "You performed admirably, though there are a few aspects that require refinement." Chen Dao corrected some of Chen Cheng's movements, instructing him to practice again in the front yard. Meanwhile, he proceeded to the backyard, bringing a freshly raised blood-feathered chicken into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the kitchen was filled with the anguished cries of the chicken. Chen Dao then returned to the front yard, holding a bowl of chicken blood, and addressed the panting Chen Cheng, who had just completed his second round of practice. "Brother Cheng, are you fatigued?" "Indeed, I am quite exhausted," Chen Cheng replied, breathless after 2 rounds of practice. "This martial art is rather peculiar and exceedingly demanding. After 2 rounds, I feel as though I can scarcely continue." "That is a perfectly normal response." Chen Dao handed a bowl filled with chicken blood to Chen Cheng, saying, "Take a sip of the chicken blood. It will restore your strength, allowing you to continue your boxing." "Very well." Chen Cheng would certainly not question Chen Dao's decision. He took the bowl, drank a mouthful of chicken blood, and immediately felt a warm current surge within him. This warmth spread throughout his entire body, instantly dispelling all fatigue and leaving him with a sense of rejuvenation. "Brother Dao, what kind of chicken blood is this? It is truly remarkable," Chen Cheng inquired with eyes alight, sensing the transformation within himself. Chen Dao did not offer an explanation. Instead, he simply said, "Continue practicing your punches." Chen Dao also consumed the blood of the chicken, practicing the tiger fist repeatedly alongside Chen Cheng in the courtyard. Just as the two were engaged in their martial arts, two men clad in the attire of government officials entered Chinjiakan. "So this is Chinjiakan," one officer remarked. Glancing at the plaque inscribed with the village's name, he addressed the young man stationed at the entrance, saying, "We are officials from the government. Take us to your village chief." The young man guarding the entrance was taken aback. Officials seldom visited the village, and when they did, it was typically for tax collection. A sense of unease gripped him as he contemplated this, just as he was about to speak. The other officer urged, "Hurry up. We have little time." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper dared not refuse and promptly led the two officials into the village, knocking on the door of the village chief, Chen He. As the door swung open, revealing Chen He within, he first glanced at the young man who had knocked before his gaze fell upon the two officials behind him. The sight of them instantly filled Chen He with a foreboding sense of dread. The arrival of government officials in Chinjiakan could only herald misfortune. Chen He harbored doubts, pondering whether the deaths of the Chen Jinsan brothers had come to the attention of the authorities. Yet, he felt it was unlikely. For aside from Chen Dao and his companions, no one from Chinjia village had ventured into the city recently, making it implausible for the officials to be aware of the brothers' demise. Even if they did know, it was unlikely they would regard it as significant, after all. In the village bordering Kangmang Mountain, fatalities caused by wild beasts occurred annually. If the authorities were to intervene in every such incident, they would be overwhelmed with fatigue long ago. Should their visit not pertain to the deaths of the Chen Jinsam brothers, then the sole remaining purpose for the officials' presence could only be to collect taxes. "You must be Chen He, the village chief of Chinjia village?" inquired one of the officials. "Indeed, I am," he replied. Chen He nodded in response, a flattering smile adorning his face. "Gentlemen, please hurry inside. It is quite chilly out here." Although these two constables were merely low-ranking officials, insignificant in the eyes of higher dignitaries, to the common folk, they were often far more intimidating than the county magistrate. After all, it was these minor officials who truly interfaced with the populace. While their authority might not extend to the affluent elite, their capacity to inflict hardship upon the ordinary citizenry was unparalleled. "No, thank you," the constable coldly declined Chen He's invitation, continuing. "We have come to inform you of an increase in taxes. Each household in Taiping County is required to pay an additional stone of grain. For those unable to meet this requirement, a payment of 2 taels of silver is necessary, to be settled within 1 month." Chen He's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be that the officer is jesting with me? Even in times of peace, there are scarcely a handful of families in Chinjia village that can muster a stone of grain, let alone during this period when every household struggles for sustenance. As for 2 taels of silver, that is utterly preposterous. Even at the village's most prosperous, no more than 10 families could present such an amount. In fact, the majority of villagers have never even seen a complete tael of silver." "Impudent," another officer rebuked. "We come representing the government. Do you truly believe we would jest with you?" "My apologies, officer," Chen He hastily replied, fumbling within his sleeve to extract several copper coins, which he pressed into the officer's hand, his face a mask of obsequiousness. "Might I ask if there is any possibility for leniency in this matter?" The officer deftly accepted the coins, his wrist flicking as they vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Yet, the officer's expression remained as frigid as ever. "This is a command from the court, leaving no room for negotiation." Chen He opened his mouth, his face ashen. The constable took out a booklet, glanced at it, and declared, "There are a total of 103 households in Chinjia village. Within a month, sufficient grain or silver must be submitted. Those who fail to comply will have their entire family conscripted to the northern front." With that, the two constables departed without a backward glance, conversing as they walked. "The village chief of Chinjia is indeed miserly. A mere handful of copper coins wouldn't even suffice for a meal for us both. I wonder if the chief of the next village will be more understanding. One can only hope. Otherwise, our journey will have been in vain." As he watched the two constables recede into the distance, the sorrow on Chen He's face deepened. Standing nearby, Chen Ku, who had overheard the entire exchange between the constables and the village chief, appeared dazed. 1 stone of grain or 2 taels of silver. This is an unbearable burden. Currently, over half of the villagers are living frugally, while the remainder can hardly fill their stomachs. There are scarcely any villagers who can meet this tax requirement, and those who cannot will face conscription to the north. The chilling thought of such a fate sent a shiver down Chen Ku's spine. The north is harsh and frigid. Being conscripted there, with its long and arduous journey coupled with the severe weather, would likely lead to the demise of most conscripts. Even if one were to survive the journey, the likelihood of falling in battle against the barbarian tribes is substantial. Village chief, does the government truly offer us no avenue for survival? Chen Ku asked, his voice heavy with repression as his dissatisfaction with the authorities reached its zenith. The common folk are already struggling to make ends meet, yet they impose additional taxes, 1 stone of grain at that. Is this not a path to ruin? Alas, Chen He sighed, uncertain of how to respond to Chen Ku's inquiry. He simply said, please summon the able-bodied men of the village and ask them to come here to discuss certain matters. In the courtyard of the Chen residence, Chen Dao and Chen Sheng had just finished their boxing session, both drenched in perspiration as they took a moment to rest. It must be acknowledged that Chen Cheng's talent was indeed remarkable. During his inaugural practice of the Tiger Fist, he exhibited an exceptional performance. After consuming merely half a bowl of chicken blood, he executed the Tiger Fist 15 times, far surpassing Chen Dao's initial attempt at the same martial art. Brother Dao, he exclaimed, this Tiger Fist is truly extraordinary. Chen Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and remarked, I usually toil for an entire day without feeling fatigued, yet now, after merely practicing the Tiger Fist a few times, I find myself utterly exhausted. If it weren't for you, Dao Guer, providing me with that invigorating tonic, I fear I would have been able to manage no more than 3 repetitions. Chen Dao's lips twitched slightly as he reminisced about his initial experience practicing the Tiger Fist. He had nearly fainted after merely 1 set, while Chen Sheng was capable of executing 3 sets with ease. The disparity in physical prowess between individuals is indeed significant. However, Chen Dao has since ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier martial artist, and even without the aid of chicken blood, he can now manage 10 sets of the Tiger Fist, a feat that Chen Sheng cannot rival at present. Nonetheless, Chen Cheng's physical capabilities still evoke a sense of envy in Chen Dao. Given Chen Cheng's performance, coupled with the blood-enhanced chicken blood provided by Chen Dao, it is likely that he will ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier martial artist in less than half a month. Furthermore, even among 9th-tier martial artists, Chen Cheng's arm strength is undoubtedly not limited to a mere 200 pounds. It is quite possible that he could achieve an impressive 300 pounds, or even 400 pounds of arm strength. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air, accompanied by a voice from outside. Dao Guer, it is Chen Ku. Please be so kind as to open the door. Chen Ku. Chen Dao recalled the name from the memories of his former self, recognizing it as one of the able-bodied men in the village. Thus, he promptly opened the large gate to the front courtyard. Kegger, what brings you here? Chen Dao inquired, gazing at Chen Ku who stood outside the door. The village chief sent me, replied Chen Ku. Chen Ku cast a glance around the courtyard and noticed Chen Sheng was also present. He spoke, Chen Guer is here as well. Indeed. Chen Sheng nodded. Chen Ku then continued, Dao Guer and Chen Guer, the village head has summoned you to his home to discuss some matters. You should hurry over. I still need to notify the next household. With that, Chen Ku hurried off to the next dwelling. Chen Dao stood thoughtfully behind the open door. Suddenly, the village chief, Chen He, summoned the villagers for a meeting. This signified that something significant had transpired within the village. It was only during such pivotal moments that the chief would gather the prominent and influential young men of the community to deliberate. However, at that moment, Chen Dao found himself unable to ascertain the nature of the event. Ergo, he said, let us go to the chief's residence and discover what is amiss. Chen Dao greeted, leading Chen Sheng out of the house. As they stepped outside, they encountered Chen Da, who had also just exited his home. Dao Ge, Chen Good, he called out. Chen Da nodded towards the 2 individuals and inquired, has the village chief summoned you as well? Indeed, they replied. Chen Dao nodded and asked, Uncle, are you aware of the reason behind this matter? Chapter 85, Tax Resistance. Chen shook his head. His situation was akin to that of Chen Dao. Chen Ku had merely rushed to inform him before hastily departing for the next destination. However, he understood that the village chief's sudden summons to convene the entire village was certainly not for trivial matters, which rendered his expression rather solemn. Very well, let us proceed together to gain a clearer understanding. Chen Dao, disinterested in speculation, proceeded directly to Chen He's residence alongside the two companions. Upon arriving at Chen He's home, they discovered that the living room was already teeming with people. Even the front yard was populated with numerous able-bodied youths. These young men stood or sat on the ground, each wearing a countenance that betrayed their unease. Dao Guer has arrived. Please, Dao Guer, step inside. Hurry, Dao Guer, it's chilly out here. Upon noticing the arrival of Chen Dao and his companions, the youths parted to create a narrow passage, allowing Chen Dao to enter the living room without hindrance. Inside, the warmth generated by the crowd was somewhat comforting. However, the slight warmth did little to alleviate the frown etched upon Chen He's face. Observing Chen He's demeanor, the villagers felt a rising sense of unease, for it was evident that the village chief's troubled expression foretold no good news. Dao Guer has arrived? Chen He glanced at the incoming Chen Dao and Chen Da, nodding as he said, "Please take a seat. We shall discuss matters once everyone has arrived." Dao, do sit here. Chen He's younger brother, known among the villagers as Chen Lao, hastily offered his chair to Chen Dao, inviting him to take a seat. Chen Dao did not decline. He simply took a seat and turned to Li Zheng beside him with a smile. "Mr. Li, I see you are here as well." "Indeed," Li Zheng replied with a smile, his impression of Chen Dao being quite favorable. This sentiment stemmed not only from his connection to Chen Ping, but also from the occasion when Chen Dao graciously treated the entire village to steamed buns, an event from which Li Zheng had also benefited. "Do you have any idea why the village head has summoned everyone?" Chen Dao inquired, attempting to glean information. "Not at the moment," Li Zheng responded. "Let us wait a little longer. The others will soon arrive." Chen Dao nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. A quarter of an hour later, the village chief, Chen He, surveyed the young and strong gathered both inside and outside the living room, and slowly began to speak. "Now that everyone is present, I shall commence with the matter at hand. Please be swift, Chief. It is far too chilly outside." "Do not delay, Chief. I am in haste to return. What urgent matter has summoned us all here?" The young men and women in the living room and courtyard voiced their inquiries loudly, their hearts filled with curiosity. Why, in the midst of winter, had the chief called them all together? The reason for their gathering was that officials from the government had just arrived. Chen He did not keep everyone waiting for long and promptly addressed the matter at hand. The purpose of the officials' visit was to announce an increase in taxes. According to the envoy's statement, there are a total of 103 households in Chen family village, each required to contribute either 1 share of grain or 2 taels of silver as part of this new tax levy. As Chen He's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped both the interior and exterior of the living room. The young and robust individuals gathered at Chen He's residence were rendered speechless, their eyes wide open, entrapped in a state of bewilderment. 1 stone of grain, equivalent to 100 caddies, was an unattainable luxury in this year's circumstances. In Qinjia village, few families could even secure enough food to stave off hunger. How could they possibly produce 100 caddies of grain? As for the 2 taels of silver, that was an even more ludicrous notion. The vast majority of villagers scarcely possessed a few copper coins. So where could they possibly procure 2 taels of silver? Was the village chief and the authorities jesting with us? Chen Go's father, Chen Sheng, incredulously exclaimed, "We can barely fill our stomachs. How can we possibly produce 100 pounds of grain? Indeed, how outrageous. I can hardly feed myself. And yet the government insists on increasing taxes? Are they intent on driving us to our demise? 100 pounds of grain. My life is not even worth that much. Is the government truly trying to incite rebellion? Damn it. We are struggling to eat, and they demand even more taxes." The young men were filled with fervor, their anger palpable. In these dire times, everyone was left with empty bellies. Not only could they not cultivate their land, but their income had dwindled, and the meager supplies at home were dwindling rapidly. Despite these hardships, the government still sought to impose additional taxes, demanding a full stone of grain, which was nothing short of a death sentence for them. Indeed, it has come to pass. Chen Dao sighed inwardly. Long ago, he had anticipated that the government would impose higher taxes, believing it was merely a matter of time before they extended their reach beyond the city limits. The news shared by the village had now unequivocally confirmed Chen Dao's earlier suspicions. Indeed, the Chen family village could not evade this tax increase. Beside Chen Dao, Li Zheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did the government officials mention the consequences of failing to pay the taxes?" "They did," came the reply. Chen He spoke in a low voice. "Those who fail to pay their taxes will have their entire family exiled to the northern frontiers for military service." The mention of military conscription sent a shiver through the crowd, their faces betraying a palpable fear. While the notion of conscription was daunting, what truly struck terror into their hearts was the prospect of being sent north. The northern regions were perpetually embroiled in conflicts with barbarian tribes, and being dispatched there for military duty meant a near certain death. This government is pushing us to the brink. 100 gene of grain? I hardly weigh that much. This court is intent on driving us to our demise. Let alone 100 gene. My family doesn't even possess 10 gene of grain. The crowd erupted in an outcry, as if seeking to expel the pent-up fury within them. The village chief, Chen He, continued, moreover, the officials have specified that the grain must consist of sorghum, wheat, or rice. Other grains will not be accepted. The villagers fell into an even deeper silence. Many could only afford to eat rice husks, yet they were demanded to provide sorghum, rice, and wheat as taxes. Damn it! A young man, his face flushed with anger, exclaimed, my family can barely survive on rice husks. How are we to provide wheat and rice to the authorities? Chief, why don't we resist the tax? Yes, let us resist the tax. This levy will drive us to despair. I cannot pay this tax. Let those who wish to pay do so. Damn this government, which offers us no means to live. I refuse to pay a single coin in taxes. The young man's words resonated with the others. 100 gene of grain was beyond their means, and resistance seemed the only option. No, Li Zheng interjected urgently. We absolutely cannot resist the tax. Doing so is a capital offense. To refuse taxes is akin to rebellion, and if that happens, our Chen family village will likely face extermination at the hands of the imperial army. Even in modern society, tax evasion is a grave crime, let alone in the ancient realm of the Xia kingdom. Chapter 86. Leasing land. Li Zheng, well-read and worldly, understood that in the Xia kingdom, tax resistance was often viewed as a challenge to imperial authority, resulting in severe consequences, ranging from exile and imprisonment to the death penalty. If only an individual failed to pay taxes, the worst outcome would be that person facing exile or imprisonment. However, if the entire Chen family village were to resist taxes, it would likely be interpreted as rebellion, a crime punishable by the annihilation of entire clans. Mr. Li, your words sound noble. But what can we do if we do not resist the tax? A young man confronted Li Zheng. Our household's grain barely suffices for our survival. Where are we to find grain to pay taxes? Indeed, 100 gene of grain. I couldn't produce that even if my life depended on it. This tax is simply too burdensome. We cannot meet it. Yes, the villagers were acutely aware of the grave consequences of tax resistance. Yet, what alternative did they possess? Failing to deliver their grain would result in their families being conscripted to the north, facing a perilous fate that could lead to death. Conversely, resisting taxation would render them targets of the authorities, branded as rebels and facing annihilation of their clans. Regardless of the choice made, it appeared that only death awaited them. Observing the agitated crowd, Chen Dao sighed inwardly. Such is the brutality of feudal society. Natural disasters had already rendered the populace barely able to survive, while the oppressive taxes imposed by the government weighed heavily upon their already bent backs, leaving no glimmer of hope for the suffering masses. In response to the crowd's pointed inquiries, Li Zheng opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. In this dire situation, he could conceive of no solution. Whether resisting or complying with the taxes, the outcome seemed equally grim. Alas, Chen He sighed and turned his gaze towards Chen Da. Do you have any solutions? Upon hearing this, the crowd fixed their hopeful eyes on Chen Da. Presently, the Chen Da and Chen Dao families are the most prosperous in Chen family village. While many in the village are unable to yield even 100 gene of grain, this certainly does not apply to Chen Da and Chen Dao. Alas, there appears to be no remedy. Chen, in a state of helplessness, remarked, if it were merely 1 or 2 households, I could offer some assistance. However, with a total of 103 households in the village, even if I were to exhaust all my savings, I would still be unable to pay such a substantial amount of tax. Due to the poultry business involving the white feather chicken, Chen Da's family possesses a modest sum of money and grain. However, it remains insufficient to cover the taxes for all the villagers, which is simply unattainable. What about you? Dao Gu. Chen He turned his gaze towards Chen Dao, hoping to elicit a response from him. The young men in the living room fixated their eyes on Chen Dao, for the villagers no longer regarded him as the inexperienced youth he once was. Instead, they now viewed him as the most capable individual in the entire Chen family village. After all, the prosperous life of Chen Dao's family was evident to all, and his previous gesture of treating the whole village to steamed buns had revealed the affluence of his household. In times of adversity, people often yearn for a capable individual to emerge and assist them in overcoming their challenges. At that moment, Chen Dao became the person the villagers deemed competent. Meeting the gaze of the crowd, Chen Dao pondered for a moment before stating, I possess a solution to ensure that everyone in the village can pay their taxes this time, but I have one condition. Upon Chen Dao's utterance, the eyes of all present sparkled with intrigue. Dao Ge, do you truly possess a solution? Chen He, filled with disbelief, inquired cautiously. It was not that he harbored mistrust towards Chen Dao, but rather that the proposition he presented was astonishingly audacious, aiding the entire village in paying their taxes. One must consider that there are a total of 103 households in Qinjia village, even excluding the family of Chen Jin-san, who now rests at the foot of the mountain. There remain 102 households. In terms of grain, that amounts to 102 stones, and when calculated in silver, it equates to 204 taels. Although the Chen family is affluent, Chen He could hardly fathom that they could provide such a substantial quantity of grain and wealth. Brother Dao, he continued, please express your terms. We shall undoubtedly acquiesce to your request. Chen Go's father, Chen Sheng, expressed his unwavering trust in Chen Dao, a sentiment that stemmed from the 5 pounds of sorghum flour Chen Go had brought home recently. Chen Go merely informed Chen Dao and was rewarded with 5 pounds of sorghum flour, which profoundly illuminated Chen Sheng's understanding of the affluence of the Chen Dao family. If someone else had claimed they could assist the entire village in navigating this tax crisis, Chen Sheng would have harbored doubts, questioning their intentions. However, since it was Chen Dao who made the assertion, Chen Sheng felt assured that there would be no issues. Indeed, Brother Dao, state your demands. We are all ears. Brother Dao, if you can help us settle this tax, I would willingly sell my life to you. Brother Dao, please share your solution swiftly. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Dao, who had become the sole focal point in the eyes of the crowd. Facing their gaze, Chen Dao exhibited an air of calm. He did not perceive assisting the villagers in paying the tax as a significant challenge. The sale of a single blood-feathered chicken would yield 20 taels of silver, and the total tax for all villagers in Qinjia village amounted to merely the equivalent of 10 such chickens. Yet, Chen Dao did not intend to offer his assistance without compensation. He was well aware of the adage that kindness without expectation can breed resentment. Therefore, after careful contemplation, he articulated his terms. My conditions are quite simple. I request that all the farmland in the village be leased to me for a duration of 6 months. In return, I will ensure that every villager's tax is duly paid. Leasing land. The crowd was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a proposition from Chen Dao. Land, to the common folk, is undoubtedly their most vital asset and primary means of production. If Chen Dao had suggested purchasing their land, even if they were agreeable, they would likely harbor discontent. However, the notion of leasing, especially for a mere half year, rendered the proposition much more palatable to all. Brother Dao, Chen Sheng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, in this biting cold, the ground is unyielding, and nothing can be cultivated. Why would you wish to rent our fields? Indeed, it is now September, with the weather frigid, rendering even the hardiest crops unable to thrive. Chen Sheng was genuinely puzzled as to what purpose Chen Dao could have in renting these lands. I have my own reasons, came the response. Chen Dao did not offer an explanation, but stated, my terms are simple. Lease your fields to me for 6 months, and I shall assist you in settling this tax. No problem, exclaimed a young man eager to resist the tax. I will hand over my 5 acres to you. Dao Ge, as long as you can ensure the tax is paid, I am willing. My 3 acres can also be leased to you, Dao Ge. I am likewise inclined. Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd consented to Chen Dao's proposition. Leasing their fields for half a year posed no detriment to them, for, given the frigid weather, cultivation was unfeasible and the land would yield nothing. Conversely, entrusting it to Chen Dao would afford them 2 taels of silver to settle their tax obligations. Thus, it was a most agreeable arrangement. Chapter 87. The Temptation of 1 tael of silver. Chen Dao was not surprised that everyone agreed. The reasoning was quite simple. Given the current weather conditions, crops could not be cultivated, and leaving the land fallow served no purpose. Renting it to Chen Dao could yield 2 taels of silver for tax purposes, whereas not renting would only result in wasted resources. The rationale behind Chen Dao's desire to lease land from the villagers was equally straightforward. With the continuous rise in grain prices in the city and the increasing number of livestock at home, he had begun contemplating self-sufficiency in grain production. The chickens and ducks he had painstakingly raised would only yield a paltry return, as the monopolistic grain merchants would claim the lion's share upon sale. This was an intolerable situation for Chen Dao. Thus, he had started to consider the prospect of producing his own grain. While the harsh winter weather posed significant challenges for the villagers in terms of farming, it was not a concern for Chen Dao. His unique abilities allowed him to cultivate cold-resistant grain varieties. Previously, he had refrained from growing his own crops for the sake of his safety, but now, having acquired sufficient means for self-preservation, it was time for him to consider the matter of agricultural independence. Chen Dao gazed at the delighted crowd and spoke. This rental fee of 2 taels of silver is not merely for the use of your land, but also requires your assistance in labor. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chen Dao's intent. Seated beside him, Li Zheng quickly responded, "Brother Dao, do you intend to cultivate crops in those fields?" "Indeed." Chen Dao nodded. "This will not do." Chen shook his head and said, "Diao Gur, given the current weather, even the hardiest winter wheat cannot be cultivated. It is utterly impossible for you to grow crops in this soil. Indeed, winter wheat does exist in this world, and its optimal sowing temperature hovers around 15 to 18 degrees Celsius. Although the farmers here may not accurately gauge the temperature, they are acutely aware that the prevailing harsh conditions will certainly prevent winter wheat from germinating and thriving. I have my own methods," Chen Dao calmly stated. "All I require is your assistance in tilling the land and sowing the seeds." After a pause, he continued, "Of course, during the labor, I shall provide meals, ensuring that each person who lends a hand can eat their fill." Is that truly the case? As soon as Chen Dao spoke these words, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. The culinary delights of Chen Dao's household are well known to all. If Chen Dao were to provide meals, one would not only be inclined to assist with farming, but would willingly dedicate oneself entirely to his service. "Dao, is it true that you will provide meals?" inquired the village chief, Chen He, unable to contain his curiosity. The moment he heard of Chen Dao's offer, even he, the village chief, felt a stirring of desire. After all, in these times, even the chief's family has no surplus grain. "Indeed," Chen Dao nodded, offering an affirmative response. "Not only will there be food, but there will be plenty of it. This is a task I can certainly undertake." Chen Xing readily agreed. Given the current weather, idling at home seemed futile. It was far more beneficial to assist Chen Dao with his work, as it would at least guarantee a hearty meal. "I will join you," exclaimed Dao, exuding generosity. "I am willing to undertake any task you require." Without a second thought, the young men unanimously consented. Realizing that by leasing their land to Chen Dao for half a year, they could earn 2 taels of silver for tax payments. Helping out while ensuring their own sustenance was a proposition too advantageous to decline. Furthermore, Chen Dao pondered for a moment and then said, "I believe everyone is aware that my family raises quite a few chickens and ducks, correct?" "Indeed," the crowd replied in unison. The matter of Chen Dao raising chickens has now become widely known, and it is understood that it is through this endeavor that Chen Dao has achieved his current prosperous life. "I require some assistance in tending to the chickens," Chen Dao remarked. This poultry-rearing endeavor not only provides sustenance, but also offers remuneration. Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, many young men were instantly stirred with excitement. "Brother Dao, I am willing to assist you in raising chickens." "So am I." "Brother Dao, I have experience in raising chickens at home. I can help you." The crowd even neglected to inquire about remuneration, eagerly expressing their willingness to lend a hand. They had all witnessed how well Chen Cheng and his companions were faring, and they yearned to enjoy the same hearty meals of steamed buns, even if no payment was offered. "Everyone, let us not rush." Chen Dao raised his hands in a gesture for silence, and then stated, "The task of raising chickens is not particularly suited for men. Hence I require the assistance of the women in the village." A young man glanced down at himself, his expression falling in disappointment. The other young men also displayed looks of disillusionment. Tasks associated with women were of no concern to them. The reason Chen Dao preferred women for this endeavor was quite straightforward, since the chickens would be raised at his home, which was inhabited solely by women and children aside from himself. It was indeed inconvenient for men to come and go frequently. Moreover, caring for livestock does not demand excessive physical strength. Rather, it requires a degree of attentiveness, an area in which women generally excel over men. Chen Dao turned to Chen He and spoke, "I require the assistance of 5 women to tend to my livestock. As for compensation, I shall provide meals daily and a monthly remuneration of 1 tael of silver." A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, their eyes widening in disbelief. 1 tael of silver per month? Such a generous offer. It was enough to incite a longing in some to wish they could transform into women at that very moment. Upon hearing the promise of one tael of silver, many glanced down at their own forms, grappling with an overwhelming temptation to seize the opportunity, but alas, the era lacked any means for gender transition, leaving them helpless as the chance slipped away. Nevertheless, several young men appeared contemplative, their eyes glinting with intrigue, pondering whether they should advocate for their female relatives to seize this remarkable opportunity. Rest assured, Dao Chen he readily agreed, confident in his ability to locate the person you seek. A job that provides daily meals and a monthly remuneration of one tael of silver is one that he believes no woman in the village could possibly refuse. At this moment, only the able-bodied men remain. Had the women been present, they would likely have already been vying for the opportunity. I have further requests. Chen Dao further remarked, these 5 individuals must possess a character of utmost integrity, and priority should be given to those families who are facing dire straits. Within the bounds of his capabilities, Chen Dao was indeed inclined to assist the impoverished villagers. The poultry farming opportunity he offered was undoubtedly among the most prestigious employment options of this era. Such well-compensated positions, however, often fall prey to nepotism. Chen Dao hoped fervently that he would refrain from bestowing this opportunity upon relatives or acquaintances, but rather extend it to the families enduring the greatest hardships in the village. Hence, he articulated these stipulations. Chapter 88. The astonished Chen Lian. Rest assured, Brother Dao, I will diligently help you select the right candidates, ensuring absolute impartiality. Chen he solemnly made a promise. Although he may lack certain capabilities as a village chief, he is known for his fair dealings, which is the reason why he has earned the trust of the villagers. As for the young men who harbored intentions of sending their women to work for Chen Dao, they soon extinguished such thoughts. Ultimately, while these families may be impoverished, they have not yet reached a point of desperation. That is reassuring. Chen Dao nodded and said, in that case, I shall take my leave. Everyone, please return and prepare. We shall commence our work tomorrow. After uttering these words, Chen Dao, accompanied by Chen Sheng and Chen Da, was the first to exit the village chief's home. Following Chen Dao's departure, the villagers also bid farewell to the chief, returning to their homes to share this delightful news with their families. Chen Sheng hurriedly returned to his home. As soon as he arrived, his son Chen Go and daughter-in-law Lu Jia approached him, inquiring, Father, what did the village chief want to discuss? Clearly, having remained at home, both Chen Go and Lu Jia were deeply concerned about the events unfolding in the village. This was not mere gossip. Significant occurrences within the village often had a direct impact on their lives. Let us go inside first. I will explain everything to you in due course, he replied. Chen Sheng gestured for the two to enter the house. Once seated, he spoke. The court has decided to impose new taxes, demanding that each household contribute either 100 caddies of grain or 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Chen Go and Lu Jia were left in a state of shock, feeling as though the sky had collapsed upon them. 100 caddies of grain or 2 taels of silver, in this year of hardship, felt akin to a demand for their very lives. What a tyrannical court! Chen Go angrily exclaimed. In these trying times, we can hardly fill our stomachs, and now they wish to impose additional taxes. The head of the household, Lu Jia, widened her eyes, her voice trembling as she questioned, is the court intent on driving us to despair? We simply cannot produce 100 caddies of grain. Do not worry. Chen Sheng interjected with a smile, even as Lu Jia was engulfed in despair. This matter has already been resolved. Resolved? Lu Jia was taken aback and quickly inquired. How has it been resolved? Could it be that the authorities, seeing the poverty of our village, have decided against collecting taxes? How could that be? Lu Jia exclaimed. The government would never exhibit such benevolence. Chen Sheng shook his head and chuckled. This matter was resolved with the assistance of Dao Gur. I hurried back specifically to discuss this issue with you all. Chen Sheng conveyed all that Chen Dao had said at the village chief's home to the two individuals. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia displayed a look of delight and remarked, it would be perfectly acceptable to lease our land to Dao Gu, as long as it helps us settle our taxes. After all, it is merely for 6 months, and the land would be of no use sitting idle. I always believed that Dao Gu is a capable person. Chen Go, with a look of deep admiration, remarked, although he was 2 years older than Chen Dao. In his heart, the one who could provide such a good life for the family and even treat the entire village to steamed buns was the person he respected the most. Indeed, Dao Gu possessed remarkable abilities. Chen Sheng sighed, remarking that the entire village, including the village chief, found themselves powerless in the face of this tax obligation. It was only Dao, with unwavering resolve, who confidently asserted his ability to assist the entire village in meeting their tax dues. This young man had truly come into his own. In the days when Chen Dao's father, Chen Ping, was still alive, Chen Sheng had shared a bond with him and had witnessed the childhood of young Chen Dao on several occasions. Back then, Chen Dao was merely an innocent child, unaware of the complexities of life. Who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, that spirited boy would grow to become the head of a household, possessing such remarkable capabilities that he could effortlessly procure several hundred taels to cover the village's taxes? Speaking of heads of households, Lu Jia suddenly turned her gaze and inquired, "Do you think I could take up that chicken-raising job Chen Dao mentioned?" "Absolutely not." Chen Sheng shook his head and said, "Dao Gu has stated that those who are struggling to put food on the table will be prioritized, and you certainly will not be among them. Although Chen Xing's family is impoverished, they are not at a point of starvation. There are many families in even graver circumstances. Given the character of the village head, Chen He, the task of raising chickens would certainly not fall to their household." "Well," Lu Jia nodded with a hint of disappointment, but upon reflection, her spirits lifted once more. Even if the opportunity to raise chickens was lost, assisting Dao Gu in plowing the fields would surely provide enough sustenance. Indeed, Chen Go nodded in agreement, saying, "Dao Gu has always been generous. If we assist him with his work, we are certain to have our fill, and perhaps even enjoy some steamed buns." Chen Go had always held a deep fondness for the taste of steamed buns. Ever since he first savored their soft, sweet aroma, they had become his greatest longing. In Chen Lian's home, as she was drawing water from the well, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Someone has arrived. Chen Lian set the water bucket down and opened the gate to the front yard. "Xiao Lian, is your grandmother at home?" smiled the village chief. Chen He, standing outside the door. Chen Lian expressed her surprise, saying, "Village chief, what brings you here?" She was aware that the village chief had called for a meeting of all the able-bodied men in the village. However, her household lacked male members, and her grandmother, being elderly and frail, was unable to attend. "I have some good news to share with you. Won't you invite me in for a moment?" Chen He said with a smile. "Village chief, please come in." Chen Lian hurriedly welcomed Chen He into the house, and to avoid any hint of impropriety, she called Grandma He Shuehua into the living room. "Grandma He, how have you been lately?" Upon seeing He Shuehua, Chen He quickly greeted her. In this era, the elderly are held in the highest regard, and even someone of Chen He's stature as the village chief must maintain a courteous demeanor towards someone like He Shuehua. "I am well," replied He Shuehua, who, despite being in her 50s, remained quite spry. She nodded gently before inquiring, "Xiao He, have you come to our home for a particular reason?" "There is joyous news I wish to share with you," the village chief Chen He announced, revealing that Chen Dao was seeking assistance in raising chickens. Upon hearing this, both He Shuehua and Chen Lian were taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that such extraordinary fortune could fall upon their household. The prospect of receiving meals and a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 silver coins felt surreal to the two women, as if they were caught in a dream. "Village chief, you cannot be jesting with us, can you?" Chen Lian asked incredulously. 1 tael of silver per month? Even the strongest young laborers in the village would struggle to earn such a sum in the city. Yet, as a woman, I am offered a job like this. It feels no different from a pie falling from the sky. How could I possibly jest with you?" Chen He still wore that same radiant smile. "Daoj has stated that this position will be prioritized for those whose families are struggling to make ends meet. I considered your family's difficulties, Xiaolian, and thus entrusted this job to you." After saying this, Chen He added a cautionary note. "However, Xiaolian, I must advise you to exercise utmost care while working at Daoj's home. Be meticulous and avoid any mistakes. Otherwise, if Daoj decides to send you back, I shall be left with no recourse." Chapter 89. Immense joy. The village chief reassured, "Rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation." Chen Lian nodded solemnly. This opportunity was so precious that it felt like a tremendous stroke of luck to have it bestowed upon her. How could she possibly be negligent? In fact, Chen Lian had already resolved in her heart that once she arrived at Daoj's home, she would exert herself to the utmost. For only then could she truly honor this divinely granted position. Just understanding this is sufficient. Chen He subsequently broached the subject of the government's tax increases, while also mentioning Chen Dao's requests. After listening, He Shuehua immediately replied, "We can lease our fields to Daoer, as long as he can assist us in settling the taxes." Chen Lian nodded in agreement, showing no resistance to the idea of leasing the land to Chen Dao. In truth, No one in the entire Chen family village would oppose such a proposition. Given the frigid weather, leaving the land idle would be a waste. Renting it to Chen Dao would yield 2 taels of silver to pay the taxes, and only a fool would decline. Very well, I shall take my leave then. As Chun He rose to depart, he did not forget to remind Grandma He that if she was still able to work, she could join him in the fields the following day, thus ensuring a meal and conserving some of the household grain. Having spoken, Chen He politely declined Chun Lian's invitation to stay for a drink, exited her home, and proceeded to inform the other villagers. After the village chief's departure, Chun Lian and He Shuahua exchanged a glance, each reflecting the joy in their eyes. The village chief had indeed spoken truthfully. He brought them resounding news, enough food to eat and a job that could earn them a couple of taels of silver each month. For Chun Lian and He Shuahua, this was a surprise far beyond mere serendipity. After all, the fortune that falls from the sky is fleeting, while the work provided by Chen Dao ensures daily sustenance and a steady income. Xiao Lian, He Shuahua said earnestly, when you go to Brother Dao's house, be sure to work diligently. Do not jeopardize this precious opportunity through laziness. Grandma, rest assured, I will work with utmost sincerity, came the reply. Chun Lian stated with unwavering determination that she has never shied away from hardship, no matter how arduous the work at the Chen Dao family may be. She will undoubtedly persevere. In the Chun family's residence, Chen Dao was gazing at the wheat before him. This wheat was the winter wheat seed that he had specifically asked Wuhan to bring during his last visit. As he contemplated the winter wheat, information regarding its potential upgrades began to materialize in his mind. The winter wheat of the Xia Kingdom is characterized by its cold resistance, yielding an output of 200 to 300 gene per mu. The first upgrade path for winter wheat involves soaking it in the juice of the yuma grass for 3 days, resulting in the transformation into jade wheat. Jade wheat is known for its warmth preference, with a yield of 500 to 600 gene per mu. The second upgrade path entails soaking the winter wheat in the juice of the dongming grass for 3 days, which enhances it into cold-resistant wheat. Cold-resistant wheat is notable for its ability to germinate and grow in frigid conditions ranging from -10 to 15 degrees Celsius, yielding approximately 200 to 400 gene per mu. Upon reviewing the upgrade information, Chen Dao reflected thoughtfully. Both varieties of wheat possess distinct advantages. Jade wheat is a high-yield variety that thrives in warmer environments, while cold-resistant wheat offers a comparable yield to winter wheat, but with enhanced cold tolerance. If it were spring or summer, Chen Dao would undoubtedly opt for the jade wheat, as high yield is paramount. However, since the weather is currently frigid, his choice is limited to the cold-resistant wheat variety. Fortunately, the materials required to upgrade to cold-resistant wheat, namely the dongming grass, are not difficult to procure. Chen Dao murmured to himself that dongming grass was quite similar to jisun grass, both of which were common medicinal herbs found abundantly on the mountains. In fact, many villagers had this herb in their homes, as its pungent aroma was highly effective in repelling wild beasts and mosquitoes. Several days prior, Chen Dao had collected a substantial amount of dongming grass. At this moment, he extracted the juice by crushing the grass and mixed it with clean water, pouring the concoction into a large wooden barrel. He then submerged all the winter wheat seeds in this mixture, patiently awaiting their advancement and growth. He anticipated that the transformation would occur in 3 days. After completing this task, Chen Dao returned indoors to share a dinner with his family, and subsequently lay down in bed, closing his eyes in slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Chun Lian awoke. After preparing breakfast for her grandmother in the kitchen, she wrapped herself snugly in her garments and stepped outside into the cold wind, making her way to Chen Dao's home. Upon arriving at the entrance of his house, she noticed 4 women waiting outside. As she approached, a robust woman stepped forward to greet her, saying, "Little Lian has arrived?" Chun Lian lifted her gaze and recognized the woman before her. "Aunt Wu, good morning." Wu Yan, known as Aunt Wu, was a widow living in Qinjiakan. Shortly after marrying into the village, she gave birth to a child, only to lose her husband soon after, leaving her to struggle alone in raising their offspring. In this era, a woman solely responsible for her child's upbringing undoubtedly faced immense challenges. Consequently, Aunt Wu's household was perpetually in dire straits, surviving only because her late husband had bequeathed her a few acres of land. Otherwise, they might have long since faced starvation. Indeed, Aunt Wu was not alone in her plight. The 3 women accompanying her shared similar fates, each having lost a strong male figure in their households, making their lives exceedingly arduous. It was precisely for this reason that Xin He had chosen them. "Good morning, Xiao Yan." The other 3 women greeted Xin Lian warmly. their faces alight with joy. When the village chief had visited their homes the previous day to deliver the news, they had felt an overwhelming disbelief, scarcely able to fathom that such fortune could befall them. After repeated confirmations, their anxieties were finally alleviated, giving way to immense elation. A job that provided meals and a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 taels of silver was nothing short of a monumental blessing for them. That night, as they lay in bed, they drifted into slumber with smiles gracing their faces, their joy so profound that it lingered even in their dreams. As dawn broke, they rose early, fearing they might miss the appointed hour. Battling the morning chill, they made their way to the doorstep of Chen Dao to await further instructions. "Chen Dao is truly a good man," exclaimed a woman named Sun Jia, reflecting on their circumstances. In these times, every household hoards their grain tightly. Only Chen Dao would be willing to invite the entire village for steamed buns and care for us widows. Indeed, another woman, Qian Yu, chimed in. "I heard from others that it was Chen Dao himself who urged the village chief to look after those of us facing hardships. Otherwise, such a wonderful opportunity would never have reached us. Isn't that the truth? Only Chen Dao thinks of us. Others hardly care about our struggles," they lamented. Wu Yin wrapped her clothing tighter around her, the biting cold making her shiver, yet her heart burned with warmth. With this job at Chen Dao's household, she and her child would no longer have to endure hunger and frost. Chapter 90. A surprising number of chickens and ducks while the 5 women were conversing. A tall figure approached them. As they focused their attention, they immediately recognized the newcomer. "Chen Gur." Wu Yin waved at Chen Cheng with a smile. The other 4 women also beamed, greeting him warmly. They were aware that Chen Cheng was among the first to work alongside Chen Dao, prompting them to seek information from him. "Greetings, Aunt Wu and ladies." Chen Cheng scratched his head in response to the crowd, his expression somewhat awkward. Despite addressing these women as aunts, they were not much older than him. Lacking experience in interacting with the opposite sex, Chen Cheng felt immensely out of place in the presence of so many women. "Brother Cheng, I hear you are currently working with Brother Dao?" Wu Yin inquired. "Indeed," he replied. Chen Cheng nodded, acknowledging that Dao Gur held him in high regard by offering him a task. Upon hearing Chen Cheng's response, the eyes of several women brightened with interest. Qian Yu hastily inquired, "Chen Gur, how is it to assist Dao Gur? Will it suffice to put food on the table?" "Certainly," he replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Cheng remarked, "At Daejer's home, I enjoy steamed buns paired with egg soup daily. It's quite delightful." Steamed buns with egg soup. The women exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. To provide such sustenance to a man of Chen Cheng's stature, along with egg soup. Surely Daejer's household must be exceedingly affluent. Is Daejer easy to get along with? Does he curse when working? Not at all. Daejer treats me quite well. And what of Aunt Li? Is she agreeable? Quite so. After this round of inquiries, the women gradually felt reassured, based on Chen Cheng's responses. Working at Chen Dao's home seemed unlikely to be particularly arduous. Just then, the grand door of Chen Dao's residence creaked open. Chen Dao gazed at the 5 women waiting outside, recalling their identities from the memories of her former self. The 4 women were named Wu Yun, Qian Yu, Sun Jie, and Jin Hua, while the last young girl was remembered as Chun Lian. Chen Dao recalled that the 4 women ahead were widows from the village, while the young girl, Chen Lian, also came from a family that had lost its parents. They were all among the most impoverished households. In this matter, Chen He did not show any favoritism. "Good morning, Daoer." The 6 individuals greeted Chen Dao hastily, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Chen Dao said, "Come inside, it's cold outside." Thus, Chen Dao led the group into his home, gesturing for Chen Cheng to wait in the front yard. He then took 5 women through the living room and into the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, the faces of the 5 women displayed expressions of astonishment. The residents of Qinjiakan are well aware that Chen Dao's family raises a considerable number of chickens, yet they remain uncertain about the exact quantity, only able to vaguely speculate that it is quite substantial. However, upon witnessing the vast multitude of chickens before them, Chun Lian and the other 4 could not help but be astonished. As they cast their gaze across the entire backyard, they beheld a dense assembly of golden-feathered chickens, each one remarkably large and appearing exceedingly plump. Even the fluffy chicks looked particularly delightful. Just how many chickens could there be? Chen Lian instinctively voiced her thoughts and attempted to count the number of chickens in the yard. However, she soon realized that there were far too many to tally in a brief moment. In addition to the chickens, the backyard also housed 2 dogs and a flock of ducks. At that moment, the cacophony of clucking chickens, quacking ducks, and barking dogs melded into a harmonious symphony. Rather than finding the sounds disturbing, the listeners felt a sense of joy. Previously, they had been somewhat apprehensive about Chen Dao's claims regarding the poultry farming. Now, they were completely reassured. With such a multitude of chickens and ducks present, it was evident that Chen Dao's family was in need of assistance. Chen Dao allowed everyone a brief moment to acclimate before stating, "The tasks I require of you are quite straightforward. First, daily removal of chicken and duck droppings. Second, keep a meticulous record of the number of chickens and ducks, as well as the daily egg production, ensuring to remove any failed hatching eggs. Third, provide nourishment to the chickens and ducks every morning and afternoon." Chen Dao meticulously outlined the tasks that needed to be accomplished to the 5 women. Upon hearing this, Wu Yun could not help but exclaim, "Dao Gu, is that all that is required of us?" Wu Yun had anticipated that the work assigned by Chen Dao would be arduous, which would justify the monthly remuneration of 1 tael of silver. To her astonishment, the tasks were remarkably straightforward, leaving her with an impression that perhaps 1 tael was excessively generous for such simplicity. How effortless it seemed. Chen Dao nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the grain. Today, you shall be in charge of feeding the chickens and ducks." With that, he retreated into the house. After Chen Dao's departure, Chen Yu gazed intently at the vast multitude of chickens and ducks, exclaiming, "With so many fowl, it's no wonder that Brother Dao can afford to pay such a substantial sum in taxes for the entire village." Indeed, Wu Yun nodded in agreement, adding, "The chickens at Brother Dao's home have feathers of a brilliant golden hue and are quite large. With such an appealing appearance, each one must fetch a considerable price." Chen Lian silently counted the number of chickens in the flock and remarked, "I just counted. There are 150 chickens and 30 ducks, making a total of 180. Quite impressive." She added. The voice of Chen Dao echoed as he returned, carrying a bag of grain. He gazed at Chen Lian with astonishment, for he had not mentioned the number of chickens and ducks. Yet, in such a brief span, Chen Lian had managed to count over 100 birds, showcasing her meticulousness and mathematical prowess. "Brother Dao has arrived," she responded, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise bestowed upon her by Chen Dao. Chen Dao directly handed the bag of grain to Chen Lian, saying, "The feed is right here. Do try to feed the chickens and ducks." Afterward, Chen Dao did not forget to point out the black-footed chicken, cautioning, "By the way, do take note of that black-footed chicken. Do not provoke it, as it can be quite dangerous." While most might consider domestic chickens to be harmless creatures that occasionally display aggression, the black-footed chicken was an exception, akin to a 9th-grade martial artist in its combative prowess. Thus, Chen Dao felt compelled to offer this warning to prevent Chen Lian and others from inadvertently provoking the black-footed chicken and facing its wrath. "We understand," they replied. Chen Lian and others nodded solemnly. The black-footed chicken from Chen Dao's household was occasionally mentioned by villagers during their casual conversations. After all, the prowess of this chicken was a spectacle witnessed by many able-bodied men in the village. The tale of a single chicken chasing the Chen Jinsan brothers into a frantic retreat had long been embellished by the villagers into a legendary account. "Let us commence." Chen Dao settled himself near the entrance, observing as Chen Lian and others carried sacks of grain to feed the chickens and ducks. Upon receiving a sack and opening it, Chen Lian could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was filled entirely with sorghum. Chapter 91, Better Than What Humans Consume. Chen Lian's eyes widened as she gazed at the distinct grains of sorghum in the bag, unable to conceal her astonishment. Not only Chen Lian, but even Wu Yun and the other 3 women stood transfixed, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the sorghum. Feeding sorghum to chickens and ducks. The Chen family truly lived in opulence. Indeed, we cannot even afford sorghum at home. No wonder these chickens and ducks thrive so well. They feast on sorghum daily. As they stared at the grains, the group couldn't help but express their admiration. In these times, when even people struggle to obtain sorghum, the Chen family provides it for their poultry. At that moment, the 5 women gained a profound understanding of the Chen family's wealth. After a brief period of astonishment, they swiftly sprang into action, pouring the grains from the bag into the feeding troughs they had prepared, allowing the chickens and ducks to indulge. Observing that the women were not attacked by the flock or the 2 summer country dogs, Chen Dao felt relieved and said to them, "Once the chickens and ducks have finished eating, you may begin to clean up the droppings." As Chen Dao was halfway through his words, Ding Xiaohua approached with a food container in hand and said, "Dao Ge, this is the breakfast you instructed me to bring." "Thank you, Sister Ding, for your trouble," he replied. "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Ding Xiaohua replied, waving her hand dismissively. After setting down the food container, she returned to the kitchen to resume her busy tasks. Chen Dao waved to Chen Lian and the others, saying, "Do not rush. Come over and have a meal." Upon hearing the mention of food, Chen Lian and the others' eyes brightened, and they hurried to the food container. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafting from within made each of them unable to resist the urge to swallow. Chen Dao observed the performances of the individuals with keen insight and decisively removed the cloth covering the rice bucket, revealing a collection of plump steamed buns within. It was indeed buns. As the cloth was lifted, the distinctive aroma of the buns wafted through the air, causing Chen Lian and the others to feel an even greater pang of hunger. "Let us dine." Chen Dao directly handed a steamed bun to Chen Lian. Seemingly apprehensive about soiling the pristine bun, Chen Lian wiped her hands on her trousers before accepting the offering and taking a hearty bite. As the bun entered her mouth, a distinctive aroma of wheat enveloped her senses, and with each careful chew, a delightful sweetness erupted within, causing a look of satisfaction to blossom on her face. Wu Yun and the others eagerly followed suit, stuffing the buns into their mouths while expressing their admiration through enthusiastic exclamations. This bun surpassed even the taste of plain rice. Indeed, it was incredibly fragrant. If I could indulge in steamed buns every day, I would feel that life itself would be worthwhile. Observing their exaggerated reactions and fervent remarks, Chen Dao could not help but shake his head inwardly. It was evident that such a lavish experience as a simple bun was a stark contrast to their usual fare. Chen Dao swiftly grasped 2 steamed buns and consumed them with great haste, thereafter remaining in quiet anticipation for the others to finish their meal. Perhaps it was due to overwhelming hunger, or perhaps it had been too long since they last savored such delectable morsels. The 5 women, led by Chen Lian, exhibited quite a hearty appetite, averaging 5 buns each, thoroughly depleting the entire supply in the rice bucket. It was only at this juncture that Wu Yun, noticing the near emptiness of the wooden bucket, blushed and remarked, "Dao Gu, have we perhaps indulged a bit too much?" The others exchanged glances with a hint of embarrassment, reflecting that had they invited someone to their home to assist with chores, they would certainly be displeased with such a prodigious appetite. "Not at all." Chen Dao smiled and remarked, "You are far inferior to Cheng Ge. He can consume 10 steamed buns and 2 bowls of egg drop soup, all by himself." After saying this, Chen Dao continued, "All right, once we finish our meal, let us commence our work by clearing the chicken and duck droppings in the backyard." With that, he picked up a wooden bucket and departed from the backyard. He was untroubled by the thought of Chen Lian and the others stealing chickens or ducks, for with Xiaohei around, it was improbable that they could succeed. Truly, Dao Gu is a remarkable person. Chen Lian gazed intently at Chen Dao's receding figure, unable to suppress her admiration. Chen Dao not only provided them with the precious sustenance of steamed buns, but also did not mind their hearty appetites. At that moment, Chen Lian resolved to work diligently, vowing never to let Chen Dao's kindness go unappreciated. It was no wonder that the villagers had previously envied Chen Qing and his companions. Wu Yun also remarked, "These steamed buns are so delectable. Chen Qing and his group indulge in them daily. Who could possibly refrain from feeling envious?" As Chen Cheng and his companions toiled at Chen Dao's home, they were once the envy of all, and now they too had become objects of admiration. With each meal consisting of steamed buns and a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 silver coins, such a fortunate arrangement would undoubtedly incite jealousy among the other villagers. "We must dedicate ourselves to our work," asserted Qian Yu with unwavering resolve. "With Dao Guer providing us such generous sustenance and a monthly allowance, it would be a disservice to his kindness if we do not labor diligently." The others nodded in agreement. A job with such splendid benefits was a rare gem that others would vie for fiercely, and they understood the necessity to cherish this opportunity. Thus, the 5 women swiftly set to work, wielding brooms to clear away the droppings of chickens and ducks. They did not discard this waste, for in an era devoid of chemical fertilizers, feces served as a precious natural manure for farmers. Chen Lian and her companions, having all cultivated the land, were acutely aware of its value. They collected the droppings, anticipating that once fermented, it would serve to enrich their fields. "Xiaolian," Wu Yun remarked as she swept the foul droppings, "Did Dao Guo not say that we must keep track of the number of chickens and ducks and the daily egg production? We are advancing in years, and our minds are not as sharp as they once were. Would you take on this task in the future?" The other 3 women turned their gazes towards Chen Lian. Knowing that they were illiterate and that counting was indeed a daunting challenge for them, they could only hope for the youngest among them, Chen Lian, to handle this responsibility. "No problem," she replied. Chen Lian declared, "From now on, I shall take charge of this matter. You all need only attend to your other tasks. That's splendid. Wu Yun and the others chuckled, returning to their diligent work of cleaning the chicken and duck droppings. As they toiled, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and it seemed as though the entire Chun family village awakened from slumber. Each household swung open their doors, faces aglow with delight, as groups of villagers emerged, bearing farming tools and engaging in light-hearted conversation with familiar neighbors. What do you think Daoj will provide us with today? Could it be steamed buns? Steamed buns might be a stretch. However, given Daoj's character, we shall assuredly eat our fill. I inquired with Chen Si and the others. They never went hungry while assisting Daoj. Indeed, Daoj is a considerate man, not only helping us with our taxes but also ensuring we have ample food through work. Quite so. Chapter 92. The enthusiastic villagers. The villagers, united in purpose, made their way toward the southern part of the village, where the fields of Chen family village lay. The fields were interconnected, which spared the villagers considerable effort. In no time, the southern expanse was bustling with people, who, while shouldering their farming tools, gathered beneath the trees to seek shelter from the wind and engage in friendly banter. Why hasn't Daoj arrived yet? What are you fretting about? Daoj assured us there would be food. He would not deceive us. Indeed, do you not know Daoj's nature? He would never mislead us. Still, I wonder what kind of meal he will provide. It would be wonderful if it were steamed buns. Beneath one tree, the village chief, Chen He, had also arrived, accompanied by his brother Chen Chong and Li Zheng. Li Zheng squinted at the fields, overgrown with weeds from months of neglect, and furrowed his brow, saying, "In this frigid weather, can crops truly be cultivated?" Li Zheng was not alone in his concerns. The village chief Chen He and all the villagers shared this apprehension. With the cold climate, it was universally acknowledged that crops could not be sown. Yet, Chen Dao insisted on planting, causing considerable unease among the villagers. The inability to yield a harvest might not be catastrophic, merely a waste of seeds and effort. However, if Chen Dao were to withdraw his support in paying taxes due to failed crops, that would pose significant trouble. I cannot fathom Daoj's thoughts. Chen He shook his head, expressing uncertainty as he remarked, "However, with Dao Ji's confidence, he must possess some strategy." Dao Ge has arrived. At that moment, someone called out, and all eyes turned northward, where the figure of Chen Dao emerged in the distance, accompanied by Chen Chong, Li Ping, and Ding Xiaohua. Why does Dao Ge come empty-handed? A young man frowned and remarked, noticing that Chen Dao carried nothing, which did not seem like the demeanor of one bringing provisions. "Have you lost your sight?" The young man's mother scolded, giving his head a gentle tap. "Did you not see him carrying the wooden buckets?" Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gaze to Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua, who both bore a shoulder pole, each in supporting 2 large wooden buckets, totaling 8 between them. Moreover, Chen Chong was equally occupied, carrying 2 buckets in his hands. Chen Dao squinted at the villagers gathered by the field, realizing he had underestimated the allure of a meal for them. At that moment, the throng of villagers gathered by the edge of the field numbered no less than 300. Chenjiakan has a mere 500 inhabitants. In other words, apart from the elderly who cannot move and the young children unable to work, the entire village has gathered. "Aunt, allow me to assist you." "Ding girl, are you weary? Let me help you." "Aunt, take a moment to rest. We shall manage this task." The women, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly approached, taking the burden from Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua, placing the wooden buckets filled with food beneath a tree. "The amount of food seems insufficient for us," remarked a young man, observing the tin buckets set aside for over 300 individuals. Furthermore, the buckets were covered with cloth, obscuring the contents from view. Chen Dao, already a 9th-tier martial artist with keen hearing, caught the young man's remark and responded, "There is no need to fret. I have more at home. If this is not enough, I can fetch additional supplies." With that, Chen Dao lifted the cloth from the buckets, revealing plump, tender steamed buns. "Steamed buns. How splendid. Dao Ge, you are magnificent. I knew helping you would never be a loss." Upon sighting the buns, the villagers' eyes shimmered with fervor. For those who had tasted them at Chen Dao's home yearned for their delightful flavor. "Come, everyone, partake," Chen Dao urged, observing the villagers' eager anticipation. "Chen Ge, please distribute the buns to everyone." "Of course, Dao Ge." Soon, the villagers formed an orderly line as Chen Chong began to hand out the buns. These buns, prepared by Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua in the dead of night, had cooled somewhat, yet this did not diminish the villagers' desire for them. The villagers, taking only 1 bun each, stepped aside, biting into the buns with delight, savoring each mouthful while expressing their satisfaction. "Delicious. The buns are truly marvelous. If only I could enjoy these every day. Me too. Dao Gu is the best. He often treats us to buns. Indeed, in these times, it is only Dao Gu who generously shares his buns with us. Li Zhong, Chun He, and Chen Chang each received a bun and stood beneath a tree, reflecting. Dao Gu truly has a kind heart. Indeed, as Chen Chang gnawed on his steamed bun, he nodded and remarked, Brother Dao must have noticed that the villagers are struggling, which is why he offers us these buns in the guise of lending a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Li Zhong, Chen He, and the nearby villagers all nodded in agreement. They were well aware of Chen Dao's kindness towards them, and his generosity was etched in their hearts. Regarding Chen Dao's request for assistance, they saw nothing amiss. After all, labor merely required some exertion, and strength could easily be replenished after a good night's rest. It was hardly of any great value. Observing the dwindling number of buns in the 10 wooden barrels, Chen Dao turned to Li Ping and said, Please take some people back and bring more buns over. Chen Dao's family clearly had more steamed buns than just this batch. He was well aware that every villager had a hearty appetite, so he had informed Li Ping in advance to prepare an extra quantity. At that moment, there were still plenty of buns at home, though not all were brought over at once. All right, Li Ping nodded, just as she was about to return home with Ding Xiaohua. However, the nearby women who had heard the commotion followed them. Aunt Li, let me help you. I'll help too. I've already had my fill of buns, so I can assist now. The women enthusiastically surrounded Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua, making their way towards Chen Dao's house. Meanwhile, Chen Dao observed the villagers relishing the buns, a complex expression crossing his face. Each time he witnessed the happiness radiating from their faces as they savored the buns, he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life. Chapter 93. I can eat 15. After a little over a quarter of an hour, Li Ping and the village women returned with 20 hefty food containers. As they gazed at the plump buns inside, everyone present couldn't help but salivate. The aroma of these buns was truly enticing, isn't it? It's incredibly fragrant. I feel like I could eat 5. 5 is too few. I could manage 10. I can eat 15. As the villagers boasted, they joyfully approached to collect the buns. Once they received them, they dove right in, quickly savoring the sweet taste. These buns are delicious, Mom. I want to eat them every day, exclaimed a young boy who had just finished devouring a bun. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. At this age in Huagua, he would merely be a junior high school student, yet in Xiagua, he was already considered an essential labor force within a household. If you work hard, Dao Guer will surely ensure you get buns every day, his mother replied, ruffling his hair, while those around them nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Dao Guer's character, as long as we work diligently, he won't shortchange us. I'll say it again, whoever dares to slack off and disappoint Dao Guo shall not be spared. Absolutely. Who would dare to be lazy after enjoying such fine food? Are they even human? Approximately another quarter of an hour later, the 20 food containers were completely emptied by the villagers, most of whom were now full. Casting eager glances at Chen Dao. Dao Guo, how can we assist you? Upon hearing this question, Chen Dao pondered for a moment and replied, this time, I intend to plant wheat. In matters of farming, you all undoubtedly possess more expertise than I do, so I shall not presume to guide the knowledgeable. Just proceed as per the old methods. Chen Dao possesses only a superficial understanding of farming, whereas the villagers present are seasoned veterans in the field, brimming with experience, which gives him great confidence in their abilities. Since Brother Dao has expressed his opinion, I shall take the helm and direct the proceedings. Chen He stepped forward and commanded, Everyone, proceed to the fields and clear away the weeds. Then, turn over the soil, striving to complete the task promptly, so that we may finally sow the seeds. Chen He evidently possesses ample experience in farming and understands the importance of meticulous preparation before tilling the land. The villagers have no objections to Chen He's directives. They eagerly roll up their pant legs, hoisting rakes and hoes upon their shoulders, and descend into the fields to engage in their labor with fervor. Even the women and young children are not exempt. They too join the ranks in the fields. At this moment, the expanse of land seems to be infused with a passionate vitality. Chen Dao stood at the edge of the field and glanced over, noticing the villagers toiling diligently. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief and promptly returned home with Chen Sheng, Li Ping, and Ding Xiaohua. In the front yard, Xiao Jie and Chen Fei were playing with Xiao Yuan, while in the backyard, Chen Lian and her 5 companions were busily engaged in their tasks. Chen Dao chose not to disturb them, instead practicing martial arts with Chen Sheng in the front yard. They retrieved a blood-feathered chicken from the backyard, and after slaughtering it, both drank its blood, seemingly tireless as they diligently practiced the tiger fist. After completing several rounds of punches, they shared the chicken meat, and subsequently sat in the courtyard, engaging in light conversation. Dao Ge, I feel as though my strength has increased significantly of late, Chen Cheng remarked. Is that so? Chen Dao glanced at Chen Cheng's robust arms and extended his hand, saying, Brother Cheng, let us engage in a contest of strength. All right. The surge of confidence invigorated Chen Cheng as he grasped Chen Dao's arm, initiating a test of might. However, it wasn't long before Chen Cheng's face flushed with exertion. Indeed, his strength had increased significantly, yet he remained a considerable distance from matching Chen Dao. At this moment, he exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet he still could not budge Chen Dao in the slightest. I cannot compare to Brother Dao. Chen Cheng released Chen Dao's hand, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, Dao, your strength is truly remarkable. I cannot compete with you. Haha. Chen Dao burst into laughter, acknowledging the remarkable progress of Chen Cheng. He estimated that Chen Cheng must possess at least 150 pounds of arm strength now. However, Chen Dao's own arm strength had long surpassed 300 pounds, leaving Chen Cheng still with a considerable distance to cover. Nevertheless, Chen Dao could not help but feel a sense of astonishment at Chen Cheng's innate talent. After merely a few days of training, Chen Cheng had gained an impressive 50 pounds in arm strength, a testament to his extraordinary potential. Alas, had Chen Cheng been born into a prominent family rather than a rural one, he would undoubtedly have been nurtured as a martial arts prodigy. Chen Dao is a name that has reached my ears through Li Hu, who spoke of many prominent families whose offspring commenced their martial training before the age of 10. In these affluent households, the resources and herbs necessary for such pursuits are plentiful. It is not uncommon for these young heirs to attain the rank of an 8th grade or even a 7th grade warrior before they reach the age of 15. However, such privileges are reserved exclusively for the true scions of esteemed families, for in humble locales like Taiping County, the emergence of such prodigies is simply unattainable. As the sun dipped toward the western horizon, the fields of Qinjia village stretched endlessly, where villagers, armed with their farming tools, gathered at the edges of the fields. The afternoon air grew noticeably chillier, yet beads of perspiration glistened on the foreheads of these laborers, their garments dampened by sweat. Nevertheless, the villagers appeared blissfully undeterred by fatigue, their faces adorned with smiles as they engaged in lively conversation with one another. I feel remarkably stronger today while working. This steamed bun truly is miraculous. Not only delicious, but also invigorating. One exclaimed, Indeed, I share that sentiment. Today's labor feels effortless. Another responded, If only we could indulge in steamed buns every day. I believe I